It moved flexibly and agilely through the woods, returning to the small wooden house at the first opportunity and informing Su Jiang of the situation. Su, king of roasted cold noodles, what's wrong? Hua Qing was still a bit unaccustomed to calling him by that code name. Su Jiang frowned. Someone is coming our way. Huh? Hua Qing's mouth twitched, looking at Su Jiang strangely. We've been here for half a day and nothing happened. But as soon as you arrive, something happens? Su Jiang glanced at Li Kai, who was a little better than before but not fully awake yet. Should they carry Li Kai and move? There wasn't enough time, and they might run into other people. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to go out and confront them. Life was not easy, Su Jiang sighed. Picking up the gun, Su Jiang instructed Hua Qing. Before I come back, you guard this idiot well. What if you don't come back? Then we'll all die together, Su Jiang said irritably. If I can't come back, do you think the two of you can survive? He had originally thought Hua Qing was quite emotionally intelligent, but now it seemed his own perspective was narrow. Su Jiang walked out of the small wooden house, and after Wang Kai told him a direction, it jumped onto a tree. After walking a distance, Su Jiang looked around, found a suitable tree, agilely climbed onto the trunk, and set up the sniper rifle. The sniper rifle was Li Kai's, temporarily requisitioned by him. Li Kai agreed to this, Su Jiang believed. The classic kneeling position for sniping. For an ordinary person, firing a shot in this posture on a tree trunk would inevitably cause an unstable center of gravity, and someone with poor balance might even fall directly. But Su Jiang was different. He had skills granted by the system, the three-piece set for confrontation. That is, extraordinary body, gun proficiency, and fighting proficiency. With these three skills combined, even that elder brother known as half-man, half-ghost, first divine gunner, would have to give way. TSK, I got you. Through the scope, Su Jiang spotted Shui Zhuang's figure. Taking a light breath, Su Jiang didn't hesitate, his index finger slowly pulling the trigger. Bang! Even with a suppressor, the sound of the gunshot was still considerable. The bullet cut through the air, aimed directly at Shui Zhuang's forehead. In the distance, when Shui Zhuang was spotted by the scope, an ominous premonition immediately arose in his heart. Damn it! Danger! This was the crisis awareness he had trained over years of being on the battlefield. So, before Su Jiang fired, he instinctively found a tree for cover at the first moment, ducked down, and rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the shot. Bang! Su Jiang's bullet grazed Shui Zhuang's scalp. Looking at the bullet mark on the ground, Shui Zhuang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He widened his eyes, incredulously judging the direction of the shot. On the tree, Shui Zhuang immediately determined that the shot was fired from a tree, and the distance was quite far. Damn it! Who is it? Shui Zhuang cursed under his breath. In this environment, someone could still set up a sniper rifle on a tree and accurately shoot him. An expert. But where did the An family get a sniper expert? Snipers are very rare, and it also depends on talent. Each family, even with all their resources, can at most cultivate 1 or 2 snipers. And high-level snipers are even rarer, as reaching a certain standard requires talent. According to intelligence, the only sniper the An family had who was worth mentioning was Li Kai. But that person was shot. It was impossible for him to maintain such a high level of sniping skill. Damn it, who exactly is it? Shui Zhuang couldn't understand why he had to run into such a formidable person. In this situation, he didn't dare to move at all. One mistake, and he'd be instantly killed. Tisk, quite a quick reaction. Su Jiang wasn't discouraged when the first shot missed. After all, the opponent was a captain-level figure. If he were taken down with just one shot, then Wei Tian's troops would be nothing special. However, the next shot wouldn't be as simple as just grazing his scalp. Su Jiang's expression was serious, aiming motionlessly at the tree where Shui Zhuang was hiding, his index finger pressed tightly against the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. The first shot was just a friendly greeting to Shui Zhuang, telling him that he had arrived. The second shot would be to announce Shui Zhuang's departure. TSK, too bad it wasn't a shotgun he was using. 93. I have a bold idea. In the dense forest, Su Jiang and Shui Zhuang stood still, a significant distance separating them. Su Jiang remained motionless to concentrate, aiming at Shui Zhuang for a fatal strike. Shui Zhuang stayed still purely because he didn't dare to move. Su Jiang's oppressive presence was too strong, leaving Shui Zhuang drenched in sweat, constantly taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. The tree trunk concealing him wasn't large, just enough to cover his body, not an inch more. Damn it! Not only did I encounter an enemy, but he's also a sniper. Shui Zhuang cursed, looking at the bullet marks on the ground, and then at his walkie-talkie not far away. When he dodged the bullet just now, the walkie-talkie slipped from his pocket and fell there. Shui Zhuang's eyes flickered with indecision. The best course of action right now was to retrieve the walkie-talkie and call for backup. Shui Zhuang looked at the distance between himself and the walkie-talkie. It was within arm's reach. But, no matter how short the distance, the moment he showed his head, he would surely be instantly killed. What should I do? Shui Zhuang muttered to himself, his heart in a tangled knot. To take it, or not to take it. However, while Shui Zhuang was locked in this internal struggle, he completely failed to notice a brown squirrel above his head, gnawing on a chestnut. Shui Zhuang's eyes glinted. What if the shot just now was merely a fluke? How could a family faction have so many sharpshooters? It's not the military. What if that shot was just luck on his part? Damn it! I refuse to believe the An family can raise two snipers. Shui Zhuang kept convincing himself, then took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and was about to make a move. Bang! Another bullet grazed Shui Zhuang's shoulder. If Shui Zhuang hadn't pulled back in time, his shoulder would have been ruined. And this shot sent a chill down Shui Zhuang's spine, plunging him into complete despair. Damn, he really is a sharpshooter. Shui Zhuang became completely docile now, obediently standing still, not daring to move again. Bang! Another bullet, this one directly piercing the walkie-talkie, rendering it completely unusable. Seeing this, Shui Zhuang's heart turned to ashes. Well, his last hope was gone. Time to await death. Shui Zhuang was already thinking about his last words. If no one came to save him, he was certainly dead. In this environment, with the sniper having seized the initiative and control, it was basically impossible to turn the tables. What Shui Zhuang didn't know was that after firing the third shot, Jiang immediately put away his gun and agilely leaped to the ground. After glancing in Shui Zhuang's direction, Jiang smacked his lips and headed back. Shui Zhuang kept hiding behind the tree, and Jiang couldn't do anything. Even with a powerful sniper rifle, he couldn't penetrate such a thick tree trunk. He couldn't even shoot halfway through the tree. The trees growing in this dense forest contained many water molecules, locking the wood fibers together, making them highly resistant to bullets. You can just stay there slowly, Jiang said mockingly. After these 3 shots, Shui Zhuang would surely only dare to stand still, not moving recklessly. What if he left? Did he dare to gamble? Gamble whether he had left or not. If he gambled wrong, it would cost him his life. It was still the same saying. If you don't gamble, you win. Moreover, there was still Wang Kai watching. My king, you're back so soon? Hua Qing was puzzled to see Jiang return so quickly after going out. Could it be that the enemy hadn't come? Hearing the abbreviation, my king, Jiang raised an eyebrow and remained silent, which was taken as acceptance. Of course, the enemy has already been subdued by this king's dashing and heroic demeanor. He's currently standing still as a punishment. Hua Qing heard this and looked unconvinced. He felt that the enemy definitely hadn't come. My king, there's something I want to say, but I don't know if I should. Speak. You're truly shameless. Yes, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you, since you don't have any. Jiang said exasperatedly. Why didn't he believe him even when he was telling the truth? Then, he looked at Li Kai and chuckled. Oh, you're awake. Dancing dragon. Li Kai was seen frowning, constantly rubbing his head on the bed. Jiang? Why are you here? Li Kai took a long time to recognize the person standing before him as Jiang. My head is so dizzy. What is dancing dragon? Nothing. A dragon that dances in the public square. Nonsense. How can there be such a dragon? It's all right. You'll see it later. Jiang grinned, somewhat anticipating Li Kai's expression when he saw that video later. No, such a glorious moment must be chosen for a grand occasion. When he returned, he would gather the entire An family to watch it together. Hua Qing stood by, looking like he had something to say but held back. He wanted to tell Li Kai about the video, but after glancing at Jiang, he timidly swallowed his words. Compared to Li Kai, he felt Jiang was more difficult to deal with. He always felt like he was being watched by the young mistress. Hua Qing suddenly realized. No wonder Su Jiang could be with the young mistress. They were two peas in a pod. Hiss! Li Kai clutched his abdomen, the spot where Rose had struck him. Damn it. Luckily I was wearing 3 layers of bulletproof vests, otherwise that shot would have taken my life. When his clothes were pulled open, Su Jiang saw Li Kai's thick bulletproof vests, and his mouth twitched. You knew you'd get shot? No, I didn't. Then why did you wear 3 layers? Isn't it hot? If you were carrying the amulet given by An Rou, would you dare not wear 3 layers? Awesome. You dare to carry such an unlucky item on you. Su Jiang immediately gave Li Kai a thumbs up, as expected of him. If you don't get shot, who will? Li Kai took out the amulet from his pocket and threw it to Su Jiang. Take this broken thing. I don't want it anymore anyway. Don't give it to me. Su Jiang took it, immediately breaking out in a cold sweat. Holding this thing guaranteed a bullet. Squeak. I'm back. Just then, Wang Kai, holding a chestnut, nimbly ran in and reported to Su Jiang that Shui Zhuang was still obediently standing guard. The moment it entered, Li Kai's gaze immediately focused on it. Why did this scene feel so familiar to him? Suburbs, factory mouse. It matched up. Su Jiang quietly watched Wang Kai. After a long moment, a slight smile appeared on his lips. I have a bold idea. Squeak. Soon after, when Li Kai had fully recovered, the group quickly left and moved to another safe location. And Shui Zhuang was still standing still, continuously praying that his teammates would come to rescue him. He didn't notice that An Rou's amulet was now conspicuously placed in his hood. Wang Kai had returned just now and stealthily placed it in Shui Zhuang's hood. Since it was an unlucky item, why should his own people hold on to it? Wouldn't it be better to give it to the enemy? 94. Go tie that troublemaker back. In the dense forest, Su Jiang and the 2 others moved cautiously. Li Kai constantly scanned his surroundings, fearing an encounter with enemies. Hua Qing, on the other hand, was searching for trees. Every tree he passed, he would meticulously check if it was the one in Xingqiang had marked. Among the 3, only Su Jiang had determined eyes and a clear stride. Su Jiang, where are we going? Li Kai asked. To the ruined city in the center of the isolated island, Su Jiang replied. He had seen the map of the isolated island battlefield. At the center of the isolated island, there was a massive ruined city. According to in Xingqiang, the streets there were covered in rubble and debris, with broken building frames and rusty facilities everywhere. Are you crazy? Li Kai grabbed Su Jiang's hand the moment he heard him say they were going to the ruined city. The ruined city is now full of Feng family members. Although they've sent most of their people out, Feng Qingye and Rose are still there. If we run into them, we won't even have a chance to escape. Su Jiang's eyes lit up immediately. What did you say? Rose is there. Yes, so we. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Huh? Li Kai didn't understand. Were they going to their deaths? Little did he know, Su Jiang was currently worried about not being able to find Rose. Deal with Rose, get the hidden reward, and then in Mingjia will wipe out the Feng family. Perfect. Listen to me, old Li. Su Jiang turned his head, a serious expression on his face. The 2 of us. Oh no, plus Huazi. The 3 of us. Let's go take down Rose and Feng Qingye, and this round will be secured. Li Kai. Hua Qing. The 2 instantly froze, staring blankly at Su Jiang. Do you even hear what you're saying? Li Kai silently walked forward, patted Su Jiang's shoulder, and said earnestly, Su Jiang, what's wrong? How about you still go back? Li Kai's eyes held a hint of pleading. I now feel that your coming here might not be a good thing. Old Li, you don't need to worry. I'll protect myself. Who the hell is worried about you? Li Kai's eyes widened. Isn't it better to be safe? Taking on Rose and Feng Qingye at once. Who do you think you are? Hua Qing trembled beside them, not daring to speak. He felt that Li Kai was on the verge of exploding, and he only hoped Su Jiang would listen to reason and abandon his absurd idea. Be safe. Su Jiang frowned in thought upon hearing this. Indeed, doing that carries a bit of risk. Li Kai nodded with some relief at the sight. It seemed Su Jiang was still salvageable and could be persuaded. Then let's take down Rose first, and Feng Qingye can wait. You damn it. This kid is truly unyielding. Li Kai gave up, extending his hand, intending to get his sniper rifle back from Su Jiang. What's wrong? Su Jiang asked, puzzled. Give me back the sniper rifle. It's too dangerous for you to carry it. Don't be silly. Your injury hasn't healed yet. You'll give it to me when my injury heals. No. Li Kai clenched his fist. He had never been so irritable before Su Jiang arrived. He used to have a very good temper. Ahem. Hua Qing coughed and cautiously said, "How about we ask young Masterin?" He was truly afraid that these two would actually start fighting, and then it would be inappropriate for him to help either side. Presumably, only in Mingjie could persuade these two. Li Kai glanced at Hua Qing, remained silent for a moment, and then nodded slightly. For something like this, they really needed to ask in Mingjie's opinion. Seeing that both of them had this idea, Su Jiang sighed helplessly and pulled out his walkie-talkie. Static. Hello, 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 and Mingjie, please respond if you receive this. Su Jiang called out. Soon, and Mingjie's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Su Jiang, if you hang up on my walkie-talkie again, I'm not done with you. And Mingjie strongly condemned Su Jiang's behavior of not responding and turning off his walkie-talkie earlier. TSK, don't get excited yet. It's like this, I have a bold idea, but Li Kai doesn't agree, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. I don't agree either. Damn it, I haven't even said what it is yet. Your ideas, I wouldn't dare agree to them, let alone one that Li Kai has already rejected. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He felt like he was being isolated. He was sad. Coming all this way to provide support, and this was the treatment he received. He wouldn't love again. Su Jiang was sad for a full 2.5 seconds. Then, he took a deep breath and spoke his idea. My idea is this. I'll take Li Kai and Hua Qing. The three of us will go take down Rose. And if it's convenient, we'll also take down Feng Qingye. If the plan goes smoothly, you won't have to look for trees anymore. We'll just push straight through and be done with it. Su Jiang, you damn. And Mingjie listened and immediately wanted to start cursing without hesitation. Static. Su Jiang decisively turned off the walkie-talkie, then looked at Li Kai and Hua Qing with an unchanged expression. See, and Mingjie agreed. Where did he agree? Li Kai broke down. He clearly wanted to curse at you just now, all right. Him cursing at me doesn't mean he disagrees with my idea. Su Jiang said indifferently. Solving problems with inequalities is just faster. Oh, stop nagging, let's go. Su Jiang pulled Li Kai, walking towards the ruined city. When have I ever been unreliable? Li Kai's face was filled with despair. Forget it, let it be destroyed. He didn't care anymore. Hua Qing's eyes also lost their light, following behind the two like a walking corpse. Before seeing Su Jiang, he had thought hope had arrived. Unexpectedly, what arrived was hope's twin, despair. And so, the three people and one mouse advanced towards the ruined city with different mindsets. One with light in his eyes, full of enthusiasm. One with a broken mindset, giving up the struggle. And another was already thinking about his last words. Bang, bang, bang. In a corner of the isolated island, and Mingjie was furiously kicking a tree trunk, venting his emotions. I told you to come to the isolated island. Bang. I told you to hang up on my walkie-talkie. Bang. I told you to F*** call yourself Su Jiang. Bang. The surrounding and family members were all dumbfounded, hiding to the side and trembling. What's wrong with young Masterin? I don't know. He just spoke a few words with little brother Su, and then he became like this. Have you noticed that ever since little brother Su came to the An family, young Masterin's temper has become more unstable day by day? Don't even mention young Masterin. A few days ago, brother Li Kai was overheating every day. I didn't even dare to talk to him. And Mingjie was panting. He now even hated the people from the supervisory bureau. A bunch of good-for-nothing, troublemaking rotten fish and shrimp. If they hadn't spread the situation, would Su Jiang have come? If Su Jiang hadn't come, would he be having such a headache? And he even took Li Kai to take down Rose. Do you think you're a god, able to take down anyone you want? As for Hua Qing, and Mingjie simply ignored him. Hua Zi's strength wasn't even enough for a support role. He was purely there to be carried. Taking a deep breath, and Mingjie turned his head and walked away. Young Masterin, where are we going? An family member asked timidly. Where else can we go? And Mingjie turned back and glared, his face flushed with anger. Of course, we're going to the ruined city to tie up that crazy troublemaker and bring him back. Not looking for trees anymore. Look for what? 95. Lin Hui attacked at night and fled in a panic. Night, Jiangdu City, near the An family residence. Lin Hui sat in his car, his eyes gloomy as he stared at the An family's gate. Damn it! If Feng Haoshuan hadn't been rescued. He gritted his teeth, still unable to figure out who had rescued Feng Haoshuan. The critical thing was, if you rescued him, then so be it. But what was with leaving a pile of Lin family badges all over the ground? Lin Hui wished he could drag that person out and shoot him all day long. If he hadn't sent people to clean up that pile of fake badges himself, he'd probably be wanted by the Supervisory Bureau right now. Now, he had to personally take action. When had Lin Hui ever been so disheveled? Wu Yang moved. Lin Hui spoke in a low voice, and Wu Yang, sitting in the passenger seat, nodded, pushed open the car door, and got out. The Lin family members followed behind Wu Yang, heading straight for the An family compound. According to their information, the current An family was weak and basically had no combat personnel. Bang! Wu Yang kicked open the door, holding a gun, and quickly aimed around. Looking left and right, Wu Yang suddenly felt a little confused. Why was no one here? Was the An family so short-staffed? Thump, thump, thump. Lin Hui's footsteps were unhurried as he slowly followed behind them. TSK, the An family doesn't even have a doorman tonight. What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Lin Hui was puzzled. Why were they all blocking the way? With a throng of people standing there, he couldn't see what was happening ahead. Lin, young Master Lin. Wu Yang, at the very front, spoke with a trembling voice. What's wrong? Speak properly. Lin Hui was a little impatient, pushing aside the Lin family members and leaning forward. On what? What do you want to say? Huh? Lin Hui finally reached the front, his words abruptly stopping as his eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. And Xingchong? Tisk, no manners. Is that how you address an elder? And Xingchong, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looked at Lin Hui with disdain. Around him stood dozens of black-clad figures, all armed with guns, their muzzles, without exception, pointed at the Lin family members. A red dot, very appropriately, landed on Lin Hui's forehead, a signal that a sniper was aiming at him. Under the moonlight, Lin Hui's face turned incredibly pale. How could this be? Why are you here? Lin Hui looked at Xingchong, then pointed at the black-clad figures around him, shouting, And who are they? I remember the An family doesn't have these people. Ha ha ha. And Xingchong sneered, running a hand through his hair. And Mingjia's An family certainly doesn't have these people. A sharp glint flashed in Xingchong's eyes. After all, a father can't hand over all his family's assets to his son at once, can he? And Mingjie naturally knew of the existence of these dozens of black-clad figures, but he had no authority to command them. They had always accompanied Xingchong, operating in Kyoto. It was only this time, out of necessity, that Mingjie invited Xingchong and these people back. No, impossible. Lin Hui gasped, unwilling to accept such a reality. If the An family had such strength, how could they still be a fringe family? And Xingchong, upon hearing this, rubbed his temples, a little impatient. I told you, the An family in your perception is in Mingjie's An family, understand? The next second, Xingchong extinguished his cigarette butt and casually threw it on the ground. Move. Bang, bang, bang. The black-clad figures pulled their triggers, bullets flying, sweeping through the Lin family members. Ah! Young Master Lin, save me. Young Master Lin. For a moment, screams were incessant. By the time Lin Hui came to his senses, Wu Yang and the others had already fallen in pools of blood. Lin Hui's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't look at the bodies on the ground, but stared blankly at Xingchong, speaking with difficulty. Why don't you kill me? Before you arrived, I called your father, Lin Jianbai. And Xingchong chuckled. He asked me to spare your life, on the condition that I owe him a favor. Lin Jianbai. Lin Hui froze, muttering the name. A moment later, he looked up, staring wide-eyed at Xingchong, and said, He is not my father. That Lin Jianbai, who abandoned his family and his loved ones to be someone else's dog, is not my father. And Xingchong was silent. He had nothing to say about that. Everyone had their choices, and they had to pay the price for them, nothing more. Hurry up and go. If you don't leave soon, I might change my mind. And Xingchong lit another cigarette and took a leisurely puff. Lin Hui heard this and didn't hesitate, turning his head and leaving. Emotions could be vented, but not to the point of losing one's head. Life, at any time, was the most important thing. Face and dignity were secondary. Looking at Lin Hui's retreating back, and Xingqiang clicked his tongue, a little regretful. If Lin Hui had lost his temper just now, ignoring Lin Jianbai's plea, and let him kill him, then he would have killed him. He wouldn't have lost anything anyway. And Xingqiang turned, intending to go back inside, when he suddenly paused. He saw a familiar figure. "Oh, what brings you here?" And Xingqiang turned his head, narrowing his eyes, and said faintly, "Jiang, Director Jiang." The person who arrived was none other than Director Jiang. He stood alone outside the in-family gate, his brows furrowed as he looked at the scattered bodies. "I heard your gunshots from a long way off." "What gunshots?" "I'm setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Finally found a son-in-law." And Xingqiang said with a playful smile. Director Jiang stared intently at Xingqiang for a long while, then let out a deep sigh. He stepped into the in-family residence and said, "And Xingqiang, you haven't changed a bit." "Heh, you've changed quite a lot." As Director Jiang approached, and Xingqiang handed him a cigarette and said with a smile, "Ever since the Kyoto incident, I thought you were finished, but I didn't expect to see you walk out of that dilapidated house." "What? Still planning to pursue your utopia?" Director Jiang glared at him, said nothing, and walked into the house on his own. And Xingqiang saw this, smiled, and shook his head, then said to one of the black-clad figures, "Clean up the yard." Then, he followed Director Jiang into the house. Few people knew that these two were old friends, having worked together many years ago. Thump, thump, thump. An Rou, sitting on the sofa, heard footsteps and immediately turned around. "Dad, how was it?" "I just heard gunshots." Seeing that the person who arrived was Director Jiang, An Rou's voice abruptly stopped. "An Rou, this is your uncle Jiang. You met him when you were little, though you've probably forgotten." And Xingqiang's voice sounded from behind Director Jiang. "Uncle Jiang." An Rou was a little bewildered. Why did an uncle suddenly appear? Director Jiang glanced at An Rou, and after a moment, said faintly, "In the future, keep an eye on your little boyfriend. His way of doing things will cause trouble sooner or later." An Rou. "Old Jiang, what are you talking about?" And Xingqiang was displeased. "My son-in-law is wise and brave, handsome and dashing, just like I was back then." "Just like you were back then, a troublemaker." Director Jiang sat on the sofa and gave Xingqiang a sidelong glance. "Get lost, Jiang." And Xingqiang threw a pillow at him. "An Rou, go back to your room first. Your uncle Jiang and I have something to settle." And Xingqiang rolled up his sleeves, waving at An Rou, signaling her to go upstairs first. An Rou blinked. She was completely bewildered now. What exactly was going on? After An Rou went upstairs and returned to her room, she heard the sound of fighting downstairs. And at the same time, on the isolated island battlefield, Su Jiang and the others had already arrived at the ruined city. 96. Nicholas Rifle. In a dilapidated house in the ruined city, Su Jiang stood by the window on the second floor, holding binoculars, observing the situation in the distance. There are quite a lot of people. Through the binoculars, Su Jiang saw dozens of Feng family members setting up camp in the abandoned square in the center. Several large tents were set up around, and in the very middle, a bonfire continuously burned, illuminating this small area. "I don't see Feng Qingya or Rose." Su Jiang frowned. "Are they inside the tent?" "Su Jiang, why don't we just leave?" Li Kai squatted to the side, still not giving up, saying, "They're hiding in the tents. We can't make a move. Let's go back and plan for the long term." Hearing this, Su Jiang sighed softly and looked back at Wang Kai and Hua Qing's arms. Should he let Wang Kai go check the situation? No. Even if he knew which tent Feng Qingya and Rose were in, he wouldn't be able to shoot. Unless the system gave him a wall hack. I need to find a way to get them out. Seeing that Su Jiang ignored him and was still deep in thought, Li Kai looked desperate and held his head in pain. Right. What he said went completely unheard. This kid now only wants to fight. He still remembered that when he first met Su Jiang, this child wasn't like this. What went wrong to make Su Jiang like this now? Li Kai couldn't figure it out. Great King, I have an idea." At this moment, Hua Qing raised his hand and said weakly. Before Su Jiang could speak, Li Kai looked at Hua Qing in disbelief. "Seriously, buddy? You're even offering advice now?" Little did he know, what Hua Qing was thinking was very simple. Since he couldn't resist Su Jiang anyway, He might as well try his best to get this done. If it succeeded, he wouldn't have to die. Oh, what's your idea? Su Jiang looked at Hua Qing with interest. I am just offering a small suggestion, okay? Hua Qing said cautiously. Actually, we don't necessarily have to hit people, do we? For example, can we try to destroy their reserve resources? At these words, Su Jiang's eyes lit up, and Li Kai covered his forehead in despair. That's right, Su Jiang excitedly said. If we can't hit people, we can blow up their survival resources. And once they're blown up, it will definitely draw Feng Qingye and Rose out. Then I'll take them both down with one shot each. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he clapped his hands. It's a sure thing. Brother, those things of theirs are guarded. How will you blow them up? Li Kai asked. The old method. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and said, Did you forget? Outskirts. He pointed at the ground. Factory. He pointed at the distant tents. Rats. He pointed at Wang Kai. Li Kai's eye twitched. He felt that these 3 words would be forever etched into his DNA, impossible to erase. Hua Qing stood by, stunned, not understanding what Su Jiang meant. Too abstract. As expected of brother Li Kai, the great king spoke so abstractly, yet you understood his meaning. Hua Qing took the opportunity to flatter Li Kai. Shut up. Li Kai's face was dark. If you had experienced that absurd night, you would understand too. Li Kai took a deep breath, looked around, and said, But we don't have any explosives here. Hearing this, Su Jiang chuckled, took off his backpack, and unzipped it. Li Kai and Hua Qing leaned in to look. My God! Li Kai exclaimed. Inside Su Jiang's backpack, it was completely filled with explosives. Besides explosives, there were still explosives. Li Kai and Hua Qing immediately broke out in cold sweat, looking at Su Jiang in fear. This bastard just carried a pile of explosives like that, walking with them the whole way? If they encountered an accident and a bullet hit Su Jiang's backpack, the consequences, the two of them dared not even imagine. Hua Qing suddenly looked at Wang Kai in his arms, feeling a bit of admiration. He remembered that this squirrel was brought by Su Jiang in his backpack. In other words, Wang Kai stayed in the backpack with such a pile of explosives for several hours? Are you a demolition expert, kid? Li Kai snapped. Carrying so many explosives, aren't you afraid of suddenly getting blown up? What are you talking about? You don't trust your own explosives. Su Jiang said in surprise. I don't understand why you're so relaxed, Li Kai thought to himself. Su Jiang grinned. And just as he took out the explosives, he suddenly froze. He looked at Wang Kai, then looked at the explosives in his hand, then compared them. Damn it! Su Jiang slapped his thigh. Miscalculation. Wang Kai can't carry so many explosives by himself. Squeak, squeak. Is it my fault? Wang Kai gnawed on a chestnut, looking confused. What should we do? Su Jiang looked at Li Kai, a little lost. The last time they blew up the factory, a group of rat brothers helped. But here, there was only one squirrel, obviously unable to move so many explosives. How the hell would I know what to do? Li Kai cursed. You're asking me this kind of question? Su Jiang blinked and asked Wang Kai. Do you have any relatives or friends here? Squeak, squeak. Wang Kai was bewildered. Do you want to listen to what you're asking? Or any squirrels you used to date? Are there any living on this island? Wang Kai stopped talking. He now felt that Fugue was right. This human is crazy. How about we let Wang Kai run back and forth multiple times? Hua Qing suggested, and then was quickly hit on the head by a chestnut thrown by Wang Kai. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wang Kai kept chirping at Hua Qing. Hua Qing didn't understand, but Su Jiang did. It was very foul language. At these words, even Li Kai couldn't help but glance at him, complaining. Your 9-year compulsory education shouldn't have taught you the human-edited version. It should have taught you the human language version. Is that a suggestion a human would make? So many explosives, if you make it run back and forth, it won't even be finished by daybreak, right? And squirrels have their rights too. They need to rest. Are you treating it like a pal? Forget it. Su Jiang, stop now. Li Kai was still persuading. It's come to this point. We don't have any other options. Don't worry, I still have a way. Su Jiang reached out and interrupted. How many more tricks can you pull? Li Kai felt exhausted, looked out the window, and had a look of utter despair. Life is not easy, Li Kai sighed. You two stay here, don't go anywhere. I'll be back very soon. After Su Jiang finished speaking, without waiting for their response, he ran downstairs. The two people and one squirrel stood still. Li Kai had an ominous premonition. 2 hours later, Su Jiang returned, appearing before them. Li Kai and Hua Qing's mouths were slightly agape. Looking at the large creature Su Jiang was holding in his arms, falling into endless silence. Here, let me introduce you. This is my new friend I just met. Su Jiang lifted the raccoon with effort and said happily, its name is Nicholas Li Fu. GGG. Hello, everyone. The raccoon waved its paws, greeting Li Kai and the other person. 97. Lao Li, we can't win, retreat. Li Kai stared blankly at the small raccoon in front of him, with only one thought in his mind. It's a shame Su Jiang doesn't open a zoo. Here, you'll carry this bag, run over, drop it, and then just run away. Su Jiang took the bag full of explosives, put it on the raccoon's back, and asked considerately, is it heavy? If it's heavy, should I lighten it for you? Chirp, chirp, chirp. No problem. The small raccoon, with the explosive bag on its back, humanly gave Su Jiang an okay gesture. Hua Qing watched from the side, dumbfounded. Didn't they say animals weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the nation? What was this all about? Meanwhile, Wang Kai had already been sent out by Su Jiang to scout. Once the Feng family's food tent was located, the small raccoon, Brother Li Fu, would be directly deployed. Strap on the explosive bag and get to work. Li Kai looked at the raccoon and frowned. No. With his size, wouldn't the Feng family members notice him unless they were blind? Don't worry, old Li, Su Jiang said calmly. Li Fu will drop the explosives and run. The Feng family members will definitely come to check what's in the bag. Once they get close, I'll fire a bullet and take them all out in one go. A short while later, Wang Kai quietly returned, telling Su Jiang the location of their food storage tent. This greedy squirrel even brought back 2 bananas, one for himself and one for Li Fu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Thanks. Li Fu took the banana from Wang Kai and ate it without even peeling it. All right, then let's begin the operation. Su Jiang clapped his hands and pointed into the distance for Li Fu. See it? The third tent from left to right over there. That's your target. Chirp, chirp, chirp. No problem. Li Fu leaped, the explosive bag on his back, and headed straight for the Feng family tent. Su Jiang watched Li Fu's retreating figure, secretly wiping away tears. He's truly. I could cry. They had only known each other for less than 2 hours, yet he was willing to undertake such a dangerous mission for him. Go, Li Fu. When we get back, I'll treat you to good food and drinks, Su Jiang murmured. Meanwhile, Li Kai and Hua Qing were sitting to the side, playing with Wang Kai. They no longer tried to dissuade Su Jiang. At this point, there was no turning back. Moreover, this operation didn't require them at all. Su Jiang handled everything himself. Li Kai looked at the distant Feng family members, a hint of sympathy on his face. This was the second time the Feng family had been bombed by Su Jiang, wasn't it? The same method, the same technique. The bombed party was still the Feng family, and the source of it all was still Su Jiang. Li Kai clicked his tongue. He now somewhat believed in things like fate. Perhaps Su Jiang was born to be the bane of the Feng family. And his own bane too. Su Jiang set up his sniper rifle at the window, holding his breath and concentrating, watching Li Fu's movements through the scope. After a long time, Li Fu finally reached the Feng family camp. Hey, why is there a raccoon here? It really is, and it's carrying such a big bag. Is it one of ours? It looks so cute. Let's grab it and pet it. Hey, why is he running towards the granary? Li Fu subtly straightened his body and looked around. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Feng family members, he ran to the entrance of the food tent, deftly dropped his backpack, and quickly retreated in a direction with fewer people, as if fleeing for his life. Everyone was stunned when the raccoon fled. For a moment, they didn't know whether to chase the raccoon or check the backpack. What is this, so random? A Feng family member stepped forward, wanting to check the contents of the backpack. However, just as his hand was about to touch the backpack, the sound of a gunshot came from afar. Bang! A bullet cut through the air, striking the backpack with pinpoint accuracy. A dazzling flash of fire instantly erupted before their eyes, and before they could react, a huge roar sounded. Boom! The explosives were detonated. Several surrounding Feng family members, along with the food storage tent, were engulfed in flames. Damn it. It's explosives. Quick, put out the fire. Save the supplies. It's all food in there. Quick, go in. Save as much as you can. Go find a water source, quickly. Suddenly, everyone was in a chaotic mess. Feng Qingye and Rose were currently in a tent, discussing their next plan. The sound of the explosion and the shouts of the Feng family members startled both of them. They instantly stood up and walked towards the tent exit, wanting to see what was happening. Feng Qingye reached out, about to lift the tent flap. A Feng family member saw this and quickly shouted, "Patriarch, don't come out. There's a sniper." Bang! Feng Qingye was startled by the words. A bullet flew past, grazing his nose, causing a burning pain. If it weren't for that Feng family member's warning, which made Feng Qingye pause for a moment, the bullet might have hit his temple. Instantly, cold sweat poured down Feng Qingye. He had just had a brush with death. Tisk missed. Jiang, at the window on the second floor, lightly clicked his tongue, just about to pull the trigger for a second shot. However, Rose, who was behind Feng Qingye, had clearly seen the bullet's trajectory and inferred the direction of the shot. "Fall back," Rose said, pulling Feng Qingye back into the tent. Then, she also pulled out a sniper rifle, rolled out of the tent, and as she crouched, she set up her sniper rifle, aiming in Su Jiang's direction. Without even looking through the scope, she decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Crack! The window next to Su Jiang instantly shattered from the bullet, flying over Li Kai's head. Bang! Su Jiang remained motionless, also firing a shot, but in haste, affected by Rose's shot. The trajectory of this shot was slightly off, and the target of this shot was still Feng Qingye. He didn't have time to re-aim at Rose. He could only rely on calculation to deduce Feng Qingye's approximate position inside the tent at that moment. After firing one shot, Su Jiang didn't even check if the bullet hit, directly moving sideways to take cover. The moment he turned, a bullet landed with pinpoint accuracy where he had just been standing. It was Rose again. With just the second shot, she could accurately pinpoint Su Jiang's location. Looking at the bullet marks on the windowsill, Su Jiang swallowed and shouted, "Old Li, can't win, retreat." Calling out to the still shaken Li Kai and Hua Qing, he ran downstairs first, quickly evacuating. Damn it, she's hacking. Su Jiang hadn't expected that woman named Rose to be so formidable. The first shot, without looking through the scope, was a blind shot. It almost killed Li Kai, although there was an element of luck involved. The second shot, if Su Jiang hadn't reacted quickly and taken cover immediately, he would have been dead too. The 15th-ranked mercenary on the list, truly terrifying. Su Jiang now understood the true value of that title. Can't afford to provoke her. "Su Jiang, you bastard!" Li Kai roared as he ran. "I told you not to come, not to come." When the bullet flew over his head just now, he almost peed himself. "I didn't know she was that strong either." Su Jiang, carrying his sniper rifle, ran at the front, saying without looking back, "Besides, we weren't without gains this time. At least we cut off their food supply." "Big brothers, stop talking." Hua Qing was almost in tears from fright. He held Wang Kai and looked back, only to see a massive crowd of Feng family members heading their way. This explosion had completely made them the most conspicuous targets. 98. You like sniping, right? Half an hour ago, in another part of the ruined city. Young Masterin, are we really not looking for the tree anymore? What tree? With that old geezer's personality, I doubt if that tree even exists. And Mingjie cursed in a low voice, then added, "Our top priority now is to quickly find that idiot Su Jiang. Otherwise, there's no telling what he might do." The few of them moved cautiously and extremely slowly through the ruined city. This place was now almost entirely occupied by the Feng family. Once discovered, it would inevitably lead to a battle. "Young Masterin, are you sure Brother Li Kai and the others will come here?" An family member asked doubtfully. "Yes." And Mingjie nodded, stating with absolute certainty, "Since Su Jiang said he's coming, even if Li Kai kneels and begs him, it'll be useless. I don't think Brother Li Kai would be that humble, would he? All in all, our goal is to find Su Jiang. Before he causes any major trouble, tie him up and throw him to the edge of the isolated island. Won't that be too cruel? Him staying here is what's cruel to me," and Mingjie said indifferently. The few of them continuously approached the central plaza where Feng Qingye was located. and Mingjie was certain he would arrive faster than Su Jiang, because he happened to be near the edge of the ruined city earlier. "We'll just wait here for him," and Mingjie said with a serious expression, instructing, "When you see Su Jiang later, don't give him a chance to speak. Take him down immediately, tie him up, and throw him off the island." The family members nodded, but inwardly, they were somewhat dismissive. Just a Su Jiang, how much trouble could he cause? Young Master and was being a bit too emotional. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from afar, and everyone immediately looked in that direction. "I remember that place. Is the Feng family's main base, right?" One person stammered, his mouth twitching. "What's going on?" The Feng family's main base was blown up. Internal conflict? Or is there an unexpected situation? And Mingjie frowned, looking at the distant fire, and a bad premonition immediately arose in his heart. Just as he opened his mouth, preparing to say something, a familiar voice came from the corner ahead. "Laoli, hurry up, the Feng family is almost catching up. I'm a wounded man. How can I run faster?" "Brothers, stop chatting. I can barely run anymore." Chirp, chirp, chirp. And Mingjie swallowed, his body trembling slightly. No way, right? Impossible. Su Jiang and the others shouldn't have arrived earlier than him, should they? It must be his imagination. Soon, Su Jiang and the others appeared around the corner, all running desperately. Due to their fear of Rose's sniper rifle, their escape routes were all winding, turning at every corner they saw. "Huh?" And Mingjie. Su Jiang was startled when he saw the figures in front. And Mingjie also froze in place, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth. "Su Jiang, what the hell did you do again?" And Mingjie broke down. Li Kai followed behind Su Jiang, clutching his abdomen, panting. "Olden, no time to explain, just run." With that, he ran past Mingjie. And Mingjie paused for a moment, then started to jog along, still not understanding what had happened. And young Masterin, Hua Qing quickly explained, "The great king, I mean young Master Su, he blew up all of the Feng family's food resources, and now everyone in the Feng family is chasing him." Upon hearing this, and Mingjie did not hesitate in the slightest. He took his few men and accelerated in another direction, running wildly. They parted ways. Those who had just questioned Su Jiang now didn't even dare to let out a fart, burying their heads and running. At the same time, they truly came to know Su Jiang. This guy really cannot be allowed to act freely. "And young Masterin?" Hua Qing called out, not understanding why he was running in that direction. And Mingjie stole a glance back, glaring at Hua Qing. "Don't call me. You guys run your own way. Follow your grandpa Su and run as far as possible. Don't get near me. I haven't lived enough yet." With that, and Mingjie no longer paid attention to Hua Qing and ran wildly with his head down. This was the fastest he had run since landing on the island. There was no other way. This wasn't just one or two people chasing them. It was a collective pursuit by the Feng family, and even the ruthless Rose was among them. And Mingjie's head throbbed at the thought of this. I shouldn't have come. He regretted it immensely, wishing he had just let Su Jiang fend for himself. Let him cause trouble. Now, the entire Feng family's attention has been drawn to him. And Mingjie suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. The Feng family's attention is now all on Su Jiang? And Rose is also chasing Su Jiang? Holy cow, what a great opportunity. And Mingjie turned to someone beside him and said, "Quick, use the walkie-talkie to notify the other teams to come to the ruined city. We'll take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. We'll raid the Feng family's main base." The smile on Mingjie's face was almost impossible to suppress. Wouldn't this be a huge score? As for Su Jiang, it's fine. He believed Su Jiang could hold on. "Great king, Brother Li Kai and I can't run anymore," Hua Qing said, panting, as his and Li Kai's speed had now slowed down. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang turned his head while running and asked in confusion, "Why are you two running with me? Their target is just me. Couldn't you two just find a direction and run?" Upon hearing this, the swear words that were about to come out of Li Kai's mouth were forcibly swallowed back. "Wasn't I afraid you couldn't handle it alone, and that more people meant more strength? Forget it, let him fend for himself." After the three ran into the dense forest, Li Kai immediately changed direction and ran. After handing Wang Kai to Su Jiang, Hua Qing silently followed Li Kai to escape. "Hey, you guys, Su Jiang's eyes widened. They just left without a word? Didn't even say goodbye? At least say something nice, like wishing him to survive, right? Damn it. Su Jiang cursed under his breath, looking behind him. The Feng family members and Rose had already chased them to the edge of the dense forest. You like chasing, huh? Su Jiang hardened his heart, leaped onto a tree branch, set up his sniper rifle, and aimed. Bang! A bullet shot out, hitting the forehead of the Feng family member at the very front, who instantly fell to the ground, blood splattering. This shot made the pursuit team pause, and they all looked at the dense forest with surprise and uncertainty. Damn it! A sniper! Rose frowned, immediately fired a shot towards Su Jiang's position, then hid behind a tree, her expression serious. Missed? Rose was a little confused. The next second, another bullet shot out from the dense forest, taking the life of another Feng family member. Rose once again seized the gap, firing towards the source of the bullet's trajectory. Bang! Another miss. Missed again? Rose frowned. In the dense forest, Su Jiang leaned against a tree trunk, a smile playing on his lips. You like sniping, huh? My sniping skills might not be as good as yours. But you can't possibly have a foolish system too, can you? 99. It fits, everything fits. Bang! 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 In the dark of night, Su Jiang and Rose continuously fired their guns. Every shot Su Jiang fired, without exception, took the life of a Feng family member. And every shot Rose aimed at Su Jiang, without exception, missed. Damn it! Rose cursed under her breath. She knew why this was happening. Visibility. For Su Jiang, who was in the dark, dense forest, Rose couldn't aim accurately. On one hand, there was no light. The dense forest was pitch black, and Rose was essentially blind firing. And the other reason was that Su Jiang, after every shot, would quickly move sideways and relocate before the bullet even hit its target, without the slightest pause. Rose shouted at the Feng family members holding flashlights. You guys, turn off your flashlights, hurry. Now, they were undoubtedly living targets in Su Jiang's eyes. Bang! Another gunshot, and another Feng family member fell. At this, everyone understood the situation and quickly turned off their flashlights, seeking cover. Rose hid behind a tree, frowning. This couldn't go on. Someone had to charge in. Just as she was about to speak, to tell them to lead people in, a gunshot rang out again. Bang! Ugh! A Feng family member who hadn't found cover yet was taken down with one shot. How is that possible? Rose exclaimed, in a pitch-black environment. Could that sniper still maintain such a high level of shooting? Who exactly was the opponent? Could it be one of the top 10 assassins on the assassination list? Rose was momentarily indecisive. In the dense forest, Su Jiang looked at the bullets in his hand with some frustration. Only 5 left. At this moment, he regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have stuffed some bullets into his backpack before setting off. Now, the bullets were completely insufficient. Su Jiang turned his head and looked at the pursuing forces in the distance. Due to the effects brought by his extraordinary body, Su Jiang's eyes had been enhanced, and now he could achieve night vision. Damn it! If I had unlimited bullets, I could wipe them all out today by myself. Su Jiang was somewhat regretful. 5 bullets, what good would they do? Currently, he could only escape first. Otherwise, once the bullets were used up, he would truly become a lone commander. Taking advantage of them not having fully recovered, Su Jiang put away his sniper rifle, agilely jumped to the ground, and ran deeper into the forest without looking back. Outside, the pursuing forces waited for a long time but heard no more gunshots. Rose immediately realized that the opponent must be out of bullets. You guys, quickly lead people in to search. Rose pointed at a Feng family member, saying decisively. That person hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and stepped out from behind the tree. Indeed, no gunshots rang out. Turn on your flashlights and chase. He's out of bullets, he won't shoot. Rose added. In a pitch-black environment, it would likely be impossible to catch the opponent. Although she didn't know why, Rose was certain that the opponent possessed the ability to move normally in the dark. It was very possible he was wearing night vision goggles. As soon as she said this, everyone's flashlights turned on, illuminating a small area of the dense forest. Rose followed closely behind them. The feeling Su Jiang gave her was very unsettling. If she couldn't catch Su Jiang today, she might not even be able to sleep well. The pursuit continued. In the dense forest, Shuai, slightly fatigued, touched a tree with his hand, slowly walking in the darkness. Damn it, that bastard sniper. Shuai gritted his teeth. Because of those 3 shots, he had been standing behind the tree, waiting until night fell before daring to test again. Only after testing did he discover that Jiang had already left. He had stood there like an idiot for half a day. Moreover, he had come out during the day, originally only planning to patrol for a while before returning to the main camp. So he hadn't brought any lighting equipment at all. Now he could only grope his way forward in the dark. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from ahead, and Shuai immediately became alert. Who's there? In that direction, Jiang heard Shuai's voice and froze in place. In the darkness, Shuai, from a distance, couldn't clearly see Jiang's appearance. But Jiang had clearly seen Shuai's face and twitched his mouth. Not you, buddy. You're still here? You didn't really stay under that tree until night, did you? Quick, he can't have run far. The sound of the pursuing forces came from behind him, and Jiang turned his head, vaguely seeing a glimmer of light. He looked behind him. Then he looked at Shuai not far away. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Jiang raised both hands above his head and slowly walked towards Shuai, shouting, "Captain, don't shoot. I'm one of us." Hearing the other party call him captain, Shuai's expression relaxed, but then his nerves tightened again because of Jiang's words. "Captain, the In family people are chasing me from behind. Quickly find cover and hide." The In family launched a counterattack, ambushing us, and now they've gathered a large force, searching for us in the dense forest. Shuai's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he looked behind Jiang. More than a dozen flashlight beams shone over, and because Jiang was standing in the backlight, Shuai couldn't see his face clearly. Someone saw Jiang's figure and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The marksmanship wasn't great, it missed. However, this shot also made Shuai believe Jiang's words. The In family had really counterattacked. "Get down," Shuai shouted at Jiang, then raised the rifle in his hand, and the moment Jiang got down, he fired several shots at the Feng family members. Bang, bang, bang. Ambush, find cover. As soon as Shuai fired these shots, the Feng family members immediately thought that the opponent's reinforcements had arrived. "Captain, be careful, they have a sniper, and he's very strong." Jiang crawled forward while loudly reminding Shuai. Shuai heard this, suddenly looked up, and clenched his fists. A sniper, very strong? And from the In family, his enemy. Everything matched up. The sniper who made him stand still during the day must be in the team ahead. At this moment, both old and new grudges surged into Shuai's heart. "I was just worried I couldn't find you. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep." Shuai's eyes were dark, as if he had seen his archenemy, and he poked his head out, firing several more shots. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! A bullet hit the tree he was hiding behind. It was only a few centimeters from his face. Shuai was startled by this shot, breaking out in a cold sweat, and quickly ducked back. At the same time, he became even more convinced. This marksmanship, absolutely no mistake. It was that sharpshooter from the daytime. In his knowledge, the only person with such marksmanship, besides that sharpshooter from the daytime, was Rose. But would Rose shoot at him? Obviously not. There was no reason at all. So, the person on the other side must be that sniper. It matches, everything matches. No mistake. 100. Raccoon delivering packages? In the dense forest, facing the suppressing fire of the pursuit team, Shuai was powerless to resist. Even if he was a squad leader under Wei Tian, don't forget, there was also Rose on the other side. Shuai could only fire a few shots, change position, fire a few more shots, and change position again. It wasn't completely useless, but it certainly wasn't very effective, Jiang thought to himself. "Captain, where's your walkie-talkie? Call the brothers over." Jiang hid in a nearby corner, asking knowingly. Shuai's face flushed when he heard this. My walkie-talkie, I accidentally lost it." He was too embarrassed to say it was destroyed by a sharpshooter. Otherwise, the story of him being made to stand for several hours might not be kept secret. He was a captain after all, and he had his pride. Jiang secretly smiled when he heard him not telling the truth, but his tone remained solemn. Captain, we can't hold them off. You go first. I'll cover your retreat. Although he said this, Jiang remained rooted to the spot, showing no intention of covering the retreat. He didn't even bother to pretend to fire a few shots to show effort. No, if we go together, Shuizhuang said firmly. Although he didn't know which of his team members it was, since he called him captain, he must be a teammate. Letting a teammate cover his retreat while he escaped was something Shuizhuang couldn't do. Seeing this, Jiang gritted his teeth and shouted, Captain, then you hold on. I'll go call the brothers for support. Okay, huh? Shuizhuang was a bit confused. He turned his head and saw that the other person had actually just run off. Captain, 3 minutes. Hold on for 3 minutes. I will definitely bring the brothers back. Jiang didn't forget to turn back and shout to soothe Shuizhuang's emotions. 3 minutes? Shuizhuang looked at the group of people in the distance, then at the single grenade left on his waist. He gritted his teeth and roared at Jiang. 3 minutes. I will definitely buy you 3 minutes. You must bring the brothers over and take out this bunch of family brats. Jiang didn't reply. He just ran with his head down. Hearing Shuizhuang's words, he secretly responded in his heart. I'll bring you a pile of poop. You can hold on slowly. I'm out of here first. With Shuizhuang's help, Jiang's psychological pressure instantly lessened a lot. Not long after running, Jiang heard a roar from behind him. He stopped and looked back. Good heavens. Jiang clicked his tongue, feeling a little touched. He didn't expect that Shuizhuang, for his sake, would even use a grenade. He really did. I'm so touched I could cry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang, respond if you can hear me. Are you still alive? The walkie-talkie buzzed, and Mingjia's voice reaching Jiang's ears. Jiang pulled out his walkie-talkie while running and said displeasedly, How many times have I told you? Use code names during operations. How would I know what your code name is? Call me King of Roasted Cold Noodles, or just King is fine. All right. How are things on your end? Jiang heard this, looked back, and the gunshots had gradually subsided. How should I put it? I met a kind person on the way who helped me get away. Huh? And Mingjia was surprised. At this critical moment, someone dared to help him? Are they tired of living? But since Jiang got away, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Listen, we've gathered our forces and plan to take out the Feng family's main base. So, you hold that woman named Rose. And Mingjia, you old bastard. Jiang cursed directly. What do you take me for? I just got away, and now you want me to go back and find that woman? I believe you can do it. I'm not doing it. I only have 5 bullets left. What am I going to fight with? I guessed that, so I sent you the bullets. What the hell? What did you use to send them? Before Jiang could finish speaking, a rustling sound came from not far away. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Found it. The raccoon's head, Lucky, popped out from the grass, its nose twitching, seemingly sniffing for scent. Seeing Jiang's figure, it excitedly waved its little paws. Then, under Jiang's stunned gaze, it ran in front of Jiang and put down its backpack. Chirp, chirp, chirp. For you. Lucky pointed at the backpack and chirped. Jiang silently opened the backpack, and inside was a pile of sniper rifle bullets and a small amount of explosives. How is it? Did Lucky deliver it to you? And Mingjia's voice sounded again from the walkie-talkie. I just happened to meet that little guy. Li Kai told me it's your friend. I figured you'd be short on ammunition, so I tentatively asked it if it could help deliver a package. I didn't expect that little guy to be quite intelligent. It skillfully put on the pack and went to find you. Jiang remained silent. At this moment, he suddenly understood Li Kai a little. So this is how he felt when he saw me talking to mice back then? What the hell? A raccoon delivering packages. Do you, and Mingjia, also have a system? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The raccoon excitedly gestured to Jiang, saying that Mingjia had given it a lot of delicious food. Slap. Jiang gave Lucky a flick on the head. So a few rotten fruits bought you off? Looking at the ammunition in the backpack, Jiang sighed softly. He picked up the walkie-talkie. It's agreed. I'm only stopping Rose alone. No problem. Just stopping her is enough. You guys need to be quick. Don't worry. We'll come to support you as soon as possible. Jiang hung up the walkie-talkie, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. If Mingjia and the others were slow, he might have to deal with Rose himself. A backpack full of bullets was enough for Jiang to splurge. Put it on and follow me. Su Jiang told Lucky to continue carrying the bag, as facing Rose, carrying the bag would affect his movements. He simply treated Lucky as a tool raccoon, serving as Su Jiang's mobile ammunition depot. Meanwhile, on the pursuit team's side, Rose's eyes were cold as she looked at Shui Zhuang and said lightly, "Explain yourself." Shui Zhuang knelt on the ground, his face flushed, his head bowed, his fists tightly clenched. That one grenade of his had almost wiped out 1/5 of the pursuit team's strength. After his bullets ran out and he was captured, he realized that he had been fighting against his own people all along. That bastard. Shui Zhuang cursed inwardly. He now understood that he had been used as a pawn. That guy who called him captain was the real enemy. How ridiculous that he had actually treated him as a teammate and covered his retreat. Shui Zhuang was about to explain. Bang! Rose fired without hesitation, shooting through Shui Zhuang's arm. Arg! Shui Zhuang cried out in pain, his eyes wide as he glared at Rose. Not killing you is so that young Master Wei can deal with you personally. Rose spoke coldly. Because of you, that person escaped. Shui Zhuang heard this, desperately clutched his arm, and said in a low voice, I understand. Rose gave him a deep look, then turned and walked back. Let's go. Chasing Su Jiang now would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Shui Zhuang took a deep breath and stood up trembling. Before he could fully straighten himself, the familiar gunshots rang out again. Bang! A bullet pierced through the back of Shui Zhuang's head. Shui Zhuang fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. He had completely lost his breath. Rose turned her head, looking incredulously in the direction the bullet had come from. Had he gone mad? Did he dare to come back and kill someone? 101. I bet there's no bullet in his gun. Inside Feng Qingye's tent, at the Feng family's main camp. Feng Qingye's face was covered in sweat, and he gritted his teeth, allowing the medical staff to remove the bullet. The shot Su Jiang blindly fired at the tent before leaving had hit Feng Qingye in the waist. Fortunately, the location was somewhat off, and the bullet had not penetrated deeply. Clang. Done. The medical staff removed the bullet and dropped it onto a tray. Then, he quickly bandaged Feng Qingye, stopping the bleeding. Phew. Feng Qingye gasped for breath. At his age, he had almost kicked the bucket. Just then, someone lifted the tent flap and ran in, saying, Family head, after inventory, our food resources are almost depleted. Huh. How many more days can the remaining food last? Feng Qingye asked in a low voice. If calculated at the lowest consumption, less than 2 days. Upon hearing that it could only last 2 days, Feng Qingye almost couldn't catch his breath. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Have you found out who did this? The person shook his head. We suspect it's the An family. Nonsense. Feng Qingye roared. Doesn't Mingjie have that kind of ability? You saw it. That person not only detonated explosives, but also managed to almost kill me through the tent under Rose's sniping. And the An family only has Li Kai as a sniper. Are you saying all of this was done by Li Kai? The person remained silent upon hearing this. The Feng family and the An family had been fighting for so many years, so everyone naturally knew in their hearts. Li Kai didn't have that ability. Family head, bad news. Another person ran in a hurry, anxiously saying, And Mingjie is gathering the An family and heading our way. What? Feng Qingye stood up, ignoring the wound on his waist, and gritted his teeth. Everyone, prepare for battle. He hadn't expected An Mingjie to be so decisive. But then again, it made sense. And Mingjie was someone who would never let go of an opportunity once he seized it. Family head, all our men have been sent out to chase that sniper. Call them all back using the walkie-talkie. Yes. In the dense forest, the Feng family members in the pursuit team received the message and quickly withdrew. Rose hid behind a tree, frowning. Where are you going? Our family head has ordered us to return for support. Damn it, you can't go. The Feng family members didn't listen to her, but continuously retreated, returning to support Feng Qingye. Damn it. Rose cursed under her breath, but she couldn't do anything. She wasn't Feng Qingye, nor was she Wei Tian. She couldn't command these people. Soon, the original squad of dozens of people was now reduced to 8 people, including Rose. The other 7 were Wei Tian's private squad. Shui Zhuang was their captain, but now that Shui Zhuang was dead, there was naturally no captain. Rose took a deep breath. Now it was just the 8 of them against that elusive sniper. In the distance, Jiang, looking through his scope, noticed Rose's awkward predicament. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. TSK, I was only supposed to deal with Rose, but by this count, I've held up 7 more people for An Mingjia. If I charge him 10,000 for each person, I'll have to ask An Mingjia for 70,000 later. Including An Rou's fee, I can get 170,000. Jiang's eyes lit up. It really pays to worship the god of wealth. It had only been a few days, and he had already made so much money. Holding his breath, Jiang stared intently at the 8 people. If any of them dared to move, a bullet would be delivered immediately. Familiar people, familiar scene. The difference was, this time, there were 8 people being made to stand still. You guys, listen to my command. Rose instructed the others. As a fellow sniper, she deeply understood the opponent's terror. To kill the opponent, someone had to make a sacrifice. Then, Rose took a deep breath, crouched down, and gave a look to one of the 7 people. That person understood Rose's meaning, closed his eyes in despair, and then gently poked his head out. Bang! Jiang sent him off with 1 shot. Rose seized this opportunity and immediately sprinted a long distance towards Jiang's direction. While running, she even managed to fire a shot at Jiang. However, her accuracy decreased, and she didn't hit Jiang, but it wasn't far off. Holy crap! Jiang exclaimed, quickly changing his position. And Rose, at this moment, had also hidden behind a tree. The distance between the 2 sides had closed significantly. This woman wants to get close? Jiang frowned. Was she unable to win in a sniper duel and wanted to engage in close-quarters combat? She even used her teammates as bait to make him shoot, creating an opening. TSK, how ruthless. Jiang clicked his tongue, lamenting Rose's cold-bloodedness. Not far away, Rose looked back and waved her hand gently again. Another person appeared, running towards Jiang, firing shots while charging. They were completely like Suicide Squad members. Damn it! Jiang cursed under his breath, turning his head without hesitation and firing another shot. Bang! Another person was taken down. There was no other way. Even though he knew Rose was intentionally making him shoot, Jiang had no choice but to fire. Otherwise, that Suicide Squad member would have started spraying bullets in his face. And the gap created by this shot also further closed the distance between Rose and Jiang. What was even more critical was that Jiang noticed that as the distance shortened, Rose's shooting became increasingly accurate. After Jiang fired his shot, the time he had to change positions became shorter and shorter. Rose took a deep breath. There was another extremely important reason why she was doing this. That was to bet that Jiang's gun had no bullets left. Through the pursuit, Rose could already anticipate that Jiang was running low on bullets. And they had 8 people, so the number of bullets in Jiang's gun would definitely not exceed that number. What's more, he had already wasted 1 bullet on Shuizhuang earlier. A sharp glint flashed in Rose's eyes. In her opinion, the bullets in Jiang's gun now. At most, there were only 5 rounds. And she still had 5 people she could use. Sacrificing another person, Rose moved forward a bit more. This position now is enough. He should still have 4 bullets, at most. Rose judged that at the current distance, with her marksmanship, she would definitely be able to kill the opponent. Taking out her walkie-talkie, she directed the remaining 4 people to act together. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 4 Suicide Squad members emerged from behind the tree together, continuously firing. Rose leaned against the tree, her eyes filled with indifference, silently counting the number of bullets Jiang had left. Bang! 1 person fell. 3. Bang! Only 2 Suicide Squad members remained. 2. Bang! Only 1 person left. Only 1 bullet left. Bang! The last Suicide Squad member fell dead. Now, a sharp glint flashed in Rose's eyes. She raised her sniper rifle and quickly peered out from behind the tree. With a hint of a cold smile, she aimed forward. The game should end now. However, before she could steady herself, the smile on her face abruptly froze. Rose's eyes widened. Her index finger, about to pull the trigger, seemed to be frozen in place, not firing. Less than 2 meters in front of her, Jiang was holding a pistol, aiming at her forehead. Hey, we've been sniping at each other for so long. Finally meeting? Jiang greeted her with a bright smile. as if he had met a long-lost acquaintance. How is this possible? Rose's lips trembled. She didn't understand. When did Su Jiang get so close? 102. I demand a urine test for the system. Are you dumbfounded? Are you shocked? Are you confused? Su Jiang smiled, looking at Rose, who was stunned in place, his lips curving upwards wildly. No wonder the protagonists in novels like to feign weakness to catch their prey. This feeling of showing off is indeed addictive. Why? Rose put down her sniper rifle. Struggling now was meaningless. Before she could pull the trigger, Su Jiang would surely fire first. He guess? Su Jiang smirked. You have a helper. Was it someone else who fired just now? Rose guessed. She trusted her ears. The shots just now clearly sounded like they came from a distant sniper rifle, with no change whatsoever. Therefore, someone must have fired from a distance, and Su Jiang took the opportunity to sneak closer. Who knew? Su Jiang shook his head after hearing her guess. No. Rose frowned, and suddenly, she saw the sniper rifle slung on Su Jiang's back. Her pupils contracted slightly. How could this be? The sniper rifle, how was it still on him? 2 snipers? She guessed again. No, from beginning to end, it was just me. Impossible. I couldn't have heard wrong. The gunshots were clearly. Bang! The familiar gunshot rang out, and Rose's words came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Su Jiang, suppressing a laugh, extended his hand and pinched his throat, then made a sound from his mouth. Bang! Bang bang bang. Is that the sound you heard? Su Jiang teased. Ever since Li Kai taught him face-changing techniques, he would research how to make his voice changes more interesting whenever he had nothing to do. And Su Jiang indeed possessed a talent in this area. Simply imitating the sound of a sniper rifle, and then, based on the distance, making it sound to Rose as if the shots were fired from afar. This was effortless for Su Jiang. But Li Kai couldn't do this trick because he didn't have an extraordinary body. If he forced such a voice change, his throat wouldn't be able to handle it. This could be considered Su Jiang's self-created skill. Self-created skill, voice change technique. It was ventriloquism. Rose clenched her fists tightly. She hadn't expected to be defeated here. That's right. You wanted to get close, and I happened to want to as well. Su Jiang laughed. But I saw you running so hard, so I took the initiative to come to you. This counts as a mutual attraction for us, right? What the hell is mutual attraction? Rose's eyes were cold. Behind her, the bodies of the suicide squad still lay in pools of blood. Then why didn't I hear any sound when you shot them? Well, Su Jiang chuckled, shaking the sniper rifle on his back, revealing the muzzle. The infamily silencer is quite good. Rose looked at it and sighed softly. You simulated the sound of a sniper rifle with your mouth to cover the sound of your actual shots. Impressive, I'm impressed. Honestly, in all these years of walking the line between life and death, this is the first time I've encountered your kind of combat method. Who exactly are you? Rose stared intently at Su Jiang's face. This face was too unfamiliar and too young to her. I've met the top 10 on the mercenary list. I've also met everyone on the assassination list, except for the first-ranked Ghost. Are you? Ghost? In her opinion, someone with such marksmanship and strength must be a top 10 big shot on the list. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang inadvertently glanced at her hand, which was subtly reaching behind her waist. A smile played on his lips. He said nothing, but looked at Rose with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? What's this list and that list? I don't know. If you don't have anything else, I'm going to shoot. With that, without waiting for Su Jiang to pull the trigger, a sharp glint flashed in Rose's eyes, and her hand movements quickened. She still had a grenade hidden on her. Talking to Su Jiang for so long was merely to lower his guard. Since escape was inevitable, she would drag Su Jiang down with her. Rose quickly grabbed something from behind her waist, her eyes wide, and held it up in front of her, shouting, "Then let's die together." As soon as she shouted this, she froze. Why was it not quite right? Uffed. Su Jiang couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. You want to use this thing to die with me? Rose stared blankly at the object in her hand. It was actually a chestnut. Where did this chestnut come from? Where's my grenade? Where did my big grenade go? She looked at Su Jiang, just about to speak. But Su Jiang seized this moment of her panic, and without hesitation, fired decisively. Bang! A bullet struck Rose directly between her eyebrows. Bang bang bang. Fearing Rose wasn't completely dead, Su Jiang fired a few more shots. Phew. After it was done, Su Jiang let out a long breath, finally resolved. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Mission complete. Wang Kai popped out from who knew where, holding a grenade, asking for credit from Su Jiang. Hee, this is a good thing. Su Jiang took the grenade and put it in his pocket. Rose was stalling for time, but wasn't Su Jiang doing the same? After all, it was his first time encountering such a formidable enemy, and Su Jiang was also afraid the opponent might have other tricks up her sleeve that she hadn't used yet. So, while he was bickering with Rose, he let Wang Kai play the thief for a bit. It must be said that Wang Kai's talent in thievery was so outrageous that even Su Jiang found it incredible. He managed to swap the items without the opponent noticing, replacing the grenade with a chestnut. Truly worthy of being part of the rat family. Su Jiang gave Wang Kai a thumbs up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden quest and receiving a hidden quest reward. Hidden quest reward drawing in progress. Please wait. The system prompt sounded, and Su Jiang's eyebrows rose. Finally, it's here, system. During the time I couldn't hear your voice, it felt like ants were crawling all over me, making me tremble. Su Jiang was a little excited. How long had it been since he got a new skill? The previous skills were almost worn out. Give me something awesome, quickly. Please wait. So slow. Su Jiang was a little displeased. Could it be that there aren't enough skills, and it's fighting for them with other systems? After a long wait, the system's voice finally sounded again. Hidden reward drawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill upgrade opportunity. Does the host choose to use the opportunity? Skill upgrade will randomly combine existing skills to create a more powerful new skill. After the system voice ended, Su Jiang stood frozen in place, silent for a long time. A moment later, Su Jiang, with dead fish eyes, shouted in his mind, "System, I am here. Tell me honestly, did you fail to get a new skill, so you're trying to fob me off with this? Does the host choose to use the skill upgrade opportunity?" The system avoided answering Su Jiang's question. Then, can I choose which skill to upgrade? No. Skill upgrade will randomly combine your existing skills and upgrade them. Are you King telling me you already arranged what skill to give me? Su Jiang's tone was agitated. How was this any different from rigging it? He demanded a urine test for the system. Using skill upgrade opportunity. King stopped pretending, didn't you? You're not even following the process. Skill upgrade successful. Rigged. Naked rigging. Who upgrades this fast? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill. Gun shadow flowing wind through skill upgrade. System, you motherf. Su Jiang's swear word was on the tip of his tongue, then abruptly stopped. Huh. Special skill? System, you're really my good treasure, ha. Su Jiang's face changing was instant, smiling ingratiatingly. System, you bark again? 103. Special skill. Gun shadow flowing wind. The system ignored Su Jiang's apology. However, Su Jiang didn't care and instead excitedly studied his new skill. Special skill, gun shadow flowing wind. Did this upgrade by merging both fighting proficiency and gun proficiency? Su Jiang fiddled with the pistol, wondering why it felt no different from before. Special reminder, the gun shadow flowing wind skill is an active skill and requires the host to activate it. Huh? Su Jiang frowned and asked. Then this skill doesn't have a time limit, does it? The gun shadow flowing wind skill will consume the host's physical ability to the maximum. Given the host's current physical fitness, it is recommended that the activation time does not exceed 10 minutes. Otherwise, the consequences are at your own risk. No way, Su Jiang complained. My extraordinary body can only last 10 minutes? The system fell silent again, no longer bothering with Su Jiang. Su Jiang clicked his tongue, figuring since the skill was given, he might as well make do with it. Thus, to test the power of the special skill, Su Jiang actively activated the gun shadow flowing wind state. Holy crap! With the gun shadow flowing wind state activated, the aura around Su Jiang instantly changed, as if he were a different person. His understanding and use of firearms were incomparable to his normal state. Now, if Su Jiang were to snipe Rose again, he could instantly kill Rose with one shot in the ruined city. Blind sniping? Su Jiang could do it effortlessly now. Most importantly, the gun shadow flowing wind skill perfectly integrated fighting proficiency and gun proficiency. Is this really something a human can do? Su Jiang tried it briefly and found that in this state, he could accurately shoot bullets to hit targets during high-speed movement and close-quarters combat. The gun became a part of my body. Su Jiang could only describe it that way. He felt that his current self was terrifyingly strong. He could make 10 roses cry. Gun shadow flowing wind, deactivate. Instantly, a sense of fatigue swept over his entire body. Su Jiang sweated and panted slightly. Only about 3 minutes, and it consumed so much stamina. Su Jiang frowned. He only activated the skill and tried it out briefly, yet he felt so exhausted. If it were a high-intensity battle, he probably could only maintain it for 10 minutes. However, Su Jiang did not feel disappointed. If the system had a physical form, Su Jiang would now want to hug it and kiss it hard. This skill was too powerful. Who the hell can beat me now? Su Jiang looked confident. No matter who came, as long as he activated gun shadow flowing wind. Within 10 minutes, he was invincible. After 10 minutes, that was another story. Now, he just wanted to fight. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Hello, 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 and Mingjia. Respond if you hear me. And Mingjia, respond. Su Jiang took out his walkie-talkie and continuously called in Mingjia. After calling for a while, and Mingjia's voice finally came through the walkie-talkie. Su Jiang, what do you want now? Where are you guys fighting? I'll come support you. Support? No need, just keep Rose busy. Rose has already been dealt with by me. Dealt with? Then you just... Wait, what did you say? And Mingjia's voice became several shades louder, shocked. You dealt with Rose? You alone? Yeah, me alone. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You're full of it. Wang Kai couldn't stand it and barked. Su Jiang glared at it. What are you squeaking about, rat? You're not human. Lai Fu isn't either. It has nothing to do with humans. So, Rose was taken care of by me alone. Su Jiang, are you sure she's dead? And Mingjia was a bit uncertain. Confirmed, I even shot her several more times. After Su Jiang finished speaking, and Mingjia's side immediately fell silent. After a long pause, he finally said, Ew. You come over. We are west of the Feng family's main base. After speaking, and Mingjia hung up the walkie-talkie, somewhat doubting life. Li Kai walked over from not far away, holding binoculars. He had just been observing the battle situation of the Feng family in the distance and hadn't heard in Mingjia's conversation with Su Jiang. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Li Kai asked, puzzled. Just now, Su Jiang contacted me on the walkie-talkie, and Mingjia muttered. What? He couldn't hold on. Li Kai's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Rose is not an ordinary person. It's normal for him to not be able to hold on. Should I take a few people to help him? No. And Mingjia shook his head, looked at Li Kai, and said word by word. Su Jiang said he dealt with Rose. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Li Kai blinked and reached out to touch in Mingjia's forehead. You're really under a lot of pressure. You're starting to talk nonsense. And Mingjia didn't speak, just quietly looked at Li Kai. Stop joking. How could Su Jiang kill Rose? She's number 15 on the mercenary list. And Mingjia still didn't speak. Li Kai swallowed, feeling a bit sweaty. It couldn't be true, could it? Do you think Su Jiang would lie to me about something like this? What kind of person is that kid, anyway? Li Kai was on the verge of a breakdown. Su Jiang's skill was impressive. He understood that. He was good with a sniper rifle. He accepted that. After all, that also depended on talent. Talking to a mouse. That was a bit outrageous, but Li Kai still convinced himself. But now, Su Jiang took down Rose. Number 15 on the mercenary list? He alone? Li Kai asked in Mingjia. Yes, he said he was alone. Do you believe it? Don't you believe it? I dare not believe it. Li Kai clutched his head and gestured wildly in front of an Mingjia for a long time. Li Kai was a bit incoherent, saying, he's not even 20 years old. No matter what, it's a bit unbelievable, isn't it? Li Kai pointed at the Feng family members in the distance and said, if this continues, won't he be able to take down the Feng family's combat unit by himself? And Mingjia frowned upon hearing this, somewhat uncertain. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Immediately after, he took a deep breath. Don't worry about Su Jiang. The top priority now is to take down the Feng family. Since Rose is dead and Feng Qingye is seriously injured, the overall situation is basically settled now. At this point, and Mingjie couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Looking at it this way, the An family was just going to win like this? How many days had it been? He had originally prepared to fight a half-month-long war of attrition with the Feng family. It was going to end before he even gnawed on a few compressed biscuits, and Mingjie felt a bit surreal. One could only say, it was indeed Su Jiang. Since that was the case, they should just go for it, and take out the Feng family in one fell swoop. And Mingjie was about to speak, to have everyone launch a full-scale attack, when, young Masterin, Hua Qing ran over, looking anxious and flustered, as if something terrible had happened. Seeing this, and Mingjie's heart sank. Had another unexpected situation arisen? What's wrong? And not good. Hua Qing panted. I just met the king. Su Jiang? He came over so quickly, and Mingjie hurriedly said, then where is he? He asked me. Where are the Feng family members now? And then? You told him. Yes. After I told him the location, he charged into the Feng family's combat unit alone. Hua Qing cried, shouting, I really couldn't stop him. As soon as these words came out, and Mingjie and Li Kai froze in place. After a long time, both spoke simultaneously. What the hell did you say? 104. Don't worry, I wasn't shot. At the battlefield between the Feng family and the An family in Ruined City. The battle between the two sides had entered a fierce stage. Gunshots echoed everywhere, and the An family was high-spirited and full of fighting intent. Meanwhile, the Feng family was gradually showing signs of a desperate struggle. Rose was absent, and Feng Qingye was severely wounded. For the Feng family, this was a major blow to their morale. On the An family's side, they even had time to chat. Brothers, push harder. Those guys from the Feng family can't hold on much longer. Buddy, I'm out of bullets. Cover me while I go get some. Damn it. How many times have you gone back for bullets? Are you using a Gatling gun or something? Stop the damn nonsense. I've been shot. Medics, quickly help me bandage it up. The medic, who was currently treating the wounded, immediately turned his head and yelled upon hearing this. Bandage your ass. Every single one of you charges forward like you have a death wish. How am I supposed to keep up? He really couldn't take it anymore. In just 1 hour, he had been continuously wrapping bandages. His hands were almost numb. Behind them, the An family medic's resentment was enough to sustain several evil sort of mortals. A bunch of idiots. Don't you know your own strength? Damn it. They go up, take 2 shots, run back for bandaging, then excitedly run back up to take 2 more shots. It's like they've never been in a war before. What are you laughing at, you bastard? I'm talking about you. You little brat. This is your second time coming down, isn't it? If you can live, live. If not, just give up. I'm not treating you anymore. And you, hand over your gun and go carry 2 boxes of bandages over here before you go die. While treating the wounded, they were also cursing, their hands and mouths never stopping. As for the Feng family side, those who were carried off were basically never seen again. Well, they were probably dead. In the distance, Su Jiang quickly arrived at this battlefield, guided by the location provided by Hua Qing. Whoa, it's practically a one-sided battle. Only now did Su Jiang realize how insane those An family members, who usually acted as entertainers, could be on the battlefield. It was an almost suicidal fighting style. TSK. No wonder the Feng family and the Lin family didn't dare to confront An Mingjie head-on. Su Jiang sighed and shook his head. It was too fierce. Every An family member he saw was wrapped in thick bandages. The more bandages they had, the fiercer they fought. It made Su Jiang even start to wonder if the bandages were laced with stimulants. Ugh! A scream caught Su Jiang's attention. An An family member was shot and fell to the ground. Immediately after, a second bullet was about to hit him. If that bullet hit, he would definitely lose his life. Without hesitation, Su Jiang immediately activated his gun shadow flowing wind state, his eyes fixed on that bullet. Bang! He pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot out from Su Jiang's pistol. Clang! The bullet hit the bullet. Changing its original trajectory, the bullet landed to the side of that An family member. Young Master Su? Little Brother Su. Holy crap, awesome. This shot made many An family members notice Su Jiang's arrival. Some even witnessed the shot Su Jiang fired with their own eyes and couldn't believe it. Su Jiang nodded slightly and said faintly, "Cover me." Gun shadow flowing wind's time was precious. There was no time for explanations. He was about to show off. With that, Su Jiang rushed towards the Feng family's troops like a gust of wind. Holy cow, is that a speed a human can run at? Don't just stand there, provide fire cover. Stay alert. If anything happens to little brother Su, the young miss won't let us off. Wait, let me take a picture first. Young Master Su looks so handsome right now. I'll sell it to the young miss for a high price later. Damn it. If you sell it, we split it. Otherwise, your brothers will report you for not fighting seriously. In the gun shadow flowing wind state, Su Jiang's speed and dynamic vision were greatly enhanced. Although he hadn't reached the point where he could dodge bullets, he could at least avoid most of them in advance. Moreover, with such erratic movement, the Feng family had no way to aim precisely. Facing Su Jiang, who suddenly charged towards them, the Feng family members were also dumbfounded. Who is this? So brave? Who gave him the courage to charge at an entire unit by himself? For a moment, most of the firepower shifted to Su Jiang. Damn it, who is he? Shoot, prioritize him. Can't hit him, he's moving too fast. Grenades. Use grenades. Upon hearing that, the person immediately pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and just as he raised it, a bullet arrived as promised, instantly detonating it. Boom! The grenade exploded, and the Feng family's combat formation immediately fell into disarray. What happened? How did the grenade explode? It was that person, he just fired the shot. Someone pointed at Su Jiang. Nonsense. With his movement speed, he can still shoot? And precisely hit a grenade? Do you think he's Rose? Even Miss Rose couldn't do that, could she? But no matter what, Su Jiang alone had now completely attracted the attention of everyone in the Feng family. And when the An family saw Su Jiang's actions, they were also pumped up. They stopped looking for cover and just stood up with their guns, ready to fight. Although they didn't know why Su Jiang was so awesome. However, covering Su Jiang and letting Su Jiang continue to be awesome, that was what they had to do. Fight, brothers. Victory is in sight. Follow young Master Su's pace. You guys go first. I'm going back to get some bullets. You damn. Out of bullets again. Didn't he just go back to get some? The distance between Su Jiang and the Feng family's troops grew shorter and shorter. During this time, he continuously fired, taking out several people. With a frown, Su Jiang suddenly changed direction, found cover, and caught his breath. Phew. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, looking at the numerous bullet grazes on his body, and his mouth twitched. He overdid it. As soon as Gun Shadow Flowing Wind was activated, he got instantly hyped up and just went for it without thinking. It proved that Gun Shadow Flowing Wind was not omnipotent. Those dense bullets, he really didn't dodge many. If it weren't for his good luck, wearing a bulletproof vest, and timely adjusting his movement to let the bullets graze him, he would probably be a sieve by now. Damn it. Shot in the waist, and another in the leg. The pain made Su Jiang gasp. Fortunately, he had an extraordinary body, which made his resistance and recovery abilities different from ordinary people. Otherwise, he would probably have fainted from the pain. He hated pain the most. Su Jiang secretly slapped himself, vowing never to show off again. It wasn't fun at all. Young Master Su, are you alright? The An family members grew worried when Su Jiang suddenly hit. Had something happened? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang quickly replied loudly, I'm fine. Just tired from running and resting for a bit. Young Master Su, you weren't shot, were you? Su Jiang glanced at the parts of his body that had been hit and said stubbornly, Don't worry, I wasn't shot. Their lousy marksmanship can't hit me at all. He chose this, so no matter how hard or tiring, he had to keep up the act. Otherwise, how would he get along in the An family later? Upon hearing this, the An family members sincerely praised. Young Master Su is awesome. 105. Brotherly Kai is just a younger brother. Hiss. After replying to the An family, Su Jiang continuously gasped for air. The Gun Shadow Flowing Wind state was immediately dispelled. He had to rest for a bit. Otherwise, he really couldn't hold on. Brothers, young Master Su is fine. Everyone keep pushing. Follow young Master Su's pace closely. Su Jiang. Looking back, Su Jiang was dumbfounded. The An family members were charging like madmen, not even bothering to find cover. They just picked up their guns and stood up to fight. Even the medical personnel weren't hiding in the back anymore, cursing and following the team. As soon as someone fell, they were immediately dragged away. No way. Su Jiang was stunned and quickly shouted, Don't charge so fiercely. Let's rest for a bit and defend. At this speed, wouldn't they rush right to him soon? At that time, if he got shot, it would expose him, wouldn't it? An family member heard Su Jiang's words and immediately shouted excitedly. Brothers, young Master Su wants us to fight with all we've got. Then what are we waiting for? All troops attack. Believe in young Master Su. Gain eternal life. And Mingjia has to step aside. Brother, I recorded it. Old rule, 20,000. What? Not 200. The consequences are different. If these words reach young Master An's ears, you'll be blessed. Damn it, Su Jiang. Damn it too. Are your brains okay? I said to defend for a bit, not to fight with all we've got. If you don't want your ears, can you throw them into the market and sell them for 2 yuan a jean? Before Su Jiang could figure out what to do, and Mingjia and Li Kai arrived late. As for Hua Qing, he had run out of stamina long ago. Ever since he met Su Jiang, he had been running constantly and was now resting in the family camp. When Mingjia and Li Kai arrived, they immediately froze in place. And Mingjia's mouth hung open, his brain immediately crashing. How did the battle turn out like this? Li Kai, I remember the order I gave was to have them fight a war of attrition, right? And Mingjia stammered. I remember, it should, probably, seem like it was, Li Kai replied without blinking. Then, the two quietly watched the family's desperate fighting style, falling into endless silence. Is this a war of attrition? Whose war of attrition is fought like this? At this moment, the Feng family had been beaten to the point of having no power to resist. Damn it! Are the family on drugs? We can't hold on. Their firepower is too fierce, and they don't care about casualties at all. I'm really effing speechless, whose army fights only offensively and not defensively. Stop talking. Didn't you see their medical personnel joining the charge? It's ridiculous, whose medical personnel shoot while bandaging wounds. Everyone shut up. A sharp cry rang out, and Feng Qingye arrived at the battlefield with a gloomy face. At this point, even with his injuries, he had to step out and command the whole situation. Who knew? As soon as he came out, he almost fainted from anger. They were completely being suppressed, like a grandfather beating his grandson. Don't mess around, all of you. Reform your ranks. Aim for their medical personnel. If they're not afraid of death, we certainly can't be afraid. Whoever dares to cower, I'll shoot him first. It must be said that Feng Qingye's words still had some effect. The Feng family combat unit, under Feng Qingye's command, gradually found their rhythm again. The family's advance also gradually slowed down, and the pressure increased sharply. And Mingjia frowned at the sight. The Feng family has found their rhythm again. Tell them to come back and defend first. Li Kai heard this and was about to go up and shout for them to come back. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Su Jiang moved again. Seeing that the family was about to be able to see him, Su Jiang panicked. Gritting his teeth, he activated Gun Shadow Flowing Wind again and charged out once more. Damn it! That monster is here again. How can this be? Is he really unkillable? Shoot quickly. As soon as Su Jiang appeared, the Feng family's rhythm, which they had just regained, instantly fell into disarray. There was nothing they could do. The shock and pressure Su Jiang brought them were too great. Who could see such a formidable person charging at them and still resist not shooting? Feng Qingye was also dumbfounded. Who is this? Su Jiang's movement speed was too fast. Feng Qingye couldn't even see his figure clearly, let alone his face. Bang! 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 Su Jiang moved and fired, each bullet accurately taking down one person. If it weren't for the many people standing in front of Feng Qingye, Su Jiang could have ended the battle with one shot. And the family, who had been struggling, cheered again at this sight. Hurrah! Charge again! On the battlefield, there were gunshots everywhere, and also the conversations of the family. Ha ha ha! This is so exhilarating. I've been with young Master An for so long, and I've never felt this good. Say no more, young Master Su is awesome. I used to think Brother Li Kai was pretty awesome, but now it seems he's just a little brother. If you ask me, it still has to be our eldest young lady, with her keen eye, choosing such a son-in-law. Behind them, Li Kai and Mingjia paused their steps. Their faces were terribly grim. These ungrateful wretches. And Mingjia gritted his teeth, his fists tightly clenched. Before, you all used to shout, young Master An is awesome. Before, each of you praised him for his strategic brilliance and invincibility. Now, just one Su Jiang, and you're not fawning over yourselves anymore? And Li Kai's face was also terribly dark. Seeing Su Jiang's appearance and his outrageous fighting style, Li Kai had originally wanted to flatter him a bit. Now, he didn't even want to speak. He just wanted to beat people up. I think they're getting a bit too unruly. Li Kai suggested expressionlessly. After we go back, we need to straighten out the family discipline. I think so too. And Mingjia nodded. We've been too lenient with them. However, with Su Jiang's appearance, he didn't need to make them retreat anymore. Everyone charge. And Mingjia roared. Now is our chance. Let's take out the Feng family in one go. Hearing in Mingjia's voice, everyone spared a glance back and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Holy crap! Why are young Master and Brother Li Kai behind us? When did they arrive? Did I say anything wrong just now? What are you looking at, your dads? Looking back on the battlefield? Is this how I taught you? Li Kai glared and shouted, then charged forward with his gun. I'd like to see which little brat dares to look back again. All of you, stand straight and fight. Especially you. Just now you said I wasn't as good as Su Jiang. All of you, open your eyes and watch carefully. My marksmanship is something Su Jiang can't even begin to catch up to. With that, Li Kai also demonstrated high-speed movement while shooting. Bang, bang, bang. He fired several shots, without exception. All missed. Li Kai's mouth twitched. Is it that hard? He saw Su Jiang do it quite simply, thinking that he, more or less, could hit a few shots himself. As a result, let alone hitting the target, he didn't even know where the bullets flew. Brother Kai, should I go back and get you some more bullets? One fearless and family member said. Honestly, shooting like that is a bit of a waste of bullets. Everyone heard this and gave him a thumbs up. Warrior, you spoke our minds. Rest in peace, we will remember you. 106. Believe in Su Xiao and you will have eternal life. Li Kai's face turned red, feeling a bit awkward when he heard that. He stubbornly said, It's normal for me to miss. I'm a sniper, and this isn't my specialty. He raised the rifle in his hand as he spoke. You might not understand, but the feel difference between a rifle and a sniper rifle. Li Kai, you old bastard. And Mingjia interrupted Li Kai from behind, glaring and shouting. Are you giving a lecture now? Cough, cough, cough. Li Kai shrank his neck, closed his mouth, and glared fiercely at that family member. I'll settle the score with you later. And Mingjia was on the verge of exploding right now, so it was best not to provoke him. Meanwhile, at the very front, Su Jiang was almost carrying the entire team. He was carrying them all by himself. But this was only temporary. Gun Shadow Flowing Wind's time was about to run out, and Su Jiang's current strength was already declining. Hearing Li Kai's voice, Su Jiang took a moment to look back, and his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly found cover and shouted back at Li Kai. Old Li, catch my sniper. With that, he flung Li Kai's sniper rifle with force. The sniper rifle arced through the air in a perfect parabola, landing precisely in front of Li Kai. Li Kai stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the familiar yet strange sniper rifle before him. His first thought was, it's a pity Su Jiang doesn't play basketball. Li Kai picked up the sniper rifle with a sigh, almost crying. Ever since Su Jiang arrived, his sniper rifle had become Su Jiang's exclusive property. He didn't even get a chance to touch it. Old Li, aim at Feng Qingye. I'll create an opportunity for you. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Li Kai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately found a suitable position to set up his sniper rifle. With this shot, he would re-establish his status as the family's top player. He absolutely could not miss. Through the scope, Li Kai found Feng Qingye. Then, a few drops of sweat trickled down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn, it seemed a bit far. Was this range over 1,000 meters? Li Kai was a little flustered. With his skill, the range could at most be maintained around 1,000 meters. Beyond 1,000 meters, the bullet drifted terribly. He regretted it now. Why did he take the gun for no reason? But Su Jiang didn't bother with Li Kai. In his opinion, Li Kai should easily handle this distance. However, he forgot that he was measuring by his own standards. Even without Gun Shadow Flowing Wind, simply with the gun proficiency skill, Su Jiang's effective range far exceeded 1,000 meters. So Su Jiang thought this distance would be simple for Li Kai. Looking at Feng Qingye surrounded in the distance, Su Jiang took a deep breath. Then, he pulled out a grenade from his pocket, which he had borrowed from Rose. This pull almost startled Su Jiang. He saw a bullet mark on the grenade. Though shallow, it was clear it had almost been hit by a bullet. Luckily, I'm blessed with great luck, otherwise, it would have exploded on the spot. Su Jiang patted his chest, feeling a bit of lingering fear. Then, he specifically glanced at Li Kai and gave him a gesture. Begin the action. Immediately, Su Jiang activated his gun shadow flowing wind state again and charged out. While attracting attention, at the moment no one noticed, Su Jiang threw the grenade high. Its landing point was precisely the area centered around Feng Qingye. He didn't pull the fuse, it wasn't needed. When Su Jiang played demolition, there was only ever one way to detonate. That was with a bullet. Su Jiang kept his eyes fixed on the grenade, and when it landed in the right spot, he decisively fired. Bang! The bullet cut through the air, accurately hitting the grenade. Boom! The sudden explosion caught the Feng family off guard. The people protecting Feng Qingye around him were all knocked to the ground by the grenade's explosion, and several died on the spot. Feng Qingye was also affected by the grenade fragments, covered in blood. Now, Su Jiang shouted, and Li Kai didn't hesitate, holding his breath, aiming at the fallen Feng Qingye, and decisively firing. Bang! This shot would end the battle. The bullet traveled over 1,000 meters, heading straight for Feng Qingye. But Su Jiang looked at the bullet's trajectory and thought, not good. It's off. This noobly, he can miss at this distance? However, just as Su Jiang thought the bullet would miss, Feng Qingye suddenly gritted his teeth and moved with difficulty. He thought he was about to be hit by the sniper, so he was trying his best to dodge. Little did he know, this movement made the bullet hit him right between the eyebrows. Thwack! The bullet pierced through Feng Qingye's brow, and his eyes widened, as if unwilling to believe that he would die like this. Then, his consciousness gradually blurred. Feng Qingye's eyes went black, and he fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Seeing this, Li Kai fiercely pumped his fist. Hit! Then, he stood up and immediately found the family member who had just mocked him. Li Kai said excitedly, "See? That shot that killed Feng Qingye just now, I fired it. Didn't I tell you that the sniper rifle is my specialty? Could that kid Su Jiang have fired that shot? I am the Terminator of the battlefield." That person squinted his eyes and said perfunctorily, "Ah, yes, 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 Brother Kai is amazing. Brother Kai, if you don't have anything else, I'll go ahead. They're waiting for me to support over there." With that, he turned and left, leaving Li Kai with only an aloof back. Huh, that's it. Li Kai stood in a daze. He felt that he was no longer the family's top player they admired. Young Master Su is awesome. Believe in young Master Su. Gain eternal life. If it weren't for young Master Su's life-risking cover, could Li Kai have found a chance to shoot? Ultimately, the reason we won this battle today is all because of young Master Su. The family members no longer called him Brother Kai. They just called him Li Kai. It was unknown if this would continue until they stopped calling him Young Master as well. With Feng Qingye dead, the Feng family, without exception, surrendered. Their patriarch was dead. Why continue to resist? What? You said for family honor. Don't be silly, what's that worth? It must be said that over the years, although Feng Qingye had propped up the Feng family, he had lost the most important soul of a family. And Mingjie smiled slightly upon seeing this. Those who surrendered, kill them all. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the Feng family was completely gone. And Mingjie shook his head slightly. Surrender? What an international joke. This was the isolated island battlefield. There was no such thing as surrender. There was only one way to get out. Kill all the opposing side. After the last Feng family member fell, and Mingjie directed everyone to begin rescuing the wounded. Looking around, and Mingjie was a bit confused. Where was Su Jiang? 107. The most vicious curse. Young Master Su, bear with it. Hiss. It'll be done soon. Wah. It hurts, it hurts. In an unknown corner, a medical staff member of the family was helping Su Jiang remove a bullet. Su Jiang had long lost his earlier composed demeanor, screaming in pain, tears streaming down his face. Just now, with so many people outside, even if it hurt, he gritted his teeth and endured it to maintain his image. Now that no one was around, he screamed without restraint. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It hurts too much. Su Jiang, teary-eyed, looked at the bullets that had been removed, sobbing softly. The pain of removing a bullet was completely different from the pain of being shot. Actually, young Master Su, if you're afraid of pain, you could have had an anesthetic. The medical staff member said awkwardly. What? Su Jiang was stunned, then shouted. Why didn't you say so earlier? You suddenly dragged me here, and I didn't bring any anesthetic. The medical staff member stammered. Besides, seeing how brave you were just now, who would have known you were so afraid of pain? One could only say the contrast was too great. Speaking of this, Su Jiang's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he reached out and grabbed the medical staff member's shoulder. He leaned in slightly and whispered into the medical staff member's ear. What happened today, you'll pretend it never happened, understand? Young Master Su, you mean? I wasn't shot. You didn't treat me, and I'm not afraid of pain, got it? The corner of the medical staff member's mouth twitched as he looked at the dense bandages on Su Jiang's body. You call this not being shot? Who would believe it if you said that? If you tell anyone. Su Jiang smiled grimly, enunciating each word. I guarantee you'll be on my and An Rou's little blacklist for life. The medical staff member looked at Su Jiang with extreme horror upon hearing this. Devil. This was the whisper of a devil. This was the most vicious curse he had ever heard. Swallowing hard, he stammered in a panic. I understand. Very good. Su Jiang was very satisfied with his performance. Go back and find me a piece of clothing, a large one, otherwise it won't cover all these bandages. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the medical staff member straightened his back, his attitude towards Su Jiang becoming even more respectful. Then, he ran back to the camp, silent along the way. No matter how the family members greeted him, he kept his head down and didn't respond. He found a large coat and continued to run back to Su Jiang with his head down. Swish. Su Jiang put on the black coat and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Then, I'll have to trouble you to put in a good word for me with the young Mississippi. The medical staff member smiled fawningly. No problem. Su Jiang waved his hand, and then the two returned to the camp. Coincidentally, they met Yang Ming, who was with people from the supervisory bureau, talking to An Mingjia. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and quickly hid. His current identity was still a psychologist for the supervisory bureau. If he were seen by those people from the supervisory bureau, wouldn't his cover be blown? Su Jiang, stop hiding, come out. Yang Ming had noticed Su Jiang long ago and sighed helplessly when he saw him still hiding. Did he really think everyone in the supervisory bureau was an idiot? After causing such a huge commotion on the isolated island, his background had already been dug up by the supervisory bureau. Of course, the matter of the king of roasted cold noodles had not been exposed yet. The people from the supervisory bureau currently only knew that Su Jiang had a connection with the family. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang awkwardly poked his head out and said, cough, cough. Is that so? He walked out and greeted the few people from the supervisory bureau. Well, hello everyone. Long time no see, huh? Su Jiang even saw Lu Zhang in the crowd and exclaimed, Yo, big guy, you're here too? The corner of Lu Zhang's mouth twitched. Su Jiang had left a deep impression on him. His leg was still aching faintly now. I never thought Su Doctor would be from the family, Lu Zhang said expressionlessly. Hey, don't slander me. Su Jiang tilted his head, pointing at Lu Zhang. I just fell in love with An Mingjia's sister. I'm not considered part of the family. An Mingjia gritted his teeth and glared at Su Jiang upon hearing this. He still remembered that Su Jiang used to politely call him An Ji. Now it was An Mingjia this, An Mingjia that, all day long. He had no manners at all. Humph. Lu Zhang snorted coldly and said nothing more. If it weren't for Director Jiang's arrangement, he would have already fought with Su Jiang. Of course, he definitely wouldn't win. The scene of Su Jiang single-handedly tearing through the Feng family's troops was naturally seen by the few people from the supervisory bureau. One could only say he was incredibly fierce and human. Leaderin, that's it then. When we get back, we'll discuss the details. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he led the people from the supervisory bureau to clear the battlefield. As he passed Su Jiang, Yang Ming paused and whispered into Su Jiang's ear. Director Jiang wants you to go back and see him. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. What did old Jiang want again? He had just managed to finish things up here, and now he wanted to stir up trouble again? No, absolutely not going. Su Jiang made up his mind to take An Rou home and enjoy their time together. Fighting and killing all day. How could it be as comfortable as cuddling with his girlfriend? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Chaos of Jiangdu. Random special reward drawing in progress. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. I'm just saying, let's skip the formalities, just give it to me directly. He had clearly already decided what skill to give himself, but he still had to go through the random drawing process. Reward drawing complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, Undying Contract. Huh. Su Jiang's mouth was slightly open. Was the skill given this time so powerful? Undying Contract. It sounded awesome just by its name. With this skill, I won't die anymore. Su Jiang asked the system in his mind. Undying Contract can help the host avoid one death. Avoid death? What does that mean? It means you have 2 lives. The system was helpless. Why was it so hard to explain to him? That's it. Su Jiang was a little dissatisfied. He had thought it was some kind of immortality skill. If it were truly immortality and eternal life, he would still have hope of splitting the sky with a single sword strike. Practicing his sword every day for 10,000 years. Emerging after 10,000 years, splitting the sky with one sword. Su Jiang had almost finished fantasizing, but it turned out to be just 1 extra life. Forget it, better to have it than not. Su Jiang reluctantly accepted this skill. At this moment, An Mingjia walked over, sizing up Su Jiang's coat, and raised an eyebrow. How many times were you shot? Su Jiang was startled, and Mingjia could tell that. Shot. I'm just too cold, that's all. Looks like the injury isn't too serious. And Mingjia nodded, seeing Su Jiang stubbornly deny it. He didn't expose him. As long as he was fine, it was all right. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to explain to An Rou. Rest for a bit. When dawn breaks, we'll return to Jiangdu. After An Mingjia finished speaking, he continued to arrange the cleanup. Su Jiang let out a soft breath, looking at the gradually lightening sky in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. Tisk, unknowingly, it's been almost 2 days since I left Jiangdu. It was ridiculous. He had only been on the isolated island for 2 days, and the Feng family was already gone. 108. Li is my brother. After dawn, on the ship returning to Jiangdu with the An family. Wah! Su Jiang was hunched over the railing, looking utterly defeated. Why was he still seasick? Click, click. As the sound of camera shutters clicked one after another, Su Jiang weakly turned his head. His pale face was captured perfectly by the An family members. Seasick Su Jiang. These were precious photos, hard-earned. Young Master Su, why don't you lie down and rest for a bit? Hearing this, Su Jiang lowered his eyes. How much longer until we get back? It'll be a while. Do you have a stick? Huh. And so, under the astonished gazes of the An family, Su Jiang knocked himself out again. What's going on? Li Kai saw a commotion and walked over, frowning. Brother Kai, young Master Su knocked himself out so he wouldn't be seasick. Huh. That ridiculous? Li Kai pushed through the crowd and saw Su Jiang passed out on the ground. He watched in silence for a moment. After a long pause, Li Kai revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Carry him to my room to lie down." All right. So, several people helped carry Su Jiang into the cabin. Whoosh. Opening Li Kai's door, everyone was stunned. Inside the room, 2 figures were secretly doing something. Hearing the door open, 1 rat and 1 bear were instantly frozen in place. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Discovered? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Someone's here? Wang Kai and Lai Fu were currently nestled in Li Kai's room, secretly eating. Everyone looked at Li Kai's face, and indeed, it was terrifyingly dark. Li Kai clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. It's not worth getting angry at 2 animals. Waving his hand, Li Kai shooed the 2 rascals out, then left Su Jiang alone on the bed. Once only he and Su Jiang were left in the room, Li Kai looked around. Then, he secretly pulled out a marker from his pocket. He wrote, "Li Kai is my brother," in large characters on Su Jiang's face. Click. After taking the photo, Li Kai returned to the deck, satisfied. When that kid Su Jiang wakes up, he'll have a surprise. As for An Mingjia, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Since arriving at the isolated island, he had barely closed his eyes, and now that he finally had time to rest, and Mingjie immediately collapsed into sleep. As evening approached, Su Jiang woke up groggily. As his consciousness returned, that damn nausea came back. Su Jiang covered his mouth and rushed outside, vomiting again. "Oh, you're awake?" Li Kai grinned and said, "We're almost at shore. You can go home now." Su Jiang, hunched over the railing, weakly wiped the corners of his mouth, looked around, and said somewhat strangely, "Why are they looking at me like that? Is there anything strange on my face?" "No, it's perfectly normal," Li Kai said with an unchanging smile. "Perhaps they're worried about you being seasick." Su Jiang was half skeptical. He always felt things weren't that simple. At this moment, and Mingjie also woke up, walked out, and stretched. "Who?" He let out a long breath, saw the familiar Jiangdu city ahead, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he was back alive. He looked at Su Jiang, feeling a bit emotional. He had to admit that the reason this time had gone so smoothly was all because of Su Jiang. What were those black characters on Su Jiang's face? And Mingjie raised an eyebrow and walked towards Su Jiang and Li Kai. As he got closer, he finally saw what was written on Su Jiang's face. "Li Kai is my brother?" And Mingjie glanced at Li Kai, thinking, "You rascal." But he didn't say anything. Anyway, these two were always messing with each other, and he could enjoy the show. Soon, the ship was about to arrive at Jiangdu port. Su Jiang's eyes widened slightly, seeing that familiar figure at the port. An Rou and Xingqiang and other family members were all waiting for them at the port. After getting on the ship, I used the satellite phone to tell An Rou that we won and were on our way back, and Mingjie walked up to Su Jiang and said with a smile, "She immediately asked if you were injured." With that, he even deliberately glanced at the overcoat Su Jiang was wearing. Beneath the overcoat were dense bandages. "I'd like to see how you explain it to her later," and Mingjie said with a schadenfreude-filled smile. Hearing this, Su Jiang smiled faintly. Underestimating him, were they? No one knew that his injuries had actually healed unknowingly while he was sleeping. The recovery ability of an extraordinary body was inherently different from that of ordinary people. Except for the few places where he was shot, which hadn't recovered yet, everything else had recovered to be no different from a normal person. "Huh, what's that?" Su Jiang and Mingjie frowned, seeing that the family members waiting at the port seemed to be holding something up. "It looks like a banner." Su Jiang had good eyesight and was the first to clearly see the content on the banner, reading it out word by word. "Welcome and family's son-in-law Su Jiang's glorious triumphal return." There was also a crooked smiley face drawn at the end. For a moment, Su Jiang and Mingjie fell into endless silence. Cough, cough. "It must be my old man who put this together." And Mingjie coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who would pull this off." "Oh, Su Jiang also didn't know what to say. Now he was the one who was most socially dead. Looking at the oversized banner with his name on it, Su Jiang only felt too embarrassed. Should he use gun shadow flowing wind and shoot the banner down with a single bullet? Su Jiang had this thought, but before he could act on it, the banner was taken down. Faintly, he heard the voices of An Rou and Xingqiang. "Damn, Dad, who told you to make this? Hurry up and put it away. Didn't you say we should welcome them back? I thought this would be more grand. Then why is only Su Jiang's name on it? It doesn't matter if the others come back, but my son-in-law can't be in trouble." Hearing this, Su Jiang mechanically turned his head and glanced at Mingjie. "Holy crap, Ji, calm down." He didn't know until he looked, and when he did, Su Jiang was startled. Mingjie had already chambered a bullet, expressionlessly raised his gun, and was about to aim at Xingqiang. Su Jiang quickly pulled Mingjie, kindly advising, "Calm down. You must calm down. I believe Uncle definitely didn't mean it that way." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xingqiang and An Rou's voices came again. "How can you say that? Isn't my brother's life important? Your brother is nothing?" Bang! A bullet grazed past Xingqiang's ear. Xingqiang suddenly turned his head, only to see Mingjie standing on the deck, the dark muzzle of his gun pointed directly at Xingqiang. The muzzle still carried the residual warmth of the bullet, and Su Jiang, behind Mingjie, felt a bit awkward. Xingqiang's words had also stunned Su Jiang, so he couldn't stop Mingjie. Mingjie gritted his teeth, his gun holding hand trembling. "Old geezer, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said." 109. Rou, you don't know. What the F asterisk CK? When did the boat dock? And Xingqiang felt a pang of doubt, his face sheepish as he said, Ahem. Mingjia, it's all a misunderstanding. An Rou and I were just playing around. And Xingqiang quickly sought help from An Rou. Isn't that right, An Rou? He was a little flustered. And Mingjia was truly ruthless. He actually dared to fire the gun. Unexpectedly, An Rou ignored him completely and jogged forward. Da-da-da. The sound of her boots on the wooden planks was exceptionally clear. As Su Jiang disembarked, he saw An Rou running towards him. An Rou, Su Jiang smiled, just about to say something. Poof! An Rou directly launched a rocket headbutt, colliding into Su Jiang's embrace. Then, An Rou quickly examined Su Jiang, asking, How are you? Are you hurt? Before Su Jiang could answer, An Rou lifted his overcoat. Hey, what's the meaning of you lifting my clothes in broad daylight? Stop talking nonsense, I want to see. An Rou wanted to see if Su Jiang was injured. Fortunately, Su Jiang had already removed the bandages beforehand, changed into a short-sleeved shirt, and covered the gunshot wound with a band-aid. After a careful check, confirming that Su Jiang was not injured, An Rou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at Su Jiang's face, An Rou asked strangely, Why is your face so pale? I get seasick. What do those words mean? What words? An Rou pulled out a small mirror and held it in front of Su Jiang's face, making him clearly see the 5 large characters written on his face. Li Kai is my brother? Su Jiang looked astonished, then suddenly turned around, glaring at Li Kai through gritted teeth. You little brat. Li Kai felt Su Jiang's gaze, and with a guilty conscience, he turned away, looked up at the sky, and whistled. As long as he didn't admit it, it was fine. An Rou, you have a family group chat, right? Yes, why? Add me. I'll send you good stuff. Upon hearing this, An Rou immediately pulled out her phone and added Su Jiang to the group. After Su Jiang joined the group, he turned his head, looked at Li Kai, and shouted, Old Li, if you apologize now, I can still magnanimously forgive your rude behavior. Apologize for what? What are you talking about? I don't know. Li Kai directly feigned ignorance with a triple denial. Su Jiang clenched his fist. All right, you asked for this. He originally didn't want this video to get out. Immediately, Su Jiang tapped his finger, and the video was sent. It must be said, once in Jiangdu City, the internet speed was fast. The video only took a few seconds to load. And what Su Jiang sent was precisely the video recorded when Li Kai was poisoned by mushrooms. And family group chat. Su Jiang, video. And family. Holy crap, save it quickly. And family. Is this brother Li Kai? And family. I'll dine out on this video of brother Li Kai forever. Not far away, and Xingqiang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw and Mingjia finally put down the gun. He saw the video Su Jiang uploaded in the group and, curious, clicked on it. Li Kai's image and voice immediately came out. Tell me, what did you see? I saw a golden dragon, dancing a square dance. Does that dragon look like in Mingjia? Don't tell me. It really does. And Xingqiang's phone volume was turned up to maximum, making Li Kai hear it too. What's that sound? Li Kai frowned, wondering why he seemed to hear his own voice. A bad premonition immediately arose in his heart. Seeing Su Jiang's ill-intentioned smile, Li Kai nervously pulled out his phone. Then, he saw the video. Su Jiang, you motherf asterisk cur. Li Kai rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Su Jiang. If this video got out, how would he ever manage in the An family again? How would he maintain his status as the An family's #1 brother? Seeing Li Kai's temper flare, Su Jiang immediately transformed into a little lamb, hiding behind An Rou. Whoa, An Rou, you don't know? Brother Li Kai bullied me every day on the island. Su Jiang, with snot and tears, pointed at Li Kai and said, He actually made me go alone as bait. I had just arrived on the island, and he dragged me to fight the Feng family members. Do you know how terrifying the Feng family members are, Wu? Li Kai heard this, a look of disbelief on his face. You little brat. Did IF asterisk king take you to fight the Feng family? How can your 37-degree mouth say such shameless words? There's also something else I didn't dare tell you, for fear of making you worry. Su Jiang held An Rou's hand, looking pitifully. Back then, He even dragged me out in the middle of the night to blow up the Feng family's factory. He even forced me to lie to you, saying we were going for barbecue and drinks. I didn't dare mention this. Su Jiang, you bastard. Li Kai's eyes widened. Didn't we agree not to mention this? An Rou found Su Jiang's appearance somewhat amusing. She knew what Su Jiang was like. These things were probably just him slandering Li Kai. But who told Su Jiang to be her boyfriend? Moreover, it was an undeniable fact that Li Kai wrote on Su Jiang's face, right? Thinking of this, An Rou feigned a look of anger and said, Brother Li Kai, how could you do that? Li Kai was so angry he couldn't speak, pointing at Su Jiang. What he said, not a single word is true. Is that so? An Rou turned her head and glanced at Su Jiang. Su Jiang immediately raised his hand. I swear to God, if I say half a lie, I'll never eat cilantro in this life. An Rou suppressed a laugh, nodded, and then said to Li Kai, Su Jiang has sworn. I believe him. Is that even an oath? Li Kai fell silent. He had figured it out. An Rou was completely in cahoots with Su Jiang. This truly counted as two rascals teaming up. Sigh. Li Kai let out a long sigh, resigned. So what do you two want? An Rou looked at Su Jiang upon hearing this. Su Jiang chuckled and pulled out a marker pen from who knows where. How did that saying go? By his own hand. Return it to him. Finally, under An Rou's threatening gaze, Su Jiang ruthlessly wrote 5 large characters on Li Kai's face as well. Su Jiang is my brother. Su Jiang even drew an extra smiley face. Why, old Li? Su Jiang whispered in Li Kai's ear, this is hurting the enemy by 200, but damaging yourself by 1,000. Su Jiang couldn't understand how Li Kai dared to do it. Didn't he know that the leverage he held was enough to prevent him from ever rising again? If he really angered him, he would run to the supervisory bureau and expose his identity as Toy Gun Lad. Li Kai's second half of life would be spent in the supervisory bureau's basement. Maybe one day, when Su Jiang was in a good mood, he might take him out for some fresh air. 110. Su Jiang, and Xingchong and Crayfish. Jiangdu City and family. Li Kai worked expressionlessly, his face covered in writing. His heart was dead, and the light in his eyes had long since vanished. Some were still alive, but could have been buried long ago. Or rather, social death. The spread of the video had made Li Kai indifferent. What's the big deal? If anyone dared to bring it up to his face, he'd shoot them. Force was the best way to stop the spread of rumors. Although it wasn't a rumor, it was close enough. In any case, Li Kai didn't acknowledge it. After returning from Isolated Island, the An family had many things to deal with. In addition, many people had sacrificed their lives and needed to be properly buried. In the An family's backyard, a dozen black coffins were neatly arranged. And Mingjia looked a bit sad. If it weren't for Su Jiang, there would only be more coffins. A huge bonfire stood in the center, and all the living and family members were burning joss paper and cell phones. Whoa, old Wang, rest in peace. I will inherit your bar VIP card for you. Brother Chun, why did you get shot? You haven't given me your phone yet. Brother Gao too, he only told me where his phone was, but not the power-on password. To protect his reputation, let's burn this phone as well. Clatter, clatter. Several cell phones, along with the joss paper, were thrown into the bonfire, crackling and popping. And Mingjia's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. What are they doing? Can't they be serious? The An family wasn't like this before. When did burning phones become a tradition? As for Su Jiang and An Rou, they did not participate in this strange memorial service. An Rou didn't like the heavy and sad atmosphere, while Su Jiang wanted to spend time with his girlfriend. After all, people die. As long as he lives in their hearts, it's fine. So, they decided to go out for a late-night snack. They originally planned for a romantic evening together, but there was an extra wheel. So why did you follow us? An Rou pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. And Xingchong stood in front of the two, a bit awkwardly, tidying his messy hair, and said, How can you talk to your great father like that? You two came out for barbecue, and I can't even tag along for a meal. Why aren't you staying at home? Don't joke, and Mingjia is trying to kill me right now. It's all your fault for saying those things. An Rou said angrily, pointing at An Xingchong. Sometimes I even wonder if we were picked up. Nonsense, what kind of trash can could fit you two ancestors? And Xingchong immediately retorted, I didn't say we were picked up from a trash can. Seeing An Rou about to explode, Su Jiang quickly patted her shoulder, comforting her. It's fine. It's just a barbecue. It's no big deal to bring uncle along. Exactly, my son-in-law speaks so well. After all, uncle doesn't have a home to go back to now. Huh. And Xingqiang's words of praise were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. He stared at Su Jiang with wide eyes. This kid is a bit aggressive. No wonder he could be with his daughter. Is this what they call colluding? If Su Jiang heard in Xingqiang's thoughts, he would definitely feel very tired. When other people fall in love, it's either a match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman, and so on. But for him and An Rou, all the words used were things like colluding and working hand in glove. These people have such a big misunderstanding. And so, with Xingqiang shamelessly insisting, the three still sat down at the barbecue restaurant. Mainly because Xingqiang said he could pay the bill. At the barbecue restaurant, Su Jiang ate skewers while peeling shrimp. The shrimp were peeled for himself, don't overthink it. When ordering, Su Jiang realized that An Rou was actually allergic to seafood. You're allergic to seafood? And Xingqiang asked in shock. What are you shocked about? An Rou and Su Jiang were speechless for a moment. It was understandable that Su Jiang didn't know, but what was with this shocked expression from her own father? An Rou now somewhat understood her brother's feelings. Seriously, just shoot him and be done with it. Whether she had this father or not truly didn't matter anymore. However, since An Rou was allergic to seafood, what did that have to do with Su Jiang? He still ordered plenty of crayfish. If An Rou couldn't eat it, he'd eat it for her. So, Su Jiang and Xingqiang shamelessly ate crayfish in front of An Rou, completely disregarding An Rou's feelings. Chew. Holy crap, Uncle An, don't even get me started. This garlic crayfish tastes really good. Of course, I'm telling you, I've been eating crayfish from this place since I was a kid. The taste is top-notch. Uncle, you lived here when you were little? Of course, I also attended Jiang University back then, and I was even an outstanding graduate. Holy crap, then you're actually my senior? He had never even been to university. An Rou inwardly complained that her father's lies just flowed out of his mouth. She kept taking deep breaths, telling herself not to get angry. One was her biological father, the other was her boyfriend. Just bear with it. Oh right, Su's son-in-law, you're considered part of my family now, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's hand, which was peeling crayfish, suddenly froze. Uncle An, don't mess around. I'm just dating An Rou. How did I become an family member? That's not right. You don't want to marry my daughter? I'm not the one getting married off, am I? You look down on my family? And Xingqiang's tone changed, and he stared intently at Su Jiang, saying, Do you think my family isn't worthy of your attention? Just as the atmosphere was about to solidify, cough, An Rou lightly coughed, giving Xingqiang a soft glance. Ha. Just kidding, Su's son-in-law. Just pretend I didn't say anything earlier, all right? Feeling An Rou's gaze, Xingqiang quickly chuckled. Couldn't afford to offend her. However, have you met Jiang yet? And Xingqiang asked again. Jiang? That's Director Jiang. No, but Yang Ming said he wanted me to meet him. Are you planning to go? No, I'd only go find him if I had nothing else to do. He probably has something up his sleeve again. And Xingqiang smiled upon hearing this. He didn't expect that Jiang would now be disliked by a young man. All right, whether you meet him or not is up to you. But he probably knows about what happened to you on Isolated Island by now. And Xingqiang smiled mysteriously. At that time, he probably won't be able to resist and will come to find you himself. Su Jiang frowned slightly upon hearing this. Uncle An knows Director Jiang? Consider us old friends. What exactly does he want from me? Most likely he wants you to join the game. After all, your performance was too outrageous. After Xingqiang finished speaking, he took off his crayfish-eating gloves and stood up. Anyway, whether you accept it or not is up to you. Oh, and Lin Hui and the Lin family have disappeared. They probably ran to the capital, so they won't be a threat to you for a while. I won't disturb your private time anymore. I'm leaving. He burped, lit a cigarette, and left gracefully, leaving Su Jiang and An Rou stunned in their seats. Su Jiang watched Xingqiang's retreating back and muttered, Uncle An, didn't he say he was going to pay the bill? Did he dine and dash? An Rou sighed, covering her face. I'll pay. 111. Su Jiang is going to be late for the exam. Half a month has passed since the events on isolated island battlefield. In that battle, the Feng family was wiped out by the An family in one fell swoop, and Lin Hui's whereabouts became unknown. So during this time, with the help of the Supervisory Bureau, and Mingjie took the opportunity to clear out the remaining forces of the Feng family and the Lin family. After annexing the industrial resources of both families, the An family truly became a leading family. The Wang family, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to this, simply watching the An family gradually develop and grow stronger. Within this half-month, Jiangdu once again became that warm and harmonious city. As for An Xingqiang, to escape in Mingjie's pursuit, he fled Jiangdu overnight with his people. On the evening he was eating barbecue. He remains untraceable to this day, and no matter how An Mingjie calls, he doesn't answer. 7 o'clock in the morning, at Su Jiang's house. Fugui, go wake up Su Jiang. An Rou's slightly sleepy voice rang out. Meow. Received. Bang. White cat kicked open Su Jiang's bedroom door. Although the door wasn't locked, it must be said that this silly cat was quite strong. Climbing onto the bed, Fugui bounced around on Su Jiang's chest. Su Jiang groggily opened his eyes, meeting Fugui's cat face. Meow. Get up. Tisk. Su Jiang frowned, displeased. Do you believe I'll smash your cat head? Who gave you the guts to kick my door? I did. What's wrong? An Rou, wearing cute Pikachu pajamas, pouted and stood at Su Jiang's bedroom door. Since Su Jiang returned, the two officially began living together. And Mingjie had tried to persuade An Rou, saying that living together now wasn't quite appropriate. He had allowed An Rou to live with Su Jiang before because he feared he wouldn't return, so he entrusted his younger sister to Su Jiang. But now that he had returned, how could he bear to abandon his younger sister to Su Jiang, this big bad wolf? However, An Rou's answer to An Mingjie's persuasion was this. My luggage is still over there. It's too much trouble to move back and forth, so I'll just make do and live there. God knows what An Mingjie's mood was like when he heard that answer. However, in the half-month they had been living together, the two still slept in separate rooms. Both sides were very restrained, commendable. No, isn't today Sunday? Su Jiang sat up from the bed, looked at An Rou, and asked, Why wake me up so early? He was a man who planned to sleep until he woke up naturally. An Rou stared with wide eyes, pointing at Su Jiang. You didn't forget what day it is, did you? Su Jiang heard this, frowned, and pondered. What day? Before he could remember, his phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw it was Teacher Jiang. Su Jiang's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to recall what day it was. He answered the call, and Zhang Yu's voice immediately reached Su Jiang's ears, so loud that even An Rou heard it. Su Jiang, where the hell are you? Zhang Yu started with a national essence. I've been waiting for you at the entrance of 3rd middle school for ages. Where are you? Today is the preliminary round of the Jiangdu Advanced Mathematics Competition. Don't tell me you forgot. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He glanced at An Rou and stammered. Well, don't worry, Teacher Jiang. I'm already on my way. An Rou heard this and rolled her eyes at Su Jiang. His lies just came out so easily when he was clearly still sitting on the bed. Where are you? Zhang Yu continued. I'm warning you, the exam starts at 8, and you have to be in the venue for inspection by 7:30. Aye. I'll be at 3rd middle school after turning this corner, Teacher Jiang. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it. Su Jiang hung up the phone, hurriedly got out of bed, and was about to change clothes when his hand, reaching for the hem, suddenly paused. Why don't you step out for a moment? Su Jiang awkwardly looked at An Rou. Humph. An Rou turned and left, muttering softly. Who wants to see your 2 bits of flesh? Soon, Su Jiang changed his clothes and rushed out of the room, rummaging everywhere. Where's my ID card? Where's my admission ticket? Where's my pen? My eraser, silly cat. You're gnawing on my eraser again. Su Jiang gave Fugui a flick on the head and warned. If you use my eraser to grind your teeth again, I'll smash your cat head. Fugui covered his head with his paws, tearfully pounced into An Rou's arms, and sobbed softly. Su Jiang, don't always hit Fugui's head for no reason. An Rou gently comforted Fugui, glaring at Su Jiang. What if you make him stupid? Meow. Exactly. Then, she took out a bag, which contained Su Jiang's exam documents. Here, I've kept them all for you. You always leave things lying around. Next time, I won't tidy up for you. An Rou, you're so good. Su Jiang's eyes lit up. He took the bag from An Rou and instinctively hugged An Rou, wanting to kiss her. Get lost. You haven't even brushed your teeth. An Rou couldn't push him away and was still given a hard kiss on the cheek by Su Jiang. I'm leaving. Su Jiang didn't even wash up, said goodbye to An Rou, and left the house. Unbelievably, it only took him 5 minutes from getting out of bed to leaving the house. University students, terrifyingly efficient. An Rou looked at the door Su Jiang had closed and sighed. She turned, went back to her room, and went to sleep. If it weren't for waking Su Jiang up, she could have slept until noon. I can't believe it. Third middle school is actually 8 kilometers from here. Su Jiang checked the time. Taking the bus was definitely out of the question. There wasn't enough time. He'd better take a taxi. 20 minutes later, Su Jiang was stuck in traffic. There seems to be a car accident ahead. Young man, are you in a hurry? The driver asked. Nonsense. If I wasn't in a hurry, would I need to take your taxi? Su Jiang was about to speak when teacher Jiang's call came in again. Su Jiang, where the hell are you? You've been turning a corner for half an hour? They're already starting to enter the venue. Are you even going to make it? Su Jiang was drenched in sweat and quickly said, Teacher, I'm here. I'm here. You'll see me in 2 minutes. He hung up the phone and then said to the driver, Driver, I'll get off here. He got out of the car, took a deep breath. There were still about 3 kilometers to go. No other choice. Activate gun shadow flowing wind state. The moment his body was strengthened, Su Jiang started running. Just run. Holy cow, what just whizzed by? Did our country produce another running champion? Looking at that, he's probably late for work. That's why he's rushing so much. Along the way, many people noticed Su Jiang, but no one could clearly see his face. Since that day, a new urban legend circulated in Jiangdu City. It was said that around 7:30 in the morning, office workers who were about to be late would experience a hallucination, seeing a rapidly sprinting black figure. No one could clearly see his figure or appearance. All he left behind was a gust of wind. And without exception, everyone who saw this figure ended up being late for work. Extremely terrifying. Whoosh. As his stamina was about to run out, Su Jiang finally arrived at the entrance of third middle school. 3 kilometers, taking 7 minutes. It was a pity he wasn't participating in a sports event. 1:12. My girlfriend is waiting for me to bring breakfast. At this moment, at the entrance of third high, Jiang Yu was already fuming, on the verge of exploding at any moment. He had cursed Su Jiang 1,000 times in his heart. This exam not only concerned Su Jiang, but also whether he could get promoted this year. Therefore, he attached great importance to it, even personally coming to the site. Phew. Su Jiang deactivated his gun shadow flowing wind state, panting heavily, and walked towards Jiang Yu step by step. He hadn't been this tired, even fighting the Feng family. Jiang Yu turned his head, saw Su Jiang coming, and immediately pointed at him, about to open his mouth and scold him. But he held back. You, get in there right now. Jiang Yu was frustrated, angry that Su Jiang was late for such an important matter. He felt that he had been too lenient with Su Jiang. Su Jiang quickly nodded and bowed, scurrying into the examination hall. After passing the facial recognition and metal detector checks, Su Jiang found his seat. He glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes until the exam started. He lay down, ready to sleep for another 10 minutes. However, as soon as he lay down, the invigilator called him up to sign the sealed bag. Because his seat was number 1. So he had the honor of becoming a student representative along with number 2. With a bit of resentment, Su Jiang didn't even check if it was sealed or not and just signed his name. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a mission. Please obtain first place in this Jiangdu Advanced Mathematics competition. Mission completion grants a random skill reward. Hearing the familiar system prompt, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. What if the mission fails? The system will look down on you. So what if it looks down on me? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Ever since he obtained the Undying Contract skill, system missions seemed to have no penalties. Although he didn't know why, it was a good thing overall. The test papers were handed out, and Su Jiang quickly scanned the questions. It's stable. They were all simple questions. In this Jiangdu Advanced Mathematics competition, only the top 10 ranked individuals could enter the national competition. and only the top 3 in the national competition could get a gold medal. Jiang Yu initially cultivated Su Jiang with the gold medal in mind. So this small Jiangdu subdivision was child's play for Su Jiang. With 3 hours to complete the exam, Su Jiang finished in just an hour and a half. His scratch paper wasn't even full, and Su Jiang didn't even check if his answers were correct. He just raised his hand directly. "Teacher, I want to hand in my paper." That's how confident he was. Behind him, a group of people looked up in confusion. "Dude, really? Can you not mess with our minds like this? An hour and a half, and you're done? Hand in your paper?" The invigilator frowned, thinking Su Jiang couldn't do it and was just giving up. But unexpectedly, when he picked up Su Jiang's answer sheet, he saw it was completely filled. The group of people behind him also took the opportunity to see Su Jiang's answer sheet, and they became even more distraught. "Dude, really? You actually know all of this? All right, you can go." The invigilator waved his hand at Su Jiang, then collected the test papers and everything else onto the podium. Watching Su Jiang's departing back, he secretly praised him. He probably was another math genius cultivated by some unknown school. At the school gate, Jiang Yu was sitting at a small street stall, eating soy milk and fried dough sticks. Across from him sat a teacher from another university in Jiangdu, an old acquaintance of Jiang Yu's. The two chatted idly, both waiting for their students to finish the exam. "How's it going, old Jiang? I heard you took in an extraordinary student this time." "Sigh, don't even mention it. That kid was actually late today. He almost made me die of anger." "Ha ha. I heard through the grapevine that the questions this time are a bit difficult. Can your student make it into the national competition?" Hee. I'm not boasting, but if that student of mine could just put his mind to math, he'd probably be in a direct PhD program by now." As Jiang Yu spoke, he saw a familiar figure walk out of the school gate. Su Jiang looked around, saw Jiang Yu drinking soy milk at the stall opposite, waved his hand, and smiled. "Teacher Jiang, I'm done with my exam. I'm going home to eat now." Upon seeing this, Jiang Yu's mind hadn't caught up yet, and he politely replied, Okay. Be careful on your way home." Then he lowered his head and continued drinking soy milk. That kid Su Jiang, he finishes exams quite fast. Halfway through his soy milk, Jiang Yu's hand suddenly paused. Wait, that's not right." Jiang Yu suddenly stood up, looking at Su Jiang's rapidly departing back, and shouted, "You stand right there." Su Jiang was startled by the loud shout. He turned his head and saw Jiang Yu instantly appear in front of his face. "Holy crap. How come you have gun shadow flowing wind too, old Jiang? How did you come out already?" Jiang Yu's face was flushed, and he pointed at his watch. "Isn't the exam 3 hours long? It's barely 2 hours. How are you out already?" "I came out after I finished the questions. Is there a problem?" Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. "You finished?" Jiang Yu's eyes widened. "You finished all of it? There weren't any you couldn't do." "The way you say that, it's almost like you hope I encountered questions I couldn't do. Did you check?" I don't think so." Su Jiang's eyes darted away. "Why didn't you check?" Jiang Yu was exasperated. "I was in a hurry to go home and eat. My girlfriend is still waiting for me to bring breakfast back." Before he left, An Rou had told Su Jiang to bring her a steamer of small steamed buns and soy milk when he came back. "Your girl." Jiang Yu clenched his fists upon hearing Su Jiang's answer. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Damn it. He shouldn't have let this kid fall in love in the first place. Jiang Yu calmed himself down and said calmly, "Are you confident you can get into the national competition?" Although he had confidence in Su Jiang's ability, Su Jiang's nonchalant attitude really worried Jiang Yu. "Don't worry, teacher." Su Jiang showed a bright smile. "I will definitely be first." "Really? Or fake?" "Real. Truer than pearls." "What if you don't get first? Then pretend I didn't say anything." "Yuhi." Jiang Yu covered his mouth, timely stifling the curse words. He was a great people's teacher. He couldn't curse at students. He pointed his finger at Su Jiang for a long time, but Jiang Yu couldn't utter a single word, because he found that besides curse words, he literally had nothing to say. "Oh, well, let it be destroyed. Life is not easy," Jiang Yu sighed. Meeting such a student, he considered himself unlucky. "You go back and practice some national competition questions." Jiang Yu had no choice but to continue instructing him. "The results will be out very soon. According to past years' practice, the national competition will be half a month after the results are released. This year's national competition will be held in West Continent. You'll go to West Continent yourself then, and the school will reimburse all your expenses. Jiang Yu stared into Su Jiang's eyes, saying with a serious expression, "You must perform at 200% of your ability and bring back a gold medal for our school, understand?" Su Jiang nodded solemnly. "I understand. I will definitely give it my all. I'll buy some grilled cold noodles on the way back to eat," Su Jiang thought. 113. Su Jiang plans to take a driver's license test. When Su Jiang returned home with grilled cold noodles and steamed buns, An Rou was already awake. Wearing Pikachu pajamas and hugging Fugu in her arms, she was sitting on the living room sofa watching TV. Hearing the sound of the door opening, An Rou turned her head. "You're back? Where are the steamed buns? Shouldn't a normal girlfriend ask me how my exam went first?" Su Jiang said, feeling depressed. "So, where are the steamed buns?" I bought them. Su Jiang said helplessly. Hee. An Rou smiled brightly and cleared a small space on the table. For the past half-month, they had both been eating at this table, sometimes ordering takeout, sometimes eating out. Today, because Su Jiang had to get up early, they had breakfast. Normally, breakfast had nothing to do with these two. "What are you watching?" So focused. Su Jiang saw An Rou eating and still looking at her phone, and couldn't help but ask curiously. "A singing show, and it's live." An Rou took off one earphone and handed it to Su Jiang. "Do you want to listen?" Su Jiang nodded, took the earphone, and the singing immediately entered his ears. "Whoa, they sing pretty well. Of course, this is my favorite singer, and they haven't dropped out of the top 3 yet." An Rou said while eating the steamed buns. After they finished eating, while An Rou was washing up, Su Jiang secretly went to Fugu's nest and took out the An Rou expense form. He still hadn't asked in Mingjie for this huge sum of money. "I played such a big role on the isolated island. Asking him for 200,000 shouldn't be too much, right? Forget it. I'll just ask for 210,000 and buy a car." Su Jiang had already decided. There was a new car recently released that cost exactly 210,000. TSK, he could have his own car in his freshman year. How delightful. Defeating 99% of college students nationwide. "An Rou, I'm going out for a bit." "Huh? Where are you going?" An Rou poked her head out of the washroom. Wang Xiang wants me to play games." Su Jiang didn't dare to say he was going to extort in Mingjie, especially with such an absurd note. If An Rou found out that he was using this thing to ask for money, he would be in big trouble. After speaking, Su Jiang ran out without waiting for An Rou to respond, leaving An Rou standing there stunned, with her toothbrush still in her mouth and her eyes full of confusion. 2.5 hours later, at the An family, and Mingjie's mouth twitched as he looked at the note, while Su Jiang sat opposite him, legs crossed, casually sipping tea. "Are you extorting me?" And Mingjie glanced at Su Jiang. He hadn't expected this kid to get bolder and bolder. He was even trying to defraud him now. Li Kai happened to pass by and, hearing in Mingjie's words, leaned over to look and immediately gasped. "Hiss, you kid, you're something else. You actually had the nerve to write breathing fee on there. And you even separated inhale and exhale. Are you a genius? Demanding 100,000 right off the bat. Do you have any moral integrity of a 3 good student left?" Li Kai pointed at Su Jiang, scoffing at such behavior. "Tisk." Su Jiang clicked his tongue, glanced at Li Kai, then held up 3 fingers and said to An Mingjie, "First, it's not 100,000, it's 210,000. Including my contribution on the isolated island. Asking you for 110,000 isn't too much, is it? Second, this expense form has An Rou's fingerprint on it, clearly stating that all expenses are to be paid by her elder brother, An Mingjie. Third, regarding my 3 good student status, I have proof. It's verifiable on the Academic Information Network." After speaking, he looked at An Mingjie with ill intent and said, "The An family is considered a leading family now. You wouldn't try to default on such a small amount of money, would you?" In reality, An Rou was completely unaware of the fingerprint and content on that note. The content was written by Su Jiang himself. As for the fingerprint, that was on a dark and windy night when Su Jiang, while An Rou was asleep, quietly snuck into her room and pressed it down. He even gave her a kiss while he was at it. And Mingjie sighed softly upon hearing this. "Let's round it up. I'll give you 200,000. He had no choice with Su Jiang. After all, he was his future brother-in-law. Moreover, on the isolated island, Su Jiang's contribution was indeed indispensable. So, and Mingjie could still agree to such a small request. No, 210,000, not a penny less. Why? None of your business. At this moment, Li Kai raised his eyebrows, suddenly thinking of something. There's a new electric car that just came out recently, and I remember the price of the basic model is. He took out his phone to check, then looked at Su Jiang. Tisk, it's exactly 210,000, isn't it? You kid, you want to buy a car? And Mingjie also looked at Su Jiang upon hearing this. Su Jiang clicked his tongue. Since he had been exposed, there was no point in pretending anymore. He nodded lightly, acknowledging it. Wait a minute. I remember you don't have a driver's license, do you? Li Kai asked again. If I don't have a driver's license, can't I just get one? Su Jiang retorted. You wouldn't blow up the driving school, would you? What are you saying? What kind of talk is that? Su Jiang exploded upon hearing this. That's slander. I can report you to the supervisory bureau. He felt that Li Kai misunderstood him. Was he the kind of person who caused explosions wherever he went? Oh, please, the supervisory bureau won't care about you. How long has it been since you last went to work there? Li Kai teased, completely unfazed by the threat. Nonsense. I clock in for work every day. Bullshit, as far as I know. You just clock in and go straight home to sleep. You don't do any work. I'm already at work. Why do I still need to work? Su Jiang said righteously. Besides, my identity has been exposed. People now treat me as a member of the An family. What's the point of me going or not? Li Kai's mouth twitched. He actually couldn't refute that. All right. What are you two arguing about, really? And Mingjie was annoyed by their bickering. They always quarreled whenever they met. And Li Kai, too, couldn't win arguments or fights. He was also stubborn. Since you want to buy a car, that's fine. And Mingjie put down the note and said unhurriedly, Go get your driver's license, and I'll give you 210,000. By the way, An Rou also doesn't have a driver's license, so you two might as well get them together. Su Jiang immediately slammed the table upon hearing this. Okay, it's a deal. It's just driving a car, right? What's so difficult about it? Su Jiang made up his mind. He had to get a driver's license and then flaunt it in Li Kai's face. He wanted Li Kai to know that even without Li Kai as a driver, he, Su Jiang, could still drive fast. 114. Coach, I want to learn C2. That afternoon, at a driving school in Jiangdu City, Su Jiang could only say that they truly lived up to their reputation as a leading family. He had only mentioned it at noon, and by the afternoon, and Mingjie had already arranged a driving school and an instructor. An Rou, wearing jeans and white sneakers, with a white jacket draped over her shoulders, looked somewhat bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I suddenly here to practice driving? Even now, An Rou still hadn't processed what exactly had happened. She only knew that after a single phone call from Su Jiang, she had come here to get her driver's license. Hello, everyone. Not far away, a slightly overweight, somewhat elderly man walked towards Su Jiang and An Rou. Su Jiang and An Rou, right? The man looked at them both and introduced himself. My name is Jiang Qi, and I'm your instructor. An Rou, wearing jeans and white sneakers, with a white jacket draped over her shoulders, looked somewhat bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I suddenly here to practice driving? Even now, An Rou still hadn't processed what exactly had happened. She only knew that after a single phone call from Su Jiang, she had come here to get her driver's license. Hello, everyone. Not far away, a slightly overweight, somewhat elderly man walked towards Su Jiang and An Rou. Su Jiang and An Rou, right? The man looked at them both and introduced himself. My name is Jiang Qi, and I'm your instructor. Mr. An has already made all the arrangements with me. You just focus on learning, and he'll cover all the expenses. You can rest assured about my teaching ability. I'm the gold medal instructor at our driving school. I used to be a race car driver. Wow, a gold medal instructor right off the bat. And Mingjie was generous. Instructor Jiang, right? Hello. Su Jiang quickly stepped forward, shaking Jiang Qi's hand. I want to get my driver's license as soon as possible. How long will it take? If all goes smoothly, about a month. That long? Of course, there are procedures for everything. No matter how quickly you learn, you still have to wait. Su Jiang frowned. A month? He couldn't afford to wait that long. There was no other way. He had to pull some strings. However, and Mingjia's words probably wouldn't carry much weight in this regard. He still needed to find an official figure. Instructor, wait a moment. I need to make a call, Su Jiang said, then walked to a corner and dialed a number. Beep. Hello, Yang Ming. It's me, Su Jiang. Do you need something? Yes, something big. Su Jiang glanced at Zhang Qi, then said, It's like this. I'm getting my driver's license, but I can't wait too long. So, can our supervisory bureau help me arrange something? He specifically emphasized the words, our supervisory bureau. Su Jiang, are you sick? Yang Ming cursed directly when he heard Su Jiang's words. What do you think the supervisory bureau is? You want us to pull strings for you to get a driver's license? That's a bit much. Su Jiang retorted indignantly. How can you say that? I'm also a member of the supervisory bureau, and I've shed blood for the supervisory bureau. Nosebleeds don't count. And how long has it been since you came to work? Never mind me. Just give me a straight answer. Can you fix it or not? No. Wait a moment. Yang Ming paused mid-sentence. After a while, Yang Ming's voice continued. We can do it for you. But there's a condition. What condition? Tell me first. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. You still have to learn to drive. At most, we can contact the traffic management department to help you waive the waiting period between exams. Yang Ming paused, then added. Also, find some time to meet Director Jiang. At these words, Su Jiang immediately understood. It turned out old Jiang wanted to see him, but he felt awkward about reaching out directly, so he used this opportunity to make Su Jiang come to him. All right, it's settled. Su Jiang finished speaking and hung up the phone. Then, he walked up to Zhang Qi and said, Instructor Jiang, I've already sorted everything out. You just need to teach. The timing and everything else have been taken care of. Zhang Qi was stunned, looking at Su Jiang in shock. Who exactly are you? You can solve even this. He only knew that the person who hired him as an instructor was a big boss who wasn't short on money. But he never expected the student to have such a powerful background. Then, just call me Little Zhang, please. Zhang Qi swallowed, speaking cautiously. His attitude changed very quickly. No wonder he could become a gold medal instructor. I'll still call you Instructor Jiang. Su Jiang looked at Zhang Qi's face, which had more wrinkles than his own father's. Thus, after some discussion, An Rou chose to learn C2, while Su Jiang decisively chose C1. What kind of man learned C2? It had to be C1. 2.5 hours later, An Rou was already on the Subject 2 course. Su Jiang, on the other hand, was still trying to start the engine. This was the 15th time he had stalled the car. Even Zhang Qi couldn't help but sigh. In all his years as a gold medal instructor, he had never seen a student so skilled at stalling. It was a shame Su Jiang wasn't in the fire department. After stalling the car yet again, Su Jiang silently got out, walked up to Zhang Qi, and said with his head down, Instructor, I want to learn C2. I was just waiting for you to say that. The car is ready for you. Zhang Qi clapped his hands excitedly. Heaven knew what it felt like for him to teach Su Jiang to drive for these past few hours. Su Jiang was uncomfortable, but he was even more so. If it were an average student, he would have already started cursing. But facing Su Jiang, he didn't dare. Because of Su Jiang's phone call to Yang Ming, Zhang Qi had immediately labeled Su Jiang as someone not to be trifled with. Hey, instructor, don't you have any other students? While changing cars, Su Jiang asked curiously. This entire afternoon, it seemed Zhang Qi had only taught the two of them. Generally speaking, don't instructors usually take on several students at once? Zhang Qi smiled faintly at the question. I do have other students. 2 came this morning. As for the others. At this point, Zhang Qi simply showed Su Jiang his phone contacts. The ones listed are all my students. As for why they haven't come, you'll know if you look at the notes in the parentheses. Zhang Qi said with a bitter smile. Su Jiang took the phone, and his mouth twitched. He felt a bit of sympathy for Zhang Qi, only thinking that the world was full of wonders. Zhang Qi's phone contact list. Student number 1, Chen Mumu, needs to pray before exams. Student number 2, Fong Mumu, cried for half an hour after failing subject 2, couldn't be consoled. Student number 3, Li Mumu, intentionally crosses the line during exams to see how many points are deducted. Student number 4, Lu Mao, doesn't come when it rains, doesn't come when it's sunny. Student number 5, Sun Mumu, doesn't come when it's cold, doesn't come when it's hot. Student number 6, Su Mumu, comes whenever a handsome guy calls. Student number 7, Zhao Mao, the way she drives, I couldn't learn it even if I were drunk. Student number 8, Chun Mao, cries easily, needs to be consoled every time she can't back into the parking space. Instructor, you certainly have it tough, huh? Su Jiang chuckled awkwardly as he handed the phone back to Zhang Qi. Isn't that the truth? Zhang Qi took back his phone and sighed. Meeting these immortals must be my bad luck. If it weren't to maintain my reputation as a gold medal instructor, I'd have dropped all of them. Let whoever wants to teach them, teach them. No sooner had Zhang Qi finished speaking than An Rou shouted from over there. Instructor, I think I can practice subject 3 now. What? Su Jiang was startled, looking at An Rou incredulously. I haven't even started yet, and you're already on subject 3? When did you get this talent? Why didn't I know? She must be faking it. An Rou definitely was faking it. Zhang Qi, however, paid no mind to that. Instead, he wore a relieved smile. You familiarize yourself with the car first. I'll go take her through subject 3 once. Leaving Su Jiang, Zhang Qi headed straight for An Rou. That was the student he wanted to teach. As for Su Jiang, Zhang Qi thought for a moment, then added 2 more people to his phone contacts. Student number 9 An Rou, natural driving saint body, learns instantly. Student number 10 Su Jiang, professional stalling personnel. 115. Quickly ask Yang Ming to take Su Jiang away. A week later, An Rou received her driver's license as promised. As for Su Jiang, he failed the second subject test for the 3rd time. Why? This is impossible. Su Jiang's eyes widened, unwilling to accept this fact. He got airsick on helicopters, seasick on boats, and couldn't pass his driver's license test. Was he truly destined to be mortal enemies with all forms of transportation his entire life? Hee. An Rou walked up to Su Jiang with a smile, shaking her driver's license. No way, no way. There's no way someone would fail subject 2 3 times, right? An Rou covered her mouth in feigned surprise, looking at Su Jiang. Could that person be Su Jiang? Hearing these words, Su Jiang felt An Rou's voice was particularly grating for the first time. He clenched his teeth tightly, his fists balled up. System, are there any transportation skills? Hurry up and get them for me. Su Jiang roared in his mind. No. Hurry up, I'll trade my lifespan for it. Sorry, there really isn't. Trash system. Host, please watch your language. You bite me? Trash. Su Jiang was completely in a state of rage now, lashing out at everyone he saw. The system fell silent. It should have known to switch hosts. It ended up with such a lunatic. Well then, little Su, don't be discouraged. We still have 2 more chances, don't we? Zhang Qi walked over to Su Jiang, speaking cautiously. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang was not comforted. Instead, he became even more silent. After a long while, he stood up and said calmly, Coach, I'm not learning to drive anymore. When Zhang Qi heard this, he thought Su Jiang was still upset and tried to persuade him again. Little Su, listen to me. You actually have a lot of talent. Coach, don't try to comfort me anymore. Su Jiang interrupted. I've already thought it through. This is a curse. In this life, no matter how I try to turn things around, I can't escape this fate. This is all the karma I accumulated in my previous life, so I'll never have a good ending with transportation in this life. Zhang Qi's mouth twitched, and he looked at An Rou with some concern. Is he crazy? An Rou gestured for Zhang Qi to ignore him. Su Jiang was just like this. He would occasionally act crazy. Finally, Su Jiang simply took this resentment and ran to the supervisory bureau. Adhering to the principle of, if you're going to go crazy at work, Su Jiang had a sour expression the moment he stepped through the supervisory bureau's door. His current resentment could sustain several evil sort of mortals. He desperately needed to find a big target to vent on. Oh, isn't this Dr. Su? As soon as Lu Zhang saw Su Jiang, he immediately mocked. How rare for you to have time to come to work today. Su Jiang glanced at Lu Zhang indifferently. All right, you're the one. Then, under everyone's gaze, Su Jiang slowly walked up to Lu Zhang. He raised his head, looked at Lu Zhang, opened his mouth, and spat out 2 words. Idiot. Lu Zhang. It took a good while for Lu Zhang to speak. What the hell did you say? He even suspected his ears had misheard. Su Jiang insulted him in front of so many people at the supervisory bureau. I said you're an idiot. Su Jiang repeated it again, his eyes eager for a fight. Come on, be angry. Make a move. As long as Lu Zhang dared to make a move, Su Jiang would immediately activate Gun Shadow Flowing Wind and show him who was the real boss. Well, let's talk it out nicely. Someone saw the atmosphere was off and wanted to mediate. What? Do you want to be insulted too? Su Jiang turned his head and said. That person immediately shut up. They looked at Su Jiang strangely. Is he a dog, biting everyone he sees? Who provoked this lunatic now? Everyone present was well aware of what Su Jiang had done on the isolated island. He was a genuinely ruthless person. Moreover, Su Jiang seemed to have a connection with Director Jiang, so basically no one in the supervisory bureau dared to provoke him. Of course, except for Lu Zhang. At this moment, Lu Zhang was already furious. He had a short temper to begin with, and after being insulted twice by Su Jiang, he couldn't tolerate it anymore. I'll fight you, you son of a... Lu Zhang's hand went to his waist, intending to draw his gun. Calm down, calm down. Big guy Lu, be rational, you can't beat him. Where's Yang Ming? Quickly call Yang Ming. Quickly get Yang Ming to come and lead Su Jiang away. Everyone quickly stopped Lu Zhang, fearing he would make a move. They were afraid Lu Zhang would be beaten to death by Su Jiang. What? Weren't you going to fight me? Su Jiang looked at Lu Zhang, who was being held back by everyone, and continued. Come on, draw your gun, hit me. If you don't kill me here today, I'll look down on you, Lu Zhang, for the rest of my life. Su Jiang was still going strong. You goddamn. Lu Zhang roared to the sky. A scholar can endure, but what cannot be endured? You all let go of me. I have to fight him today. Fight. If you don't fight, you're my grandson. Su Jiang was in a frenzy. Everyone in the supervisory bureau glared at Su Jiang. Can you please just shut up? Why did he have to come to the supervisory bureau and act crazy for no reason? Finally, with no other choice, everyone had to knock Lu Zhang unconscious with a stick. Su Jiang expressed regret about this. He had originally wanted to beat him up to vent his anger. But cursing felt good, so it was all right. At this moment, Yang Ming, who had received the news, arrived late. Upon reaching the scene, Yang Ming's eyes widened as he looked at the unconscious Lu Zhang. What's going on? What the hell happened again? After learning what had transpired, Yang Ming pointed at Su Jiang, his lips parting. Then he swallowed his curse words. What kind of crazy fit are you having now? He mocked me first, Su Jiang said, pointing at Lu Zhang. So you just called him an idiot? Yang Ming took a deep breath. He just felt that his emotions were always unstable when facing Su Jiang. How could An Mingjia's sister accept being in a relationship with this scoundrel? Wouldn't she be infuriated to death every day? What exactly are you here for? Yang Ming gritted his teeth. What do you mean? Didn't old Jiang want to see me and ask me to come over when I had time? Did you finish your driver's license test? I advise you not to bring that up. Su Jiang clenched his fists, resisting the urge to beat up Yang Ming. Forget it. Ignorance is bliss. Yang Ming didn't know what kind of crazy fit Su Jiang was having, but since he was here, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. All right, everyone disperse. You few, when Lu Zhang wakes up later, try to comfort him. With that, Yang Ming led Su Jiang straight to the second floor, leaving the others looking at each other. Comfort Lu Zhang? Later. Who's going to comfort him? One person mumbled. I suddenly remembered I still have work to finish. Me too. I was only halfway through using the restroom just now. I just happened to have an urgent field assignment. I'll be leaving first. Instantly, everyone scattered. No one was willing to stay and comfort Lu Zhang. Are you kidding? Lu Zhang's temper was explosive. He'd blow up at the slightest provocation. Who wanted to be the spark? Let him fend for himself. And so, Lu Zhang was left sitting in the chair. No one cared. 116. Su Jiang got a promotion and a raise. Old Jiang, what exactly does he want with me? On the stairs, Su Jiang walked and wondered. He's trying every possible way to see me. What new trick is he trying to pull? You'll know when you see him. Yang Ming's mouth twitched when he heard the name, Old Jiang, and he adjusted his glasses. Just then, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, achieving first place in the Jiangdu Advanced Mathematics Competition. Random reward drawing in progress. The system's notification sounded, and Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. The results are out. Didn't old Jiang say it would be the day after tomorrow? After a moment's thought, Su Jiang understood. It had to be the system, knowing the competition results a step ahead. Reward drawing complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the advanced skill, Dirty Pickpocket. Hearing the skill name, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. You guys are really a series of dirty skills, aren't you? What's the use of this skill? Su Jiang asked in his mind. When the host touches a target, he can randomly steal one item from the target's person. This skill can only be used once per day. Whoa, it's an active skill. System, I suspect you're leading me down the wrong path. Su Jiang said discontentedly. I am a respectable, outstanding citizen of Jiangdu, a three-good student of Jiang University. Why do you keep giving me these despicable skills? Please have some self-awareness, host. System, you motherf. We're here. Yang Ming's voice sounded, timely saving Su Jiang's manners. He let the system off the hook. Creak. Su Jiang pushed open the door and entered the room. He immediately saw Director Jiang smoking on the sofa. You're here. Director Jiang gave Su Jiang a meaningful look, pointed at the sofa, and said lightly, sit. Would it kill you to say a few more words? Su Jiang secretly complained in his heart. He was even more pretentious than himself. So, why exactly did you want to see me? As soon as Su Jiang sat down, he said glumly, You, a dignified director of the supervisory bureau, why do you always have designs on a college student like me? Hee. Director Jiang scoffed at the words. You still know you're a college student, huh? If you hadn't said so, I'd suspect you were Ghost, the #1 on the assassin rankings. What? Does that Ghost also like to eat grilled cold noodles? Su Jiang said as he poured himself tea. Director Jiang shook his head. I don't know. After all, very few people in the entire Huagua are clear about his information. So, what exactly do you want me for? As you know, the Supervisory Bureau is now cooperating with the An family, and Xingchang and I plan to establish a separate organization. Director Jiang stood up, took a document from the table, and handed it to Su Jiang. The Supervisory Bureau and the An family will each contribute half of the personnel, detaching from their original forces, to join this organization as the basis for deep cooperation between both parties. Su Jiang stood still, took the document Director Jiang handed him, and placed it on the table without even looking at it. It sounded like trouble. He didn't want to be involved. Then you guys can discuss it yourselves. What does it have to do with me? The head of this organization needs to be fair, unbiased towards both forces. So, after much thought, I think you are the most suitable. Director Jiang smiled and continued. You have a close relationship with the An family and are a psychologist for my supervisory bureau. Such a background couldn't be more suitable. I'm not doing it. Su Jiang refused without hesitation. Be the head? Are you kidding me? He had originally thought that old Jiang would at most ask him to join this organization, but it turned out to be the boss. I'm not taking this mess. Find Yang Ming or Li Kai. Either of them can do it. Su Jiang shook his head, firmly saying, Anyway, I'm not doing it. I'm only a freshman. I still have so much academic pressure. I still have final exams. I still have the advanced mathematics competition. I still have to spend time with my girlfriend. In short, I'm not doing it. Director Jiang said expressionlessly, What if Yang Ming and Li Kai work under you? Then I still won't. Su Jiang's words stopped abruptly, his eyes slightly brightening. What do you mean by that? Director Jiang casually sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. As long as you become the head, I will arrange for Li Kai and Yang Ming to assist you. You only need to have your name on it. You don't need to do anything. All major and minor affairs will be handled by the two of them. You live your life as you usually would. How about it? Gulp. Su Jiang swallowed. To be honest, he was a little tempted. Yang Ming was fine. The main thing was, he wanted to see Li Kai's expression after he found out about this. It would definitely be very satisfying. Then again, this matter isn't entirely non-negotiable. Su Jiang smiled, changing his demeanor. He sat opposite Director Jiang, picked up the document again, and read it carefully. Finally, in the salary column, Su Jiang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, 15,000 a month. Is that real? It's real. Before tax or after tax? After tax. Hiss. Su Jiang gasped inwardly. His current psychologist position paid 8,000 a month. This head salary had more than doubled, and he didn't even have to work. It was like getting paid for nothing. 15,000 a month, plus performance bonuses and year-end bonuses. It should be around 200,000 a year. In 2 or 3 years, I can buy a bigger house and won't have to rent anymore. By then, I'll have a car and a house. So saving up for a dowry won't be simple. Jiang calculated in his mind, finally coming to a conclusion. This seems to be not a loss. If you don't see any problems, then sign the agreement. Director Jiang saw through Jiang's thoughts and smiled slightly. You're still too young to contend with me. No one can refuse a high-paying job where they can slack off, especially for college students. Upon hearing this, Jiang read the agreement carefully again, finding no major issues. Still somewhat uneasy, he made a few demands. I must have command authority. Everyone in the organization must obey my orders. Understood. Also, I have the right to modify the organization's relevant regulations and rules. That's also fine. Finally, I request that Lu Zhang also be assigned to work under me. No problem. Why do you want him? Question marks popped up in Director Zhang's head. Why specifically ask for Lu Zhang? Jiang chuckled. Because he and I are especially compatible. Director Zhang was somewhat suspicious, but said nothing. It was just one Lu Zhang. No one cared. 117. Jiang was cheated. Inside the office, Jiang, after receiving Director Zhang's assurance, readily signed his name on the agreement. Is this all? Jiang handed one copy of the agreement to Director Zhang and said, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Wait a moment. Director Zhang took the agreement, scanned it roughly, then tossed it aside and looked at Jiang. In a while, are you going to West Continent? Holy crap, you even know that? Jiang was startled. To be honest, if Lao Zhang hadn't informed him, he wouldn't have known he was going to West Continent. Ever since you returned from Isolated Island, your every move has been in my sight. Do you have a peeping addiction? Director Zhang glanced at him and continued. In any case, when you get to West Continent, if you have time, help me find someone. I don't have time. You do. I don't. Are you planning to breach the contract? Director Zhang smiled, picked up the agreement again, and waved it in front of Jiang. He said casually, from the moment you signed this agreement, I became one of your direct superiors. Originally, I didn't want to treat you this way. However, if you don't accept the task I assign, you'll have to pay liquidated damages. Jiang's eyes widened upon hearing this. That agreement of yours didn't even have this clause. This is a hidden clause. Perhaps you read it, but you didn't understand it. Director Zhang smiled, teasing. It's also very important to understand legal knowledge during school, model student. These words made Jiang clench his fists, biting his lower lip. There was no way to argue this time. He truly suffered from his lack of knowledge. He became a legal illiterate. Although Jiang had read the content of the agreement very carefully just now, but actually, he really didn't understand many clauses. He only saw the monthly salary of 15,000. It was based on the idea that the director of the supervisory bureau wouldn't lie, that Jiang signed this agreement. Looking at the smug Director Zhang in front of him, Jiang wished he could slap himself to death. He was really foolish, truly. He knew Director Zhang and in Xingchang were acquainted. Yet he foolishly believed Director Zhang was a good person. Now that he thought about it, how could someone who could be friends with in Xingchang be a good person? Liquidated damages, how much do I have to pay? Jiang gritted his teeth. Not much. Director Zhang held up a finger. 10 million. Jiang fell silent. He just stared at Director Zhang quietly. His eyes were swearing very badly. Then, Jiang inadvertently glanced at the agreement, an impulse stirring within him. I advise you not to have that thought. Director Zhang saw through what Jiang was trying to do and said directly, if you tear up the agreement now, you will not only be legally responsible, but also be wanted by the Supervisory Bureau. Jiang took a deep breath upon hearing this. Then, he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. How could I possibly have such a thought, Director? Jiang said with a fawning expression, then added, I am a person of the Supervisory Bureau in life, and a ghost of the Supervisory Bureau in death. It is my honor to contribute to our Supervisory Bureau, Director. Director Zhang looked up and said indifferently, not resisting anymore. Well, that was me being a bit young and reckless just now. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang rubbed his hands, cautiously saying, You just wanted me to go to West Continent to find someone, right? It's not me bragging to you, but I'm best at finding people. I have a cat whose nose is especially keen. Shut up. All right. Su Jiang immediately closed his mouth. Su Jiang, the obedient one. Director Jiang rubbed his temples, a little headache. Su Jiang talked too much. Listen, I won't make things difficult for you. If you can find the person, find them. If you can't, I won't blame you, but do pay more attention. With that, Director Jiang stood up and took a photo from the drawer. He handed the photo to Su Jiang. In the photo, a man who looked to be about 50 or 60 years old, with half-white hair, was making a peace sign at the camera, smiling very kindly. An old rascal. This was Su Jiang's first impression of the man in the photo. His name is Ding Qiming, and he's a scholar. Director Jiang paused and said, and Xingchang and I have been looking for him for a long time. We only know that he is very likely in West Continent. Scholar. Su Jiang was startled, frowning slightly. You know him? You don't need to worry about anything else. If you see this person in West Continent, call me immediately, understand? Su Jiang nodded lightly, then smiled. Besides that, do you have any other instructions, leader? Director Zhang's mouth twitched as he said, No, you can go. Okay, leader. Su Jiang took the photo and exited the room with a beaming smile. The moment the door closed, the smile on Su Jiang's face instantly vanished. Old fox, just you wait, Su. Su Jiang gritted his teeth. He had noted this debt. 10 million, what an outrageous demand. The thought of the 10 million liquidated damages made Su Jiang clench his fists. He had an impulse. He wanted to put on a mask tonight, break into the supervisory bureau with gun shadow flowing wind, catch Director Jiang, and beat him up. Of course, it was just a thought. He was afraid of being wanted by the supervisory bureau. Su Jiang. Where is Su Jiang? Let that bastard come out. I'm going to fight him. Su Jiang walked downstairs, and when he was halfway down the stairs, he heard Lu Zhang's roar and raised an eyebrow. Oh, he's awake? He woke up at just the right time. Su Jiang was just looking for a place to vent. Why are you shouting? Su Jiang walked downstairs and said to Lu Zhang, Do you know that your voice is already disturbing the peace? If this were at night, I'd call to complain about you in a minute. Everyone was trying to persuade Lu Zhang, but when they saw Su Jiang coming down, they were speechless. Did he really have to torment Lu Zhang to death? Someone skillfully picked up a stick, ready to knock Lu Zhang out. Lu Zhang, be careful, someone behind you is preparing to ambush you. How could Su Jiang let Lu Zhang faint again? Who would he vent his anger on then? Lu Zhang instantly turned his head upon hearing this. Su's stick was halfway through its swing in the air, and it just froze there. He looked at Lu Zhang somewhat awkwardly. After 3 seconds of silence, clang, Su threw the stick to the ground, pointed at the people from the supervisory bureau around him, and looked furious. Who exactly threw this stick at Lu Zhang's head? If I hadn't been quick-witted enough to catch this stick in midair, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How can you be so ruthless to your comrades? Do you even have a conscience? Lu Zhang, don't worry, I'll definitely help you find that person. I suspect that person also hit you when you fainted before. Su patted his chest at Lu Zhang, solemnly swearing that he would get him justice. Su Jiang watched this scene, his mouth twitching. When did the people of the supervisory bureau become so shameless? He secretly gave Su a thumbs up. This person was truly ruthless. To protect himself, he even cursed himself. Su Jiang felt this person was a talent and would have to find a way to talk to Old Jiang later about getting this person under his command. He had already figured out how to get revenge on Old Jiang. He was going to slowly erode Old Jiang's power, turning him into a bear commander. 118. Su Jiang beat up Lu Zhang. Humph. Lu Zhang snorted. Even if he was an idiot, he knew who had knocked him out earlier. It was Su. But it was useless. Looking at Su's situation, he was like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. He would never admit it, even if beaten to death. Moreover, in terms of rank, Su was above him. Lu Zhang, like Yang Ming, was a level 2 inspector, and Su was a level 1 chief inspector. Clack, clack, clack. Not far away, Su Jiang was already stretching his limbs. Big guy, didn't you want to fight me? Su Jiang twisted his neck and waved to Lu Zhang. Come on, Su will satisfy you. Whoosh. Everyone immediately scattered, making space for the two of them. Since they couldn't stop it, they might as well watch the show. The betting is open. Bet on Lu Jiang to win. Odds are 1 to 10. Su Jiang, 1 to 1.5. Bro, we've been colleagues for so long. Is it really appropriate for you to do this? Exactly, 1 to 10. How much do you look down on Lu Jiang? So, who are you betting on in the end? Bet on Su Jiang all in. Everyone said in unison. Especially Su, who hurriedly rummaged through his drawer, even pulling out his public transport card to bet. Everyone was excited, while Yang Ming watched the scene helplessly from a distance. The esteemed supervisory bureau, what kind of behavior is this? Then, under everyone's gaze, Lu Jiang, with red eyes, roared and charged towards Su Jiang. Lu Jiang swung his hamburger-sized fist directly at Su Jiang's head, shouting, "Your Lu grandfather will teach you a good lesson today." Su Jiang stood still, unmoving, and impatiently picked his ear. Gun shadow flowing wind, activated in seconds. 2.5 minutes later. As expected, Lu Jiang was pinned to the ground and beaten by Su Jiang. "I'll teach you for being so mouthy." Bang, bang, bang. "I'll teach you for tricking me." Bang, bang, bang. "I'll teach you, you old fox, for scamming me out of 10 million. Bang, bang, bang. "I'll teach you for being called Lu Jiang." Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, in the entire supervisory bureau, only 2 people had ugly expressions. One was Lu Jiang, and the other was the big brother who opened the betting. Basically, 80% of the people went all in on Su Jiang because they had seen Su Jiang's performance on Isolated Island. So he pretty much had to write IOUs to everyone. The others were all joyful, having earned some extra cash. As for Lu Jiang, no one cared. Lu Jiang lay on the ground, being punched by Su Jiang, blow after blow. He was completely numb. "What did I trick you out of? What does 10 million have to do with me? If you're going to beat me, just beat me. Why are you saying things I don't understand?" After beating Lu Jiang, Su Jiang leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Director Jiang has already sold you to me. From now on, you are my subordinate. We have a long future ahead of us." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. Phew. Su Jiang stood up, rubbing his fists, and let out a long breath. Comfortable. It had to be said, Lu Jiang's big build was just right. Every punch landed squarely. Yang Ming walked over, looked at the unconscious Lu Jiang, and sighed. "Can't you just let him off?" he said to Su Jiang. "If I let him off, who will let me off?" Su Jiang looked at Yang Ming and said gleefully, "Besides, your director didn't let you off either." Yang Ming frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Jiang chuckled, pulled out the agreement he had just signed from his pocket, and handed it to Yang Ming. "From today onwards, you, Yang Ming, will be working under me." When everyone heard this, they quickly gathered behind Yang Ming, looking at the agreement and the list. Holy crap, this is it fake? And cooperating within family? Is the director crazy? So many people have been transferred, but Su hasn't. This is too outrageous. Oh, I'm not on it, then it's fine. Why is Lu Jiang also at the very bottom? It looks like he was just handwritten in. So hasty. Compared to the shock of others, Yang Ming's brain immediately crashed the moment he saw his name on the list. Who am I? Where am I? Why is my name on this? I became Su Jiang's subordinate. Only then did Yang Ming realize that he had been sold. And he was sold as a package deal with Lu Jiang. That's how it is. From now on, I will be everyone's leader. Su Jiang said with a grin. I hope we can get along well. For a moment, those who were assigned to Su Jiang's command had faces like they had eaten excrement. Well, that's it for now. If there are any work arrangements later, I'll find you. Su Jiang took back the agreement from Yang Ming's hand and left without looking back. Su Doctor. Oh no, Leader Su was off work. Yang Ming remained distraught and motionless, as if his soul had died. Standing in front of the Supervisory Bureau's main gate, Su Jiang experienced the feeling of being a leader for the first time. Tisk, I'll have An Rou buy me an executive jacket later. Su Jiang muttered. Since he was a leader now, how could he not wear an executive jacket? Oh, and a thermos cup. Thinking of this, Su Jiang couldn't help but sigh. He had just started university, and society had already honed him into a bureaucratic figure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated. Su Jiang took out his phone and saw, Old Jiang? Hello? Su Jiang, let me tell you, I asked someone to find out your competition results. Guess what place you got? As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yu's excited voice reached his ear. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Old Jiang, you don't need to tell me. The system has already informed me. However, since old Jiang was his teacher, he could only indulge him. I don't know. Did I not make it into the top 10? Su Jiang deliberately made his tone sound anxious, as if he really didn't know. Top 10? Hee hee, Jiang Yu shouted. You're first, Su Jiang. You little brat scored full marks, ha ha ha. Even the school leaders were alarmed and told me to make sure to take good care of you. Just as Su Jiang was about to say something, another call came in. It was An Rou. Hello. Teacher, I can't talk to you right now. I'm busy studying. Oh. Then study hard. Pay attention to balancing work and rest. Don't get too tired. Su Jiang hung up the phone before Jiang Yu could finish speaking. Then, he answered An Rou's call. Hello. Su Jiang, where are you? At the supervisory bureau. What, do you miss me? Miss you, my foot. What are you doing at the supervisory bureau? The way you say that. Of course I'm here to work. I'd believe you if you said you want to beat someone up, but are you really the kind of person who goes to work? An Rou was silent for a moment before retorting. Cough, cough, cough. Su Jiang coughed a few times. He had indeed just beaten Lu Jiang. Could she even guess that? So are you free now? An Rou said, if you're free, come to Zhong Street to find me. Let's go shopping. Shopping? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. It had indeed been a long time since he had gone on a date with An Rou and had some time to themselves. Okay, I'll take a taxi over. Okay, I'll wait for you. 119. The world of three people is too crowded. Half an hour later, Zhong Street. Su Jiang stared with lifeless eyes at An Rou and Xiona beside her. Hi, long time no see. Xiona greeted Su Jiang enthusiastically. Long time no see, Sister Xiona. Su Jiang forced a smile and waved gently. To hell with their two-person world. He knew it. An Rou wouldn't actively ask him out on a date. Looking at the large and small bags on the ground, Su Jiang instantly understood. Was he called here to carry bags? Hee hee. An Rou bent her eyes and pounced on Su Jiang, laughing. Sister Xiona and I bought a bit too much, so I urgently called you over. Here, this is the milk tea I bought for you. After speaking, An Rou also inserted a straw into the milk tea she had prepared for Su Jiang and handed it to him. Not far away, Xiona was stuffed with this unexpected display of affection. An Rou, you didn't say earlier that this milk tea was for Su Jiang. She thought An Rou had bought it for her to drink. No wonder she didn't want sugar. Xiona mumbled. Su Jiang took a sip of milk tea, then reached out to take Xiona's handbag. This is men's clothing. Most of it was bought for you by An Rou. Xiona said with a helpless smile. She said you always had the same few clothes in your closet, so she asked me to come out and help you buy clothes. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked at An Rou. An Rou's cheeks were slightly red, and she stubbornly said, It was just a coincidence. A coincidence? Su Jiang glanced at the large and small bags. Was this also a coincidence? TSK. Our An Rou is truly tsundere. However, he didn't expose her and honestly acted as a tool. The three continued to shop. Su Jiang and An Rou walked intimately hand in hand, while Xiona gnashed her teeth in anger behind them. She shouldn't have come. A world for three was too crowded. There was no place for her at all. By the way, I might be going to West Continent in 2 days. Su Jiang said to An Rou, the advanced mathematics competition results are out. I got first place, so I have to go to West Continent for the national competition. So, do you want to come and play with me then? Su Jiang paused, then added, I have a friend there, and I heard they happen to be holding a lantern festival. Lantern festival? An Rou blinked, a little tempted. Mainly, her relationship with Su Jiang hadn't made any substantial progress in the past half-month. Su Jiang, this big pig trot, didn't know how to be more proactive. An Rou also wanted to use this opportunity to make a breakthrough with Su Jiang. But, aren't the final exams in 2 days? An Rou said worriedly. It's fine. I'll have old Jiang arrange a deferred exam for us. Didn't you also have a deal with Wang Xiang? Was there such a thing? Su Jiang scratched his head, then remembered. That guy Wang Xiang seemed to have said he'd buy him a new Yasuo skin if he helped him cheat. Forget him, Su Jiang said heartbrokenly. Worst case, I don't want the skin. What touching brotherhood? And Rose secretly complained, then said, in that case, we'll also need to buy some things for a long trip. You two go shop by yourselves, I'm not staying. Xiona protested, directly saying, "My shop is just ahead. I'm going back. I won't be a third wheel for you two anymore." "Eh, Sister Xiona, you're still here?" An Rou turned around in surprise upon hearing her. "I thought you had already left." Xiona opened her mouth, but didn't curse. "The things I bought are still in Su Jiang's hands. Why would I leave?" "Talk. You two fall in love, and others get hurt. Give it to me." Storming up to Su Jiang, she took her belongings, and Xiona returned to her pet supply store without a word. Su Jiang and An Rou stood rooted to the spot, somewhat bewildered. "Why is Sister Xiona angry?" An Rou asked. "I don't know. Maybe Brother Li Kai made another mistake and upset Sister Xiona?" Su Jiang said, scratching his head. He remembered An Rou saying that Xiona was Li Kai's cousin, and Li Kai often made Xiona angry in the past. Brother Li Kai too. I wonder when he'll become more sensible. An Rou took a sip of milk tea and said, "Then let's go buy some travel supplies." "Okay." Inside the supervisory bureau, Director Jiang's office. "Director, I don't understand." Yang Ming pointed at the list of personnel. "Why do I have to work under Su Jiang?" "Yang Ming, you must understand our difficulties." Director Jiang said lightly, sipping his tea. "I don't understand. You have to learn to overcome." "I can't overcome it." Yang Ming widened his eyes, pointing outside. "You know what kind of person Su Jiang is. He's a pure lunatic. If you made him my subordinate, I'd tolerate it. But the result is me working under him. Why?" Director Jiang looked up, gazing at Yang Ming in surprise. He indeed hadn't expected Yang Ming's reaction to be so strong. "And Director, it's not just me. Many brothers have feelings about this matter." "Yang Ming." Director Jiang interrupted. "Let's make a bet." Yang Ming was stunned upon hearing this, blinking, and before he could speak, Director Jiang continued. "If Su Jiang can find Ding Qiming in West Continent this time, you'll work under him. How about that?" "Find Ding." Yang Ming's words stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with shock. "Is it the Ding Qiming from the Kyoto incident a few years ago? He's in West Continent?" "Not certain." Director Jiang shook his head. "You know, I've been looking for him for many years. After all these years, I only have a guess that he might have been hidden in West Continent. So I gave Su Jiang a task, to find Ding Qiming." Speaking of this, Director Jiang looked up at Yang Ming. "How about it? Do you bet?" Yang Ming's face was unpredictable. After a long while, he gritted his teeth. "I'll bet. If Su Jiang can really find Ding Qiming, then I'm willing to work under him. What about the ideological work for the others?" "I'll do it." Director Jiang smiled contentedly upon hearing this. After Yang Ming left, the office returned to its gloomy state. Director Jiang lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, his eyes deep, as if recalling something. Ding Qiming. He murmured the name, unable to discern if it was joy or sorrow. Only those who experienced that battle knew what that name, that person meant. He was a kind person, and also a person who deserved to die. 120, about An Rou's legs. It was already evening when Su Jiang and An Rou returned home. The two of them had been out shopping all day and then ate 2 bowls of spicy hot pot on the street. Halfway through eating, they suddenly remembered that they hadn't put out cat food for Fuguei today. But this was no big deal. Fuguei was already used to it. He was already a qualified little cat. He would dig out his own cat food to eat. "Silly cat, why did you scatter cat food all over the floor?" Su Jiang said helplessly, looking at the cat food strewn everywhere. Fuguei, who was lying on the floor licking cat food, heard this. His cat face drooped, and he just stared silently at Su Jiang. His eyes were cursing very crudely. "You yourself forgot to give me cat food during the day. Now you're blaming me? Serves you right for failing your driving test." Fuguei sighed, ignored Su Jiang, and continued eating. Su Jiang catch. An Rou handed the things she bought to Su Jiang, then took a tote bag herself and quickly slipped into her room. She was afraid Su Jiang would see what she had bought. Su Jiang glanced at it, not paying much attention. After throwing the several large bags of purchases into the living room, Su Jiang then cleaned up the cat food that Fuguei had scattered. Sitting on the sofa, he took out his phone, searched for a long time, and found that familiar name, a slight smile appearing at the corner of Su Jiang's mouth. Beep. "Oh, Su Jiang." After waiting for half a minute, the call was finally connected, and a male voice came from the phone, sounding very young and a bit playful. "We haven't seen each other since high school graduation. Why are you thinking of calling me now? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang chuckled. The person on the other end of the phone was indeed his high school classmate. Guli, the advanced mathematics national competition, you got into, right? Jiang said indifferently. With your math level, don't tell me you didn't even pass the preliminary round. Who are you looking down on? Of course I got in. Guli paused, then added, it's really strange, you're actually participating in this kind of competition. I remember you weren't interested in these things before. No choice, I met a mentor who insisted I compete. Let's not talk about this. I'm going to West Continent in 2 days. Coming to my place? All right, should I pick you up? Okay, but I'm not coming alone. Who else? Your mentor. And Jiang glanced towards An Rou's room and whispered, and my girlfriend. On the other end of the phone, Guli fell silent. Are you kidding? No. Jiang, you bastard. Guli couldn't hold back. We agreed to stay single forever. How did you get into a relationship? Oh, old Xie, I couldn't help it. She thought I was handsome and charming and insisted on being with me. I couldn't refuse, could I? You? I don't believe it. I'll never believe it. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Why was this kid so unwilling to face reality? Still too young, couldn't keep his composure. Just then, An Rou changed her clothes and came out of the room. Seeing Jiang on the phone, she asked curiously, Jiang, who are you talking to? A friend, lives in West Continent, named Guli. Their conversation was heard by Guli, word for word, especially in Rou's voice. At this moment, Guli, far away in West Continent, widened his eyes and looked at the time on his phone screen. 10 o'clock at night. Jiang, where are you now? Guli asked with trembling lips. At home. Upon receiving this answer, Guli gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. 10 o'clock at night, with a girlfriend at home. Isn't this cohabitation? Jiang, you son of a bitch. You kid. Really makes people envious. Thinking of his own romantic life, Guli only wished he were dead. Hello, why isn't old Xie talking? Jiang guessed Guli's current mood and held back a laugh. Don't forget to pick us up then. Jiang deliberately emphasized the word us. Pick up your ass. Don't look for me when you come to West Continent. Guli yelled and then hung up the phone directly. His mindset had collapsed. Ever since high school, he and Jiang had always been competing, especially in mathematics. Both were naturally gifted, the math teacher's darlings. It was precisely because of this that their relationship was exceptionally good during high school, a case of mutual appreciation. After the college entrance examination, Guli returned to West Continent due to family reasons and entered Shizhou University. Jiang, on the other hand, stayed in Jiangdu. Counting it up, it's true that we haven't seen each other for almost a year, Jiang said to An Rou. He also recounted his story with Guli. Of course, he omitted his embarrassing high school history. TSK, I didn't expect you to have such a friend in high school. An Rou stroked the cat and naturally leaned back against Jiang's shoulder. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Jiang subtly twitched his nose, looking at An Rou with some surprise. Changed shampoo? No, shampoo doesn't seem to have such a strong scent. Is this perfume? Did you spray perfume? Huh. An Rou panicked. Was it that obvious? The perfume was given to her by Chiona today, and she usually didn't spray perfume much. She had only sprayed a tiny bit when she was changing clothes just now. But it really was only a tiny bit, and Rou herself couldn't even smell it. Was Jiang a dog's nose? And Rou's eyes darted. Then she suddenly smiled. Yes, does it smell good? It's a bit strong. And Rou covered her face. She wouldn't spray it anymore in the future. She had thought that using this perfume would, to some extent, make Jiang more proactive. It seemed she had overthought it. But soon, An Rou noticed that Jiang's gaze always seemed to fall on her legs. Had Jiang said before that her legs were very fair? Thinking of this, An Rou deliberately pulled up the pants of her pajamas a bit, revealing her long, slender legs. At this, Jiang's gaze was completely fixed on An Rou's legs, undisguised. Seeing this, An Rou chuckled inwardly. So this guy liked this. Let's see how I'll handle you. Jiang, why are you looking at my legs like that? An Rou asked, feigning surprise. Jiang frowned, looking at An Rou's legs, and said, that shouldn't be right? Huh. An Rou was startled. What shouldn't be right? Why don't you have any bites on your legs? Jiang pulled up his pants, revealing his own legs, covered in several dense mosquito bites. All bitten by mosquitoes. All creatures in the world have a reason to live, except mosquitoes. He asked, puzzled. Why do mosquitoes only bite me and not you? An Rou blinked, her mind blank. You've been staring at my legs for so long just because of this. Yeah, what else? Nothing else. No. Jiang scratched his head. What did you think it was? An Rou fell silent. She was truly foolish, truly. Knowing that Jiang's mind was different from normal people, yet she still treated him with normal human thinking. Bang! A cushion was thrown at Jiang, and An Rou returned to her room in a huff. Clang! The door closed, leaving one bewildered person and one bewildered cat. Of course, the cat was innocent. Fugaway glanced at Jiang, then shook his head very human-like, and left with a sigh. Jiang took the cushion off his face, blinked, and was utterly perplexed. What on earth happened? 121. I, Jiang, guarantee this with my personality. 2 days later, at the An family. Because the results of the advanced mathematics competition were out, and the national competition was in half a month, Jiang was scheduled to depart for West Continent today. Although he hadn't gotten his driver's license, and Mingjie had already bought a car for Jiang. After all, An Rou had passed her test. And Mingjie was also shocked by his younger sister's talent for driving. He even bravely got into the car and let An Rou drive 2 laps. After getting out of the car, he exclaimed that it was an eye-opener. A born driving saint, truly terrifying. At this moment, at the An family's entrance, Jiang and a few others stood in front of the new car, all smiles. Except for Li Kai. He didn't understand why he also had to go to West Continent. His retirement had barely begun, and now he had to work again. The main reason was that Jiang and the others planned to drive to West Continent, but the journey was a bit long, so they called Li Kai to take turns driving with An Rou. Jiang grinned, affectionately stroking the car body. Even though he wasn't the one driving, it was still his car. An Rou, when you get to West Continent, you must take good care of yourself, and Mingjie instructed. Don't worry, go. How old do you think I am? Are you still treating me like a child? An Rou pouted. And Mingjie's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he glanced at Jiang. He had a feeling that Jiang's trip to West Continent wasn't going to be a good thing. He was quite worried for West Continent. Thinking of this, and Mingjie couldn't help but call Jiang to a corner and said, You're sure you're just going to take a test, and then come back, right? Jiang looked up at Mingjie and said unhappily, Olden, I think you're misunderstanding me. What did you call me? And gee, is there a problem? And Mingjie clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Don't get angry, don't get angry. It's not worth getting upset over. Listen, the situation in West Continent is not the same as in Jiangdu. As far as I know, there are only 2 families there now, the Xie family and the Mei family. Both are leading families. Unlike the infighting among the various families in Jiangdu, the Xie family and the Mei family are not hostile. Instead, they cooperate with each other. Jiang raised an eyebrow when he heard this. So, there aren't any major conflicts in West Continent right now? No, and Mingjie shook his head. On the contrary, the conflicts there, though not as complicated as in Jiangdu, are even more troublesome. The conflict in West Continent is between the Supervisory Bureau and the families. For some reason, the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau seems to have a life-and-death feud with the Xie family and the Mei family. Both sides have been locked in a fierce struggle. Hiss! Jiang gasped. Is the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau so dedicated? In contrast, their Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau plays cards all day. They have nothing to do and are very idle. It makes us look very lazy. Jiang was a bit displeased. They're all supervisory bureaus. Why aren't you guys slacking off? If you don't slack off, how can we slack off in peace? What do you want to do? And Mingjie noticed that Jiang's eyes looked a bit off. Nothing. I'm just thinking if I should take the opportunity to rectify the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau. Rectify your ass. And Mingjie knew that this guy couldn't stay quiet for a second. He grabbed Jiang's collar and whispered, You listen to me. When you get to West Continent, you better behave yourself, focus on your test, and enjoy your trip, understand? All right. You're not allowed to go to the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau. No. You're not allowed to cause any explosions in West Continent. I'll try. What do you mean try? And Mingjie felt a headache coming on, his voice raising a few decibels. If something happens, the An family won't be able to do anything. After all, that's West Continent. Oh, come on. Su Jiang patted in Mingjie's hand that was gripping his collar. I'm just kidding. How could I, an excellent citizen of Jiangdu, possibly cause an explosion? Besides, Wangkai and Laifu are both at the An family. What would I use to cause an explosion? And Mingjie's face darkened. Why would you associate squirrels and raccoons with explosions? What? Are they essential for explosions? Go. Are you guys done yet? Not far away, An Rou was already getting impatient. She wanted to drive. Li Kai had already loaded all the luggage into the car. There wasn't much stuff since there were only 3 of them. Su Jiang waved at her, then patted in Mingjie's shoulder. Don't worry, Olden. I, Su Jiang, guarantee you on my honor that I will behave myself in West Continent, all right? With that, Su Jiang walked towards An Rou. This kid. And Mingjie watched the 3 of them get into the car, then suddenly realized. Did that kid just call him Olden again? Clenching his fist, and Mingjie secretly vowed. You just wait. If your betrothal gift isn't at least 10 million, do you think you can marry An Rou? Humph. Su Jiang sat in the back row, completely unaware that he had already been noted down by An Mingjie. As soon as they got in the car, An Rou stepped on the gas, starting it directly. Li Kai sat in the passenger seat, his seatbelt fastened tightly, a solemn expression on his face. It was his first time riding in a car driven by An Rou. However, half an hour later, he understood what a born driving saint was. Truly terrifying. She had just gotten her driver's license, yet she drove as steadily as an experienced driver. In contrast, Li Kai squinted at Su Jiang in the back row. What kind of look is that? Cough. Nothing. I just heard that someone failed their second driving test 3 times. Li Kai hit him with a direct jab. Su Jiang's face darkened. After a long while, he laughed. Laoli, there's something you might not know yet, is there? What? Seeing Su Jiang smile, Li Kai suddenly had an ominous premonition. Su Jiang pulled out the agreement signed with Director Jiang from his pocket and casually handed it to Li Kai. Laoli. Oh no, from now on I should call you Shaoli. Su Jiang said in a formal tone. From now on, you'll be assigned to work under me. Li Kai took the agreement, scanned it, and then saw his name on the list. Soon, Yang Ming's crestfallen expression was perfectly replicated on Li Kai's face. This is impossible. Li Kai refused to accept the fact. Fake. This must be fake. Face reality, Shaoli. Su Jiang clasped his hands behind his head, looking sideways at Li Kai. It's clearly written in black and white. Do you dare say that the family crest seal on it isn't the An family's? Li Kai quickly looked at it upon hearing this. It was indeed the An family's family crest seal. But how could this be? The family crest seal has always been with the family head. Wait a minute. Which means? Li Kai's eyes widened as he realized. It was in Xingchang who sold him out? Seeing Li Kai completely stunned, Su Jiang even worried if he could drive properly next. He hoped he wouldn't drive the car into a ditch. 122. Silly Cat was brought out 2.0. In the end, no matter how unwilling Li Kai was, he still gritted his teeth and faced reality. It's just working under Su Jiang. Anyway, he was often bossed around by Su Jiang before. Now, he's just being bossed around a bit more formally. Li Kai kept trying to convince himself, his heart ashen. He felt that Su Jiang was his bane. But Su Jiang didn't care what Li Kai was thinking. At least he had vented his anger. That's what you get for mocking me about my driving test. Little Li, after you start working, you still need to be careful with your words and actions at all times. Su Jiang said, looking calm and composed. Li Kai didn't reply, his teeth nearly ground to dust. Phew, I'm not driving anymore. I'm so tired. An Rou let out a long breath and pulled over. Then, she turned her head, looked at Li Kai in the passenger seat, and said, Brother Li Kai, you drive. Li Kai? Question mark. Su Jiang? Question mark. Miss, you've only driven a few kilometers, and you're already giving up? Weren't you eager to drive? So it was just a 3-minute burst of enthusiasm, huh? Little did they know, An Rou found it incredibly boring while driving. Just holding the steering wheel, unable to do anything else. It would be better to let Li Kai drive, and she could find a show to watch. By the time she finished watching, they would be in West Continent. Click, An Rou opened the door and got out, planning to switch seats with Li Kai. Li Kai's eyes widened, and he suddenly turned to look at Su Jiang. This is not what you told me. Didn't you say we'd take turns driving? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Seeing An Rou's situation, it seemed she wouldn't drive again. Just tell me if we're switching or not. Su Jiang paused, then said with great sympathy, Little Li, I really want to help you, but you know, I don't have a driver's license. Su Jiang spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Finally, Li Kai, the old driver, got into Su Jiang's new car with a blank expression. He swore, if he ever believed Su Jiang again, he would be a dog. Su Jiang, hand me the tablet. An Rou, sitting in the passenger seat, reached out to Su Jiang for the tablet. She wanted to watch a show. As for why she wasn't sitting in the back with Su Jiang, because of the incident with her legs and the mosquitoes that night, An Rou had been looking for an opportunity to get revenge. So, when she got in the car today, she casually said, those without a driver's license sit obediently in the back. And then Su Jiang obediently went to sit in the back, punishing him for not being able to be close to An Rou. Su Jiang took An Rou's small backpack from beside him, just about to pull out the tablet. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Why is it a bit heavy? No way. Su Jiang had a premonition of something bad. He mechanically pulled open the zipper. Sure enough, a white cat's head poked out of the bag. Meow. So stuffy. Silly cat. Why are you here again? Su Jiang's eyes widened, and he grabbed Fugue by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up. When did you sneak in? Fugue stuck out its tongue, its eyes shifting nervously to the side. It had been cooped up at home for too long, so it wanted to run out and play. During the isolated island battlefield, it was also confined at home. It was bored to death. It would rather be a stray. An Rou heard the commotion, turned her head, and looked at Fugue with surprise. How did you get out? She took Fugue from Su Jiang's hands, hugged it, and gently tapped Fugue's head. Who told you to come out? Didn't I tell you to eat well at home? Meow, meow, meow. Who can survive on that little food at home? Fugue only now realized that An Rou, like Su Jiang, was also a bit clueless. The cat food at home is almost gone, and neither of you noticed? I'm eating ham sausages at home now, just in case the cat food runs out someday, so I can save a little. The key is, every time it tells An Rou can't understand what it means. She always thinks it's just wanting cuddles. As for Su Jiang, the moment Fugue told him, he forgot it the next second. It's not easy for it to stay in this family. What should we do? Should we send it back? An Rou turned her head and asked. Su Jiang stared at Fugue and sighed. We've driven this far, why send it back? Let's just take it with us. Meow. Thank you. Quite polite, too. Afterward, Su Jiang handed the tablet to An Rou, then he also opened his phone and started playing a game. Shoveling. Just like that. An Rou was in the front, petting the cat and binge-watching her show. Su Jiang was in the back playing games. Li Kai was driving with a grim expression, his resentment so immense it could satisfy even the evil sword immortal. A few hours later, the 3 people and 1 cat finally arrived in West Continent. Li Kai looked exhausted and continued driving towards the hotel. An Rou had already fallen asleep hugging Fugue. The show was still playing, and Fugue was watching with great interest in her arms. And Su Jiang. All in. All in. All in. One more card. The last card. Damn it. Garbage game. Even dogs wouldn't play. The screen instantly went dark. Su Jiang was out, in 8th place. The fate of a gambling addict is not even to score points. Just then, a call came in. Sieguli? Su Jiang answered. Hello? What do you want? Have you arrived in West Continent? Just arrived. Weren't you not coming to pick me up? Stop the nonsense. Send me the hotel location. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He hung up the phone, sent the hotel address to Sieguli, and then couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why did Sieguli's tone just now sound a bit impatient? Su Jiang was at a loss. He just felt something was off. Half an hour later, the 3 people and 1 cat arrived at the hotel. Su Jiang woke An Rou up, and just as they got out of the car, he heard someone call his name. Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a man of similar build to Su Jiang, handsome, wearing a brown trench coat, was smiling and waving at Su Jiang. An Rou, getting out of the car, was startled by the sight and looked at Su Jiang in confusion. That's Sieguli. Su Jiang introduced him helplessly. That's him. An Rou curiously sized up Sieguli. This is Su Jiang's high school friend? You're here early. Sieg Guli approached Su Jiang, then turned sideways, saying somewhat impatiently, "Let me introduce someone to you." Behind Sieg Guli stood a tall, beautiful woman. "This is An Rou, my girlfriend," Sieg Guli said with a smile. "Girlfriend?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched. "Didn't you tell me 2 days ago that you didn't have a partner? Now suddenly a girlfriend pops up?" "Hello, I'm An Rou. Guli has told me all about you." An Rou smiled and generously extended her hand to Su Jiang. Hello." Su Jiang politely shook her hand, then said, "Excuse me. Did you two meet on a legitimate platform?" "Su Jiang, are you sick?" Sieg Guli directly kicked him. Su Jiang deftly dodged it. "Just kidding, haha." Su Jiang scratched his head, then began to introduce An Rou and Li Kai. "This is my girlfriend, An Rou." "Hello, everyone." An Rou smiled sweetly and waved in greeting. Sieg Guli looked her over and couldn't help but exclaim, "Su Jiang must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life, right? To find such a beautiful girlfriend? This is Li Kai. He is my partner." Su Jiang thought for a moment and still used the word partner to introduce Li Kai. After all, accomplice or something sounded a bit too informal. 123 Rich? Today is Brother Biao. Brother Li Kai's mouth twitched when he heard the word partner. He secretly glared at Su Jiang, then shook Sieg Guli's hand in a friendly manner. "You two go check in first. I'll take you out to eat later." Sieg Guli smiled and said to Li Kai, "Our West Continent barbecue here is famously delicious." Li Kai and An Rou couldn't help but curiously size up Sieg Guli. Although this person was Su Jiang's friend, he was quite different from Su Jiang in all aspects. He was, well, quite like a normal person. Sensing Li Kai and An Rou's peculiar gazes, Su Jiang asked, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" "And nothing. Let's go check in first." An Rou, holding White Cat in her arms, pulled Su Jiang and walked into the hotel. Li Kai followed closely, carrying his luggage. Sieg Guli wanted to help, but Li Kai friendly declined. After all, there wasn't much luggage, and he could easily carry it all by himself. After the three entered the hotel, An Rou walked over to Sieg Guli, looked at Su Jiang and An Rou's backs, and whispered, "No wonder you insisted I come out. So it was to save face." Mainly because Su Jiang is too annoying, and I clearly have a girlfriend too. Why should I have to watch that guy show off?" Sieg Guli chuckled, gently put his arm around An Rou's waist, and held up 4 fingers. "I promise, just for today, we won't be discovered." An Rou rolled her eyes at him. "You should know that our relationship can't be exposed yet, right? Otherwise, if my dad finds out, you and your family will have a headache for a while." At these words, Sieg Guli immediately felt a headache coming on. He sighed softly. If it weren't for this, he would have openly announced his relationship with An Rou long ago. He wouldn't have to be so secretive like now. Even picking up Su Jiang required planning the route in advance to avoid being noticed. Because once their relationship was exposed, to put it broadly, the entire West Continent situation would change. All right. I'll try my best to let us go public sooner, okay?" Sieg Guli took An Rou's hand and coaxed her softly. An Rou's lips curved upward, but she didn't speak. But Sieg Guli knew this was a sign of her good mood. "What?" Just then, Li Kai's exclamation came from not far away. Hearing the sound, Sieg Guli quickly walked in to see what had happened. He saw the 3 people and 1 cat standing at the hotel front desk, looking solemn. "What's wrong? What happened?" Sieg Guli quickly asked Su Jiang. "It's a big problem. There are only 2 rooms left," Su Jiang said seriously. Is there a problem with that?" Sieg Guli looked at the 3 of them. "You and An Rou in 1 room, Brother Li Kai in 1 room. Isn't that perfect?" At this point, the front desk attendant began to explain. "It's like this, there are only 2 king-size rooms left, so they seem to be a bit incompatible with the allocation. It is known that An Rou, due to shyness and modesty, did not want to share a room with Su Jiang. Li Kai and Su Jiang disliked each other, and neither wanted to share a room with the other. Question: which room should White Cat go to?" White Cat, in An Rou's arms, shivered and dared not speak. Because the 3 of them were arguing back and forth, they hadn't mentioned at all which room it should be arranged in. Sieg Guli felt a headache after listening. "Couldn't you have booked these things in advance before you left? I'm a girl. I should have a room to myself." An Rou said, "Whatever. As long as I'm not in the same room as Su Jiang, Li Kai said. Su Jiang looked left and right. Then he took a deep breath and said, since that's the case, let's draw lots. He asked the front desk for a tissue, tore it into 3 strips, 2 long and 1 short. The person who draws the short one will go stay at the hotel across the street. There was also a hotel across the street, but the environment was a bit worse. An Rou and Li Kai considered it for a moment and agreed to the decision. For the sake of fairness, they decided that Xie Guli would hold the slips of paper to prevent Su Jiang from cheating. Xie Guli took the slips of paper in a daze, and Shangwan Lu was also speechless beside him. What kind of development was this? The 3 of them solemnly drew a slip of paper, and Su Jiang kept taking deep breaths to calm his heartbeat. He hadn't been this nervous even when fighting the Feng family on Isolated Island. Come. The 3 simultaneously pulled out their slips of paper, and the big unlucky person who had to go stay elsewhere was Su Jiang. Uffed. An Rou and Li Kai covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. Su Jiang had proposed the game himself, and he ended up losing. Then it settled, 1 room for me and 1 for brother Li Kai. An Rou smiled. You'll have to work hard and go stay at the hotel across the street. Su Jiang looked at the slip of paper in his hand in disbelief, unwilling to accept reality. Tisk. Xie Guli stepped forward and patted Su Jiang's shoulder. So many years have passed, and your luck is still as stable as ever. From the moment Su Jiang brought up this game, Xie Guli had a rough premonition of who would lose. Because in high school, Su Jiang had never won a luck-based game like this. He was bad at it, but loved to play. However, he was a good loser. Su Jiang, with tears in his eyes, put on his small luggage and walked towards the hotel across the street, looking back every 3 steps. In his hand, he carried White Cat, whose face was drooping. Meow. Why did you bring me? What are you meowing about? As your litter scooper, isn't it right for us to share hardships? Meow. I handle my own poop. Just as the person and the cat were arguing, a sudden, unfamiliar cat meow sounded. Meow. Brother Biao? Su Jiang and White Cat paused, looking in the direction of the sound. They saw a tabby cat staring at them with a look of astonishment. When it saw White Cat's full face, it meowed again. Meow. Brother Biao, how did you become a house cat? As White Cat fell silent, the tabby cat meowed even louder. Su Jiang could tell it was mocking White Cat. He lowered his head and asked White Cat, should I help you beat him up? Meow. Put me down. White Cat calmly raised its paw, signaling Su Jiang to release its scruff. Matters of cat society should be resolved by cats themselves. Upon landing, White Cat instantly pounced on the tabby cat, greeting it with a flurry of cat punches. Su Jiang was initially worried it couldn't win, as a tabby cat's fighting power was no joke. But White Cat completely dominated the tabby cat. Bang, bang, bang. Meow. Am I giving you face, you damn cat? Bang, bang, bang. Meow, meow, meow. Dare to meow in front of me now. Bang, bang, bang. Meow, 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 meow. What's wrong with being a house cat? Did I eat your ham sausage? White Cat kept hitting the tabby cat while meowing curses. Su Jiang watched, dumbfounded. Was this still that pitiful White Cat from downstairs? Is this an 8-year-old? 124. I like him, that's enough. After the tabby cat limped away, Fugui ran in front of Su Jiang, shaking his hind neck. Meow, meow, meow. Carry me. Let's see who dares to meow again. All right, brother Biao. Su Jiang obediently listened and continued to pick up Fugui. His understanding was truly refreshed. He hadn't expected Fugui to be so fierce. He had always thought Fugui only knew how to eat. He hadn't expected this White Cat to truly be a street cat. Brother Biao, you don't have a family either, do you? Meow. No, I started from scratch. Oh, then who taught you all these skills? Meow. When you wander for a long time, your fists naturally harden. I see. I've learned a lot, brother Biao. Su Jiang said humbly. To express his admiration for Fugui, Su Jiang even specially booked a twin room. He had to give his big brother Fugui a separate bed, right? After tidying up a bit, Su Jiang went out to meet An Rou and the others. Xie Guli was going to take them for barbecue. At the same time, in West Continent, at the Mei family, the patriarch, Mei Zimin, was meeting an uninvited guest in his private study. Mei family head, long time no see. A man sat opposite Mei Zimin, his voice low and tinged with a hint of mockery. Mei Zimin was practicing calligraphy with his head down. Hearing the man's voice, he didn't even lift his head and said, "I didn't expect the Wei family to send you, Feng Zhe." No choice. Rose died on the isolated island battlefield, so I had no choice but to show up. Feng Zhe reined in his smile and said seriously, "Young Master Wei has spoken. The Mei family, it's time to move." Mei Zimin's brush paused. After a long time, he put down the brush and looked up at Feng Zhe. "Young Master Wei, what does he need the Mei family to do?" "3 things. Feng Zhe held up 3 fingers and said unhurriedly. "First, kill a few people." Immediately, he took out a few photos from his pocket and threw them in front of Mei Zimin. They were clearly photos of Su Jiang and the other 2. They are from the An family in Jiangdu City. They should have arrived in West Continent by now. Young Master Wei said these people cannot live. "Why?" Mei Zimin glanced at the photos and said lightly, "They don't look special. What if I told you they were involved in Rose's death?" These words made Mei Zimin's pupils constrict slightly. He couldn't help but examine the photos of the 3 again carefully. The young-looking boy is named Su Jiang. He's a university student. Rose was shot dead shortly after he landed on the island. Moreover, after he landed on the island, the Feng family was wiped out in less than 2 days. Feng Zhe paused, then added, "Although it's hard to believe, young Master Wei said that if you eliminate all impossibilities, whatever answer remains, no matter how outlandish, must be the correct answer." Mei Zimin remained silent for a long time upon hearing this. He slowly walked to the opposite side of Feng Zhe and sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, "Since even Rose died by his hand, how can my Mei family kill him? You, Feng Zhe, are a big shot on the killer rankings. Why don't you act yourself?" Feng Zhe chuckled upon hearing this. "Because I'm afraid of death." "Then my Mei family isn't afraid of death?" "Mei family head, you have no choice." Feng Zhe leaned slightly forward and whispered, "Don't forget, your Mei family's family token is in young Master Wei's hands. Your Mei family wouldn't be where it is today without young Master Wei's help." These words struck Mei Zimin's heart. He took a deep breath and said, "What are the other 2 things?" As soon as he said this, Feng Zhe knew that Mei Zimin had agreed. So he continued, "The second thing, you've been cooperating with the Xie family for so long. It's time for that to end. Young Master Wei's intention is for you to annex the Xie family." Mei Zimin slowly closed his eyes upon hearing this. For the past few years, his Mei family and the Xie family had been in close contact, and their relationship was harmonious. Doing this would undoubtedly be a betrayal of the Xie family. But he had no choice. From the very beginning, he knew this day would come. "And the third?" Mei Zimin asked in a deep voice, with his eyes closed. "The third is very simple." Feng Zhe took out another photo and handed it to Mei Zimin. "This person is Ding Qiming. Find him." Feng Zhe paused, then repeated, "Even if you have to turn West Continent upside down, you must find him. This third matter is 100 times more important than the first 2, understand?" Mei Zimin heard this, opened his eyes, and gently frowned. Ding Qiming? He seemed to have heard that name somewhere. Someone who could make Wei Tian give such an order, to be found even if West Continent was turned upside down. Could it be that he's related to the Kyoto incident? Mei Zimin's gaze was sharp. If that were true, then this person would be too important. Mei family head, don't ask about some things. Feng Zhe put a finger to his lips. Just understand it in your heart. Mei Zimin took a deep breath. Feng Zhe's action undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Clang. Just then, there was a sound outside the door. Feng Zhe's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up and opened the door. He saw a petite girl getting up from the ground, rubbing her knees, seemingly having just fallen. Lingling. Mei Zimin saw this and quickly said, "This is my daughter, Mei Lingling, not an outsider." Feng Zhe, however, ignored what Mei Zimin said, and instead stared intently at Mei Lingling. "Little girl, how much did you hear outside the door just now?" Who are you?" Mei Lingling rubbed her knees and glared at Feng Zhe. "I was just passing by and accidentally slipped. Who would eavesdrop on you 2 big men talking?" Feng Zhe looked at Mei Lingling with gloomy eyes, a small dagger quietly appearing on the back of his hand, eager to move. "Feng Zhe, I told you, she's my daughter." Mei Lingling couldn't see it, but Mei Zimin, standing behind Feng Zhe, saw the dagger. If you dare to touch her, I guarantee you won't leave the Mei family today. Mei Zimin's tone showed no emotion, but it was full of menace. Feng Zhe heard this, paused his steps, and looked back at Mei Zimin unhappily. This old man. After much deliberation, Feng Zhe still put the dagger away. Mei family head is joking. Miss Mei is so beautiful. How could I bear to lay a hand on her? It's getting late, so I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave. After Feng Zhe finished speaking, he walked out on his own. As he passed Mei Lingling, his steps slowed considerably, and he glanced at her lightly, but still didn't make a move. Instead, he memorized Mei Lingling's face. Not acting now didn't mean he wouldn't act later. Mei Lingling trembled all over. The feeling of being targeted by a wild beast made her body go cold. After Feng Zhe walked away, Mei Lingling took a few deep breaths, looking at Feng Zhe's retreating back with some lingering fear. Dad, who exactly was he? Shut up, Mei Zimin roared, cutting Mei Lingling off. From today onwards, for 1 month, you are not allowed to leave the Mei family. Why? Mei Lingling said defiantly. Because I'm your father. Mei Zimin glared at Mei Lingling. Who gave you the nerve to eavesdrop on my conversation? Do you know what a huge mess you've caused? Then why did you betray the Xie family? Mei Lingling said with red eyes. How am I supposed to face Xie Guli after you do this? As soon as she said this, Mei Zimin knew that Mei Lingling had heard their entire conversation just now. He doesn't even like you. Why are you so obsessed with him? I like him, that's enough. Mei Zimin sighed deeply. He didn't know what kind of enchantment Xie Guli had cast on his daughter to make Mei Lingling love him so selflessly. 125. Su Jiang's glorious deeds. Lingling, forget about that kid, Xie Guli. Mei Zimin swore that if he had known back, then that Mei Lingling would fall in love with Xie Guli at first sight. He definitely wouldn't have let them meet. Now look, his daughter is suffering from unrequited love, and Xie Guli only sees Mei Lingling as a younger sister. Mei Zimin found it hard to watch Mei Lingling's various sycophantic actions. Mei Zimin said earnestly, "You'll understand later that love, compared to other things, is simply not important." Mei Lingling clenched her fists, remaining silent. Seeing this, Mei Zimin sighed deeply. He knew Mei Lingling wouldn't listen to him. Girls in love are always beyond help. Go back to your room. Thousands of words ultimately boiled down to just this one sentence. Mei Zimin left, leaving Mei Lingling alone. A few tears fell to the floor, and Mei Lingling felt utterly helpless. She knew something was going to happen, but she couldn't stop it. She knew that from now on, she would not be able to leave the Mei family for even a single step, because what she had heard could absolutely not be leaked. Xie Guli, what should I do? Mei Lingling hugged her knees, squatting on the ground, sobbing softly. The sudden turn of events left the girl at a loss. Cheers. At a barbecue restaurant in West Continent, Su Jiang and the others were happily toasting. Even An Rou had a little to drink, her small face flushed red. Fugaway lay beside them, gnawing on chicken wings in small bites. Life was also getting better. It tasted much better than the colorful chicken wings An Rou made. Oh, by the way, do you guys know about Su Jiang's embarrassing past from high school? Xie Guli was eating barbecue when he suddenly brought this up. Xie Guli, shut up. Nobody would think you're mute. As soon as he said this, Su Jiang immediately got anxious. No way, no way. You guys actually don't know about the glorious achievements Su Jiang made back then? Xie Guli completely ignored Su Jiang's threats. An Rou and Li Kai's eyes lit up, looking at Xie Guli with great interest. What embarrassing past? Hurry up and tell us. Hey. Xie Guli smiled mysteriously, glanced at Su Jiang, and then said, back then, we were in the same class. I was the class president, and Su Jiang was the vice class president. And then, Shangguan Lu also became interested, looking at Xie Guli curiously. Except for Su Jiang, who was burying his head in the barbecue, seemingly resigned to his fate. Then, in order to usurp power and remove the vice from his title, he voluntarily joined the Student Discipline Committee, which had the busiest tasks at the time. At this point, Xie Guli stifled a laugh and continued. This guy even smoked 3 cigarettes in a row just to infiltrate our school's smoking gang, and as soon as he got in, he backstabbed them. Because he busted the largest toilet smoking ring in our grade at the time, this guy became an excellent class cadre, and even seized my power in one fell swoop, becoming the class president. Because of that incident, our idiotic principal even publicly praised him and then organized a campus smokeout event, burning cigarettes on the spot. TSK, TSK, TSK. That day, smoke filled the entire school. Many people were choked and didn't come to school the next day. Our principal was also dismissed because of this. After Xie Guli finished speaking, he pointed at Su Jiang and said, "This guy's one action back," then directly triggered a butterfly effect, causing the entire high school education in Jiangdu to be reformed. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention focused on Su Jiang, especially Li Kai and An Rou, who lived in Jiangdu themselves. As soon as Xie Guli mentioned this, memories flooded their minds. So, the source of the smokeout incident back then was actually you? Li Kai's mouth twitched. He hadn't forgotten that because of this incident, the 3 major families of Jiangdu were even investigated by the Supervisory Bureau as an opportunity. Because the smoke was so thick, people almost thought they were burning some contraband. The 3 major families immediately became suspects. It was only after it was found out that they were burning cigarettes that they were let off the hook. Who would have thought that the source of such a big sensation in Jiangdu City back then was merely because Su Jiang wanted to be class president? Nonsense, what does that have to do with me? Su Jiang, with his mouth full of meat, retorted, "Back then, it was just one of those smokers who had a problem with me and said he'd ambush me after school. So, when I busted their gang, I said he was the group leader." Su Jiang swallowed the meat, saying indifferently, "I heard he was even expelled later." That sounds like something you would do. What happened after that? Was Su Jiang not hunted down? An Rou asked curiously. Doing something like that, one would more or less be retaliated against, right? Before Xie Guli could speak, Su Jiang confessed himself. "Of course I was hunted down, but I arranged a fight with them beforehand, then secretly called the police and caught them all in one fell swoop." An Rou gave him a thumbs up. Typical you. With the atmosphere set, everyone toasted again. "Su Jiang, how about I take you to Shizhou University tomorrow?" Xie Guli suggested. "The national competition venue is at Shizhou University. You can go and get used to it beforehand, lest you lose to me then and say the venue isn't suitable or something." "What a joke." Su Jiang snorted coldly, tilted his head, and looked at Xie Guli, saying, "When have I ever lost to you?" Su Jiang was indeed right about that, because every time they took a math exam, both of them scored full marks, making it impossible to distinguish who was better. But privately, they were both aware of each other's strength. Their math levels were quite similar. I think we should prioritize friendship first and competition second." Shangwan Lu stepped in to mediate. Unexpectedly, Su Jiang and Xie Guli shook their heads in unison. "Friendship first, competition second, those are just excuses for the weak," Su Jiang said. "Exactly. The first place should ruthlessly humiliate the second place." Xie Guli nodded in agreement. Everyone covered their faces. They finally understood why these two could be good friends. Birds of a feather. By the end of the meal, Xie Guli, as the host, paid the bill while using the restroom. This made An Rou and Li Kai feel a bit embarrassed, because Su Jiang ate way too much. A barbecue meal costs 700, and Su Jiang alone probably ate 500 of it. "Your appetite is so big now?" Xie Guli asked strangely. He remembered Su Jiang didn't eat much before, did he? An Rou also looked at Su Jiang. She just didn't understand. It was one thing for Su Jiang to eat so much, but why didn't he get fat? She was a little unconvinced. "Hey, it's not every day you treat. Shouldn't I eat more?" Su Jiang smiled. Then at the barbecue restaurant entrance, the 3 people and 1 cat parted ways with Xie Guli, and they made a plan for Xie Guli to take them to Shizhou University tomorrow. "Su Jiang, carry me." After Xie Guli and Shangwan Lu left, An Rou directly leaned onto Su Jiang's back. "My head feels a bit dizzy." Hearing An Rou's voice sound a bit off, Su Jiang looked back, his mouth twitching. Was she drunk? 126. Is An Rou drunk? Ugh, I'm so sleepy. An Rou mumbled softly, her eyes closed, as she lay on Su Jiang's back. Su Jiang held An Rou's legs with both hands, feeling the sensation on his back, and couldn't help but sigh. "If you can't drink, then don't drink." Su Jiang remembered. An Rou seemed to have only drunk less than 1 bottle of beer, right? Maybe just half a bottle? She rarely drinks. Basically, she's a one-drink wonder. Li Kai walked behind them and explained. An Rou was found to have a low alcohol tolerance since she was young, so we all forbid her from drinking. Su Jiang wanted to nod at his words, but the cat was still perched on his head. This silly cat didn't want Li Kai to hold it, nor did it want to walk on its own. Su Jiang couldn't free his hands right now, so the cat very consciously lay on top of Su Jiang's head. It even messed up Su Jiang's hair. When they returned to the hotel, An Rou was already asleep. An Rou, don't sleep yet. Where's your room card? Su Jiang stood in front of An Rou's room door and asked softly. Ugh, room card. An Rou closed her eyes and mumbled. Room card. The room card is inside my clothes. Inside her clothes? Silly cat. Check her pockets, quickly. Su Jiang looked up and ordered the cat. You've been lying on my head for so long. It's time to work. The cat let out a soft yawn, straightened its 4 paws, and stretched. It slowly climbed down and finally, from An Rou's left pocket, it retrieved a black card. Beep. Su Jiang swiped the card and successfully entered An Rou's room. Gently placing An Rou on the bed, Su Jiang let out a long breath and looked around. Damn, the environment is indeed better than the hotel across the street. Ugh. An Rou frowned and rolled over on the bed. Su Jiang stood with his hands on his hips, hesitating whether to help An Rou change clothes. Sleeping in these clothes would be very uncomfortable, right? But would doing this be inappropriate? It feels like taking advantage of someone. Just as Su Jiang was agonizing, the cat had already found a comfortable spot and fallen asleep. This place was much more comfortable to sleep in. After much thought, Su Jiang finally made a decision. Do it. He and An Rou were already boyfriend and girlfriend. What was there to be shy about? No sooner said than done. Su Jiang knelt down and began to take off An Rou's white shoes. Then he reached out and took off An Rou's brown coat. Su Jiang, what are you doing? An Rou spoke groggily. Don't move. I'm helping you take off your outer clothes. Su Jiang coaxed An Rou while deftly taking off her coat. After taking it off, An Rou was only wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. At this point, Su Jiang had already decided to stop. If he took off any more, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. He gently picked up An Rou, pulled back the covers, and then put her in. TSK, like wrapping a dumpling, Su Jiang thought. Phew. After everything was done, Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, about to take the silly cat back to the hotel across the street. Slap. His wrist was grabbed. Su Jiang looked back, and Rou was holding his hand, mumbling something. Pikachu. Su Jiang. What the hell is Pikachu? Su Jiang suddenly remembered that An Rou almost always held that Pikachu doll at home. She even held it while sleeping. Is she treating me like that yellow rodent? Su Jiang felt a headache coming on. He knelt down and said to An Rou, Look closely. Who am I? An Rou heard him, opened her eyes a crack, and mumbled, You are Su Jiang. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, just about to speak, when An Rou added another sentence. Su Jiang is Pikachu. Su Jiang. An Rou, you're going too far.so. You usually treat that yellow rodent like me? No wonder you beat Pikachu for no reason. So you were beating me? Pikachu, sleep with me. An Rou extended her other hand and actually pulled Su Jiang directly onto the bed. Su Jiang was a bit confused. Was An Rou really drunk or not? Why did he feel like he had become the prey? An Rou was like an octopus at this moment, her hands and feet tightly wrapped around Su Jiang. Sigh. Su Jiang sighed. It seemed he could only sleep here tonight. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. Su Jiang also pulled up the covers and gently hugged An Rou. He lowered his head and kissed An Rou's red lips. Good night, An Rou. Ugh. Good night, Pikachu. Su Jiang closed his eyes and 2 seconds later spoke again. Silly cat. Turn off the light. Thank you. Meow. You're so annoying. The cat reluctantly opened its eyes, ran to the wall, and with a flying kick, turned off the light. Immediately, the room was plunged into darkness. An Rou nestled in Su Jiang's arms, a sweet smile playing on her lips. She quietly opened one eye, full of triumph and cunning. After seeing Su Jiang asleep, An Rou burrowed further up, reached out and hugged Su Jiang, pulling them even closer. Good night, Su Jiang. An Rou thought silently. The next morning, Su Jiang opened his eyes. A cat's face appeared before him, almost pressing against Su Jiang's face. Meow. I'm hungry. Su Jiang checked his phone It was 6 in the morning. He looked down, and Rou was breathing evenly, sleeping soundly. I'll smash your cat head, believe it or not. It's only this early, and you're already hungry. Su Jiang's lips moved, but no sound came out. To avoid waking An Rou, Su Jiang used lip reading with the cat. We humans only sleep at this hour, we don't eat. You, a cat, need to adapt to local customs, understand? Meow. The cat looked confused. What are you saying? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. This silly cat was useless. It couldn't even understand lip reading. He reached out and gave it a flick on the head, then waved his hand, softly uttering one word. Scram. The cat covered its head, its eyes teary, and walked away. After chasing away the silly cat, Su Jiang looked down at An Rou, his heart filled with emotion. He had actually slept an entire night holding An Rou like this. An Rou was still asleep at this moment, but Su Jiang couldn't sleep anymore. He was aroused. Seemingly feeling something pressing against her, An Rou frowned slightly, expressing her displeasure. Su Jiang gave a bitter smile. This wasn't something he could control. Moreover, An Rou's head had been pressing on his arm all night, and his arm was a little numb. Su Jiang tried, but he couldn't pull his arm back. Ugh. Su Jiang, don't move around. As if sensing Su Jiang's restless hand, An Rou softly said. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. She knows it's me? Not Pikachu. At this, Su Jiang became even more suspicious that An Rou was faking being drunk last night. She wanted to take advantage of him. Indeed, boys still need to protect themselves when they're out. Otherwise, who knows when they might fall into a girl's trap. An Rou, are you awake? Su Jiang called softly, and Rou didn't respond. But Su Jiang keenly felt that An Rou's breathing began to become erratic. Is she awake? Su Jiang's eyes darted around, and he smiled. If you're not awake, then I'll kiss you. An Rou still didn't react. Seeing this, Su Jiang unhesitatingly lowered his head and kissed An Rou's red lips. Ugh. An Rou closed her eyes. She had been awake for a while, but because she was shy, she pretended to still be asleep. She didn't expect Su Jiang to be so ungentlemanly, kissing her right away. And this guy even stuck out his tongue. An Rou's eyes immediately widened. She lightly patted Su Jiang, indicating that she was already awake. But Su Jiang didn't care that much and continued to kiss her. An Rou's eyes gradually became hazy, and at some point, her hands that were hitting Su Jiang wrapped around his neck. From the initial awkwardness to proficiency, to the back-and-forth exchange that followed, their kiss lasted for a very, very long time. It wasn't until An Rou could barely hold on that their lips finally separated. Hoo-hoo. An Rou's face was flushed, her head buried in Su Jiang's chest, breathing softly. Pervert. She cursed softly. Su Jiang gently hugged An Rou, licking his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Soon, he cupped An Rou's face and said, Shall we do it again? Huh? I don't ugh. An Rou hadn't finished speaking before Su Jiang sealed her lips once more. 127. Professor Hienhua. When Li Kai finished washing up and came to the restaurant to eat, he found that Su Jiang and An Rou were already eating. Getting up so early? Li Kai was puzzled. He remembered that An Rou was supposed to sleep in, wasn't she? And why was Su Jiang eating here too? Shouldn't he be at the hotel across the street? Not far away, Su Jiang lowered his head, silently drinking soy milk. His shoulder throbbed faintly. That was where An Rou had bitten him. Humph. An Rou gnawed on her bread, letting out a cold snort, still seeming angry. Kissing was one thing, but that guy Su Jiang's hands weren't honest. He was touching all over the place. It was just through clothes, Su Jiang murmured softly. You're still talking. An Rou's face was flushed, and she bit her red lip, glaring at Su Jiang. You touched, that's one thing, but you even pinched. As soon as these words came out, Su Jiang's hand involuntarily clenched in the air, as if savoring the memory. Smack! Seeing this, An Rou directly flung the bread in her hand, which Su Jiang agilely caught with his mouth. Pervert! She cursed in a low voice. Meow. So noisy. Fugue lay on the table, lapping milk in small sips, covering his ears with his two small paws. It was a bit too noisy for his solitude. Li Kai had chosen his breakfast and was carrying his plate, intending to join Su Jiang and the others at their table. Suddenly, his steps halted. He keenly noticed that the atmosphere between Su Jiang and An Rou was a bit off. They're sitting further apart than before. Although he didn't know what had happened, Li Kai believed that the best option at the moment was to stay away from the two of them. Shortly after, Xie Guli arrived at the hotel on time. They had agreed yesterday that he would take Su Jiang and the others to visit Shizhou University today. Moreover, Xie Guli himself was a student at Shizhou University. Why are you alone? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow when he saw Xie Guli arrive by himself. Where's your girlfriend? You mean Lu? Xie Guli smiled. She's been a bit busy lately. Yesterday was the only time she could spare. So, you really met on a legitimate platform? Su Jiang asked suspiciously. Don't force me to curse at you in such a pleasant atmosphere. Xie Guli said with a fake smile. Seeing this, Li Kai quickly smoothed things over, which made the two of them shut up. However, downstairs, Su Jiang and Xie Guli got into an argument again. The content of the argument was whose car they would take to Shizhou University. Su Jiang insisted on taking his new car. Xie Guli said that as guests, they should take his car, as he was the host. You don't even have a driver's license. How can you have the nerve to invite others to ride in your car? Xie Guli directly went for a direct attack, showing Su Jiang no mercy. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately got anxious, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to go fight Xie Guli. However, his sleeves were only halfway rolled up when, under An Rou's threatening gaze, Su Jiang rolled his sleeves back down. Humph! Su Jiang stubbornly snorted. For An Rou's sake, he would let Xie Guli off the hook. Finally, after a vote, Xie Guli won by a narrow margin of 3-2, and everyone got into Xie Guli's car. Because Xie Guli's car was much better than Su Jiang's. And of Su Jiang's 2 votes, one was cast by himself. The other vote was cast by Fugui, who raised his paw under Su Jiang's threat. It could be said that he lost miserably. An hour and a half later, at the entrance of Shizhou University. Wow, so grand. Su Jiang looked at the gate of Shizhou University, smacked his lips, and felt a pang of sadness. Look at their gate, then look at Jiangdu University's gate. There's no harm without comparison. Su Jiang admitted that for a moment, he wanted to retake the entrance exam. Sorry, old Jiang, Shizhou University really smells good. Xie Guli walked to the guard room, handed over his documents, and said a few words, and the guard let Su Jiang and the others in. Look, that's the teaching building for the national competition exam. As soon as they entered, Xie Guli pointed to a building in the distance and said, You can still enter and exit freely now, but 2 days before the national competition, it will be completely sealed off. Su Jiang looked at that teaching building, and for some reason, he always had a feeling deep down, a restless urge. Such a tall teaching building, it must be so satisfying to blow it up. As soon as this thought came out, Su Jiang vigorously shook his head. He felt like he might be possessed. Now, his first thought when he saw anything was demolition. Afterward, Xie Guli took Su Jiang and the others on a tour, and it wasn't until noon that they finally arrived at the Shizhou University cafeteria. Seeing Shizhou University's braised chicken with rice, Su Jiang felt a sense of balance. Different universities, same braised chicken with potatoes. And no grilled cold noodles, bad review. Jiangdu University was still better. At least the cafeteria had grilled cold noodles, even if they weren't very tasty. As for Fugui, he was released the moment he stepped on a campus. He said he wanted to make friends with the cats at the school. Su Jiang didn't stop him. After all, this was Brother Biao. In today's cat society, who dares to provoke him? So spicy. An Rou's face was red, sweat beaded on her forehead, and she stuck out her tongue, fanning herself with her small hand. Who told you to insist on eating spicy chicken? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, seeing a Snow King milk tea shop not far away. Opening a milk tea shop in the cafeteria, Shizhou University was quite innovative, he had to admit. Wait, I'll go buy you a cup of lemonade. An Rou nodded. She was almost overcome by the spiciness. The food in West Continent was too spicy. She had felt it yesterday when eating barbecue, but it wasn't as obvious. Now, after eating this spicy chicken, An Rou couldn't hold back. It almost made her cry from the spice. Hello, for lemonades, please. All right, please wait a moment. It had to be said that Snow King's employees were quick at making lemonade. Before Su Jiang could even react, 4 cups of lemonade were packed and placed in front of him. Thank you. As Su Jiang picked up the lemonade and turned around. Clang. Someone carrying a tray bumped into Su Jiang, and oil stains got on Su Jiang's clothes. I'm so sorry. So sorry. The person quickly put the tray aside, continuously bowing and apologizing to Su Jiang. Only then did Su Jiang see clearly. The person in front of him had half-white hair, wore a mask, and was dressed in a white lab coat. He looked like a professor from Shizhou University. It's okay. I wasn't paying attention. You don't need to worry about it. Su Jiang quickly stopped him from continuing to bow and apologize, and just as he was about to say something, a voice rang out. Professor, you got lost again. A male student wearing a Shizhou University uniform ran over in a hurry. What happened? Oh, is that Yanhua? The person called Professor looked at the male student and explained, I wasn't paying attention when I was walking just now and accidentally bumped into this student, and I got his clothes dirty. It's nothing. Old sir, you don't need to worry about it. Su Jiang quickly waved his hand. I'm fine, and the clothes are fine too. I'll just wash them when I get back. But this... The professor's face still showed some guilt. At this moment, the male student next to him, called Yanhua, spoke. Student, why don't you leave your address, and I'll help you wash your jacket clean and send it back to you. Because the professor, he can't keep things bottled up. If this matter isn't resolved properly, he might keep thinking about it. Yanhua's voice was calm and collected, showing that this was probably not the first time he had handled such a situation. Yes. The professor quickly nodded, clasping his hands together and saying, Student, please give me a chance to apologize. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang felt embarrassed, but also a bit curious. This professor gave him a very unique feeling. Very kind and amiable, yet also very cautious, as if he was afraid he would cause discomfort to others. 128. There are many people waiting for me. Since the other party had already said so much, Su Jiang didn't act coy. He directly took off his jacket and handed it to Yanhua. Then I'll trouble you. After speaking, Su Jiang and Yanhua exchanged contact information. As he was leaving, Yanhua said he would definitely help Su Jiang wash his clothes clean and then personally deliver them to him. They really are a rather interesting pair of teacher and student. Su Jiang watched their retreating figures and muttered to himself. He just didn't know why that professor was wearing a mask. Social anxiety? Su Jiang smiled and shook his head, carrying the lemonade, and continued walking back. Fortunately, this matter was handled quickly and didn't cause much of a stir. Otherwise, if it attracted a crowd and someone filmed it and posted it online, then maliciously edited it, a certain male student from Shizhou University goes too far, forcing an old professor to bow and apologize. Su Jiang had already thought of the title. If it really developed like that, he would be sprayed into a sieve by those keyboard warriors online. Then, if a few on-site personnel appeared and followed suit online, saying some unpleasant things, Su Jiang wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. However, given that professor's personality, he would most likely clarify the facts for himself. But what then? Those keyboard warriors would casually apologize and then move on to spray the next person. It was meaningless. Therefore, Su Jiang always avoided such things if he could. If he couldn't avoid it, then only the king of roasted cold noodles could make an appearance. By the time Su Jiang returned, An Rou was almost spitting fire. She took the lemonade Su Jiang handed her and drank a third of it in one go. How about we switch to something else to eat, like braised potatoes? Seeing An Rou still wanting to eat, Su Jiang couldn't help but suggest. Don't mind me. I just like spicy food, An Rou said stubbornly. Not only do you like spicy food, but you also like to be stubborn. Su Jiang silently complained, quickly finishing his braised potatoes. Where's your jacket? At Xie Guli's words, everyone realized Su Jiang's jacket was gone. You didn't just buy a lemonade and lend your jacket to some little sister, did you? Xie Guli deliberately fanned the flames. After all, the weather is quite cold, so it's understandable if someone borrows your jacket, right, An Rou? An Rou heard this, looked up at Su Jiang, her eyes filled with a hint of murderous intent. She didn't even eat the spicy chicken anymore, just quietly watched Su Jiang. You brat, you really don't do anything helpful. Su Jiang severely despised Xie Guli's behavior. Then, he recounted what had just happened to them. Old Xie, do you know that professor? I feel like he's a pretty good person. Professor? Xie Guli frowned slightly, thought for a long time, and shook his head. I'm not sure. After all, I've only been at Shizhou University for a year. However, I have heard something. What? I heard from my mentor that our university has an old professor who is very strong in scientific research, often selflessly guides them, and is especially kind. Xie Guli paused, then added, but strangely, almost all the teachers at Shizhou University don't know the name of this old professor. No one knows who started it, but later they just directly referred to that old professor as professor, not even knowing his surname. And that old professor, to this day, seems to have only taken one student as his assistant. Su Jiang heard this and keenly sensed something was off. Professor, scholar. Can't find. No one knows his surname. Old Xie. Do you know the name Ding Qiming? No, I've never heard of it. Xie Guli shook his head decisively. Su Jiang frowned slightly. Had he guessed wrong? On second thought, if the person just now was the old professor Xie Guli spoke of, then it was unlikely that he was Ding Qiming. Su Jiang had heard Director Zheng say that Ding Qiming was lively and cheerful, a true old playful spirit. And the personality of the person just now was clearly different from what old Zheng described. Shaking his head gently, Su Jiang dismissed his idea. Perhaps he was overthinking it. How could the person old Zheng had been searching for so many years be bumped into by him just by eating a meal? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As Su Jiang thought, he extended his chopsticks towards An Rou's spicy chicken. Hiss. It was indeed spicy. Professor, did you forget to wear your glasses again today? Inside the Shizhou University campus, Yanhua said helplessly beside the professor. I've told you how many times, don't think about research matters when you're walking. Hee, I'll definitely pay attention next time. The professor raised his hand and promised Yanhua, then excitedly said, but Yanhua, I just thought of a very good entry point. It might be of great use to our research. Professor, this is already how many times you've told me this. Yanhua adjusted his glasses and said with a wry smile, I know you really want to succeed in your research, but you also need to pay attention to rest. Hearing Yanhua's words, the professor shook his head. No, I cannot rest. There are still people waiting for me. Many people are still waiting for me. I can rest, but they cannot. Yanhua had a bit of a headache. Whenever he advised the professor to rest, the professor would say such inexplicable things. All right. Yanhua sighed deeply, as if resigned to his fate. Then let's go back and try your new direction, Professor. The professor nodded vigorously, his eyes full of anticipation, muttering to himself. This time it will work. This time it will definitely succeed. Yanhua stood behind, looking at the professor's back, and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Throughout Shizhou University, perhaps only he knew how much the professor had truly sacrificed over the years. No one knew what the professor was actually researching. The other teachers at Shizhou University only knew that the professor spent almost all 24 hours a day in the laboratory, except for eating. Even Yanhua, as the professor's assistant, only had a partial understanding of the professor's research, not knowing the full picture. But, no matter what, Yanhua would do his best to help the professor complete his research, because this was the only way he could repay the professor. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Yanhua's face, and he called out to the professor walking ahead. Professor, walk slower, don't fall. With that, he quickly ran forward, following closely behind the professor, afraid he would fall. Oh, I'm fine. You're just making a fuss. I'm not blind. The professor saw this, laughed and scolded, then added, You must remember to help him wash his clothes clean and send them back to him. Don't let him wait anxiously. Yes, you can rest assured. Looking at Su Jiang's clothes in his hand, Yanhua couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he would have to make some time tonight to wash clothes. 129. Where's my flying knife? Cheers. As dusk approached, Su Jiang and the other three, who had been out all day, gathered once again at a barbecue stall near West University. It had to be said, the barbecue in West Continent was truly exceptional, making one crave more after finishing. Boss, 5 more kidneys. Su Jiang called out to the boss, then pointed at Xie Guli and said, He's paying. Xie Guli's mouth twitched, and he glared at Su Jiang with a deadpan expression. Eat, you ancestor. Who could out-eat you? After speaking, Su Jiang lowered his head and took a sip of beer, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over An Rou's glass. From the very beginning, he had been keeping track of how much An Rou drank. By now, An Rou had definitely drunk more than she did yesterday. But Jiang glanced at An Rou. How could she look even slightly drunk? At most, her face was a little red, completely unlike her unconscious state yesterday. Yesterday, he was definitely tricked by An Rou. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang glared fiercely at Li Kai. This is what you meant by one cup and out. Whether An Rou passed out was unclear, but Jiang definitely passed out yesterday. He fell into An Rou's trap. Brother Li Kai, I have something else tomorrow, so I won't be able to join you all. Guli raised his glass to Li Kai and said, you guys have a good time in West Continent these next few days. If anything comes up, just give me a call, don't be polite. Upon hearing this, Li Kai quickly replied, you're too kind. Thanks to you these past 2 days. When you come to Jiangdu, find me, and I'll show you around. These 2 days had given Li Kai a good impression of Guli. Compared to Jiang, his words and actions were much more polite. With that, the two clinked glasses and drained their drinks. Right, come to Jiangdu, and my brother Li Kai will take you to blow up a factory in the middle of the night, Jiang said indifferently. Cough, cough, cough. Li Kai hadn't even swallowed his drink when Jiang's words made him spit it out directly. He coughed while pointing at Jiang with red eyes. You brat. Lies just roll off your tongue. Blow up a factory? Guli thought his ears had deceived him. An Rou also had black lines on her forehead and turned her face away. That's right, it's just woo. As soon as Jiang opened his mouth, Li Kai covered it with his hand. Jiang just said it was fried pig intestines. Fried pig intestines? Guli's mouth twitched. Was that what he just said? Li Kai chuckled. Yes, deep-fried pig intestines, a very famous snack where we are. I'll take you to try it if you get the chance. Woo. Jiang glared at Li Kai, urging him to let go. If you spread rumors about me again, I'll fight you, hear me? Li Kai leaned in and threatened in a low voice, then released his hand. As soon as his hand was released, Jiang ran over to An Rou to complain. Woo. An Rou, brother Li Kai threatened me. Li Kai. However, An Rou extended a hand to block Jiang. Stay away from me, An Rou said with disdain. Why? Jiang was hurt. Brother Li Kai just went to the restroom and didn't wash his hands. What? Jiang's mouth dropped open, and he turned to look at Li Kai. Li Kai awkwardly lowered his head. Old Li, you bastard. Too late to settle scores with Li Kai, Jiang immediately ran to the restroom and frantically washed his face. He was a germaphobe. Seeing this, Guli silently took a sip of his drink. His initial good impression of Li Kai also changed slightly. But on second thought, how many people who hang out with Jiang can remain mentally normal? After Jiang returned, the four chatted and ate for a while, then prepared to leave. Old Xia, isn't there an event in West Continent in a few days? While paying the bill, Jiang suddenly asked, are you talking about the Lantern Festival? Guli quickly knew what Jiang was referring to. The Lantern Festival is next week. That's a big festival here in West Continent. Guli glanced at An Rou not far away, then lowered his head and chuckled softly into Jiang's ear. And, according to the customs here in West Continent, at the very last moment of the Lantern Festival, if you give your own lantern flower to your beloved, you can be together forever and grow old together. After speaking, Guli winked at Jiang. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will help promote your relationship as a couple. Remember to prepare your lantern flower then. TSK, what idiot still believes in this ancient love custom? Jiang tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, it's all just marketing tactics to attract people. Those lantern flowers must be incredibly expensive. You straight man? People make their own lantern flowers, all right. Guli said exasperatedly. So, have you made one for your Shangwan Lu? None of your business. See, you're getting angry again. Get lost. Guli clenched his fists, strongly resisting the urge to fight Jiang right there. After all, An Rou and Li Kai were still there, and it wouldn't look good to fight. After the two parties separated, Guli made a mental note of this debt. Sigh, if only I didn't want to expose the Xie family. Guli sighed. He didn't want Jiang to know he was the Xie family's young master. It wasn't that he was afraid of a rift with Jiang. Rather, He was afraid Su Jiang would use his influence everywhere. After all, Su Jiang was capable of such a thing. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He really wanted to kill Su Jiang with a flying knife. Xie Guli touched the hidden pocket of his clothes, a look of panic appearing on his face. Where's my flying knife? Where's my whole set of personal flying knives? What is this thing? Inside his room, Su Jiang gently opened a small black pouch. Inside, 5 dark little knives lay quietly. Because of yesterday's incident, An Rou wouldn't give Su Jiang another chance anytime soon. So tonight, Su Jiang obediently returned to his hotel room. These are flying knives? Why would that kid Xie Guli carry something like this? Su Jiang's head was full of question marks. When they parted, Su Jiang found an opportunity to try out the dirty pickpocket skill on Xie Guli. When he first got the item, Su Jiang thought it was a wallet and secretly rejoiced. But it was just this? Good news, he stole it. Bad news, he stole knives. This was only acceptable because it was Xie Guli. If it were anyone else, Su Jiang would have called the police long ago. That guy old Xie, he's not some kind of assassin, is he? Su Jiang looked at the 5 flying knives, frowning in thought. Before coming, he had guessed that Xie Guli might be related to the Xie family of West Continent, as both shared the surname Xie, and few of the people he met were normal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su Jiang looked at his vibrating phone and immediately brightened. Xie Guli's call. Hello? What's up, old Xie? Su Jiang, did you see a small black pouch? 1:30. Are you here to make friends? A black pouch. Su Jiang glanced at the pouch and the flying daggers in front of him, saying casually, Don't worry, it's not lost. I've kept it safe for you. You didn't open it, did you? Xie Guli's voice was a little tense. Why so nervous? It's just a few flying daggers, not like your wallet got lost, Su Jiang said indifferently. On the other end of the phone, Xie Guli's heart instantly turned cold. It was over. Su Jiang had found everything. He couldn't understand how his flying daggers had ended up with Su Jiang. Moreover, no one knew about him practicing flying daggers except his father. He hadn't even told Shangwan Lu. He was just waiting for the day he could reveal them and make a grand display. He hadn't expected that before he could even start showing off, his flying daggers would be gone. Also, that idiot Su Jiang actually compared his flying daggers to a wallet. Did he even know how much money it cost to forge those flying daggers? He had no eye for quality. Su Jiang, listen to my explanation, Xie Guli said, taking a deep breath. Explain what? Are you the Xie family young master? Su Jiang said directly. Holy crap, Xie Guli was startled. How did you know that? Su Jiang rubbed his forehead. Is that so hard to guess? Xie Guli fell silent. After a long while, Xie Guli stammered. Ew. You wouldn't take this opportunity to freeload off me for food and drinks every day, would you? Su Jiang was speechless upon hearing that. So, you kept this a secret just because you were afraid of that? Am I that kind of person? With a single word from my girlfriend, the entire An family would let me freeload on food and drinks. Back then, An Mingjie begged me to join the An family, but I didn't. Now An Mingjie probably regrets it bitterly, Su Jiang thought. Old Xie, how could you say such a thing? Su Jiang feigned anger. Am I, Su Jiang, that kind of person? Su Jiang's words left Xie Guli speechless. The situation made it seem like Xie Guli was the one in the wrong, even though Su Jiang was the one who had stolen Xie Guli's things first. Old Xie, apologize to me quickly, and call me Su Gu again, then I'll forgive you. I don't want the daggers anymore. They're yours, Xie Guli said directly. Make him call Su Jiang Su Gu? That was worse than killing him. Anyway, they weren't indispensable. He could just forge another set. Moreover, Xie Guli thought very clearly that Su Jiang had no use for his flying daggers. Would he even know how to use flying daggers? If he didn't hurt himself and come crying to him for medical expenses, Xie Guli would be burning high incense. Hey you. Beep. Su Jiang still wanted to say something, but Xie Guli had already hung up the phone. Since he knew the items were with Su Jiang, there was nothing to panic about. He would just consider them lent to Su Jiang to play with for a couple of days. TSK, how impolite. Who just hangs up the phone? Su Jiang put down his phone, put Xie Guli's flying daggers away, and decided to find an opportunity to return them to him next time. He walked to the window and stretched, feeling a bit puzzled. It was already this late, and the silly cat still wasn't back? Was it having too much fun? Su Jiang didn't pay too much attention, as the silly cat couldn't really get into any trouble. It couldn't have been sought out for revenge by that tabby cat. Oh no, sought out by other cats for revenge, could it? Cat society shouldn't be that hardcore, right? Pat pat pat. Just as Su Jiang was thinking this, a soft tapping sound came from the door. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, opened the door, and saw no one. Meow, where are you looking? He looked down to see Fugui staring at Su Jiang with a resentful expression, as if blaming him for opening the door too slowly. Oh, you finally decided to come back. Su Jiang teased. He had thought the silly cat would run off to An Rou's place. However, the next second, Fugui gracefully jumped onto Su Jiang's shoulder, meowing incessantly into Su Jiang's ear. What are you doing? Fugui's words made Su Jiang stop abruptly, his expression instantly becoming serious. Are you sure? Meow. I heard it with my ears perked. Right around here? Meow. Yes. Take me there. Su Jiang casually grabbed his jacket and room card, closed the door, and followed Fugui downstairs. Inside an abandoned building not far from Su Jiang's hotel, 7 men in black were active on one of the floors, their leader constantly checking the time on his watch, seemingly waiting for something. Boss, when are we making our move? One of them stepped forward and asked. The boss frowned and glanced at him, saying, It's not time yet. Our success rate will be higher when it's late at night and everyone is asleep. Is it necessary to be so cautious? The man scratched his head and said, The target is just a young man. Meizimin hiring us is already overkill. The 7 of them were a famous assassination group in the West Continent's underground, specializing in doing shady deeds for the prominent families of the West Continent. Just yesterday, they accepted Meizimin's commission to kill a person named Su Jiang. Originally, they thought that killing a male university student didn't require all 7 of them to act. But Meizimin had offered a very high price and urged them not to be careless. This made their leader sense something unusual. It's always better to be careful. The boss stroked his chin and added, Moreover, I always feel that this target named Su Jiang might not be simple. You absolutely must not let your guard down. Meizimin isn't an idiot. Since he hired all 7 of us at once, it means he takes the target extremely seriously. All of you stay alert. If you stumble then, I won't be responsible for you. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Don't worry, boss, we've followed you for so many years. We know the principle of a lion using its full strength to catch a rabbit. Exactly. And after this job, Meizimin's money will be enough for us to live comfortably for a while. It's been a long time since my blade tasted blood. However, what they didn't know was that their target, Su Jiang, had already quietly entered the abandoned building. Fugui told Su Jiang that when it returned, it happened to overhear these people's conversation and knew they intended to harm Su Jiang. So Fugui specifically rushed back to the hotel to inform Su Jiang about this. Otherwise, it would have long since gone back to An Rou's place to sleep. But why did you run to this godforsaken place? In the darkness, Su Jiang whispered to Fugui. He remembered the silly cat saying it was going to make friends, didn't he? Fugui paused, silent, and very human-like, turned its head to the side, its eyes a little guilty. Human, mind your own business when it comes to cat matters. You came to this place to make friends? Su Jiang pressed on. Meow. Don't ask me. Fugui refused to answer the question directly. Soon, 1 person and 1 cat arrived at the floor where the 7 men in black were. 1, 2, 3. Hiding in the shadows, he counted, and just as the silly cat said, there were 7 people. Su Jiang's eyes instantly became unfriendly. I just arrived in West Continent, and someone already wants to assassinate me? I'm a model student. What's there to assassinate? I don't have any enemies in West Continent, do I? This isn't me looking for trouble. Trouble came looking for me first. Su Jiang muttered, then skillfully reached for his waist, preparing to pull out his gun and instantly take down these 7 people. However, he found nothing. 131. To play landlord, you must first play 6. Meow. What are you doing? Fugui looked at Su Jiang in confusion, as if looking at an idiot. Su Jiang immediately felt a bit awkward, having forgotten that he didn't bring a gun. Not only did he not bring one, but the 3 of them hadn't brought any weapons at all on this trip to West Continent. They had originally planned to come for tourism. Who would bring a gun? Hiss. What to do? Su Jiang was a bit bewildered. Suddenly, without a gun, he felt a bit lost. Patting himself all over, Su Jiang tried to find if he had any other usable weapons on him. Su Jiang felt a small black bag, which contained Xie Guli's throwing knives. These certainly counted as weapons, but he didn't know how to use throwing knives. He should have brought some explosives. Since this was a derelict building, he could have just blown it up. What should he do now? Call Xie Guli online and ask him to teach him? How was that any different from a college student learning knowledge for the first time from an exam paper during a final exam? Forget it. I'll just call the police and let the West Continent Inspectorate handle it. Su Jiang thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed the West Continent Inspectorate. The phone number was given to him by An Mingjia, and An Mingjia had explicitly requested Su Jiang to call if anything happened, instead of causing an explosion. Beep. Hello, this is the West Continent Inspectorate. Su Jiang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The West Continent Inspectorate was truly dedicated. At this hour, someone was actually answering the phone, and it was an instant pickup. If it were the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau, they would have pulled the phone line after work in the afternoon. After all, there was nothing major happening in Jiangdu now. The Supervisory Bureau and the An family were cooperating peacefully, abiding by the law. So the people at the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau had nothing to do all day, playing cards at work and having skewers after work. And then there was Su Jiang, who didn't even work, just clocked in. Hello, I want to report. Soon, Su Jiang explained the situation there. To make the other party realize the seriousness of the problem, Su Jiang even used a slightly exaggerated rhetorical device. You mean, the other party has a Gatling gun, right? That's right, the kind that goes da-da-da, with blue flames, very scary. And the other party also has a box of grenades. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. I suspect they are an illegal arms group. Su Jiang was indeed a good student. When he lied, his face didn't flush, his heart didn't pound, and his voice remained calm. Let me confirm one last time. Are you sure what you are saying is true? Of course, I have no reason to lie to you. Okay, our people have already departed and will arrive at the location you provided as soon as possible. Thumbs up to you all, truly the righteous group of West Continent. After speaking, Su Jiang directly hung up the phone. He glanced at the 7 people in the distance. Because the distance was far enough, they didn't hear Su Jiang's voice. Mainly, 3 of the 7 people were playing Fight the Landlord, and their voices were so loud they drowned out Su Jiang's voice. Otherwise, Su Jiang would have had to move further away to make the call. However, since the Supervisory Bureau's people were coming soon, the rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. Su Jiang tucked the throwing knives back into his pocket, gave the silly cat a look, and prepared to head back. Just then, the 3 people playing Fight the Landlord started chatting casually, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Su Jiang's ears. Hee, I heard that Su Jiang guy seems to have a pretty good-looking girlfriend. I saw her when I was scouting today, and I gotta say, she's truly a stunner. Then you say, should we just, tonight? I think so. I'll go first. None of you try to steal her from me. Look how eager you are, like you've never seen a woman before. At this moment, Su Jiang and Fugue's steps paused, and they exchanged glances in unison. Fugue, can you tolerate this? Su Jiang, I can't. Fugue, then let's do it. Su Jiang, do it. One person and one cat turned back simultaneously, especially Su Jiang, whose eyes were extremely cold. Throwing knives, they weren't unusable. They were all knives anyway. Using them as daggers made no difference. Su Jiang silently took out a throwing knife and held it in his hand. Activating gun shadow flowing wind, he directly charged towards the 3 people playing Fight the Landlord. The others didn't matter. These 3 had to die here tonight. Su Jiang's figure seemed to appear suddenly, catching the 7 people off guard. Who are you? One of the people playing Fight the Landlord saw Su Jiang's figure and had just uttered 3 words when he could no longer speak. Because a deep line of blood had already appeared on his neck. One knife, sealed throat. It had to be said, Xie Guli's throwing knives were much sharper than ordinary daggers. After dealing with one person, Su Jiang took advantage of everyone's momentary stun to turn and swing his knife again. Another one was dealt with. Enemy attack. The boss immediately reacted, shouting loudly, a hint of fear on his face. In just a short moment, 2 people had already been dealt with. and they hadn't even clearly seen the other person's face. At this point, one person who was further away unhesitatingly pulled out a gun, aimed it at Su Jiang, and pulled the trigger. Su Jiang glanced at the pistol, and before the other party could even fire, he had already judged the approximate trajectory of the bullet. Bang! The moment the shot was fired, Su Jiang's body shifted slightly, and the bullet grazed his shoulder. He pushed off with his foot, moving forward another distance. Don't come over. The last person in the Fight the Landlord trio had fear on his face. The other two who had just been playing cards with him were now two cold corpses. And the person who had turned them into corpses was now rushing towards him with a knife, only an arm's length separating them. Remember, in your next life, when playing Fight the Landlord, you should always lead with a 6. After leaving this nonsensical remark, Su Jiang swung his knife, taking the man's life. The man clutched his neck, his eyes wide, only one thought remaining in his mind. Did I have a 6 in my hand just now? Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, and Su Jiang narrowly dodged the bullets. He moved quickly, hiding behind a pillar. Damn it! Su Jiang's mouth twitched. In just 3 shots, he knew. This group of people was not on the same level as the trash from the Feng family. At least one level stronger. It had to be a big city like West Continent. The quality of elite monsters was better than in Jiangdu. Idiot, who told you to shoot? At this moment, the boss looked at the person who fired with an angry expression and said, if you do that, you'll attract the Supervisory Bureau. Once the Supervisory Bureau targets us, we'll all die. The person who fired also broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He had forgotten that within the main urban area of West Continent, firing a gun was absolutely forbidden. Once a shooting incident occurred, the Supervisory Bureau would relentlessly investigate to the end, not resting until the culprit was caught. Therefore, members of various families rarely used firearms unless absolutely necessary. And those who did use firearms were, without exception, all held accountable and punished by the Supervisory Bureau. 132. Damn Maisie mean. Phew. Su Jiang, hiding behind a pillar, let out a long sigh. He frowned slightly, looking at his left shoulder. The bullet had grazed him just now. Although he had dodged in time, he was still nicked, and a burning sting spread across his skin. There are still 4 people. Su Jiang murmured to himself. At this moment, the 4 men were cautiously moving, gradually surrounding Su Jiang. Third brother, since the gun has been fired, let's finish this quickly, the boss said, then likewise pulled out a pistol, aiming at the pillar that concealed Su Jiang's body. Since they had already opened fire, they might as well go all the way now. At worst, after killing the opponent, they would escape West Continent as quickly as possible. At that time, even if the Supervisory Bureau wanted to investigate them, the difficulty would greatly increase. The other 2, seeing this, also pulled out their pistols immediately. In an instant, 4 pistols were aimed at Su Jiang from different directions. One glimpse, and he'd be instantly killed. Su Jiang also realized this situation, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he held his breath, waiting for an opportunity. Silly cat, it's all up to you, Su Jiang murmured in his heart. As if responding to Su Jiang, the next second, as everyone's nerves were taut, a cat's meow rang out in the silent atmosphere. Meow, idiot. Who? Bang. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the cat's meow. The boss, even more so, fired without hesitation. However, they only saw a white tail flash past. That shot, too, missed. And at this moment, Su Jiang's eyes hardened. Well done, silly cat. Seizing this opportunity, Su Jiang instantly rushed out from behind the pillar. He attacked the closest enemy first. By the time that person turned his head, Su Jiang had already assaulted his face. In a panic, he widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and involuntarily yelled one word. Damn! A flash of blade, and another person fell. Almost instantly, Su Jiang reached out his other hand and took the opponent's pistol. This was his goal. How could a throwing knife be as useful as a pistol? The moment he gripped the gun, Su Jiang felt as if he was back on the isolated island battlefield, slaughtering all in his path. Damn it, he's Su Jiang. The remaining 3 reacted. In just a moment of distraction, another one had died. And at this moment, they truly saw Su Jiang's face. Su Jiang, with a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right, turned around and looked at them with a playful expression. The hands of the three holding guns all trembled involuntarily, especially the boss, who was cursing Mei Zimin's ancestors 18 generations back in his heart. Is this a college student, for crying out loud? What kind of college student is like this? He swore that if he had known Su Jiang was so terrifying, he would never have accepted Mei Zimin's commission. Now, they had just seen his face, and 4 out of 7 people were gone. How could they fight? Even now, with 3 against 1, they couldn't muster any will to fight. Su Jiang's performance was too terrifying, completely beyond their comprehension. Brother, shall we talk? The boss slowly lowered his gun, swallowed, and said to Su Jiang, there's no deep-seated hatred between us, is there? How about this? You let us go, and we'll give you whatever you want. Money, or something else, we can discuss. The moment Su Jiang got the gun, the boss knew they had no chance. He could take them down with a knife, let alone a gun. Especially after witnessing Su Jiang's abnormal movement speed, he was even more afraid to fight. The boss's assessment of the current situation between the two sides was very clear. If they fought, there was a small chance the 3 of them could win, but a high probability of being instantly killed. If they didn't fight, there was still a chance to escape, because he felt that Su Jiang probably didn't know they were trying to kill him. Boss, you, shut up if you want to live. Although the other 2 didn't understand, they still believed the boss's words. So, they also silently lowered their guns, their eyes filled with a hint of vigilance as they looked at Su Jiang. No deep-seated hatred. Su Jiang listened to the boss's words and said angrily, no deep-seated hatred? Then why were you shooting at me, shot after shot? Wasn't it you who made the first move, for crying out loud? The boss was frantically complaining in his heart, but on the surface, he still chuckled. This is all a misunderstanding. We can explain everything. Don't be in a hurry to explain. Let me ask you a question first. Su Jiang said indifferently. Who is Mei Zimin, and why does he want to kill me? Hiss. The boss gasped, taking a cold breath. It's over. This kid knows everything. Not only did he know that the 7 of them were going to kill him, but he also knew that Mei Zimin had instigated it. Who the hell sold me out? The boss was furious in his heart. In his opinion, someone must have betrayed this operation, which led to this situation. And upon careful thought, none of the 7 of them could betray, and only Mei Zimin and they themselves knew about this operation. So, who leaked the information became obvious. Mei Zimin. That damn Mei Zimin. The boss gritted his teeth. He knew he had been played by Mei Zimin. Mei Zimin intended to set him up to die. Brother, don't get agitated. Listen to me. The boss at this moment had completely given up any thought of being hostile to Su Jiang. He only wanted to kill Mei Zimin. We've all been tricked by Mei Zimin. He wants us to kill each other. He sent us to kill you, and then leak the information to you. This is his conspiracy. We absolutely cannot fight anymore. If we fight, it will be exactly what he wants. Although he didn't know what relationship Mei Zimin had with Su Jiang, it was clear that the boss now believed Su Jiang was also a victim. Su Jiang, hearing this, stood in place, somewhat bewildered. After a long while, he tilted his head. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? I just asked who Mei Zimin was and why he wanted to kill me. What the hell did he imagine? You're saying Mei Zimin tricked me and you guys? Su Jiang feigned confusion. Explain it more clearly. It's like this. Mei Zimin commissioned us to kill you, but he obviously concealed your information and told us that your identity was just a college student. I am indeed a college student, Su Jiang thought to himself. Now it seems that Mei Zimin has ulterior motives. He must have known that we had some unfavorable evidence against his Mei family, so he wanted to use this to kill us and silence us. Mei family. So Mei Zimin is from the Mei family? Su Jiang was puzzled. He didn't know anyone from the Mei family, nor had he ever provoked them. Why would they want to kill him? Brother, this is how it is. What happened today is a misunderstanding. Let's just call it even. The boss paused, took a deep breath, and said, our common target should be Mei Zimin. He is the real culprit. 133. Your Shizhou is too unsafe. Brother, if you don't want to do it, the boss patted his chest and guaranteed, I'll do it. I'll make sure to dismember that Mei Zimin who killed on that day, for both of us. How about it? Su Jiang stood frozen. He didn't understand. Why did the person opposite suddenly become like this? How did they become united against a common enemy? although he didn't know what happened still. Then I'll leave it to you. Su Jiang stammered. Don't worry, brother. The boss nodded heavily and said, leave everything to me. So, under Su Jiang's gaze, to show his sincerity, he had the other two throw their guns over to Su Jiang's side with him. Brother, then, shall we leave first? The boss asked cautiously. Go ahead. Su Jiang said indifferently. Counting the time, it was almost time. Upon hearing this, the three men breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave without hesitation. Especially the boss. The moment he turned around, his previously fawning expression turned incredibly grim. Trouble Meizimin? How could that be? That was the Mei family. A leading family. If the three of them went to kill Meizimin, wouldn't that be sending themselves to their deaths? All of this was merely the boss's expedient measure. And after today, they would definitely be targeted by the Supervisory Bureau. Now, he just wanted to leave West Continent as quickly as possible. As for the 4 dead people, he didn't care, even if these people had followed him for many years. Reality was like this. Since you're already dead, do I still have to risk my life to avenge you? Don't be silly, brother. I want to live well. Living was the true way. Just as he was thinking about how to escape later, a series of footsteps came from downstairs. The 3 men froze. So late, who came? Was this abandoned building so popular? Everyone was coming here? Oh, right, I just forgot to tell you. Su Jiang's voice sounded behind the 3 men. About half an hour ago, I notified the Supervisory Bureau, but please believe me, I really didn't know they would come so fast. Su Jiang spread his hands, looking somewhat innocent. He truly didn't know the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau was so efficient. How long had it been? And people were already on the scene. If it were the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau, they wouldn't even have left the main gate yet. Upon hearing this, the 3 men uniformly turned their heads, looking at Su Jiang in shock. You goddammit. Are you not playing fair? Why did you even call the police? Supervisory Bureau on official business. Nobody move. Hands on your head and squat down. In an instant, dozens of Supervisory Bureau personnel surrounded them, scaring the 3 men stiff. Good heavens, was this the entire Supervisory Bureau mobilized? There were only 7 of them. Was it worth mobilizing your entire army? Little did they know, in Su Jiang's phone call, there were mentions of Gatling guns and entire boxes of grenades. It had panicked the Supervisory Bureau personnel. They immediately called an emergency assembly and rushed over here like mad. But the result? Where's the Gatling gun? Where are the grenades? Where's the arms syndicate? The Supervisory Bureau personnel looked around, seeing nothing but 4 corpses. Could it be that they had arrived too late? What exactly happened? One person questioned the 3 men squatting on the ground sternly. Who killed those 4 bodies, and who fired the gun? The boss trembled, just about to speak and say Su Jiang did it. It was, wah. This sudden sound startled everyone in the Supervisory Bureau. Only then did they realize there was actually another person in the corner. You finally came. Su Jiang ran out, covering his face and pointing at the 3 men with a crying voice. They're so scary. They killed people here and fired guns. They also threatened me not to tell anyone about their affairs and planned to frame me for the murders. Wah, I'm just an ordinary college student. This is my first time traveling to your West Continent, and I encountered something like this. Your West Continent is too unsafe. As for why Su Jiang covered his face, it was simple. Because he couldn't squeeze out any tears. Upon hearing this, the Supervisory Bureau personnel twitched their mouths and frowned at the bloodstains on Su Jiang's body. This, student, please calm down first. Wah, how can I calm down? My innocent little heart has been severely wounded. What damage have you suffered, you idiot? The 3 men squatting on the ground simply couldn't listen anymore. It was too outrageous, too much. Pure fabrication. You clearly killed all of them, and you're even acting wronged? Su Jiang. Just then, a female voice sounded. Take your hand down. You're Su Jiang, right? Su Jiang, who was crying with his face covered, froze upon hearing this voice. She knew him, and this voice seemed familiar. Su Jiang slowly lowered his hand, and when he saw the person in front of him, he was completely stunned. Shengwanlu. Su Jiang, it really is you. No, how the hell are you here? Su Jiang no longer bothered with acting, looking at Shengwanlu in shock. Seeing her wearing a Supervisory Bureau uniform, Su Jiang felt numb. You're with the Supervisory Bureau? Shangwan Lu stared at Su Jiang and nodded blankly. At this moment, she had countless questions in her mind that she wanted to ask Su Jiang. She didn't even know which one to ask first. Director Lu, do you know him? A supervisory bureau officer asked. Yes. Shangwan Lu reacted and said, sort of, know him. Then what should we do with him? You guys interrogate these three first. Shangwan Lu paused, then pointed at Su Jiang and said, I'll talk to him privately. After saying that, without waiting for their reply, Shangwan Lu directly pulled Su Jiang to a corner where others couldn't hear their conversation. Why are you here? Shangwan Lu's expression was very serious, because she and Su Jiang not only knew each other, but Su Jiang was also Xie Guli's brother. So she had to ask clearly, shouldn't I be asking you that, Director Lu? Su Jiang looked at her curiously and asked, does old Xie know about your identity? He knows. Now it's mainly your problem. Shangwan Lu looked back, then whispered, what exactly happened? What happened here? It's just like I said earlier. Do you think they couldn't tell you were acting just now? Shangwan Lu said exasperatedly. And you didn't shed a single tear, and there was no fear on your face. Who would believe you? Also, all that blood on you. It's clearly not yours. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang clicked his tongue lightly. His acting skills still weren't up to par. Next time, he should ask the system if there are any acting-related skills. If there were, he'd get one, and after graduation, he could even become a trainee, practice for 2.5 years, and then debut in acting. It would also be an extra path after graduation. 134. Head of the Special Operations Agency, Su Jiang? Left with no choice, Su Jiang recounted the entire incident to Shangwan Lu in detail. Since Shangwan Lu was Xie Guli's girlfriend, he trusted her more. It definitely wasn't because the supervisory bureau had many people and he chickened out. Absolutely not. After listening, Shangwan Lu looked puzzled. You're saying Xie Guli can use flying daggers? Is that your main concern? Su Jiang was a bit speechless, but soon, he teased. No way. No way. You're his girlfriend, and he's hiding something like this from you. Even I know about this, but he didn't tell you. He doesn't trust you at all. Unlike me, I tell An Rou everything without reservation. Shangwan Lu's face darkened at his words, and she clenched her fists. Only now did she understand why Xie Guli wanted to beat Su Jiang so badly. Su Jiang, I'm sorry, but you have to come back to the supervisory bureau with me for questioning. Shangwan Lu sighed, looking apologetically at Su Jiang. Why? I've told you all the facts. Su Jiang said in surprise. Do you think what you said is credible? Shangwan Lu said, exasperated. You, one person against 7, killed 4 with just one flying dagger. And this was when they all had guns. Do you think I'm a fool? Easy to trick. Su Jiang opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. No, my relationship with old Xie is so good, and you still don't believe me. I always keep my public and private lives separate. What if you replaced me with old Xie? Same. Bring him back. Question him. Su Jiang gave Shangwan Lu a thumbs up. All right. It has to be you, West Continent Inspectorate. You must be the ones spreading the light of justice. Sigh. Since that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Su Jiang sighed and reached into his pants pocket. What are you doing? Shangwan Lu immediately became vigilant. In her eyes, Su Jiang was now a suspect. Su Jiang slowly pulled out his phone from his pocket, swiped the screen, and then handed it to Shangwan Lu. Here, see for yourself. What is this? Shangwan Lu took the phone doubtfully, and when she saw the image on the screen, her pupils constricted. She used 2 fingers to zoom in on the name in the picture. It was an appointment document from the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau, and at the beginning, several words were clearly written. Head of the Supervisory Bureau's Special Operations Organization, Su Jiang. Next to it was a headshot of Su Jiang. However, this was not what shocked her the most. What shocked her was the seal below the document. This is the seal of the Supervisory Bureau's General Bureau? Shangwan Lu recognized the red seal at the bottom and gasped. She looked up at Su Jiang, her eyes full of curiosity. The seal of the Supervisory Bureau's General Bureau, this was no ordinary thing. This seal, once stamped, meant that Su Jiang's identity and authority as the head of the Special Operations Organization were above a Level 1 chief inspector in other local supervisory bureaus. In other words, with Su Jiang's current status, Unless the director of the West Continent Inspectorate came in person, no one had the authority to arrest him. What exactly is your identity? Shangwan Lu looked at Su Jiang, mumbling. How the hell should I know? Su Jiang thought to himself. Old Jiang didn't mention the seal when he sent him the document, did he? He thought it was just an ordinary small position. Now, seeing Shangwan Lu's reaction, could it be that his position was actually quite impressive? Don't ask too much. Although he didn't understand why, Su Jiang still pretended to be profound. Knowing too much won't do you any good. However, in Shangwan Lu's ears, these words had a different meaning. Could it be that you are on some kind of special mission? Shangwan Lu guessed. You could say that. Then I understand. Shangwan Lu handed the phone back to Su Jiang and said, if you need any help, just say so. I will have the West Continent Inspectorate cooperate with you as much as possible. Okay, you've worked hard too. Su Jiang took the phone, momentarily unsure what to say. He felt that Shangwan Lu might have misunderstood something. But what did that have to do with Su Jiang? He was just an ordinary college student who happened to pass by a murder scene. Since the suspicion was cleared, Shangwan Lu had no reason to doubt Su Jiang anymore. The two walked out of the corner side by side. Shangwan Lu remembered something and whispered to Su Jiang. Oh, right. You absolutely must not reveal my relationship with Gully. Why? Are you two having a secret affair? No, Shangwan Lu explained. Because of our identities, the Supervisory Bureau has always been forbidden from getting involved with major families, so. She was a level 1 chief inspector of the Supervisory Bureau, and Xie Gully was the eldest young master of the Xie family. Once their relationship was exposed, both of them would suffer unprecedented blows from their respective forces. The Supervisory Bureau itself already had conflicts with the Xie family and the Mei family, having arrested people from these two families many times. But in recent years, under Xie Gully's repeated restraints, the Xie family had become much more well-behaved. However, the difficulties they faced to be together were still many. TSK, your relationship isn't easy to maintain, is it? Su Jiang sighed. Putting himself in their shoes, if he were from the Supervisory Bureau, could he be with An Rou? He probably could. After all, old Jiang was already cooperating with the An family. Thinking of this, Su Jiang asked, how is your director's relationship with the Xie family? At his words, Shangwan Lu sighed in distress. Our director, his relationship with the Xie family and Mei family is practically like fire and water. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang gently shook his head, secretly sighing with emotion. Old Jiang was still better. At least in his Supervisory Bureau, one could slack off and play cards. Unlike the people of the West Continent Inspectorate, Su Jiang glanced at the group of people not far away. It was late at night, and because of a phone call, they were still diligently searching everywhere for that elusive Gatling. This was the importance of a good leader. As for the three men, they were kneeling on the ground in despair, as quiet as little chicks. Seeing that Shangwan Lu had finished talking with Su Jiang, a Supervisory Bureau agent stepped forward and asked, Lu Jia, this person. He glanced at Su Jiang, unsure whether he should speak. Based on the questioning of the three men just now, the four corpses on the scene were all killed by the young man in front of them. But the process described by those three was too outrageous. He found it hard to believe. Oh, it's nothing. Shangwan Lu pointed at Su Jiang and said, this person is the head of the General Bureau's Special Operations Organization. He's one of us. General Bureaus? The man's eyes widened at her words. Cough, cough. It's nothing. I'm just here for tourism. Just pretend you haven't seen me. Su Jiang waved his hand and smiled. Okay, we understand. The man had an I-get-it look in his eyes. We'll take those three back. As for you, Shangwan Lu looked at Su Jiang and said, do you want to come with us? Or do you have other plans? Well, Su Jiang rubbed his hands and said, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but I'd like to borrow something from you. What is it? It's just, do you have explosives at your Supervisory Bureau? Su Jiang scratched his head, asking shyly. 1:35. Now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep first. West Continent, Xie family. Tonight, Xie Gully rarely returned home. Usually, he lived outside and seldom came back. This time, Xie Gully suddenly returned home for his lifelong major event. Tap, tap, tap. Xie Gully skillfully opened the door and stepped into the living room. Before he could speak, The man sitting on the sofa spoke first. Oh, our young master Xie still remembers how to come home. Xie Kangsheng had his back to Xie Guli, holding a document in his hand, and his pen was still busily writing something, clearly indicating he was handling affairs. Dad, how many days has it been since I last came back? Xie Guli said speechlessly. Was it really necessary to be so resentful just because he had been a hands-off boss for a few days? Xie Kangsheng smiled lightly. Is Su Jiang here? Yes, he's here to participate in the Advanced Mathematics National Competition. That brat. He didn't even come to see me when he came to West Continent. Xie Kangsheng cursed with a smile, clearly indicating he had a good relationship with Su Jiang. Xie Guli heard this and shook his head helplessly. Xie Kangsheng and Su Jiang had met a few times back then, and what Xie Guli found absurd was that the two of them hit it off immediately. Xie Kangsheng had noticed Su Jiang because of the smoke elimination incident, highly approved of his actions, and even told Xie Guli to learn from him. As for Su Jiang, it was because Xie Kangsheng, as an elder, was very generous with money and treated Su Jiang to several good meals. So Su Jiang called Xie Kangsheng Uncle Xie, with every other word, which was very endearing. Don't even mention it. That kid used some method to actually steal my throwing knife. Your throwing knife? Xie Kangsheng put down the document, looked at Xie Guli, and teased. Are you talking about the throwing knife you secretly practiced every day when you were little, and then rolled on the ground in embarrassment when someone found out? Dad, you don't have to specifically bring up that embarrassing past. Xie Guli was mortified, paused, and then said, Let's talk business, Dad. I came today to discuss Lu's matter with you. What, broke up? No. Then what's there to discuss? Xie Kangsheng said speechlessly. You two dating has caused me a lot of trouble. Not only do I have to help you keep it a secret here at home, but when the supervisory bureau talks about me, I still have to endure it. Speaking of which, I get angry. Xie Kangsheng suddenly said with agitated tone. Do you know how many times that scoundrel Shang Wanpingyi has called to curse me since you started dating? Who else could you have dated? But you just had to go for the daughter of the supervisory bureau's director? You. Oh, my high blood pressure. Xie Kangsheng pointed at Xie Guli and talked for a long time, making his blood pressure rise a bit. Xie Guli, on the other hand, was like a little chick, obediently bowing his head, not daring to make a sound. Ever since he started dating Shangwan Lu, he had often been scolded by Xie Kangsheng in this manner, with him pointing at his nose countless times. He was used to it. What could he do? This thing called love wasn't something he could control. Only after Xie Kangsheng had calmed down did Xie Guli hesitantly speak. Dad, I think the relationship between our family and the supervisory bureau, it's about time, isn't it? Xie Guli said cautiously. He meant that he wanted to make his relationship with Shangwan Lu public. During this time, he had done a lot of work to be with Shangwan Lu properly. It had to be said that, with his efforts, the relationship between the Xie family and the supervisory bureau had indeed eased quite a bit. At least now both sides were at peace. And he had gradually taken over some of the Xie family's work. After all, he was the Xie family's sole heir, and Xie Kangsheng would one day have to hand the Xie family over to him. Humph. Xie Kangsheng snorted upon hearing this, saying irritably, The relationship between our family and the supervisory bureau has eased, but what about the Mei family? Our family has cooperated with the Mei family for so many years, and now we suddenly want to join hands with the supervisory bureau. How do you expect Mei Zimin to see that? What about that girl Mei Lingling? Won't that little girl be heartbroken? As soon as Xie Guli heard Xie Kangsheng mention Mei Lingling, he quickly said, Dad, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. My feelings for Lingling are truly just that of an older brother for his younger sister. Xie Kangsheng heard this and scoffed. Oh, please, you might be, but that girl Mei Lingling isn't. Any clear-headed person can see her little thoughts. Only a fool like you doesn't take it seriously. Xie Guli fell silent. He could more or less guess that Mei Lingling liked him. So after discovering this, he tried his best to maintain his distance from Mei Lingling and reduce contact. But some things were never explicitly stated. All in all, if you haven't resolved the Mei family's issue, don't keep thinking about making this or that public. Xie Kangsheng waved his hand, signaling Xie Guli to leave. When you've handled all these complicated relationships, then come find me. Then I'll have more confidence when I go to negotiate with that scoundrel Shang Wanpeng. Xie Guli sighed softly upon hearing this. He had still failed. He was very frustrated. He had a way to deal with the Xie family and the supervisory bureau, but the Mei family. Just thinking of Mei Lingling gave Xie Guli a headache. If only I had known. I should have controlled my mouth when I was little, Xie Guli murmured. If he hadn't said a bunch of innocent, childish things to Mei Lingling when he was little, it wouldn't be like this now. Forget it. I'll ask Su Jiang that guy another day. He has a lot of clever ideas. Maybe he'll have a solution. Xie Guli shook his head, pushing all those troublesome matters to the back of his mind. Returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed, face down. Since things had come to this, it was better to sleep first. Everything was possible in dreams. At the same time, West Continent, inside an abandoned building. What do you need explosives for? Shangwan Lu's eye twitched. She didn't understand why Su Jiang would suddenly ask her for explosives. What else are explosives for? Su Jiang scratched his head, strangely saying, of course, for demolition. In the main city? Shangwan Lu asked cautiously. Is the Mei family in the main city? Yes. Then it's the main city. No. Shangwan Lu flatly refused, her voice involuntarily rising a few decibels. In West Continent's main city, even firearms are prohibited, let alone demolition. That's strict. Of course. These are regulations. Isn't Jiangdu like this? Su Jiang recalled the Feng family's factory. However, that was in the suburbs, not the main city. But it was actually fine in the main city, Su Jiang thought. Shangwan Lu's eyes widened, looking at Su Jiang in disbelief. She didn't understand why Su Jiang would have the idea of conducting demolition in the main city. Could it be that the supervisory bureau in Jiangdu was so lax in its regulations? Moreover, Su Jiang not only wanted to blow something up, but he also wanted to blow up the Mei family. All of this, in Shangwan Lu's view, could only be explained by two words describing her current mood. Absurd. 136. Ask An Mingjie to send some explosives over. All right. If you don't want to give it, then don't. Su Jiang said perfunctorily. For Xie Guli's sake, he would give Shangwan Lu some face and not forcefully take it. Not giving it to you is one thing, but more importantly, you absolutely cannot cause trouble. Shangwan Lu said with a serious expression, instructing. No matter what mission you are carrying out, you cannot cross the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau's bottom line, understand? Su Jiang nodded heavily, his expression solemn as he said, I understand. You can rest assured, I will definitely be well behaved. As soon as he said this, Shangwan Lu let out a slight sigh of relief. Su Jiang was still somewhat human and listened to advice. Then I'll be leaving first? Su Jiang said with a bit of embarrassment. An Rou is still waiting for me to go back to sleep. That girl can't sleep at night now unless I hold her. Then you should hurry back. Shangwan Lu's mouth twitched, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Today, she had truly refreshed her impression of Su Jiang. Oh, right. Tell them not to look for any Gatlings. There aren't any. I made it all up. As he left, Su Jiang left this sentence behind. This sentence made the Supervisory Bureau inspectors, who were searching everywhere for Gatlings, freeze in place. Made it up? Then they had spent so much effort searching for so long. Some even used their noses to search, afraid of missing a single grenade. The result, it was all made up by you? At once, everyone walked to Shangwan Lu's side, looking at Su Jiang's departing back, and whispered, Lu Inspector, can I punch him? I wanted to. Count me in. Damn it. I was sniffing on the ground for half a day. Shangwan Lu had a headache and quickly pulled them back, comforting them. Calm down. He's from the General Bureau, so bear with him. Then, she turned around and shouted, Team, take these three back and interrogate them overnight. Yes. The Supervisory Bureau personnel began to pack up and head back. Many people secretly complained in their hearts. Damn it, dozens of people came out in such a grand manner. In the end, only 3 people were arrested and taken back. This was the first time they had encountered such a strange thing. It was quite outrageous. As soon as Su Jiang left the abandoned building, Fugui appeared from who knows what corner. Meow. Am I doing okay? Fugui walked with proud steps, looking at Su Jiang triumphantly. If it weren't for its meow this time, Su Jiang would have been in danger. Well done. Go find and row yourself for some dried fish when we get back. Su Jiang gently tapped Fugue's cat head, then looked back to make sure the supervisory bureau personnel were gone. He took out his phone and, regardless of the time, called Li Kai. Beep. After a long while, the call connected, and Li Kai's resentful voice came through. Su Jiang, are you sick? Do you want to check what time it is? Why are you calling me? Lao Li, don't sleep. Something big happened. I was assassinated. What? Li Kai immediately perked up upon hearing this, worriedly saying, how is the other party? You didn't kill anyone, did you? Shouldn't you usually ask if I'm okay first? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Why are you, kid, caring about the enemy first? The enemy has been dealt with. Now there are two main things I need you to do. What is it? Li Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. Then, he heard Su Jiang's calm voice from the other end of the phone. First, from now on, you are responsible for An Rou's safety. If anything happens, tell me immediately. No problem with that. What's the second thing? The second thing. Help me call in Mingjia and ask him to send me some explosives. You damn it. Li Kai knew it. Su Jiang couldn't say anything decent. He opened his mouth and asked for explosives. Are you crazy? This is West Continent, not Jiangdu. Li Kai said sternly. Doing demolition here will definitely be investigated by the Supervisory Bureau. Wouldn't it be fine if they don't find out? Su Jiang said as a matter of course. The king of roasted cold noodles caused the demolition. What does that have to do with me, Su Jiang? Didn't you guarantee to An Mingjia with your character that you wouldn't cause trouble in West Continent? Is this your first day knowing me? What character do I have? Without waiting for Li Kai to reply, Su Jiang interrupted. In short, you handle the explosives, and I'll handle the enemy. I'll check the Mei family's address first and go to the demolition site tonight to check the situation. Li Kai's words stopped abruptly at his lips. Mei family? Demolition site? Are you going to blow up the Mei family? Nonsense, they assassinated me. If I don't blow them up, am I supposed to blow up Sieg Guli and his family? Sieg Guli and his family? What do you mean? Sieg Guli is the young master of the Sieg family, don't you know? How the hell would I know that? Li Kai roared furiously. Su Jiang's phone call conveyed too much information. It had completely stunned him. He had only been in West Continent for 2 days. How did it turn out like this? In any case, do as I say first. I'll contact you later. Beep. Su Jiang hung up the phone. In the dark room, Li Kai sat alone on the bed, helpless, listening to the phone's beeping. He didn't know why. He felt like crying a little. I just wanted to come here for a trip. Li Kai murmured, but now there was no time for him to lament. That guy Su Jiang had already gone to the Mei family. Li Kai stared blankly at his phone, incredibly conflicted. Should he call in Mingjia? After a fierce internal struggle, Li Kai still dialed in Mingjia's number. Li Kai, are you sick? Do you know what time it is? Olden, something happened. Li Kai said aggrievedly. That kid Su Jiang wants you to send some explosives over. And Mingjia. Was he sleeping stupidly? Or was Li Kai sleeping stupidly? Didn't you two just arrive in West Continent 2 days ago? What the hell happened again? I don't know either. Su Jiang suddenly called. Li Kai quickly relayed Su Jiang's words, one by one. At this moment, and Mingjia, far away in Jiangdu, pinched his brow, feeling only exhaustion in his heart. Didn't he guarantee with his character? He said he has no character. And Mingjia was speechless. Fine. He was ruthless. I'll arrange for someone to give you the explosives. After you get them, don't call me. I have nothing to do with you two scoundrels. I know nothing about what you do in West Continent, understood? After speaking, and Mingjia hung up the phone without waiting for Li Kai's reply. Sigh. He let out a long sigh, and Mingjia clutched his head in pain. What kind of things are these? If he had known this would happen, he would have kept Su Jiang in Jiangdu even if it killed him. Now it was good. Go travel. He had only traveled for 2 days, and now he was asking for explosives. The An family's explosives inventory wasn't even enough for Su Jiang to squander alone. Now An Mingjia could only silently pray that Su Jiang wouldn't cause any more trouble. He really couldn't handle it anymore. 137. We are all helpless. Late at night, on a certain street leading to the Mei family, a person and a cat were walking leisurely. Meow, so sleepy. Fugue followed behind Su Jiang, full of resentment. Meow. Why do I have to come along too? It's just a cat. At this hour, it should be sleeping, not following Su Jiang around the streets. Hang in there, silly cat. Look, I'm not sleeping either. Su Jiang muttered as he walked. You cats just haven't experienced hardship. You can't even stay up this late. Do you know how hard we humans work with our 996 schedules? Some companies aren't even humane. They have 007 work systems, treating employees like cattle. Start work upon joining, finish work upon resigning. Compared to your current sleepiness, you're much happier, silly cat. Fugue's ears drooped slightly. If it weren't for it having to crawl, it would definitely cover its ears with its paws. It was already annoyed, and now it had to listen to Su Jiang's nagging. TSK, we're here. Su Jiang paused, looking at the not-so-distant front. According to the information old Jiang gave him on his phone before they set off, this was the Mei family. Su Jiang came here mainly to scout the area first, and incidentally, to look for clues to find out why Mei Zimin wanted to kill him. Silly cat, you help me keep watch. If anything happens, notify me immediately, got it? Did you hear me? Silly cat. Su Jiang didn't hear a reply. He turned his head and saw that Fugue had, at some unknown point, already fallen asleep on a wooden bench by the roadside. Tisk. Su Jiang was a bit helpless. Looking at the silly cat, it was truly sleepy. Asking it to help keep watch under these circumstances was clearly impossible. Forget it. I still have to rely on myself. Su Jiang took out a black mask from his pocket and put it on his face. He had bought it just now at a 24-hour convenience store. Although it was a bit low quality, as long as it could cover his face, it was fine. King of roasted cold noodles, activate. Su Jiang activated gun shadow flowing wind, flipped over the high wall, and entered the Mei family's courtyard. He landed silently, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. It was completely silent. No one noticed him. Tisk, why do I feel like a thief? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Then he looked at the central villa. Through several windows, he saw lights on in the rooms inside. Clearly, there were still people in the Mei family who weren't asleep. However, Su Jiang didn't intend to just rush into their house. He was here to scout, so he definitely needed to prioritize surveying the surrounding buildings and terrain. It had to be said, Su Jiang already had some demolition experience. Innate demolition saint body. And maybe, with a bit of luck, he could even find where the Mei family stored explosives. That would save a lot of trouble. But what Su Jiang didn't know was that the Mei family didn't have any explosives at all, because the Supervisory Bureau's control was too strict. Once they were found to be privately storing explosives during a search, even if the Mei family had countless excuses, they would still face the most severe accountability and punishment from the Supervisory Bureau. So, both the Xie family and the Mei family were very sensitive to such things. Even firearms were rare. Otherwise, Xie Guli wouldn't have resorted to practicing throwing knives. While Su Jiang was wandering around, inside the Mei family's house, Mei Zimin sat in his study with a troubled expression, holding his phone, his eyes filled with worry. Still no news. He hadn't slept because he was waiting for the news of the 7 people's successful assassination. Based on the time, they should have acted already. But why is there still no news, no trace of them? Could something have gone wrong? Mei Zimin tapped his fingers on the desk, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the 7 people might have failed. Failure wasn't the main issue, but how they failed. Were they counter-killed? Or were they captured? Being counter-killed was fine, but if they were captured, please, don't let them be caught by those people from the Supervisory Bureau. What Mei Zimin worried about was the Supervisory Bureau's involvement. If those 7 people were caught, they would definitely expose him. That was inevitable. Although Mei Zimin had thoroughly cleaned up the traces between them. But what if those people from the Supervisory Bureau were like dogs? Once they got a scent, they wouldn't let go. At that time, he would be in trouble. Just as Mei Zimin was pondering, a knock on the door sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Mei Zimin looked up, while also gently pulling open a drawer and putting his phone inside. Father, it's me. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, he sighed in relief. Come in. Mei Lingling pushed open the door and walked in, her face looking a bit haggard. Seeing this, Mei Zimin said softly, What's wrong? Why aren't you asleep so late? Father, can you give me back my phone? Ever since that day, Mei Lingling had been confined and couldn't leave the Mei family. Even her phone was confiscated by Mei Zimin, preventing her from contacting the outside world. Mei Lingling said cautiously, I promise I won't tell Xie Guli about those things. Can I? Mei Zimin looked at his daughter without speaking. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Whether you'll tell or not, you know in your heart. I can give you your phone, but I hope you understand one thing." Mei Zimin opened another drawer, took out Mei Lingling's phone, and placed it on the desk. He stared intently into Mei Lingling's eyes and said, "Once the Xie family gets the news, there will only be one outcome. That is, we will go to war with the Xie family in the shortest possible time. This is a family dispute, not playing house." Mei Zimin stood up, walked in front of Mei Lingling, and said in a low voice, "This matter cannot be undone. We and the Xie family cannot coexist. You have no choice. I also have no choice. We are all at the mercy of circumstances." Mei Lingling's body trembled. She bit her lip tightly, controlling her emotions. Mei Zimin's words completely shattered her last hope. During her confinement, she had thought a lot. She believed there was still room for maneuver in the situation. She felt that she and Xie Guli could still go back to how they used to be. But now Mei Zimin personally told her that these were nothing but fantasies. Reality was cold and cruel. In front of a large family, her romantic feelings and those childish thoughts, no one would care. Mei Zimin reached out, gently embraced Mei Lingling, patted her back, and said softly, "I know this might be very cruel for you, but you must learn to accept it, because you are Mei Zimin's daughter." At this moment, Mei Lingling could no longer control her emotions, and tears flowed from her eyes. The girl rested her head on her father's shoulder, gently closing her eyes. "I understand, father. I will forget the Xie family." Mei Lingling's heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Her tone showed no joy or sorrow. 138. Thank you for your fun. I'm impressed. How is the Mei family so big? In the dark of night, Jiang, wearing a mask, wandered around the Mei family. He even took a few photos of some spots he deemed suitable for demolition. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone from the Mei family. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on the Mei family's lack of security. After all, it was the Mei family who would dare to cause trouble there in the middle of the night. To Jiang's regret, he couldn't find any explosives. "TSK, I should have woken up the silly cat and brought it in. Its nose is sharp." Jiang sighed softly. This was his miscalculation. Since he couldn't find explosives, he could only go inside the Mei family's residence to look around. Jiang was genuinely curious now. Why did Mei Zimin want to kill him? The head of a prominent family, and he had never even met him. And he had only been in the West Continent for 2 days. Yet Mei Zimin was already impatiently arranging for people to kill him. Jiang truly didn't understand. If he didn't figure this out tonight, he wouldn't be able to sleep. "The door is closed, then I'll go through the window." Jiang looked up and saw an open window on the top floor. The light in the room was still on. At this height, it would naturally be impossible for an ordinary person to climb up. But Jiang had a cheat. A short sprint, 2 kicks, and in no time at all, he was at the window. He poked his head in slightly and saw no one inside. Jiang used his hands to pull himself up, flipped over, and entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang's nose was assaulted. Whoa, such a strong perfume scent. It seemed this was a girl's room. Frowning tightly, Jiang pulled his mask tighter. With the enhancement of his extraordinary body, his sense of smell was more sensitive than an ordinary person's, and this strong perfume scent was like a critical hit to him. Luckily, An Rou doesn't wear perfume. Jiang couldn't help but think that the scent on An Rou was quite pleasant, milky, and not overpowering. However, it was generally not good to intrude on a girl's boudoir. Adhering to the fine tradition of a gentleman, Jiang did not rummage around or look indiscriminately, but instead planned to leave the room. Jiang bent slightly, activated stealth mode, and was about to open a crack in the door to check the situation. However, during this process, his gaze inadvertently swept across the desk and saw a group photo placed on it. Jiang swore he only took a casual glance. Jiang's attention was instantly drawn because there were only 2 people in the group photo, 1 man and 1 woman. The girl was holding the man's arm, smiling sweetly, and the 2 looked very intimate. But that wasn't the point. The point was, isn't this old Xie? Jiang's eyes widened. He thought he had seen wrong and leaned in for a closer look. The man in the group photo was indeed Xie Guli. However, Xie Guli in the photo looked a bit green, probably taken a long time ago. This kid. Su Jiang stared blankly at the photo, with only one thought in his mind. Did Shangwan Lu know about this? If she didn't, Su Jiang's lips curved uncontrollably upwards, throwing all serious matters to the back of his mind. He decisively pulled out his phone and took 3 consecutive photos of the group picture. After admiring the photos he had taken, Su Jiang smiled contentedly. With these 3 photos alone, Xie Guli would have to call him Su Ge for the rest of his life. He had to say, these 3 photos were the biggest gain from coming to the Mei family, Su Jiang thought. Creak. Just then, the door suddenly opened, startling Su Jiang. Mei Lingling, with red eyes and her phone in hand, returned to her room despondently. Because she was looking down, she didn't see Su Jiang the moment she pushed the door open. After closing the door, Mei Lingling looked up and saw Su Jiang, who had half his face covered, and instantly froze. 2.5 seconds later, Mei Lingling reacted. Her room had been intruded upon by a stranger. Awakens. She opened her mouth, ready to scream, but Su Jiang was quick, rushing forward to cover her mouth the moment Mei Lingling made a sound. Whoa! Mei Lingling's eyes widened, looking at Su Jiang with a hint of fear. She didn't know who the masked man in front of her was, nor what he wanted to do. She only knew that she had to save herself now. Mei Lingling struggled frantically, but secretly opened her phone with her right hand, preparing to call for help. Seeing her struggle so much, Su Jiang couldn't think of a good solution for a moment, so he whispered, "Don't struggle. I'm Xie Guli's friend. I won't hurt you." This was the truth. After all, he wasn't clear about the other party's relationship with Xie Guli, so even if the other party was from the Mei family, Su Jiang wouldn't hurt her. Mei Lingling, who was struggling, stopped her movements upon hearing this. Xie Guli's friend? She looked at Su Jiang suspiciously, clearly not believing it. Su Jiang looked at Mei Lingling and said, "I'll let go of your mouth and explain clearly, but you can't call for help, understand?" Mei Lingling nodded. Su Jiang let go. "Help Wu." Mei Lingling didn't even get half of the word help out before Su Jiang covered her mouth again. "Can't people have a little trust in each other?" Su Jiang said speechlessly. "I just let go, and you already went back on your word? Just like Xie Guli, shameless." Having no other choice, Su Jiang had to use his other hand to take off his mask, revealing his face. "Here, look closely at my face." Su Jiang pointed to his face, then took out his phone, found one of the few group photos of himself and Xie Guli, and pushed it close to Mei Lingling's face. "Look carefully. Am I not lying to you?" Mei Lingling's eyeballs moved, looking at the photo, then at Su Jiang's face. "You're not allowed to shout this time, understand?" Su Jiang finished speaking, and seeing Mei Lingling nod, he let go of her hand once more. "Who?" Mei Lingling let out a long breath. Although she didn't shout again, her gaze towards Su Jiang remained wary. "Who are you? Why haven't I heard Xie Guli mention you? Coincidentally, I haven't heard old Xie mention you either." Su Jiang spread his hands, curiously sizing up Mei Lingling. "Xie Guli? TSK TSK TSK. Old Xie, you're quite the player, aren't you? So, who exactly are you, and what's your relationship with old Xie?" Mei Lingling's eyes dimmed when she heard that Xie Guli hadn't mentioned her, and she whispered, "I'm Xie Guli's childhood sweetheart. My name is Mei Lingling. Why do you sound so unconfident, huh?" Su Jiang complained. However, Mei Lingling's words did make him recall something. Xie Guli seemed to have mentioned such a childhood sweetheart to him before. However, just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for triggering a mission. Mission content. Save Mei Lingling. Successful completion of the mission will grant a random skill reward." Su Jiang frowned. "What kind of mission is this? Save Mei Lingling? How to save her? What counts as saving her? Hey system, be clearer." The system did not respond. Su Jiang looked at Mei Lingling standing in front of him, sighed, and rubbed his temples in frustration. Why was this getting more and more troublesome? 139. Don't explode, okay? So who exactly are you? Why are you here? Inside the room, Mei Lingling stared at Su Jiang and asked. "Me?" Su Jiang pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then said, "Old Xie and I went to high school together. My name is Su Jiang." "You're Su Jiang?" Mei Lingling exclaimed. If she remembered correctly, she had heard the name Su Jiang when she overheard her father talking in the study. She sized up Su Jiang, her heart filled with doubt. This was the Su Jiang whom both her father and the mysterious person treated with such caution. He just looked like an ordinary university student, nothing special at all. Moreover, Mei Lingling had not expected him to be Xie Guli's friend. Su Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard Mei Lingling's words and saw her reaction. This was interesting. You know me? Su Jiang spoke. Or rather, you've heard my name? It was clearly a question, but Su Jiang's tone was very certain. Mei Lingling must have heard his name, and she seemed to have a deep impression of it. Su Jiang did not beat around the bush and asked directly. You know Mei Zimin wants to kill me, right? Mei Lingling fell silent. She did not know how to answer that question. Indeed, both her father and that mysterious person wanted to kill Su Jiang. But Su Jiang was also Xie Guli's friend. And, to be honest, she did not want Xie Guli's friend to be harmed by her father. Mei Lingling was immediately caught in a dilemma. Her behavior already revealed a lot of information. At least Su Jiang could confirm that Mei Lingling was aware of Mei Zimin's intention to kill him. Why? Su Jiang frowned, puzzled. I have no prior acquaintance with your Mei family, so why do you want to kill me? No, it's not us who want to kill you, it's... Mei Lingling instinctively began to speak. She wanted to tell Su Jiang that it was actually the Wei family, that mysterious person, who wanted to kill him. However, recalling her father's earlier warning, Mei Lingling swallowed her words back. It's what? A glint flashed in Su Jiang's eyes as he pressed. If it's not you, then who else? I don't know. Mei Lingling's gaze was resolute. Don't ask anymore. I won't say anything. It's all right, whether you say it or not doesn't matter. Su Jiang chuckled, spreading his hands, unconcerned. Anyway, after tonight, your Mei family will cease to exist. What do you mean by that? Mei Lingling asked in a panic. What do you want to do? Hee. Guess what I was doing before I came to your room? Su Jiang's smile was incredibly sinister at this moment. Without waiting for Mei Lingling to speak, he continued. Now, explosives have been placed all around your Mei family. If I wanted to, with a loud boom, your Mei family would be engulfed in a sea of fire. So, whether you speak or not, it's actually not important, because anyone who wants to kill me must pay a price. After saying this, Mei Lingling trembled all over, looking at Su Jiang with some fear. No, you wouldn't do that. This is West Continent. If you do that, you will definitely be hunted by the Supervisory Bureau. That's for later. Anyway, your Mei family will die before me, Su Jiang said indifferently. Aren't you Xie Guli's friend? That doesn't conflict with me blowing up your house, does it? You? Mei Lingling was speechless. At this moment, she was extremely flustered and had already somewhat believed Su Jiang's words. She truly thought Su Jiang had buried explosives all around. After a brief internal struggle, Mei Lingling made up her mind and cautiously said, I'll tell you, just don't blow it up, okay? Now that you want to talk, I don't want to listen anymore. Su Jiang waved his hand dismissively, saying domineering and authentic. No matter who wants to kill me, I'll just blow them all up. But the person who truly wants to kill you isn't in our house right now. Mei Lingling was so anxious she was almost crying. Oh, hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Not in the Mei family. Then where? I don't know either. Are you making fun of me? Never mind, I'll just blow it all up. No, don't blow it up, I beg you. Seeing that Su Jiang was really going to blow it up, Mei Lingling no longer cared about Mei Zimin's instructions. She lowered her head and spilled everything she knew. I really don't know. Earlier, I was in the study and overheard my father talking to a mysterious person. It was that mysterious person who said he wanted to kill you. That mysterious person said that young Master Wei of the Wei family wanted to kill you, and my father was forced to. Wei family, young Master Wei? Su Jiang had an impression, and Mingjie had mentioned this person when he called Director Jiang earlier. If it weren't for this young Master Wei, Su Jiang wouldn't have ended up on the isolated island battlefield, sniping at that woman named Rose. Forced to. Su Jiang couldn't help but laugh when he heard those 4 words. Forced to send 7 people to assassinate me? So, should I be understanding of him? Mei Lingling remained silent. Seeing her reaction, Su Jiang took a deep breath and did not press her further. And there was also that confusing system mission. Su Jiang currently had a headache. In this situation, what was there to save? Forget it. At most the mission would fail. There was no penalty anyway. Compared to that, Su Jiang was more concerned about the content of the conversation Mei Lingling had overheard. Besides killing me, what else did they talk about? I'll think. Mei Lingling's face showed a look of recollection. Then she said, "Oh, right. They also said they were going to look for someone named Ding Qiming, and that this matter was the most important." She did not mention that the Mei family planned to make a move on the Xie family. Because Su Jiang knew Xie Guli, she was afraid Su Jiang would tell the Xie family about it. In that case, the two families would inevitably go to war. Mei Lingling was still not ready for a war. At least, before the two sides completely broke off, she wanted to see Xie Guli once. Even if it was just a secret glance, it would be enough. Ding Qiming. Su Jiang frowned. This name was not unfamiliar to him. Old Jing's only request for him to come to West Continent this time was to find Ding Qiming. And now it seemed, the Wei family was also looking for Ding Qiming. Su Jiang was truly curious now. What secret did this person named Ding Qiming hide that so many people were looking for him? Anything else? No, nothing else. Su Jiang nodded. In his opinion, what Mei Lingling said did not sound like a lie. If that was the case, he would have to ask old Jiang about the situation later. Originally, Su Jiang hadn't paid much attention to finding Ding Qiming, but now that the situation had become complicated, he had no choice but to pay attention. Since all the necessary information had been gathered, there was no need to look for Mei Zimin anymore. Su Jiang was ready to head back. He turned, intending to climb out the window and return the way he came. "Hey, wait." Seeing Su Jiang about to leave, Mei Lingling quickly called out. Then, "The explosives." "What explosives?" Su Jiang said confusedly. "This is the warm and harmonious West Continent. How could I actually blow up your house?" Mei Lingling's eyes widened, disbelievingly saying, "So, everything you just said was a lie?" "Yes, lying is indeed not good. I'll pay attention next time." Su Jiang walked to the window, turned his head, and waved at Mei Lingling with a smile. "Bye-bye." Su Jiang moved his body and climbed out of the room, leaving Mei Lingling standing there, stunned. 140. The stars tonight are so bright. Leaving the Mei family, Su Jiang jogged all the way back to the street. Fortune was still sleeping, so Su Jiang, seeing this, directly picked him up by the scruff of his neck and returned to the hotel. The moment his scruff was grabbed, Fortune opened one cat eye. Seeing it was Su Jiang, he continued to sleep. Even when being carried by Su Jiang, he could still sleep, and he slept the entire way. Su Jiang did not return to his own hotel first, but instead went to find Li Kai. As the elevator doors opened, Su Jiang stepped out and paused. "What are you doing here?" Li Kai stood at An Rou's room door, looking exhausted, chain-smoking to keep himself awake. Hearing the voice, Li Kai turned and saw Su Jiang, and actually breathed a sigh of relief. Li Kai had been standing there for so long, ears perked, just afraid of suddenly hearing a loud bang. Then Su Jiang would call him and tell him to run. Li Kai had already planned his escape route back to Jiangdu. However, looking at Su Jiang, it seemed nothing had exploded. "What am I doing here? What do you think I'm doing here?" Li Kai said irritably. "You told me to protect An Rou's safety, so I have to guard the door. Do you expect me to go inside and guard? Do you have hyperthyroidism or something? Why are you so irritable?" Su Jiang said speechlessly. "What's wrong with old Li? He's constantly saying I and me in a rude way, completely impolite. Where are the people who tried to assassinate you? What exactly happened?" Li Kai asked urgently. "Let's go back to the room and talk," Su Jiang replied. "What about An Rou?" "It's fine, I have a way." Su Jiang carefully placed Fortune, whom he was carrying, at An Rou's room door. He gently woke Fortune, who opened his eyes in confusion. "Meow. Am I home? Silly cat, just sleep here. If bad guys get close, meow loudly, understood?" "Fortune, question mark." He shook his cat head and looked around. He had a mind to refuse, but then he thought about it. "Never mind, where isn't a good place to sleep?" So Fortune nodded gently, then continued to sleep. Li Kai witnessed this scene firsthand, his expression unperturbed. There was nothing left to be surprised about. Even if Fortune stood up now and suddenly transformed into a cat girl, Li Kai wouldn't be surprised. After all, it was Su Jiang's cat. "Quick, open the door and let me in." Su Jiang stood at Li Kai's room door, urging him. He didn't have a room card and couldn't get in. "So, what's the point of you getting a room in the hotel across the street?" Li Kai said speechlessly as he opened the door. The bed in Su Jiang's room probably hadn't even had its covers pulled back yet. Stop with the nonsense. The main business is important. The two entered the room, and Su Jiang began to tell Li Kai the whole story. Meanwhile, at Shizhou University, inside a certain laboratory. At this hour, the laboratory was filled with various precise instruments, but it was empty. Suddenly, a sound. The door was pushed open, and a figure slowly walked into the laboratory. The professor looked very tired, but his eyes still gleamed with excitement. This afternoon, he and Yin Hua conducted another experiment to test his new idea, but the result was still a failure. In the evening, the professor lay in bed, tossing and turning, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and he found the key to the problem. So, without bothering to call Yin Hua, the professor came to the laboratory alone, intending to try again. This time it will work. This time it will definitely work. The professor put on his glasses, holding a beaker, and continuously poured various liquids into it. For a moment, the entire laboratory was filled only with the humming of instruments and the subtle sounds of reagents reacting with each other. After an unknown amount of time, the professor held a test tube in his hand and breathed a long sigh of relief. So far, there have been no problems. Next is the most important step. The professor opened a bottle of reagent, used an instrument to extract a drop of liquid from it, and carefully dripped it into the test tube. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The professor focused intently on the changes in the test tube, gently shaking the test tube in his hand. After a while, the reagent in the test tube turned purple. Seeing this, the professor's face was filled with excitement. He quickly placed the purple reagent into the instrument, and after computer analysis, piles of complex data appeared before the professor's eyes. It's done. It's done. The professor looked at the data and shouted excitedly. Number 3 gene liquid. It's finally made. He was breathing heavily, looking at the data. Perhaps only he knew what this data meant. After calming down, the professor carefully picked up the reagent and placed it in a small box specifically for storing containers. Closing the box, the professor took a deep breath, took off his glasses, and wiped his eyes. He returned all the instruments to their original positions, and after confirming that nothing was left out, the professor walked out of the laboratory, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Beep. After a long time, the call connected, and a man's deep voice came through. What's wrong? Didn't I say not to call me unless it's absolutely necessary? Number 3 gene liquid. I made it, the professor said word by word. As soon as these words came out, the person on the other end of the phone couldn't sit still and directly called out the professor's unknown name. Ding Qiming. Are you sure? I'm sure. Ding Qiming nodded heavily. All the data is perfect. I couldn't have done it any better. Then can the gene liquid allow him to recover? The man's tone carried a hint of anticipation. I can't guarantee it completely, but I have a 70% chance, Ding Qiming said. 70%? That's enough. The man paused, then continued. How many more doses can you make? I'm not sure, but the remaining materials and reagents are almost used up, and the success rate isn't high. I don't know if I can make another dose. It doesn't matter, just make it. I'll give you 3 days. The man said decisively. 3 days from now is the Lantern Festival. At that time, I will arrange for someone to pick up the gene liquid. 3 days, that's enough. Ding Qiming paused, then uttered 2 more words. Thank you. All right, then that's it. The call ended. Ding Qiming put down his phone, took a deep breath, and the excitement in his eyes lessened a bit. It was replaced by a sense of relief. 3 days, huh? That's enough. He had been living in hiding for far too long. Tonight's stars, they're truly bright. Ding Qiming looked up at the starry sky, took off his mask, and suddenly started to laugh. As he laughed, tears flowed from his eyes, but Ding Qiming continued to laugh, and his laughter grew louder and louder. The dark night sky was dotted with stars. Under the starry sky, the old man with half-white hair sometimes cried bitterly and sometimes laughed joyfully, like a mentally ill patient. 141. Is everyone okay? Early the next morning, Su Jiang and Li Kai walked out of their rooms one after another. Li Kai looked content. Su Jiang was full of gloom. Last night in Li Kai's room, after Su Jiang told Li Kai everything, they faced a problem. With only one bed, how would they sleep? Li Kai suggested Su Jiang go back to the hotel across the street to sleep. But Su Jiang refused. His reason was that he wanted to protect An Rou. In reality, he had taken a liking to Li Kai's room. After all, his own room's environment was indeed a step down. So Su Jiang suggested Li Kai go sleep across the street. Li Kai also refused. Thus, Su Jiang suggested playing rock, paper, scissors, with the loser sleeping on the sofa. Then Su Jiang slept on the sofa all night. With a bit of resentment, eating his soy milk and fried dough sticks, Su Jiang was still regretting. I should have thrown rock last night. In that case, Li Kai would have been the one sleeping on the sofa. What are you planning to do now? Li Kai asked while eating. The Wei family has already noticed you, and the Mei family has also made a move against you. Your situation is very dangerous now. Su Jiang pondered deeply, and after a long while, he said, looking at it this way, the source of everything is actually the Wei family, right? Then I have a bold idea. Please put away your bold idea. Li Kai interrupted directly. That's the capital, and the Wei family isn't the Feng family's factory. You can't just blow it up whenever you want. Holy cow, Su Jiang looked at Li Kai in astonishment. How did you know my plan? Can't you think of anything besides blowing things up? Li Kai truly regretted it now. The origin of everything was that damned Feng family factory. It led Su Jiang down this path of no return. As a result, whenever this guy encounters something now, his first thought is to blow it up and be done with it. Well, if that's the case, let's go to the Xie family first today. Su Jiang continued. I estimate the Xie family is unaware of these little moves by the Mei family, and we are a bit outnumbered right now. So we can go to the Xie family and seek cooperation. The Xie family? Xie Guli's family. Li Kai frowned slightly upon hearing this. Can they be trusted? Don't worry, they can be trusted. Su Jiang said confidently. If it really doesn't work out, we'll blow up the Xie family too. Li Kai felt exhausted. Oh, right? Have you told him Mingjia? When will my package arrive? Su Jiang asked again. What kind of express delivery do you think can deliver explosives for you? Raccoon Express. Never heard of it. Li Kai said speechlessly, and Mingjia said he would arrange for someone to send it over as soon as possible, but the fastest it will be is probably tomorrow or the day after. Su Jiang nodded lightly. This efficiency was indeed quite fast. Let the Mei family jump around for 2 more days, then blow them all up. Oh no, Mei Lingling can't be blown up. She still has a mission. Huh. Su Jiang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked up. Saving Mei Lingling? He seemed to have found a blind spot. What's wrong? Li Kai asked curiously when he saw this. Don't interrupt, I'm thinking. Su Jiang frowned. He originally had no clue about the mission content, but now he seemed to have a bold idea. Could he first severely injure Mei Lingling and then save her? Would that count as saving Mei Lingling? If doing it myself doesn't count, then I'll let Li Kai do it, and then I'll save Mei Lingling from Li Kai's hands. Would that count as saving Mei Lingling? Please complete the mission using legitimate means, host. Oh, the system's prompt sounded, and Su Jiang was amused. Finally willing to speak? How are my methods not legitimate? Just tell me if it's saving or not saving. Su Jiang said indignantly in his mind. However, the system ignored him. TSK, trash system. Su Jiang cursed. But since the system reminded him like this, it meant that doing so was likely permissible, Su Jiang thought. But he couldn't guarantee it 100%, so he could only consider it a last resort. Lest after saving her, the system doesn't acknowledge it, then all his efforts would be in vain. Huh, Su Jiang. Why are you eating here again? An Rou walked into the dining room holding Fatso, and seeing Su Jiang and Li Kai eating breakfast, she asked curiously, and why was Fatso lying at my door as soon as I opened it? As soon as he saw me, he meowed and meowed. I don't know what he meant. Today she wore a short skirt and a beret, revealing her long, fair legs. Su Jiang looked at An Rou's legs, a bit curious. It was already December, and the temperature in West Continent had already started to drop. Don't they feel cold? What are you looking at? An Rou saw Su Jiang staring at her legs, and said coquettishly, Cough. Nothing, your legs are quite fair. Su Jiang said, Uft. Li Kai almost spat out a mouthful of soy milk. An Rou's face immediately turned red upon hearing this, and she glared at Su Jiang. There were so many people around, and he said such things without shame. Just as An Rou turned to get breakfast, Fatso nimbly jumped in front of Su Jiang. Meow. My dried fish. Then he extended his paw, pointing at An Rou. Meow. She doesn't understand. Jiang then remembered that he had told Fatso to ask An Rou for dried fish last night. However, it's early morning now. Where am I going to get you dried fish? He casually picked up a fried dough stick and threw it in front of Fatso. Here, eat this first. Dried fish next time, for sure. Fatso tilted his cat head, silently looking at the fried dough stick in front of him. He had curses he wanted to utter, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Fried dough stick it is, it's not like it's inedible. He could even eat the chicken wings An Rou made. So what's wrong with a fried dough stick? Fatso lowered his head and began to gnaw on the fried dough stick. Ever since he followed Jiang, Fatso's diet had become increasingly complex and varied. After An Rou sat down, Jiang and Li Kai told An Rou everything that had happened yesterday. Li Kai had also asked Jiang if he should keep this matter from An Rou, not letting her know, fearing it would affect her mood. Jiang directly cursed Li Kai, saying he was out of his mind. Someone's already attacking you directly, and you're still agonizing over whether to hide it from your own people. Fine, you hide it. You're considering her feelings. But when An Rou finds out the truth and gets angry, won't I be the one who has to coax her? As soon as An Rou heard that someone tried to assassinate Jiang last night, she immediately asked worriedly, "Then, is the person okay?" Jiang was stunned when he heard this, thinking An Rou was worried about him, so he smiled. "I'm fine. Don't I look perfectly well?" "No. I mean, are the people who tried to assassinate you okay?" An Rou's tone was even exactly the same as Li Kai's last night, and she said the exact same words. Jiang closed his mouth and fell silent. He felt that these people really misunderstood him greatly. Now, even his dearest An Rou was starting to misunderstand him. Shouldn't a normal person worry about him, the victim, first? Why did it reverse when it came to him? Jiang didn't understand. He profoundly didn't understand. 142. Jiang goes to Xie's house. He's fine. He should be at the supervisory bureau right now. Jiang said grumpily, then added, "Of course, if something did happen, it was the supervisory bureau's doing, not mine." An Rou and Li Kai looked at him with suspicion. They didn't quite believe him. Really? Jiang grew anxious. "If you don't believe me, ask Shangwan Lu." "Lujia?" An Rou asked, puzzled. "What does Lujia have to do with this?" Jiang began to explain Shangwan Lu's situation again. He also mentioned his visit to the Mei family and meeting Mei Lingling. "Is that true?" When An Rou heard about the photo of Mei Lingling and Xie Guli, she covered her mouth with her hand. From her bright, wide eyes, Jiang saw two words. Gossip. "Of course, I even took pictures." Jiang took out his phone and showed An Rou the 3 photos he took yesterday. "Wow, that pose is too intimate, isn't it?" "I know, right? I've always felt that old Xie guy wasn't a good person." "Don't say that. What if it's a misunderstanding? I feel like Xie Guli shouldn't be that kind of scumbag." "How long have you known him?" "You can know a person's face, but not their heart. I'm telling you." In an instant, the two huddled together, chattering endlessly about the photos, like two marmots in a melon patch. Li Kai sat opposite them, his face clouded with dark lines. What were they doing? Could they not talk about serious matters? Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Li Kai coughed several times in a row, reminding Jiang and An Rou to stop. The two also noticed Li Kai's coughing and looked up, curiously watching Li Kai. "What's wrong, Laoli? Got a cold?" Jiang asked. "The weather's getting cold, brother Li Kai. You should take care of yourself," An Rou said. Li Kai felt so tired. He understood now why these two could get along so well. They were equally clueless. Just then, Fuguwei jumped onto the table again. Eating only fried dough sticks was a bit dry for it. It looked at the 3 people's bowls and finally fixed its gaze on Li Kai's soy milk. "Meow. Can I drink it?" Fuguwei meowed at Li Kai. "Li Kai?" Question mark. He looked at Fuguwei with some confusion. "What do you want to do?" "Meow. Thank you." Fuguwei lowered its head and began to drink Li Kai's soy milk. In its opinion, Li Kai not refusing it immediately meant he agreed. However, after only 2 sips, its scruff was grabbed by Li Kai, and it was lifted up. "Meow." It looked up in confusion, but before it could fully raise its head, Li Kai gave it a rap on the head. Li Kai said fiercely, "Am I giving you too much leeway? Those two are fine, but why are you joining in?" With that, he threw Fugaway onto the ground. Fugaway covered its head with its paws, its eyes watery and somewhat aggrieved. Just as it was about to curse Li Kai, a bowl of soy milk was placed in front of it. It was Li Kai's. "Drink up, it's not easy being Su Jiang's cat." At these words, Fugaway almost burst into tears. At this moment, looking at Li Kai, it found him more and more pleasing to the eye. It felt that Li Kai understood it. So, Fugaway no longer cared about drinking soy milk, jumped onto the table, and tearfully told Li Kai how Su Jiang treated it. However, Li Kai didn't understand at all. "What are you meowing about? Is the soy milk not good?" Fugaway's meowing stopped abruptly, and its eyes visibly showed disappointment. It jumped off the table and silently drank the soy milk. Never mind. After all, they were different species, not the same kind of cat. Su Jiang. Seeing Su Jiang still doting on An Rou, Li Kai couldn't help but say, "Aren't we going to the Xie family?" He was almost full. "Is it great to have a partner?" Seriously. At these words, Su Jiang immediately reacted. Damn it, it was all An Rou's fault for making him forget about the important matter. "Right, after breakfast, we'll go to the Xie family," Su Jiang said to An Rou. "Go to the Xie family." An Rou ate her sandwich in small bites, nodding gently, without asking for the reason. Anyway, she had no plans herself, so she would just go along with Su Jiang. Although she didn't know why they were going to the Xie family, since Su Jiang said they were going, there must be a reason for it. Little did she know, Su Jiang's fundamental reason for going to the Xie family was simply to use these photos to mock Xie Guli to his face. 2.5 hours later, Su Jiang and the others arrived at the entrance of the Xie family. Su Jiang was still carrying some milk and fruit. "Su Jiang, did you tell Xie Guli in advance that we're coming to the Xie family?" Li Kai asked. "No. Then you didn't tell him in advance." "It's fine, I told his dad." "Who?" Li Kai's eyes widened, and before he could speak, the gate of the Xie family opened. A person who looked like a butler walked out, looked at the three of them, and finally fixed his gaze on Su Jiang. He quickly walked up and clasped Su Jiang's hand. "You must be Su Jiang, right? I am the Xie family's butler. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Jiang Butler." Jiang Butler paused, then added, "The patriarch said you should be arriving soon, so I came to greet you. I apologize for making you wait." "Jiang Butler, you're too kind. We just arrived too," Su Jiang said with a beaming smile. "You can just call me Xiao Su. Uncle Xia also calls me that. How could that be appropriate? Please come in with me, everyone. The patriarch is already waiting for you in the living room." All right. Thank you, Jiang Butler." "No problem. It's just a small matter, something I, as a butler, should do." Su Jiang looked back at the dumbfounded Li Kai, too lazy to bother with him, and took An Rou's hand, walking inside. After Li Kai reacted, he quickly followed. "Hey, Su Jiang, what's going on? You know the Xie family patriarch?" As he asked Su Jiang, he subtly pointed at Jiang Butler, who was walking ahead. "Huh? Haven't I told you?" Su Jiang said unhurriedly. "Xie Guli's father, Uncle Xie, and I have a pretty good relationship. When did you tell us?" Li Kai cursed in a low voice. Why was Su Jiang always like this? He could suddenly spring a big surprise on you. And Rou also heard Su Jiang mention it for the first time and said, "Then, is this one of your elders?" As she spoke, she quickly checked her attire, wanting to leave a good impression on Su Jiang's elder. "It's fine. Uncle Xie is very easygoing, don't worry," Su Jiang said with a wry smile. "Young Master Su, we've arrived." Jiang Butler was about to step forward and open the door. Just then, a familiar figure opened the door and walked out first. It was Xie Guli. He didn't know Su Jiang and the others were coming and was planning to go out to find Su Jiang at that moment. Last night, Shangwan Lu called him and told him about Su Jiang, which made him eager to find Su Jiang immediately and get things clear. So, as soon as he woke up today, he rushed out of the house. "Yo, old Xie going out?" Su Jiang greeted him. "Oh, it's Su Jiang. I have something urgent, so I won't be able to accompany you now." Xie Guli finished speaking and walked past Su Jiang. After 2 steps, Xie Guli's footsteps paused. "Huh, the one who just greeted me seemed to be Su Jiang?" Xie Guli mechanically turned his head and saw Su Jiang smiling and waving at him. "Is that so? Then you go ahead and be busy. We'll talk later." "No, wait," Xie Guli shouted, pointing at Su Jiang in disbelief. How the hell are you here? 143. The source of An Chang's explosives. How can you speak like that? So rude, Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. I came all the way to West Continent, so of course I had to visit Uncle Xie. With that, he showed off the fruit and milk in his hand. Xie Guli glanced at them and recognized them as being sold at the fruit store near his house. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Su Jiang's collar, and whispered, "You brat, I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've already shown up at my door. What exactly happened last night? See, you're getting impatient again." Su Jiang patted Xie Guli's hand and said, "Uncle Xie will be here later, so I'll tell him everything at once so I don't have to say it a second time." With that, he pulled a black bag from his pocket, and inside it were Xie Guli's throwing knives. "Here, I even brought them specifically for you. No need to thank me." Xie Guli took the bag, looked at Su Jiang suspiciously, and then opened the bag in front of him. He didn't know what he was in for until he saw it. "What the hell did you do with my knives?" Xie Guli asked in a low voice. "Nothing, aren't they perfectly fine? Then why the hell is there blood on them? You should ask yourself that. After all, these are your throwing knives." Su Jiang looked at Xie Guli with a calm expression, as if he truly knew nothing. Then, Su Jiang added another sentence. "Oh, right, if Shangwan Lu asks you for the throwing knives later, remember to cooperate." After saying that, he patted his shoulder, and without waiting for Xie Guli to reply, Su Jiang, along with An Rou and Li Kai, walked into the Xie family home, leaving Xie Guli alone, disheveled in the wind. "Uncle Xie, I've come to see you." As soon as Su Jiang entered the living room and saw Xie Kangsheng, he immediately transformed into a well-behaved and polite child. "Ha ha ha, little Su is here." Xie Kangsheng got up, smiling broadly as he looked at Su Jiang. "It's really been a long time since I've seen you, child." "Uncle Xie, I specifically bought these fruits and milk for you." "Oh, you child, just coming is enough. Why bring gifts? You've spent too much. I wanted to come see you as soon as I arrived in West Continent, but Xie Guli insisted on stopping me and said there was nothing good about seeing an old man." Xie Guli, who had just entered the door, heard this and was utterly dumbfounded. "When the hell did I say that?" "Ha ha ha." Xie Kangsheng burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Su Jiang and saying, "It's been so long, and you're still so shameless, spouting lies to trick people." Then, he said with some regret, "If that little brat Xie Guli could learn even a fraction of that from you, I'd be satisfied." Xie Guli, ? He walked into the living room, looking at Xie Kangsheng speechlessly. "Dad, am I your son, or is Su Jiang your son?" "TSK, to be honest, I really wish Su Jiang could be my godson." Xie Kangsheng smiled and pointed at Su Jiang. "I've brought it up with this kid several times, but he just won't agree." Xie Guli was astonished. "When did this happen? How come I don't know?" "Oh, right, Uncle Xie, this is my girlfriend An Rou." Su Jiang introduced. "And this is my partner, Li Kai." Uncle Xie, hello." Li Kai and An Rou quickly stepped forward to greet Xie Kangsheng. "Oh, hello, quick, sit down. Let's chat while we sit." After everyone was seated, Xie Kangsheng's eyes flickered as he observed An Rou. "Surname An from Jiangdu. Little girl, is your father in Xinjiang?" At these words, all three were stunned. "You know my father?" An Rou asked curiously. Xie Kangsheng nodded, a look of reminiscence on his face. "The last time I saw him was several years ago. At that time, the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau didn't have the same way of doing things as it does now. I accidentally got a batch of powerful explosives then, and in Xinjiang, that guy came sniffing around, saying he needed them to help someone fight, so he borrowed all of them from me." With that, he shook his head, sighing with some emotion. "Later, I heard he blew up the isolated island battlefield. Thankfully, he didn't say he got the explosives from me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have gotten into some trouble too." Hearing this past event, everyone's expressions varied. Xie Guli's eyes widened. He had never heard Xie Kangsheng mention these things. Su Jiang and the other two also hadn't expected that the explosives in Xinjiang used to blow up the isolated island battlefield back then were actually provided by Xie Kangsheng. I'm sorry, Uncle Xie, my father caused you trouble." An Rou, blushing, quickly apologized to Xie Kangsheng on behalf of her father. At the same time, She wondered how many other such things in Xinjiang had done behind her and her brother's backs. Ha ha, it's not that serious. It's nothing major. Xie Kongsheng waved his hand and said, next time you see him, tell him to find some time to come here for tea. Okay, I'll definitely relay the message. An Rou said seriously. Meanwhile, Su Jiang was quite interested in Xie Kongsheng's powerful explosives. Uncle Xie, those explosives, do you still have any? Su Jiang asked excitedly. At these words, An Rou and Li Kai immediately became alert. No, and Xinjiang took them all away back then. An Rou and Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief. But I can tell you where the original source is. Don't. An Rou and Li Kai spoke at the same time. Uncle Xie, please don't tell him. Xie Kongsheng, ? He looked at An Rou and Li Kai with some confusion. What's going on? Why are they suddenly so agitated? Li Kai coughed lightly, somewhat awkwardly, and said, well, Uncle Xie, why don't we talk about something else? Su Jiang was a bit displeased and was about to speak. An Rou gave him a warning look. Su Jiang shut his mouth. Xie Guli looked at Su Jiang with a mocking expression, calling him henpecked. Su Jiang gave Xie Guli the middle finger. Just you wait, kid. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang and said, stop messing around. Let's talk business. Oh, Xie Kongsheng was a bit surprised. You came today for something else? That's right, Uncle Xie. Su Jiang looked at Xie Kongsheng, paused, and said, I'll be direct. How much do you know about the Mei family? Xie Kongsheng frowned slightly. What aspect are you referring to? Do you know if they have dealings with the Wei family? At these words, Xie Kongsheng's pupils contracted slightly, and he said in a deep voice, where did you get this information? Is it true? Mei Lingling told me. Mei Lingling? That name made both the Xie family father and son pause. You've seen Lingling? Xie Guli asked Su Jiang. Where did you see her? Next, Su Jiang recounted everything that had happened last night. As Xie Kongsheng listened, his expression gradually became serious. The news Su Jiang brought had caught him somewhat off guard. 144. Su Jiang actually has a brain? After Su Jiang finished recounting everything that happened last night, the entire living room fell silent. Xie Kongsheng was frowning in thought, while Xie Guli was completely stunned. Only two words filled his mind right now. It's over. It's completely over. When he learned that Su Jiang had met Mei Lingling, he had an ominous premonition. Knowing Su Jiang, he would surely seize the opportunity to use something detrimental against him as a threat. Sure enough, as Xie Guli thought this, he saw Su Jiang give him a look of ill intent, accompanied by a particularly mischievous smirk. Xie Guli knew that he would probably have a high-stakes showdown with Su Jiang later. As for now, clearly, the serious matters were more important. Xie Kongsheng pondered for a long time, then turned to Xie Guli and said, You little rascal, what do you think? Can Dad stop calling me that all the time? Xie Guli grumbled silently, but still replied, If what Su Jiang said is true, then based on my understanding of Lingling, this matter is probably real. Xie Kongsheng nodded slightly. Mei Zimin, that old fellow, I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Now it seems that the Mei family's sudden rise back then likely had the Wei family's shadow behind it as well. But none of these are the main points. For us, what we should understand most right now is how much more the Mei family is hiding. What is Mei Zimin's attitude towards our Xie family now? At these words, Xie Guli's expression changed. Dad, do you mean you're worried the Mei family will backstab us? It's not worry, but the more I think about it, the more I feel it's possible. Xie Kongsheng suddenly stood up, paced to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed into the distance through the glass. Hey, old Xie, look here. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Jiang pulled out his phone, opened a photo, and showed it to Xie Guli from a distance. The moment Xie Guli saw the photo, his pupils constricted slightly. Damn it, Su Jiang, you bastard. He wanted to snatch the phone, but remembering his father was still there, Xie Guli held back. He could only sit powerlessly, watching Su Jiang's infuriating expression. What was even more exasperating was that Su Jiang mouthed 3 words to him without making a sound. Siep go. Xie Guli understood. The light in his eyes also faded. He was no longer bothered to think about the Mei family or the Wei family. He was only thinking about one thing now: how to quietly get rid of Su Jiang. Just then, Xie Kongsheng turned around and looked at Xie Guli, saying, Has Mei Lingling sent you any messages these past 2 days? Huh. Xie Guli was startled. Why was he asking this? But he still answered truthfully, no. Does she usually send you messages? Yes. How often? Almost every day. Hearing this answer, Xie Kongxing's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he let out a deep sigh. Then, he said in a calm tone, tell the family to prepare for battle. At these words, everyone was stunned. Su Jiang was also a bit bewildered. Why were they suddenly preparing for battle? Another war? He had just finished fighting in Jiangdu, and he had only been in West Continent for 2 days, and they wanted to fight again? Are these families so ruthless? Starting wars every other day? Dad, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Xie Guli quickly said. What if the Mei family doesn't have that intention? No. Xie Kongsheng directly interrupted. The Mei family will definitely make a move against us. His tone was incredibly firm. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Xie Kongxing felt a bit helpless. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly saw Su Jiang with a look of sudden realization. Su Jiang, you understand? As expected of Uncle Xie. Only after you said that did I finally understand. I really can't compare to you. Su Jiang also took the opportunity to flatter Xie Kongxing. An Rou and Li Kai both looked at Su Jiang in confusion, and Xie Guli was even more disbelieving. You understood again? Then tell me, why will the Mei family definitely make a move? It's very simple, because of Mei Lingling's message. Su Jiang looked at Xie Guli and began to explain to everyone on behalf of Xie Kongxing. When I was at the Mei family, Mei Lingling only conveyed 2 pieces of information to me. One was that the Wei family told Mei Zimin to kill me, and the other was to find Ding Qiming. But these 2 matters, no matter how you look at them, have nothing to do with the Xie family, and Mei Lingling didn't know about my relationship with Xie Guli. So the question is, since in Mei Lingling's view, these 2 matters are unrelated to the Xie family, why didn't she dare to contact Xie Guli? At these words, Xie Guli swallowed with difficulty. He understood too. However, he still found it a bit hard to accept. It's simple. Mei Lingling hid something from me. She hid something that she couldn't tell me, because once I knew, Xie Guli would also know. And with the Mei family and Xie family having cooperated for so many years, what could Mei Lingling have accidentally overheard that she wouldn't dare to tell the Xie family, or tell Xie Guli? At this point, using the hypothetical substitution method, if we substitute the idea that the Mei family is going to make a move against the Xie family, it becomes completely logical. After Su Jiang finished speaking, An Rou and Li Kai looked at him with surprise. Only one thought was in their minds. Su Jiang actually has a brain. Li Kai thought this guy only knew how to blow things up and nothing else. However, this speech directly changed Li Kai's impression of Su Jiang. As for An Rou, although she was somewhat surprised, she understood after a moment's thought. After all, he's a mathematics genius. How could he be an idiot? Mathematics values logical thinking the most. Although Su Jiang's thinking was sometimes unconventional, it often led to simple and direct results. So An Rou was more proud now. Su Jiang was her boyfriend now, and it wasn't a bad thing for her boyfriend to be smart. What Su Jiang said is completely correct. I knew back then that you were smart, and now it seems I was right. Oh, without Uncle Xie's guidance, I wouldn't have thought of these things either, so compared to you, I'm still a bit lacking. Su Jiang scratched his head, humbly. Xie Kongxing couldn't help but sigh. Su Jiang was not only smart, but also knew how to flatter just right. He looked at Xie Guli with a disappointed expression, sighing inwardly. Although Xie Guli was already considered a very excellent family heir, compared to Su Jiang, there was still some gap. That's how it is. So, first let the family prepare for battle, lest we be caught off guard by the Mei family's people. Moreover, before the Mei family makes a move, we must never make the first move, otherwise the reputation of backstabbing will fall on us. Xie Kongxing looked at Xie Guli and grinned. Perfect. Weren't you still worrying about how to deal with the Mei family's matters? Now it's good, no need to worry. Once the Mei family is finished, you can focus on dating. Xie Guli, however, couldn't smile. The sudden turn of events left his mind in a jumble. 145. An Rou listens to me now. Su Jiang, I still have to thank you for bringing us this news, haha. Xie Kongxing was all smiles, no longer wearing his previous serious, frowning expression. There was no sense of urgency about an impending major battle. You must, for Uncle Xia's sake, stay for dinner today. Xie Kongxing smiled as he looked at Su Jiang and the other two. And An Rou, Li Kai, both of you stay. Let me treat you well. Uncle Xie, you're too kind. Then we. An Rou looked at Su Jiang, letting him decide whether to stay for dinner. As for Su Jiang, of course, he wouldn't be polite with Xie Kongxing. Uncle Xie, can I order dishes? Su Jiang said somewhat excitedly. Also, can your chef make me a giant grilled cold noodles? Ha 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 ha. All right, I'll have Zhang Butler arrange it in a bit. Xie Kongxing actually quite liked Su Jiang's shameless demeanor. An Rou turned her face away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Who orders dishes when eating at someone else's house? But thinking that this person was Su Jiang, it made sense. I'll go arrange the preparations for the battle first. You all just have fun, wander around freely, treat it like your own home. Xie Kongxing said this to An Rou and Li Kai. There was no need to be so polite with Su Jiang, because he was even less polite than you. Okay, Uncle Xie, please go ahead. When Xie Kongxing left, he also instructed Xie Guli to accompany Su Jiang and the others well. Xie Guli was speechless. He had already accompanied them for 2 days, damn it. Still a company? Am I, the dignified young master of the Xie family, here to be accompanied? After Xie Kongxing left, Su Jiang walked up to Xie Guli with a mischievous smile. Su Jiang, hee. Xie Guli, no hee. Su Jiang put his arm around Xie Guli's shoulder and whispered sarcastically. Brother Xie, shall we talk? Don't force me to fight you here. Fine, you fight. See if Uncle Xie beats you up. Xie Guli clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Name your price. What will it take for you to delete the photos? You have to tell me first, what exactly is going on between you two? Su Jiang smiled. That way, I'll know how to set the price. Not far away, An Rou quietly perked up her small ears, intending to eavesdrop. Although eavesdropping was impolite, but she was curious. Seeing this, Xie Guli struggled internally for a long time, then finally sighed. Forget it, he accepted his fate. Anyway, he had originally planned to ask Su Jiang for advice. She's my childhood friend, and I treat her like a younger sister. TSK, she clearly doesn't see you as an older brother. Su Jiang pouted, then asked curiously, does Shangwan Lu of your family know about this? She knows. No wonder the supervisory bureau targets the Mei family every day. It has nothing to do with this, okay? Xie Guli said helplessly. Lu trusts me, and the supervisory bureau's actions against the Mei family are all legal and compliant, without any personal bias. Su Jiang nodded. He believed that. After all, last night, he himself was almost dealt with impartially by Shangwan Lu. If it weren't for the connections old Jiang provided, he might be peddling a sewing machine right now. Since the conversation had reached this point, Xie Guli no longer cared about the photos or anything. He asked Su Jiang, quickly, help me think of a solution. What should I do in my current predicament? Su Jiang pouted. How would I know? I don't have a younger sister who calls me Brother Su. Don't mention the word brother to me again. Okay, Brother Xie. The next second, a flying dagger pressed against Su Jiang's chin. Xie Guli was expressionless. Try saying that again? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He didn't dare to move, looking at Xie Guli with some shock. Bro, are you for real? You actually know how to use knives? The speed at which Xie Guli made his move just now, even Su Jiang didn't react in time. Although he wasn't in gun shadow flowing wind state, the move Xie Guli showed was truly outrageous. He had originally thought that Xie Guli's flying knife was just for showing off, something he practiced for fun. He didn't expect him to be proficient. See, you're getting impatient again. Su Jiang chuckled, reaching out his hand and slowly moving the knife away. Humph. Xie Guli snorted coldly, withdrew the knife, and continued. Hurry up. Do you have a solution or not? Su Jiang pondered slightly and said, how about you go discuss it with Shangwan Lu and ask her if she can accept Mei Lingling? Are you trying to make me die faster? TSK, you don't even dare to do that? Is that your family status? Su Jiang scoffed. I'm not like you. An Rou in my family listens to me. If I say go east, she wouldn't dare to go west. If I say eat McDonald's today, she definitely wouldn't dare to go to KFC. Xie Guli was silent. You look behind you. Su Jiang turned around. He saw An Rou standing behind him, looking at him with a full smile, and speaking softly. Is your family status that high? If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have known I was so obedient. At this moment, only two words were in Su Jiang's mind. It's over. He got carried away with his big mouth. He didn't notice An Rou was still there. Su Jiang turned his head to look at Xie Guli, his eyes full of desire for survival. Su Jiang, save me, save me. Xie Guli, go well, no send-off. Humph. An Rou snorted coldly. If they weren't at the Xie family, she would have already pinned Su Jiang down and beaten him black and blue. All day long, he just knew how to talk big outside. The reason she walked over was because she heard the idea Su Jiang gave Xie Guli, and she couldn't hold back anymore. Wasn't this just causing trouble? What kind of terrible idea did you give him? If you really tell Lu Jie that, Lu Jie will definitely be angry. Su Jiang nodded repeatedly. Yes, I spoke without thinking. My mistake. Xie Guli also looked at An Rou at this moment and quickly asked, then, what should I do? An Rou was a girl, so she should be able to offer some advice. At the very least, she was more reliable than Su Jiang. Xie Guli now wanted to slap himself. He must have been crazy to ask Su Jiang for advice. An Rou snorted coldly. If they weren't at the Xie family, she would have already pinned Su Jiang down and beaten him black and blue. All day long, he just knew how to talk big outside. The reason she walked over was because she heard the idea Su Jiang gave Xie Guli, and she couldn't hold back anymore. Wasn't this just causing trouble? What kind of terrible idea did you give him? If you really tell Lu Jie that, Lu Jie will definitely be angry. Su Jiang nodded repeatedly. Yes, I spoke without thinking. My mistake. Xie Guli also looked at An Rou at this moment and quickly asked, then, what should I do? An Rou was a girl, so she should be able to offer some advice. At the very least, she was more reliable than Su Jiang. Xie Guli now wanted to slap himself. He must have been crazy to ask Su Jiang for advice. It's simple. You directly tell Mei Lingling that you don't like her, that you only see her as a younger sister, and you hope to maintain distance in the future. An Rou asked, puzzled. Is just saying that so difficult? But, wouldn't that be too cruel? Dragging it out like this now is what's cruel to her. An Rou paused, then added, also, she doesn't know you're already in a relationship, right? Who knew? Xie Guli shook his head and said, no, she knows. I told her before, but I didn't expect her to be so persistent. She always said she wanted to meet my girlfriend, but as you all know, my relationship with Lu isn't public yet. So, I kept making excuses, and over time, she also started to suspect that I don't actually have a girlfriend and that I'm lying to her. Regarding this, Xie Guli also had unspeakable difficulties. 146. Zheng Yi help me. An Rou was speechless when she heard Xie Guli say that. Su Jiang, on the other hand, secretly thought to himself, I can't tell, is Mei Lingling really that much of a sycophant? What's so good about Xie Guli? He already has a girlfriend, and she's still rushing to fawn over him? TSK, how despicable. And Rou sighed and said, I suggest you have a good talk with her and make things clear. Dragging it on like this is not good for you, and even worse for her. Xie Guli looked troubled upon hearing that. I'll think about it. If there's no other choice, he'll probably have to make things clear. After all, long pain is worse than short pain. Let's go. I'll take you around first. The group began to tour the Xie family. As for Fugui, he had long since disappeared. Su Jiang didn't know why that silly cat ran out every day. When asked what he was doing, he'd just say he was making friends. To this day, Su Jiang still hadn't seen any of the friends he'd made. Meanwhile, in the Xie family study, after arranging everything, Xie Kongxing returned to the study alone, took out his phone, and made a call. The contact name displayed 4 characters, Shangwanpingyi. What is it? Shangwanpingyi's tone seemed a bit impatient. Xie Kongxing didn't mind and said, I just got news that the Mei family's backer is the Wei family. Where did you get the news? Don't worry about that. I'm just telling you this so you don't keep an eye on our Xie family every day. Xie Kongxing said, ever since you came to West Continent, haven't you always suspected that someone in our 2 families has connections with Kyoto? Now it's good. The Mei family has emerged, so our Xie family's suspicion can be cleared, right? Shangwan Pingyi was silent for a moment, then said, You've cooperated with the Mei family for so many years. How can I be sure that your 2 families aren't in cahoots this time? You bastard. We've had so many years of private friendship, and I didn't bother to argue with you when you suspected me before, but you're still suspecting me now? The more Xie Kongxing spoke, the angrier he got, and he said directly, Shengwan Pengyi, am I giving you too much face? If my son wasn't dating your daughter, would I be so polite to you? Do you know, with my temper back then, just for that one suspicious remark you made, I'd bring people to the supervisory bureau to beat you up right now? Hee. Shengwan Pengyi's laughter seemed to be mocking him. Now there's only me at the supervisory bureau. Do you dare to come? Anyway, pay attention to the Mei family's movements these past few days. I feel they're about to lose their patience. Xie Kongxing changed the subject. What? You don't dare to come? I'm serious. Tell the supervisory bureau people to be more vigilant these days. After all these years, you still only talk big. Damn it. That's enough. Xie Kongxing couldn't hold back. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A slight smile played on his lips as he said calmly, so what if you, Shengwan Pengyi, are so impressive? When my son marries your daughter and they have grandchildren, they'll be surnamed Xie, not Shengwan. Shengwan Pengyi, your grandchildren will have my surname. Ha ha ha. Shengwan Pengyi fell silent upon hearing that. Faintly, Xie Kongxing seemed to hear the sound of something being thrown on the other end of the phone. Just as he was about to mock him a few more times, Shengwan Pengyi directly hung up the phone. TSK, that old guy, he can't take a joke. Xie Kongxing cursed with a smile, put down his phone, stood up, and stretched lazily with a contented sigh. He was in an exceptionally good mood. At this moment, he wished Xie Guli would marry Shengwan Lu home immediately so he could mock Shengwan Pengyi every day. Inside the director's office of the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau, Shengwan Pengyi's face was ashen. He placed his phone on the table, picked up a document from the side, and slowly flipped through it, his expression gradually becoming serious. The Mei family and the Wei family. Shengwan Pengyi's eyes flickered, and he closed them, beginning to ponder deeply. The Mei family has been hidden for so many years. Why are they making a move now? The Wei family has been hiding the Mei family as a card, and what they are plotting is definitely not small. So what is the Wei family's greatest desire now? Gene liquid. Thinking of this, Shengwan Pengyi opened his eyes. Sure enough, had Ding Qiming's existence been exposed? Those people from the Wei family, have they still not given up? Shengwan Pengyi snorted, truly greedy. The downfall of one dominant family still couldn't satisfy the appetites of two families. Shengwan Pengyi looked at his phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally picked it up. Looking at the number he hadn't contacted in a long time, he dialed it. Zheng Yi, help me. On the other end of the phone, Director Jiang was silent for a moment. Shengwan Pengyi, you're really shameless. You disappeared for so long, and now you expect me to help you with one phone call. Let's not talk about that. Will you help or not? Is it related to Ding Qiming? You know? Shengwan Pengyi was a little surprised. Zhang Yi snorted and said, I suspected back then that you took Ding Qiming. I only recently found out that both you and Ding Qiming are in West Continent. Since that's the case, I'll be brief. Shengwan Pengyi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Ding Qiming's number 3 gene liquid has been successfully researched, and there's a 70% chance it can save Xiang Qingtian. Shengwan Pengyi, are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this news, Zheng Yi was not only not happy, but instead roared. A problematic number 1 gene liquid back then caused the Kyoto incident. Have you forgotten how many people died in the Kyoto incident and what huge consequences it had? To this day, the Supervisory Bureau's General Bureau in Kyoto is still in name only, and Xinjiang is still running around for the events of that year. You still dare to let Ding Qiming continue researching that kind of thing? Do you even have a brain? Shengwan Pengyi was rendered speechless by the scolding, clenching his fists tightly, not saying a word. He knew that once the number 3 gene liquid appeared, it would likely be another Kyoto incident. No, it might be even more serious than the Kyoto incident. But, Zheng Yi, you know, the Supervisory Bureau cannot be without Xiang Qingtian. Xiang Qingtian, Xiang Qingtian. All you know is Xiang Qingtian. Is Xiang Qingtian your father? Zheng Yi breathed heavily, saying word by word. So many people died just to save one Xiang Qingtian. Is it worth it? It is. Shengwan Pengyi said without hesitation. Xiang Qingtian is the soul of the Supervisory Bureau. With him, there is the Supervisory Bureau. Jiang Yi was speechless. He knew that no one could persuade Shang Wanping. This man was simply stubborn. But then he thought, who in the supervisory bureau isn't stubborn? Knowing that he couldn't stop Shang Wanping, Jiang Yi had no choice but to say, "First, tell me the situation, and then I'll see if I can help you." "Okay." Shang Wanping paused, then solemnly added 2 words. "Thank you." 147. This is obviously a frame-up. At Shizhou University, Yanhua was rushing anxiously towards the laboratory. Early in the morning, he had received a message from the professor, telling him that the experiment had succeeded. Yanhua was so surprised that he even forgot to bring Su Jiang's clothes, which he had originally planned to deliver to Su Jiang today. At this point, he couldn't care less about the clothes. "Professor, you said the experiment succeeded? Is that true?" As soon as he pushed open the laboratory door, Yanhua didn't even catch his breath before directly asking. Inside the laboratory, Ding Qiming was busy mixing various reagents. According to Shang Wanpeng's request, he needed to produce as much number 3 gene liquid as possible within 3 days. Hearing Yanhua's words, Ding Qiming paused his experimental steps and looked back. "Oh, Yanhua, you're here." Ding Qiming let out a slight sigh of relief. If he had to work nonstop by himself, his body might truly not be able to handle it. Yanhua had been following the number 3 gene liquid experiment and could help him share a lot of the work. "Come look." Ding Qiming smiled and led Yanhua to a box, which he gently opened, revealing the number 3 gene liquid inside. "Last night, as I lay in bed, I suddenly realized that the reason our previous experiments failed was very likely due to a problem with the reagent dosage in the initial steps. So, last night, I tried slightly diluting our first reagent, and it succeeded." Yanhua's eyes widened, and his palms trembled slightly. After calming his emotions, he dared to reach out and pick up the gene liquid from the box. Yanhua held the gene liquid before his eyes, his gaze filled with excitement, even tears welling up. "Although it succeeded, I just tried again, and without exception, they all failed. Clearly, it has a certain success rate." Ding Qiming looked at Yanhua with burning eyes and said, "Yanhua, I need your help now. Within 3 days, which is before the Lantern Festival, we must use up all the materials in the laboratory and produce as much gene liquid as possible. So, I need your help." Hearing this, Yanhua carefully placed the gene liquid back into the box, his gaze still intensely fixed on it. "Don't worry, Professor. No matter what, I will do my best to help you." He didn't ask why it was 3 days, nor did he ask why they had to be so urgent about using up all the materials. No need to ask. Yanhua only knew that they had succeeded. And now, the professor needed him. "Professor, just tell me, what do I need to do?" Upon hearing this, Ding Qiming felt a surge of emotion. He now felt incredibly fortunate to have come to Shizhou University back then and met Yanhua, this student. He was Yanhua's hope, and Yanhua was also his salvation. "Good, then I'll leave it to you." Ding Qiming immediately began to arrange tasks for Yanhua. Their time was very tight. For a time, the teacher and student were busy in the laboratory, forgetting to eat and forgetting the time. They also forgot Su Jiang's clothes. At this moment, at the Mei family, Shang Wanlu, accompanied by 2 people from the supervisory bureau, visited Mei Zimin. The 3 individuals brought back to the supervisory bureau last night confessed everything even before the interrogation began. The first person they implicated was Mei Zimin, the mastermind. To reduce their punishment, they even provided some evidence unfavorable to the Mei family. This included some unsavory dealings of the Mei family, such as hiring assassins in the past, all of which were handed over to the supervisory bureau. Therefore, Shang Wanlu intended to warn Mei Zimin today, because based on these things alone, Mei Zimin could not be taken back to the supervisory bureau. "Lu Inspector, what is the meaning of this today?" In the Mei family living room, Mei Zimin sat on the sofa, showing no signs of panic when he saw Shang Wanlu. Instead, he said with some confusion, "Could it be that someone from our Mei family has been dishonest again and crossed the line with your supervisory bureau?" Although his words were full of doubt, Mei Zimin knew perfectly well at this moment why Shang Wanlu was here. It was those 7 scoundrels who had implicated him. "Mei family head, do you truly not know why I'm here today?" Shang Wanlu said with a hint of sarcasm. "Last night, you bribed 7 assassins to assassinate Su Jiang. Have you forgotten about this today?" "Oh, Mei Zimin feigned surprise. There's such a thing? I was completely unaware. Is that person named Su Jiang all right? Lu Inspector, you can't just throw all the blame on our Mei family. We've been law-abiding for a long time. Shangguan Lu said softly. Then why do all those assassins say that you commissioned them? This must be a setup. Mei Zimin spread his hands and said, perhaps someone doesn't like me, Mei Zimin, and wants to frame my Mei family. Mei Zimin was not worried that Shangguan Lu would arrest him because she couldn't produce any evidence. If there truly was evidence, with Shangguan Lu's personality, she wouldn't have chatted with him for so long. Instead, she would have greeted him with handcuffs as soon as she entered. Then how do you explain these? With that, Shangguan Lu took out a stack of documents and threw them on the table. These were provided by the three individuals. The documents recorded all the unsavory things the Mei family had done recently. Mei Zimin frowned, picked up the documents, and flipped through a few pages. Then, he sighed deeply and said, Lu Inspector, my Mei family admits to the things mentioned in these documents. Shangguan Lu raised an eyebrow. Mei Zimin admitted it? Alas, speaking of which, I only recently discovered that some people in our family had dirty hands, which led them to do these things. Mei Zimin walked to a cabinet, took out a document from a drawer, and handed it to Shangguan Lu. Just yesterday, I had already investigated all these people and was planning to send them to your supervisory bureau. The things on your documents, without exception, were all done by these people. Therefore, for these matters, our Mei family's management was lax, and we admit it. Mei Zimin said with a sorrowful expression, those scoundrels, I already caught them yesterday, they're right outside. It pains me that such people emerged within the family. Lu Inspector, please be sure to take them back and interrogate them severely. They must be given a profound lesson. Shangguan Lu was silent. She hadn't expected Mei Zimin to be so ruthless. He directly threw a group of people for her to arrest. Shangguan Lu glanced at the list and found that there were quite a few people. But almost all of them were peripheral figures of the Mei family, the kind that could be abandoned at any time. Lu Inspector, do you see anything else? Mei Zimin smiled. You can speak freely. I, Mei Zimin, and the Mei family will certainly cooperate with you. Shangguan Lu was silent for a while, then gently shook her head. There's nothing else, Mei family head. Thank you for your cooperation today. Shangguan Lu knew that this trip today was in vain. You too. Go and take the people outside. Yes. Although they were peripheral figures, Shangguan Lu would not let them go. Then, Mei family head, I won't disturb you further. Lu Inspector, please take your time, I won't see you out. As she was leaving, Shangguan Lu passed the stairwell and suddenly looked up. Mei Lingling was standing on the stairs, looking at her. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Then Mei Lingling was the first to avert her gaze and return to her room. Seeing this, Shangguan Lu sighed inwardly. That scoundrel Xie Guli, always dragging things out like this, it's really... Shaking her head and casting those thoughts aside, Shangguan Lu continued to walk out. 148, I want to see you. After Shangguan Lu left, Mei Zimin returned to his study, his face instantly turning grim as he punched the table. If he hadn't prepared last night, he might have been caught off guard by Shangguan Lu today. He couldn't understand now how those 7 people were caught by the supervisory bureau. And why wasn't Su Jiang dead? As soon as he thought of this, Mei Zimin took out his phone and called Feng Zhe. As soon as the call connected, Mei Zimin said directly, I failed. That Su Jiang has some tricks. I can't kill him. Feng Zhe heard this, was silent for a moment, then said, let's put Su Jiang's matter aside for now. Someone will deal with him. The most important thing now is for your Mei family to prepare for battle. Prepare for battle? Mei Zimin's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, so sudden? Yes, we have already determined Ding Qiming's approximate location. Once a suitable opportunity arises, we will make our move. Feng Zhe continued. At that time, we will need you to suddenly attack the Xie family and take them down as quickly as possible. Mei Zimin frowned. Are you planning to make me start a war in the main city area? Haha, not just you. Once the fighting starts, who will care about the main city area or not? Feng Zhe's voice was low, and he said word by word, this is a small scale. Kyoto incident. Kyoto incident. These 4 words made Mei Zimin clench his fists, cursing Feng Zhe in his heart. In a battle of this magnitude, A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of his Mei family. Mei Zimin was already regretting getting involved. However, he had no choice. The Mei family and the Xie family, only one could survive. Approximately, when will the operation take place? Mei Zimin asked. I don't know, but it will be soon, probably within the next few days. Where is Ding Qiming? You don't need to worry about that. Just do your part and wait for my news. Feng Zhe hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, Mei Zimin's expression was uncertain. Things had completely exceeded his expectations. Fighting in the main city area will inevitably alarm the supervisory bureau. Mei Zimin had a bit of a headache. He didn't know what the Wei family was thinking. When the Xie and Mei families started fighting, the supervisory bureau would definitely help the Xie family. How could they play then? Why does Feng Zhe think I can take down the Xie family in the shortest possible time? Either he has a way to divert the supervisory bureau's people, or he's using my Mei family as cannon fodder to attract the supervisory bureau's people. If it was the first, it would be fine, but if it was the second, then the Mei family situation would be dangerous. He had developed the Mei family to its current state, not to be cannon fodder. Mei Zimin's eyes flickered, and he got up and walked out. He also had to make some preparations. Evening, Xie family. Cheers. Su Jiang and a few others, along with the Xie family members, sat around a large round table, cheerfully raising their glasses. After drinking it all, Su Jiang eagerly began to eat the gigantic grilled cold noodles made especially for him. He ate ravenously, completely disregarding his image. An Rou covered her forehead, quietly moving her chair further away from Su Jiang. A bit embarrassing. Ha ha, eat more. Xie Kangsheng, seeing Su Jiang like this, not only didn't find anything wrong, but also laughed happily. Xie Guli was even a little jealous. Ever since Su Jiang arrived, the smile hadn't left his father's face. Who was the real son? Just as he was about to speak, his phone vibrated. Xie Guli took out his phone, and his pupils constricted the moment he saw the contact name. Mei Lingling. Why was she calling him now? I need to take a call. After saying that, Xie Guli left alone, returned to his room, and closed the door. Hello? Lingling. Hello, Xie Guli. Lingling's voice sounded a little nervous. Are you doing well recently? Upon hearing this, Xie Guli sighed softly. He felt that An Rou was right. Some things should be clarified now, taking advantage of this opportunity. Lingling, there's something I want to tell you. I also have something I want to tell you. Both sides paused. Soon, Mei Lingling spoke. Xie Guli, you go first. Xie Guli took a deep breath, composed himself for a moment, then softly said, Lingling, you? Like me, right? On the other end of the phone, Lingling was stunned for a moment, feeling a premonition. You noticed? Lingling forced a smile and said, You're right. My actions were a bit too obvious. Did I cause you trouble, Xie Guli? After all, you have a girlfriend. I'll try to control myself from now on. Lingling, Xie Guli interrupted. Let's end things here. Dragging this on will not be good for either of us. I'm very sorry. I should have realized sooner and told you these words earlier. It's all because of me, always being indecisive, which must have caused you a lot of pain during this time, right? Xie Guli said guiltily. Truly, I'm very sorry. On the other end of the phone, Mei Lingling fell silent. Xie Guli waited quietly. After a long time, Mei Lingling's voice came through, with a hint of a sob. It's okay, Xie Guli. You don't need to apologize. My liking you is my own business. I can understand that you don't want to be disturbed. Mei Lingling's sobbing grew louder. With a slight sniffle, she said, Actually, I originally planned to tell you that we should stop meeting. Even though I had already made up my mind, but I just can't stop myself from crying. Wah? Mei Lingling's voice grew weaker and weaker until, in the end, Xie Guli could only hear her sobbing. After a long time, Mei Lingling gradually calmed down and said word by word, Xie Guli, can you grant me one last request? Tell me, the Lantern Festival, that day, can we meet one last time? Mei Lingling bit her lip tightly and said, Just once. I promise. I will never contact you or bother you again. Lantern Festival. Xie Guli lowered his eyes, inadvertently glancing at his desk. On it lay an exquisite lantern flower. He had made it for Shangwan Lu, intending to give it to her on the day of the Lantern Festival. I'm sorry, Lingling, I can't grant you that request. Xie Guli said softly. On the Lantern Festival, I also have a very important person to see. This sentence completely broke Mei Lingling's last psychological defense. After a long time, Mei Lingling's voice was heard again, with only a few words. Okay, I understand. Mei Lingling hung up the phone and threw it aside. The emotions she had barely calmed down surged again, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Mei Lingling sat on the bed, hugging her knees with both hands. Her crying was incredibly quiet. In her hand, similarly, she held an exquisite lantern flower. She had made it herself. For Xie Guli. 149. If you have any difficulties, be sure to ask the teacher for help. Inside the room, Xie Guli was also feeling down. He and Mei Lingling had been childhood sweethearts, and in terms of time spent together, Mei Lingling had been there the longest. By order of arrival, Mei Lingling also came first. But feelings never consider these things. I hope that girl can see past this, Xie Guli murmured, then let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to go back and continue eating, he pushed open the door, and Xie Guli froze. What are you doing here? Xie Guli looked at Su Jiang, a little speechless. Su Jiang was leaning against the wall opposite the door, eating a grilled cold noodle while staring wide-eyed at Xie Guli. Choo choo choo. You said such heartless words to her. Choo choo choo. Mei Lingling must be so sad. Choo choo choo. I never noticed before. Choo choo choo. But you, kid. Choo choo choo. Are quite the scumbag. Xie Guli's mouth twitched. You, kid, were eavesdropping, weren't you? You don't do anything useful. Is it any of your business? Go eat your grilled cold noodles. Hey, don't leave. Su Jiang quickly grabbed Xie Guli and said, I have something important to talk to you about. You have no important business, you only eavesdrop. Tisk, are you looking down on me now, huh? Su Jiang pouted and said, Seriously, isn't the Lantern Festival in a couple of days? I don't know how to make lanterns. So, you make one for me. Get lost. Xie Guli gave Su Jiang the middle finger. Why don't you just die? And I'm supposed to make a lantern for you? I might as well make it and then deliver it for you. Hey. Just kidding, at least tell me how to make one. I can't learn the method from your West Continent. Didn't you say only an idiot would believe in that stuff? You've been treating me like an idiot for more than a day or two. Hurry up, Su Jiang said indifferently. He didn't care about his dignity anymore. So why would he care about a little bit of face? Xie Guli was a little speechless. The sad mood he had just been in was completely ruined by Su Jiang. He said grumpily, I'll send you a tutorial video later. Make it yourself. With that, he shook off Su Jiang's hand with a look of disgust. He sniffed closer, and his sleeve reeked of grilled cold noodles. For a moment, Xie Guli even considered throwing away the jacket. The two returned to the dining table and continued to toast. Where did you go just now? An Rou saw Su Jiang return and handed him her phone, saying, Teacher Jiang, you called you just now. I didn't dare to answer. Old Jiang. Su Jiang first wiped his hands with a tissue, then took the phone. Without avoiding anyone, he just called Jiang Yu back. Hello? Su Jiang, what were you doing just now? Why didn't you answer my call? I was in the restroom just now, didn't hear it. As soon as Su Jiang said this, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. They remembered Su Jiang had left with grilled cold noodles just now. Eating in the restroom too? An Rou frowned tightly, looking at Su Jiang with a disgusted expression. Had this guy become so obsessed with grilled cold noodles? Su Jiang didn't notice their expressions at all and continued, Old Teacher Jiang, is there something you need calling me at this time? You still have the nerve to say that. You've been in West Continent for so long and haven't even called me. Old Jiang said grumpily. I'm here to remind you to prepare well for the national competition. Don't just think about playing, understand? Put all major and minor matters aside now. If you have any difficulties, call me immediately, understand? Whether I can get promoted this year depends entirely on you, kid. So no matter what happens, tell me, and I'll settle everything for you, understood? Jiang Yu's 3 consecutive understood made Su Jiang's ears almost impatient. However, knowing that Jiang Yu placed great importance on this national competition, Su Jiang quickly reassured him. Oh, I know, Teacher Jiang. Don't you know my strength? I can get first place with just a casual test. Those useless people in the national competition aren't even enough for me to beat with one hand. I could use my foot to fill in the answer sheet, and still get a higher score than them. As soon as this was said, Xie Guli immediately became displeased. Who was he calling useless? He was also a participant in the national competition, so Su Jiang's words were essentially insulting him as well. He looked at Su Jiang with ill intent. If he dared to say one more word, Xie Guli would immediately throw a flying knife and give him a center part. Fortunately, Su Jiang did not continue to speak. All right, then I won't disturb your rest. Remember, if you have anything, call me. Your teacher will do his best to help you. Jiang Yu finished speaking and hung up the phone. Su Jiang also put down his phone. Xie Kangxing looked at Su Jiang with interest. Su Jiang, was the person who called just now your mentor? Yes, he specifically called to remind me a few things. Su Jiang scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, Uncle Xie, you know, I've been well-behaved and honest since I was little, so every teacher likes me quite a bit. Xie Kangxing lowered his head and drank his soup, saying nothing. An Rou and Li Kai looked at Su Jiang in disbelief. How could he have the nerve to say such things? Well-behaved and honest? You don't fit any of those 4 words, okay? Seeing that no one responded, Su Jiang didn't feel awkward. He had good reason to say that, okay? A 3 good student, verifiable in his records. An excellent citizen, certified by the Supervisory Bureau. All aspects could prove that he was a good person. Suddenly, he saw An Rou looking somewhat troubled and quickly asked, What's wrong? An Rou pouted slightly and whispered, I've eaten too much since I came to West Continent these past 2 days, and I've gained weight. She hadn't controlled her diet at all these past few days, with barbecue and beer. And today she had such a big meal. She didn't even dare to step on the scale, because she knew her weight must have increased. Huh. Su Jiang sized up An Rou's figure, looking confused. Where did she look fat? The places that should be fat were quite fat, but other places were fine. Suddenly, Su Jiang's eyes darted around. He secretly leaned close to An Rou's ear and whispered, I have a good way to lose weight. Do you want to try it? As soon as this was said, An Rou looked at Su Jiang suspiciously. Really? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Then tell me. This method, I can only tell you when we get back to the hotel, and it will be a bit exciting. An Rou heard this and looked at Su Jiang warily. She always felt that Su Jiang had some ill intentions. 150. We are a pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. After dinner, Xie Kangxing originally intended to let Su Jiang and the others stay there. After all, the Xie family had plenty of empty rooms, so a few more rooms wouldn't hurt. An Rou and Li Kai had already politely declined. But, that sounds great. Su Jiang blinked his bright eyes and said, Then we'll go back and stay one last night today, check out tomorrow, and bring all our luggage over. It just so happens we can save on accommodation fees. Thank you so much, Uncle Xie. Su Jiang, with a beaming smile, shook Xie Kangxing's hand and said gratefully, We're new to West Continent and don't know anyone. Since Uncle Xie has offered, we won't be polite with you. This is really quite embarrassing. Xie Kangxing's mouth twitched. He couldn't see an ounce of embarrassment in him. But it didn't matter. It was just a few more people. The Xie family could afford it. After leaving the Xie family, the 3 walked back to the hotel. Su Jiang, won't it be too much trouble for them if we stay at the Xie family? Li Kai couldn't help but ask. Old Li, Su Jiang sighed softly. I'm your superior now, understand? So, don't call me by my full name anymore. Then what should I call you? Leader, King, or King of Roasted Cold Noodles, any of those are fine. Li Kai was silent, not speaking. It had been a long time since he had uttered that embarrassing name. And even then, it was when no one was around. Now, to say it in front of An Rou, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Are you worried about something? An Rou asked. Based on her understanding of Su Jiang, his desire to stay at the Xie family was certainly not just about saving on accommodation fees. Indeed, hearing An Rou's words, Su Jiang nodded lightly, his expression serious as he said, I have a premonition that something big might happen in West Continent very soon. And by staying at the Xie family, firstly, our safety will be guaranteed. Secondly, the Wei family and the Mei family won't dare to easily lay a hand on us. While saying this, Su Jiang actually had 2 more important reasons in his heart. Firstly, he had grown quite fond of the roasted cold noodles made by the Xie family chef. Secondly, he really couldn't stand the environment of his crappy hotel anymore. He had just taken a look, and the environment at the Xie family was truly comfortable. One could only say they lived up to being a prominent family. Since Su Jiang had said so, An Rou and Li Kai had no choice but to move into the Xie family as well. Just thinking about having to pack and move again tomorrow made An Rou feel exhausted. Su Jiang, on the other hand, didn't have many belongings. He had come to West Continent with just a backpack. Huh, why are you following us in? Seeing Su Jiang follow them into the hotel, Li Kai asked in confusion, "Isn't your room across the hall? Why are you so nosy?" Su Jiang said displeased. "I'm not staying with you, so why do you care where I go?" An Rou walked silently ahead, not speaking. "If you're not staying with me, then you could be staying with." Li Kai's words abruptly stopped. He stared with wide eyes at An Rou, who was walking silently ahead. Then he looked at Su Jiang. Li Kai instantly understood. He quietly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. "You're something else, kid." Li Kai leaned closer to Su Jiang, teasing, "So fast. You're already going to sleep in the same bed? What are you thinking?" Su Jiang glanced at Li Kai with a hint of disdain and said righteously, "We have a pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Is there such a thing as an impure one?" "Yes. For example?" "For example, Xie Gully," Su Jiang said in a low voice. "I bet he and Shangwan Lu definitely didn't meet on a legitimate platform. Do you believe me? Don't talk to me anymore." Li Kai moved away from Su Jiang. "Why?" Su Jiang didn't understand. "I'm afraid when Shangwan Lu catches you, she'll mistake me for an accomplice." Li Kai was speechless. "Can't you control your mouth, you damn blabbermouth?" "Who is Shangwan Lu?" "A level 1 inspector at the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau. Just based on what you just said, she could accuse you of spreading rumors and take you to the Supervisory Bureau to peddle a sewing machine." Li Kai opened his room door, quickly walked in, and then slammed the door shut. He no longer wanted to say another word to Su Jiang, not even wanting to see him. TSK, still so emotionally unstable. Su Jiang shook his head slightly. Li Kai still needed to work on his emotional control. Then, he walked with light steps, following An Rou into the room. As soon as she entered, An Rou looked at Su Jiang helplessly. "Tell me, what's your weight loss method?" Although she didn't expect Su Jiang to say anything serious. What if Su Jiang suddenly became serious? "I'm telling you, I usually don't tell anyone this method," Su Jiang said with a smile. "What's there to hide? Because this method will be very exciting. It will make your heart race and make your breathing quicken." After a pause, Su Jiang added, "And it's best to have someone accompany you." As soon as he said this, An Rou's face immediately turned red, not knowing what she had thought of. "You're talking about—" "No, it couldn't be, Tage, that, could it?" she stammered. An Rou's heart began to panic. She hadn't expected Su Jiang to be so forward, wanting to do that with her right away. She was a bit caught off guard and wasn't ready yet. "Su Jiang, you big pervert." At the same time, An Rou was also a little curious. Could doing that really help with weight loss? She remembered Sister Chiona once saying that doing such things seemed to be good for a girl's skin. But she didn't say it could help with weight loss? "Yes, that's it," Su Jiang said excitedly. "You knew?" And Rou's cheeks were already red to her earlobes. But I'm not ready yet." "It's okay. You'll be fine once you get into it." Su Jiang paused, seeing An Rou was a little nervous, and said softly, "It's okay. I'll always be with you." An Rou lowered her head, her heart in a tangled mess. To do or not to do? That was the question. Deep down, she was willing to give her first time to Su Jiang. After all, she had already decided on Su Jiang. She would be with him for this lifetime. But wasn't this too hasty? Finally, An Rou took a deep breath and made up her mind. Since Su Jiang had taken the initiative, how could she back down? Anyway, it was bound to happen sooner or later. As long as they took protective measures, it should be fine, right? Then should I go take a shower first?" An Rou asked tentatively. "Okay, then I'll go buy something, and you can open the door for me later." Su Jiang nodded, then walked out. An Rou watched Su Jiang's retreating back, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Buy something? He wouldn't be going to buy protective measures, would he? An Rou shyly covered her face, feeling her heart race. At the same time, she also felt a hint of anticipation. 151. I am afraid of the dark when walking at night. An hour later, inside An Rou's room. The lights had long since been turned off by Su Jiang, and the room was incredibly dim. On the bed, A blanket covered both of them. An Rou nestled in Su Jiang's embrace. The two pressed close together. They were doing something that made their hearts race. That was watching a horror movie. This is what you meant by a weight loss method? An Rou's face was cold. Heaven knew what she was feeling right now. She was truly foolish, truly. She was foolish enough to believe that Su Jiang would want to be intimate with her. That's right. Isn't this what you were talking about? Su Jiang said seriously. Let me tell you, this has been scientifically proven. Watching horror movies really helps with weight loss. An Rou was speechless because she couldn't find anything to refute him. Stimulation, causing rapid breathing and accelerated heart rate. It all matched up. It was her own unhealthy thoughts. She reflected, and Su Jiang hadn't gone to buy protection. Instead, he went to buy snacks. He was a little hungry. And so, the two of them ate potato chips while watching the horror movie. It was unclear whether their calorie count was increasing or decreasing. After watching for a while, the potato chips were already gone. To Su Jiang's surprise, An Rou showed no reaction at all to several scary scenes. Are you not scared? Su Jiang asked. Actually, I watched quite a few horror movies when I was little. An Rou confessed. I've seen almost most horror movies, and none of them really scared me. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Then how was this going to help with weight loss? He remembered that watching horror movies was supposed to scare you, leading to an accelerated heart rate for a weight loss effect, right? How about we try a different method? Su Jiang said. You have another method? An Rou glanced at him. I heard massage can also help with weight loss. Scram. All right. An Rou rolled her eyes at him. Massage? With Su Jiang's personality, his hands definitely wouldn't be well behaved. If it were normal times, with Su Jiang's persistence, An Rou might have agreed. But not now. She was still angry with Su Jiang. Being allowed to hold him was already the greatest tolerance. Since An Rou wasn't afraid of horror movies, Su Jiang saw no need to keep watching. It was quite boring. So, the two of them started watching a comedy film instead. Soon, An Rou felt sleepy and yawned. Su Jiang, you should go back. I'm going to sleep. Su Jiang. Go back. Su Jiang asked, puzzled. Go where? To your hotel across the street, of course, An Rou said matter-of-factly. I never agreed to you sleeping here. But it's so late now, and I'm scared of the dark walking alone at night. Weren't you alone outside last night too? Last night was last night. Tonight is tonight. You can't generalize. Su Jiang held up a finger and pleaded, I promise on my honor, this is the last time. In the end, under Su Jiang's persistent coaxing, An Rou still agreed to let him stay. After washing up, the two lay on the bed, and Rou warned, if your hands dare to misbehave, I'll kick you off. Then what if you misbehave? Su Jiang asked. Then I'll kick you off too. And Rou said domineeringly. Why? Su Jiang didn't understand. Because you didn't stop me. Su Jiang was speechless. What was this? No matter what, I'm getting kicked off by you, right? After An Rou finished speaking, seeing Su Jiang a bit far from her, she frowned and said, Why are you so far from me? Afraid you'll kick me. Come here, let me hug you. Su Jiang obediently moved closer, allowing An Rou to hug him. I just have a habit of hugging Pikachu when I sleep. Don't overthink it, An Rou explained. Yes, I'm your big yellow rat now. Su Jiang hugged An Rou, both closing their eyes, chatting idly. Where did Fugui go? I don't know. It said it went to make friends. You can really talk to it? Yes, that's my talent. As they chatted, An Rou's voice grew softer and softer, seemingly about to fall asleep. Meow. Open the door. A faint meow came from outside the door. Su Jiang, I think I heard Fugui's meow. It must be your imagination. That silly cat should be playing with its friends right now. Okay, good night. Good night. Meow. Don't say good night yet. Meow. Let me in first. Outside the door, Fugui looked up, its cat head full of despair. Its hearing was excellent. It could hear the two people talking inside perfectly clearly. After meowing for a long time with no response, Fugui sighed. It looked around, feeling a bit familiar. That's right, it slept here last night. No choice, homeless Fugui, just like last night, lay down at the door of An Rou's room. Where you sleep doesn't matter, does it? Life is not easy, Brother Biao sighed. Late at night, a black sedan passed through a toll booth and entered West Continent. Two men sat in the car, both wearing black masks. The passenger window rolled down, and a hand reached out, a cigarette held between two fingers. Phew, I was suffocating, finally made it to West Continent. The man driving glanced at him and said indifferently, Lan Wu, put your mask on. Lan Wu chuckled at this. What's the rush? Let me finish this one first. After speaking, Lan Wu pulled his hand back from outside the window and took another leisurely puff. Then, he took one from the cigarette pack and offered it to the man. Want one? I'm driving. Should I light it for you? I don't smoke. Lan Wu put the cigarette away sullenly and complained. Black Warehouse, are all you assassins as cold as you? Are all you mercenaries as talkative as you? Black Warehouse retorted, looking straight ahead. Not really. Rose, for example. She was quite cold. Lan Wu smiled. And then she died. Black Warehouse was silent. Their reason for coming to West Continent this time was Wei Tian's arrangement. The target was the person who killed Rose, Jiang. For this, Wei Tian even sent out both of them. Assassin rank 5, Black Warehouse. Mercenary rank 3, Lan Wu. These two were the Wei family's top combat forces, yet they were sent out to jointly deal with a university student. It seemed absurd just thinking about it. Black Warehouse, do you think Jiang is really that formidable? Lan Wu said mockingly. A university student, able to kill Rose? Isn't that just nonsense? And even sending both of us, isn't that a bit overkill? 152. How much dowry can An Mingjie ask from me? Black Warehouse heard this and said softly. Young Master Wei means he doesn't want that Jiang to participate in the upcoming battle. Why? Lan Wu asked. It was because of his sudden involvement that Rose died and the Feng family was gone. That outrageous? Lan Wu said with some disbelief. Although that woman Rose isn't strong, I still acknowledge her sniping skills. That's Jiang. He probably just happened to encounter Rose when she was heavily injured and then picked up a kill, right? Haha. Black Warehouse scoffed. Go pick up a kill from the mercenary ranking and show me. All in all, young Master Wei thinks that Jiang is a bit evil and told us two not to worry about anything else, just to kill him. So, compared to others, our mission is relatively easier. The two of them were acting alone, so they drove to West Continent in advance. Behind them, the Wei family's main force was on its way to West Continent. Lan Wu casually flicked his cigarette butt, closed the car window, and put on his mask, saying, I really didn't expect young Master Wei to personally come this time. Nonsense, that's Ding Qiming. Black Warehouse said with a solemn expression. Don't forget how we got our strength. Haha, how could I forget? Lan Wu chuckled softly, lost in thought, and sighed. Almost all the top-ranked people on the three major rankings, the mercenary ranking and the assassin ranking, are like us now. They all used number 2 gene fluid to enhance their physical fitness, which is how our group of people came to be. Back then, Ding Qiming's number 1 gene fluid caused the Kyoto incident, and after Ding Qiming disappeared, the Wei family used the remaining things from Ding Qiming to develop number 2 gene fluid. But this number 2 gene fluid is a genuine defective product. Not only is its effect far inferior to number 1, but it also turned us all into short-lived ghosts. I remember, no one who has used gene liquid has lived to be 40, right? Black Warehouse remained silent. Number 2 gene fluid indeed gave them a leap in improvement, but it also significantly shortened their lifespans. Regarding this fatal side effect, the Wei family's researchers have not yet found a solution. Just relying on the things Ding Qiming left behind, it was already their limit to produce number 2 gene fluid. What's more, the number 1 gene fluid that Ding Qiming produced back then was merely a failed product. Therefore, the Wei family was desperately eager to find Ding Qiming, wanting him to create a more perfect gene liquid. This search lasted for several years. And in these few years, the Wei family also used number 2 gene fluid to cultivate some people, all of whom were on the mercenary ranking and the assassin ranking without exception. Even knowing that their lifespan would be greatly shortened, some people were still willing to use number 2 gene fluid. They became assassins and mercenaries for money, to provide a better life for their families. And the Wei family could provide all of this. So many people were willing to risk their lives for the Wei family. Where are we going? First to the Mei family. Young Master Wei has some arrangements for Mei Zimin. The black car sped all the way to the Mei family. The next morning, in An Rou's room, Jiang groggily opened his eyes. feeling as if he was holding something in his hand. It was soft and quite comfortable to knead. Looking down, Su Jiang's eyes widened, and he immediately sobered up. Holy cow! Why is my hand inside An Rou's clothes? Who did this? Step forward. When he realized what he was holding, Su Jiang's heart raced. He was getting aroused again. He quietly glanced at An Rou. Her breathing was even. She should still be sleeping. Su Jiang looked at his hand, feeling the sensation, and fell into a dilemma. Should he stay still like this? Or move to the other side and stay still? Su Jiang swallowed with difficulty. He knew that once An Rou woke up, he would definitely get beaten. But he didn't care. Having come this far, how could he turn back? Su Jiang gently kneaded while observing An Rou. An Rou seemed to feel something and let out a sound. Ing! Su Jiang's movements stopped instantly. An Rou frowned slightly, her body leaning forward, pressing closer to Su Jiang. At this, Su Jiang took a deep breath. He really didn't dare to move anymore. At this passionate age, how could he endure such stimulation? If this continued, he might not be able to resist and would just rectify An Rou on the spot. Although both of them were adults, Su Jiang knew that An Rou was not ready yet. If possible, Su Jiang still hoped to do that kind of thing with An Rou when they got married. Of course, if the two of them really couldn't hold back and did that kind of thing in advance, then Su Jiang would just have to propose to the An family earlier, and getting a marriage certificate seemed to even add academic credits. Thinking of this, Su Jiang sighed softly and reluctantly pulled his hand back. Just as he was about to get out of bed to take a cold shower, An Rou was woken up by Su Jiang's movement of getting out of bed. Su Jiang, what are you doing? I'm taking a shower. You go back to sleep. Hearing this, An Rou glanced at her phone. It was 7 in the morning. They had gone to bed at 2 in the morning last night, and An Rou was dead tired now. Anyway, there were no other plans for today, so An Rou decided to sleep until she woke up naturally. Completely unaware of the disarray of her pajamas, An Rou closed her eyes and quickly fell back asleep. Even the sound of Su Jiang showering couldn't wake her up. Inside the bathroom, Su Jiang took a cold shower somewhat helplessly, sighing. He should have just gone back to the hotel across the street to sleep. This was too uncomfortable. It was like a giant grilled cold noodle placed in front of you. You could smell all its flavors, but you could only look and not eat. For Su Jiang, this was definitely the most cruel torture. Tisk, why don't I just go back this time and propose to the An family directly? Su Jiang started to entertain this idea. Once he married An Rou, everything would be legitimate. With a license, with a driver's license for driving, he could do anything. Anyway, his current monthly salary was 15,000, and he would buy a house sooner or later. He also had a car, although when Mingjia bought it, it was under his name. The key question was, how much betrothal gift will An Mingjia ask for? 100,000? Or 200,000? He can't possibly ask for 300,000, can he? My car is only 200,000. For a moment, Su Jiang even thought about talking to An Xingqiang about this. But he quickly gave up on the idea, and Xingqiang couldn't make decisions about An Rou's matters. He still had to curry favor with An Mingjia. I'll go find old Jiang first and get an advance on 100 or 200 years of salary. As the head of the Special Operations Organization, isn't it reasonable for me to get a salary advance? Thinking of this, Su Jiang made up his mind. No sooner said than done. 153. Bring some dried fish. After Su Jiang finished his shower, the earlier thrilling had largely dissipated. However, seeing An Rou asleep on the bed, he reacted again. Sighing, Su Jiang decided to quickly leave this place of trouble. If he couldn't control himself later, it would cause a major incident. Wouldn't An Mingjia kill him? Su Jiang put on his clothes and walked out, secretly making a decision. He absolutely could not be like this with An Rou again in the future. They needed to maintain a pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. When the time came for it to be not so pure, he would get his revenge on An Rou. Quietly opening the door, Su Jiang moved very lightly, so as not to wake An Rou. However, just as Su Jiang closed the door, a heart-wrenching cry rang out. Meow. My tail. The sound startled Su Jiang, and looking down, he realized he had stepped on the silly cat's tail. He quickly lifted his foot, and the cat, Fuguwei, looked up, glaring at Su Jiang, and immediately started spraying. Meow meow meow. The above content contains a bit too much profanity, so Su Jiang won't translate it. Alright, I'll buy you dried fish as compensation later, okay? Meow. Buy it now. Fuguwei had already lost count of how many dried fish Su Jiang owed him. He only knew that every time he worked, Su Jiang would draw him a big pie. A dried fish-flavored pie. Now Fuguwei couldn't stand it anymore. He strongly protested, demanding that Su Jiang immediately compensate him for the owed dried fish. Seeing the silly cat so serious this time, Su Jiang also began to feel guilty. Indeed, he owed the silly cat too much. So, he took out his phone and called Xie Guli. At the Xie family, Xie Guli lay on his bed, answering the phone with a bewildered look. Hello? What do you want? Old Xie, we're moving to the Xie family today, you know that, right? So, we have a lot of luggage. Could you drive over to pick us up? Am I your dad? Am I going to pick you up? Then I'll send your photo with Mei Lingling to Shangwan Lu. I'll be there in a moment. A slight smile appeared on Su Jiang's lips. Xie Guli's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Playing games with me? You're still too green. Oh, right. Remember to bring me a few bags of dried fish. Xie Guli, ? Where the hell am I going to get you dried fish? Then I'm sending the photo? Fine, I'll bring you dried fish. Okay, waiting for you. Su Jiang hung up the phone with a smile, then shook his phone at Fuguwei. Here, your dried fish will be here soon. Meow. Hooray. Fuguwei let out a joyful meow. He could finally eat dried fish. Dried fish, for him, was the most delicious food. Just like grilled cold noodles for Su Jiang. Nothing could replace it. After dealing with the silly cat's matter, Su Jiang walked to the elevator door, planning to go to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. The silly cat trotted happily behind Su Jiang, its mind filled with thoughts of dried fish. The man and the cat were waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, Su Jiang frowned slightly, abruptly turning his head to look at the corner at the end of the hall. Who's there? He lightly questioned. No response. Su Jiang decisively activated his ability, his steps quick, and he soon ran to the corner. No one was there. Huh, did I misinterpret something? Su Jiang looked around. He had indeed felt like he was being watched just now. That's why he had reacted like that. Silly cat, did you hear anything just now? Meow. No. He was thinking about his dried fish just now and hadn't paid much attention to anything else. Su Jiang let out a soft breath. He must have been too sensitive. Let's go. The man and the cat walked back and entered the elevator. After they left, a figure slowly emerged from the corner. Under the black hat brim, a pair of sharp eyes gazed deeply in the direction Su Jiang had departed. I didn't expect to be detected even then. The person muttered. His movements are indeed extraordinary. If I hadn't reacted quickly, that kid would have really caught me. And looking at the situation just now, that white cat doesn't seem ordinary either. Next time, I'll have to be more careful. Having said that, the figure disappeared again around the corner, as if he had never appeared. Inside the restaurant, Su Jiang was eating breakfast alone. At the same time, he was pondering some things. That is, where exactly was Ding Qiming? Old Jiang told me to find Ding Qiming, and the Wei family also told the Mei family to find Ding Qiming. The Wei family not only wants to find Ding Qiming, but also wants to kill me. And from the Wei family's perspective, Ding Qiming's importance far outweighs mine. So, if we reverse the deduction, as long as Ding Qiming appears, will the Wei family's attention shift away from me? As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang's eyes brightened slightly. He understood. As long as the Wei family's attention is entirely on Ding Qiming, then I can seize the opportunity to cause some trouble for the Wei family. Su Jiang now hated the Wei family so much his teeth ached. He wished he could do something big, just blow them all up and be done with it. Otherwise, he would be constantly on edge, fearing that he might be assassinated if he wasn't careful. So now, the most important thing is to find that person named Ding Qiming. So many people wanted to find Ding Qiming. Once he appeared, he would inevitably attract everyone's attention. At that time, with no one watching him, wouldn't he be free to do whatever he wanted? Wouldn't he be free to blow up whatever he wanted? Su Jiang's eyes flickered. So where was Ding Qiming? So far, among everyone he had met, the most suspicious person was the masked professor at Shizhou University. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now the more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. No sooner said than done. What if a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse? Su Jiang took out his phone, found Yanhua's contact information, and made a call. After a long time, The call was finally connected. Hello, who is this? Yanhua's voice sounded very tired. It's me, Jiang, the one who gave you the coat that day. Do you remember? Oh, I remember now, student Su, right? Yanhua said with a hint of apology. I'm really sorry. I should have sent your coat to you yesterday, but something suddenly came up at the laboratory, so I forgot. How about you give me an address now, and I'll send it to you? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. How about this? I happen to be going to the university later. How about I come to you to pick it up then? Ah, well, that works too. Yanhua hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Su Jiang coming to him for the clothes would save him a lot of time. He and the professor were both too busy now, with tight schedules and heavy tasks. Yanhua didn't want to waste too much time on matters outside of the experiment. Then I'll trouble you. Let me know when you're at the university, and I'll come find you. Okay, I'll contact you then. Su Jiang hung up the phone and let out a soft breath. He wanted to see if that so-called professor was really ding-cheeming. 154, everything is for credits. At noon, Xie Guli, with a sour face, drove to the hotel. He was carrying a bag of dried fish. The moment he got out of the car, he felt a momentary daze. Why had he fallen to this point? The dignified young master of the Xie family, driving a car worth hundreds of thousands, delivering dried fish for someone. It was ridiculous. Oh, you're here. Su Jiang saw Xie Guli and greeted him with a smile. Meow, dried fish. From a distance, Fuguwei saw the dried fish in Xie Guli's hand and pounced on him, following the scent. With a whoosh, Fuguwei burrowed into the plastic bag and started gnawing on the dried fish. Xie Guli looked disgusted, placed the plastic bag containing the cat and dried fish on the table, and looked at Su Jiang. Why are you the only one? The other two are still packing their luggage. Then you're done packing? Of course. Su Jiang lightly patted the backpack on the table and said proudly, Simple travel starts with me. Xie Guli's mouth twitched. You're just lazy, aren't you? Is there anything to eat? I haven't had breakfast. Xie Guli rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. Su Jiang was startled. At this critical moment, where was he supposed to find food for him? Suddenly, seeing Fuguwei devouring the dried fish, Su Jiang said, how about you share with the silly cat? Meow. Share what? Fuguwei immediately looked up warily, chewing on the dried fish while watching Xie Guli cautiously. These were his dried fish, and no one could touch them. Seeing this, Xie Guli's eye twitched. No wonder they say pets resemble their owners. It really wasn't wrong. Forget it. Lu and I will go out to eat later. Xie Guli found a seat and sat down. Oh, Lu Inspector isn't working, accompanying you on a date? Su Jiang teased. Isn't that dereliction of duty? Don't make me hit you first thing in the morning. Xie Guli suppressed the urge to punch Su Jiang and said, Lu worked for several days straight to get today's holiday. Wow, so dedicated. Su Jiang sighed. Unlike me, I heard my office at the supervisory bureau has been turned into a storage room. Then how do you work? What is work? Su Jiang said strangely. My joining the supervisory bureau doesn't mean I have to work for them. Xie Guli's mouth twitched. What exactly is the situation with your Jiangdu supervisory bureau? They can even tolerate someone like you? Suddenly, Xie Guli pulled out his phone and sighed. What's wrong? Su Jiang asked. The final assignment for a university course. Xie Guli shook his phone and said, that idiotic teacher insists we complete it as a group project. And then, I was chosen as the group leader. Understood. Su Jiang instantly understood and looked at Xie Guli with great sympathy. This really was a sad thing. Anyone who had been to university understood one truth. Group projects sometimes didn't mean more people, more power. Instead, it meant one person did everyone else's work and still had to be criticized by those good-for-nothings. It not only couldn't train your teamwork skills, but also made you witness the diversity of species. Su Jiang had also done group projects before and had also been the leader. Therefore, he could particularly empathize with Xie Guli's feelings at this moment. Just bear with it, old Xie. Su Jiang patted Xie Guli's shoulder and said, everything is for the credits. Xie Guli pinched his brow and sighed. I'll ask the teacher later if I can work alone. Just then, An Rou and Li Kai walked out of the elevator, dragging their suitcases. After checking out at the front desk, the three of them moved all their luggage into Xie Guli's car. Su Jiang and An Rou rode in Xie Guli's car, while Li Kai was to drive Su Jiang's car. After all, they couldn't just leave the car parked there. At this moment, Su Jiang once again felt a longing for a driver's license. How could the dignified leader of the Special Operations Organization not have a driver's license? He'd ask old Jiang later if he could help him get one. After driving all the way to the Xie family, Su Jiang and the others exchanged pleasantries with Xie Kangsheng, and then Zhang Butler led them to the rooms that had been arranged. Rather than rooms, it was more like a small villa. The wealthy Xie Kangsheng had directly cleared out such a villa for the three of them to stay in. Su Jiang expressed that this was very generous. After moving into the Xie family, Su Jiang found Xie Guli and asked, "Old Xie, when is your date? Why are you asking that? I need to go to Shizhou University later, and I can't get in without you. Why are you going there?" Su Jiang didn't hide anything and explained his suspicion that the professor was Ding Qiming. Hearing Su Jiang's suspicion, Xie Guli gradually frowned, his expression becoming serious. "No way? Are you sure the professor is Ding Qiming, the one they're looking for?" "Not sure, but I think it's highly probable. We'll know if we go and test him, won't we?" "Then I'll go with you." Xie Guli made an immediate decision. If Su Jiang's suspicion was true, then this matter would be no small thing. So, Su Jiang told An Rou and Li Kai about it, and both decided not to go with Su Jiang this time. After all, they had been playing for 2 days and were tired. Moreover, Su Jiang was going to do something serious, and their presence might only hinder him. "Be careful." Before leaving, An Rou warned, "You're not allowed to do dangerous things, understand?" "Don't worry, I'm an excellent citizen of Jiangdu. How could I do anything dangerous?" It would have been better if he hadn't said that. As soon as he did, Li Kai had a stress reaction. Every time Su Jiang said that, something was about to happen. "Are you sure nothing will go wrong?" Li Kai leaned closer to Su Jiang and whispered, "I don't want to suddenly get a call from you, hearing that you've caused trouble again." "Oh, don't worry." Su Jiang was speechless. He was just going out for a quick probe. What could possibly happen? These people really misunderstood him greatly. He was just simply going out. Was there any need to worry so much? "Let's go." Su Jiang and Xie Guli told Xie Kangsheng they were leaving, then went out and headed to Shizhou University. Similarly, Xie Kangsheng only told them to be careful and didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, Ding Qiming had been hiding for so many years. How could he be found so easily? So this time, Su Jiang and Xie Guli would probably return empty-handed. In the car, Su Jiang sat comfortably in the passenger seat, enjoying the scenery outside the window. Xie Guli drove, growing increasingly annoyed the more he thought about it. "Why do I have to be your driver?" "Because I don't have a driver's license." Su Jiang said righteously. "Can't you just get one?" "What can I do if I can't pass the test?" Su Jiang said emotionally. "Do you think I don't want to get one? That thing is really hard to pass now." "What's so hard about it?" Xie Guli retorted. "For so many years, it's always been the same tests, okay? The driving schools are also having a hard time. Can't you look for reasons within yourself? So much time has passed. Has your driving skill improved? Have you practiced parallel parking seriously?" Su Jiang was bewildered by the words. This tone, it felt like he had heard it somewhere before. 1:55. Sister Lu won't be angry, right? Half an hour later, the two arrived at Shizhou University. Xie Guli spoke to the security guard, then had Su Jiang sign in, and only then did the two enter. Su Jiang asked curiously, "Aren't you going on a date with your Shangguan Lu?" Xie Guli sighed upon hearing this. "No choice. I told her we'd meet tonight and have dinner together. Can I come? What do you think?" Su Jiang clicked his tongue, then said in a sarcastic tone, "Xie Guli, Lu Jiejie wouldn't be angry if she knew you came out alone with me, would she? When did you become such a green tea?" Black lines appeared on Xie Guli's forehead. He felt that Su Jiang was playing more and more perversely now. Although Su Jiang's mental state wasn't very good before, it was clear that his condition had worsened now. Su Jiang took out his phone and started contacting Yan Hua, telling him that he had arrived at the school. "Okay, wait for me at the library. I'll be right there." With that, Yan Hua hung up the phone. Xie Guli took Su Jiang to the library. After waiting for a while, they saw Yan Hua jogging over from a distance, holding Su Jiang's jacket. He hadn't even changed out of his lab coat. "Huh, I'm really sorry, and I made you come all this way," Yan Hua said, panting. "I originally said I'd deliver it to you, but the lab has been too busy these past 2 days. It's okay, no big deal. Su Jiang took his jacket, saying calmly, so busy? Has there been any progress with that professor's experiment? That's not convenient to disclose. Yin Hua smiled apologetically. The teacher's research is very important, and I can't say anything about the related content. Oh, I understand. Su Jiang waved his hand and smiled. Then you go ahead and get busy. I won't take up any more of your time. Say hello to the professor for me. Okay, then next time I'm free, I'll treat you to a meal. After Yin Hua finished speaking, he jogged away again, looking genuinely pressed for time. The professor was still waiting for him in the lab. Xie Guli watched Yin Hua's retreating figure and asked, "You're just letting him go?" "Of course not." Su Jiang whispered, "Follow him. Let's first see where the lab is located." So, the two followed closely behind Yin Hua, trailing him all the way. Even so, Su Jiang still couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Xie Guli, what do you think Lu Jiejie would think if she knew you were following a man? Don't force me to fight you in public." Xie Guli quietly reached into his clothes and gripped the knife handle. If Su Jiang dared to utter another word, he would immediately use the knife to give Su Jiang a center part. Fortunately, Su Jiang had the good sense to see Xie Guli's action and immediately shut up. Su Jiang, the well-behaved one. Soon, both of them frowned. Seeing that Yin Hua still hadn't stopped, Su Jiang couldn't help but say, "Is your school's lab that far?" They were almost rounding around to the back of the school, weren't they? No, right? Xie Guli also wondered. I remember the back of the school is mostly planting bases and such. Could it be that their experiment is related to crops? But since Yin Hua was walking this way, it meant there really was a lab here. At this moment, both of them realized something was off. This place was too remote. Oh my, there really is one. Not far ahead, a small building came into view, and Yin Hua was walking towards it. Presumably, that should be the professor's lab. The two stopped and exchanged glances. What do you say? Force our way in. Xie Guli said. Forcing our way in is too crude. Su Jiang said disdainfully. We are cultured people, so of course, we must use a cultured approach. What approach? See that window at the top? Su Jiang pointed and said lightly. I'll climb in through there later. Isn't that still forcing your way in? Su Jiang pretended not to hear Xie Guli speak and pulled out a familiar black mask from his pocket. You wait for me here. I'll be right back. Hey you. Before Xie Guli could stop him, Su Jiang immediately took action. Xie Guli covered his face and sighed deeply. He could understand climbing in, but why wear a mask? Wouldn't that make him look even more like a thief? It would be hard to explain if he got caught. Xie Guli hid in the distance, watching with his own eyes as Su Jiang agilely climbed the wall. TSK, his skills are really good. Even though he had heard Shangwan Lu mention Su Jiang fighting 7 people before. But Xie Guli had never personally witnessed Su Jiang's skills, so he was still skeptical. There was no choice. The difference between Su Jiang in high school and now was too great. This kid, he wouldn't suddenly get some kind of system like in novels, would he? This made Xie Guli laugh. How could something like that happen? Xie Guli sobered up, vigilantly looking around, helping Su Jiang keep watch. If Su Jiang got caught, he wouldn't be able to escape either. Perhaps he could escape, but that bastard Su Jiang would definitely expose him. By then, with all the framing and false accusations, it wouldn't be surprising if he was made out to be the mastermind. Based on Xie Guli's understanding of Su Jiang would definitely do that. Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Jiang, who had just climbed into the lab, suddenly froze. Why did he wear a mask? TSK, I was careless. Su Jiang regretted a bit, mumbling. If I hadn't worn a mask, I could have framed old Xie if I got caught. If I wear it, I don't look like a good person at first glance, and it won't be convenient to frame someone then. Realizing this, Su Jiang took off his mask, openly revealing his face. What was there to fear? He had backing. The Xie family young master was backing him up. If worst came to worst, and he got caught, he could even have Shangwan Lu bail him out. Thinking this, Su Jiang realized that his background was terrifyingly strong. He had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. He could completely walk sideways in West Continent now. TSK, I was too well-behaved before, and it took me a moment to react. Su Jiang shook his head, pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind. Getting down to business was more important. He pulled out Ding Qiming's photo from his pocket and looked at it carefully. Next, he just needed to find the professor and see if the face under his mask resembled the one in the photo. Jiang bent down, entering stealth mode. This feeling of sneaking around was all too familiar to him. Practice makes perfect, after all. Thus, Jiang moved cautiously within the lab. The lab wasn't large, so Jiang quickly heard Yan Hua and the professor talking. Following the sound, he arrived at a room's doorway. Jiang leaned against the wall, silently approaching, then quietly peeked his head out and looked inside. With just one glance, Jiang quickly pulled his head back, secretly taking a sharp breath. Hiss! It really was Ding Qiming. His glance had coincidentally caught the professor's full face. It was 80% similar to Ding Qiming in the photo. 156. Why don't you go back to Jiangdu? No way. Is it that outrageous? Jiang had originally come with the mindset of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He hadn't held out any hope of finding Ding Qiming. But that one glance just now had made his heart race. Was this surprise coming so suddenly? Afraid he had seen wrong, Jiang poked his head out again and looked inside. That figure in the white coat, diligently mixing reagents. Wasn't that Ding Qiming? This time, Jiang was completely certain. He had found Ding Qiming. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang returned the way he came. Oh, you're out so soon? Xie Guli saw Jiang's figure and stood up. As Jiang ran back, Xie Guli quickly asked, "How was it? What did you see?" "Old Xie, we're rich," Jiang said excitedly. "It really is Ding Qiming. I can guarantee it. I definitely didn't see wrong." At these words, Xie Guli was instantly dazed. Found him? The person the Wei family had been searching for all these years. He and Jiang just came to the school for a stroll and found him? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Xie Guli confirmed again. Absolutely not. That person is Ding Qiming. Wait, let me make a call first. Jiang pulled out his phone, found old Jing's number, and dialed it without hesitation. He had found the person. Shouldn't he take credit for it? And demand a hefty sum of money. "Hello, old Jiang. What did you call me?" On the other end of the phone, Director Jiang was a bit bewildered. This kid was so bold now, calling him old Jiang directly? "Oh, don't mind those details," Jiang said mysteriously. "Guess who I found?" Hearing this, Director Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this kid really found Ding Qiming? Then his and Shangwan Pingyi's plans would be disrupted. "I found Ding Qiming." Before Director Jiang could guess, Jiang excitedly blurted out, "Unexpected, surprising?" On the other end of the phone, Director Jiang, hearing this, covered his face in agony. It's over, completely over. If it were before, Director Jiang would probably have been very happy to hear this news. But after talking to Shangwan Pingyi, he now had only one thought. That was to keep Jiang, this restless and dangerous element, away from Ding Qiming. You did well. You don't need to worry about the rest. Just leave it to me." "Huh?" Jiang heard this and asked strangely, "Why aren't you asking me where Ding Qiming is or how I found him?" Old Jing's reaction was a bit off, wasn't it? Director Jiang was momentarily speechless. Damn it. He was careless. Why was Jiang's brain suddenly working now? How should he explain it now? Never mind. Let's not talk about this for now. Jiang's words made Director Jiang breathe a sigh of relief. But immediately after, the next sentence made Director Jiang's heart clench again. "Old Jiang, I have a bold idea." Jiang paused and said, "I want to expose Ding Qiming to attract the Wei family's attention. What do you think?" "I don't think it's a good idea." Director Jiang shouted this sentence. Jiang's bold idea instantly made him break out in a cold sweat. "Jiang, Ding Qiming absolutely cannot be exposed. Do you hear me? From now on, you are not to interfere with anything related to Ding Qiming. Don't even have any thoughts about it. This is an absolute order from me, your superior." Director Jiang's shouts kept coming. Even Xie Guli heard them. He looked at Jiang with a strange expression. "Are the directors of your supervisory bureau all this emotionally unstable?" Jiang was also bewildered by old Jiang's shouting. He even felt a little wronged. He had only expressed an idea. Old Jiang was actually so fierce with him, and in front of Xie Guli, completely disrespecting him. Jiang was sulking. He wanted to rebel. "If you dare to act on your own, you can forget about your salary for the rest of your life." No. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you." As soon as he heard about no salary, Jiang quickly conceded. What a joke. He was still thinking of asking old Jiang for an advance on his salary to use as a betrothal gift for An Rou. If his salary was gone, what would he use to marry An Rou? What if Mingjia, that scoundrel, demanded an exorbitant price? Helplessly, Jiang had to abandon the idea. A wise man knows when to yield. Damn it. I'll resign once I achieve financial freedom. I won't put up with this nonsense. Jiang thought. On the other end of the phone, Director Jiang, hearing Jiang's assurance, was still somewhat uneasy. You didn't let Ding Qiming discover you, did you? No, I was careful. That's good. Director Jiang paused, still feeling a bit uneasy. He just felt that if Jiang was in West Continent, the uncertain factors were too great. How about you return to Jiangdu? Director Jiang suggested. If Jiang wasn't under his watchful eye, he really couldn't feel at ease. After all, this matter was too important to allow for any oversight. Huh. Jiang was startled and said, Old Jiang, don't joke around. I still have to take exams. If I go back now, won't my mentor kill me? Hearing this, Director Jiang said no more. Saying too much might make Jiang suspicious and only cause more trouble. All right, then that's it. And put away your bold ideas. After giving his instructions, Director Jiang hung up the phone. Jiang pursed his lips and put down his phone, looking unhappy. His grand ambitions had just begun to sprout, only to be nipped in the bud by old Jiang. What now? Guli asked. What else can we do? Jiang glanced at him and said, You go on a date with your Shangwan Lu, and I'll go back and cultivate feelings with my An Rou. We'll each go home and find our own girlfriends. You're going back to my house, aren't you? Guli glared at him. Are you really treating my house as your own? Tisk, otherwise, should I go be a third wheel for you? Never mind, then you should go back. The two chatted as they walked out. Old Jing's words were very clear. They couldn't interfere with Ding Qiming's matter. It was obvious that the Supervisory Bureau must have some arrangements for it. So, if that was the case, why should they bother so much and create trouble for themselves? Neither of them noticed that after they left, a figure appeared where they had just been standing. The eyes under the black brim of a hat gazed at the distant laboratory. Ding Qiming. I didn't expect him to be hiding here. It's quite surprising. Then, the person scoffed and slowly shook his head. What happened to Ding Qiming didn't concern him much, but he was certainly willing to watch the drama unfold. Withdrawing his gaze, the figure took a step and silently left the area. 157. Let you see the cruelty of society. Jiang and Guli arrived at the entrance of Shizhou University. You can go back by yourself. I'm going to find Lu, Guli said. Huh. Jiang opened his mouth wide, pointing at Guli and saying, Guli, you have no heart. You ungrateful white face, I've seen through you. To go on a date with your girlfriend, you just abandoned me here. If Uncle Xie knew about this, if you don't get beaten, I'll take your name. Guli immediately felt a headache coming on. Looking at Jiang, he said speechlessly, Can't you just take a taxi? I'll reimburse you. Is it that little bit of money I want? Jiang accused. What I want is your attitude. Guli clenched his fists. He had been enduring Jiang for a long time. Does he really think a tiger won't show its might? He reached into his right pocket, just about to pull out a knife and fight Jiang. A voice caught both their attention. Excuse me, are you two students from Shizhou University? A shorty walked over, looking at Jiang and the other with a smile, and continued. It's like this. I have a small matter here and need your help. If you're willing, after it's done, I'll transfer 500 yuan to each of you. How about it? Hearing this, Jiang and Guli exchanged glances. Is this running into a scammer who exploits university students? What is it? Be clearer, Jiang said. Haha, it's like this. The shorty pointed in a direction and said, I have a warehouse over there, and there are some goods that need to be moved out. I can't move them by myself, so I want to find a few people to help. If you're interested and the price isn't satisfactory, we can discuss it. What do you two think? Looking for laborers? Jiang's eyes were full of suspicion as he carefully scrutinized the shorty in front of him. Suddenly, his pupils contracted slightly as he noticed something tucked into the shorty's waist, creating a slight bulge. Is it a gun? Immediately, Jiang became sensitive. This couldn't be another attempt to assassinate me, could it? But on second thought, it seemed unlikely. If it really was for an assassination, The person sent would be too unprofessional, wouldn't they? Who are they looking down on? Excuse me, not interested. Interested. Just as Xie Guli was about to refuse, Su Jiang interrupted. We both happen to be short on money, so take us there. But 500 isn't enough. We are students from Shizhou University, intellectuals, so you need to add more money. That's truly great. You can rest assured about the money. It will definitely satisfy you. The shorty smiled when he saw Su Jiang agree. At the same time, the shorty secretly sighed in his heart. So easy, 2 more hooked. It's true that university students are the easiest to deceive. Their IQ drops as soon as money is mentioned. Before Su Jiang and Xie Guli, he had already used this trick to deceive several people. And at this moment, countless question marks appeared in Xie Guli's mind. What are you trying to do? He asked in a low voice. This is clearly a scammer. Why are you still bothering with him? There's something off about this person. Look at his waist, Su Jiang replied in a low voice. Hearing this, Xie Guli casually glanced at the shorty's waist and also saw the slight bulge. Most people might not notice any difference. But Xie Guli was no ordinary person. As the eldest young master of the Xie family, he was very familiar with firearms. With just one glance, Xie Guli concluded that what was tucked into his waist was most likely a gun. This was West Continent, and gun control here was even stricter than in Jiangdu. So, what was the background of this shorty in front of them? Was encountering him and Su Jiang an accident, or was he specifically targeting them? In that case, then you can take us to see it. Su Jiang smiled. I'll say this first, if there's too much stuff to move, you'll have to give us more money. Ha ha ha, of course. The shorty's face was beaming with a smile. Hearing Su Jiang mention money in every sentence, he secretly snorted in his heart. Still want money? After I take you there, I'll see if you still dare to ask for this money. Come, follow me, it's not far ahead. Su Jiang and Xie Guli stepped forward, following behind the shorty. They walked towards the warehouse he mentioned. As time passed, the 3 walked into increasingly remote areas, with almost no one else around. This warehouse of yours, the location is quite secluded, huh? Su Jiang said casually. Who's to say it isn't? When I rented that warehouse, I just wanted something cheap, so the location ended up being a bit remote. The shorty chuckled. Just a little further ahead, and we'll be there very soon. Su Jiang nodded, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Xie Guli had already slipped his hand into his pocket, gripping the hilt of his knife. His eyes seemed to be casually glancing around, but he was constantly observing the shorty's movements. As long as the shorty dared to put his hand on his waist, Xie Guli's flying knife would immediately teach him a lesson. Gentlemen, we've arrived. After several turns, the shorty stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This is your warehouse. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Hee, it's a bit dilapidated. That's why I need to move the stuff out and find a new place, you know. The shorty scratched his head, opened the door, and gestured for them to enter. Su Jiang and Xie Guli exchanged glances. Then Su Jiang was the first to step inside the house. Xie Guli followed closely behind. Once both had entered the room, the expression on the shorty's face instantly turned grim. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Su Jiang could now clearly see the situation inside the room. In the corner, several people who looked like university students were huddled together. They were all squatting there, their faces more or less bruised and swollen. Clearly, they had just been beaten. Seeing the shorty enter, fear immediately appeared in their eyes. And on the sofa, several people were sitting, smoking, looking at Su Jiang and Xie Guli with unfriendly expressions. At a glance, it was clear these people were all thugs from society. Brother Chun, I've brought 2 more people. The shorty's voice came from behind, addressing one of the people on the sofa. These 2 are also from Shizhou University. When they came, they even dared to haggle with me. Oh, Brother Chun chuckled, extinguished his cigarette, and looked at Su Jiang and the other with interest. Then, he shifted his gaze and said indifferently, the old rule, first beat, then ask. All right, the shorty responded, then, with a few others, approached Su Jiang and Xie Guli, rubbing his fists together. Oh, still quite composed. Seeing no panic on their faces, the shorty became even more annoyed. You too. Do you know what situation you're in now? Do you see those people in the corner? They also tried to resist at first, but they became obedient after being beaten. Later, your fate will be even worse than theirs. Because I brought so many people back, you're the first one who dared to haggle with me. The shorty looked at Su Jiang with a malicious expression, saying fiercely, "Today, I must make you, white face, see some blood. Let you know that this society is very cruel." 158. I want 1 million. Shorty's words left Xie Guli and Su Jiang in silence. The two exchanged glances, both having the same thought at this moment. Is that all? Especially Su Jiang, who had initially thought Shorty was some dangerous character because he had a gun. If not an assassin, he should at least have some family background, right? He was ready for a big fight, but this was it? Isn't this just a scene of social scum bullying university students? Oomph. Scared stiff, aren't you? Beg for mercy now. Kneel and call me Grandpa, and I can tell them to go easy on you. Shorty stared gloomily at Su Jiang. It was this white face who had bargained with him just now. So now, he wanted to give Su Jiang special treatment. Who knew? Facing such a threat, Su Jiang not only showed no fear, but even felt a little like laughing. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing Su Jiang still standing there, even looking at him with a hint of amusement, Shorty instantly became enraged. Go on, beat him to death for me, but leave him a breath. As soon as his words fell, several thugs walked forward, rubbing their fists. However, before they could get close, Su Jiang and Xie Guli moved. Xie Guli flipped over, his movements incredibly swift, heading straight for the man called Brother Chun. How dare you? Seeing this, the others all moved, trying to stop Xie Guli. However, a figure flashed past their eyes, and everyone only felt their vision go black before they fainted. Su Jiang went all out, instantly knocking down the other few. Only Brother Chun and Shorty remained. At this moment, Brother Chun, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, had his eyes wide open, not daring to move an inch. Because at this moment, a knife was pressed firmly against his neck, incredibly sharp. Just touching it had already drawn a line of blood. And Shorty's side was even more miserable. His legs had been kicked broken by Su Jiang, and he was kneeling on the ground, his face full of pain. Su Jiang calmly reached out, took the gun from his waist, and glanced at it. Damn, a toy gun. At these words, Xie Guli, not far away, was somewhat speechless. All that fuss for a toy gun. Sighing, Xie Guli looked at Brother Chun and said, "Explain, what are you doing?" And Brother Chun, at this moment, was already sweating profusely. He glared fiercely at Shorty, cursing his ancestors' 18 generations in his heart. These two you brought back are university students? Are all university students like this now? That, brother, let's talk nicely. Brother Chun managed to force a smile, softly saying, "I'll tell you everything. Can you loosen the knife a bit? It hurts a little." Xie Guli loosened the knife slightly. Brother Chun quickly took a few breaths. Su Jiang glanced at the few university students in the corner. They were also bewildered at this moment, clearly not having reacted yet. What are you waiting for? Run. Given the situation, were they still staying to watch the show? At these words, those few people quickly got up, saying thank you while fleeing desperately. After they left, Xie Guli asked, "You just said to hit first then ask. You tricked students here, what did you want to ask?" To ask if there's someone named Ding Qiming in Shizhou University, Brother Chun stammered. At these words, Su Jiang and Xie Guli instantly frowned. Who told you to ask? Where did you hear that name? I just do things for money. I don't know anything else. Brother Chun said innocently. Not long ago, a man found me, gave me a sum of money, and told me to check if there was someone named Ding Qiming in Shizhou University. But Shizhou University is so strictly managed, and I can't get in, so I had to use this method, tricking a few students over and asking them one by one. And by the way, just to snatch some things from them. Snatch some things, Su Jiang snorted, saying, looking at how they were just now, I suppose you guys must have taken quite a lot. However, this was not for him to manage. When those students reported it to the police would handle it. What he cared about was who the person Brother Chun mentioned was, and why they would suspect Ding Qiming was at Shizhou University. What's that man's name, and what does he look like? Su Jiang asked. A name I don't know, but appearance. Brother Chun described his appearance to them. How do you contact each other? Su Jiang asked again. He always calls me. I don't know when he. Just then, a phone rang. It was Brother Chun's. At Xie Guli's signal, Brother Chen picked up his phone from the table, his eyes wide. Such a coincidence. It's that man. Su Jiang's eyes narrowed, and he walked straight over, taking the phone from Brother Chen's hand. Hey, Su Jiang, what do you want to do? Xie Guli asked. If you answer the phone, won't you be exposed? Su Jiang, pinching his throat, answered the phone and uttered one word. Hello. His voice was almost identical to Brother Chen's. Holy crap. Xie Guli's eyes widened. He was truly shocked now. It can be like this? How does Su Jiang have all these strange skills? How's the situation? Any progress? A low voice came from the other end of the phone. If Mei Zimin were here, he would definitely recognize it. The person on the other end of the phone was Feng Zhe. Su Jiang paused, glanced at Brother Chen, and said, Your call is really well timed. I just got something out of a student. Oh, Feng Zhe was somewhat surprised to hear this. Really got something? He had just cast a net casually, not expecting to actually catch a fish. What did you find out? Tell me quickly. Feng Zhe said anxiously. If they could really confirm that Ding Qiming was at Shizhou University, then it would save them a lot of trouble. Cough, cough. Well, Su Jiang feigned hesitation, saying, This news, for you, should be quite important, right? What do you mean? You need to pay more. Su Jiang said directly. The money you gave before isn't enough, and this time I only want cash. On the other end of the phone, Feng Zhe frowned and cursed silently. Greedy bastard. How much do you want? Su Jiang looked at Brother Chen, his eyes asking him how much he would ask for. Brother Chen slowly held up one finger. Su Jiang nodded, then said into the phone, I want 1 million. What? Feng Zhe was stunned. Xie Guli was stunned. Brother Chen was even more stunned. I only gave you 5,000 yuan when I told you to do something before, and now you're asking for 1 million from me. Feng Zhe cursed. He couldn't believe that the other party really planned to choose money over his life. Seeing Brother Chen's reaction, Su Jiang immediately understood that he had called the price too high. But so what? Anyway, it's 1 million. I'm telling you, what I found out here is news about that Ding Qiming. 1 million. Cash, no haggling. Xie Guli gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. What a ruthless person. You're the one who should be out mixing in society. On the other end of the phone, Feng Zhe gritted his teeth and said grimly, Okay, 1 million it is. Tonight at 8, we'll do the exchange at Era Park. He didn't plan to bring 1 million. In Feng Zhe's eyes, Brother Chen was already a dead man. And a dead man, how would he need money? Okay, see you there. With that, Su Jiang hung up the phone. 1:59, my future is bright. Su Jiang put his phone in his pocket and clapped his hands. All right, now we've lured them out. We'll go check it out tonight. Xie Guli was speechless. Why was there something else tonight? He still had to have dinner with Shang Wanlu. So what should he do now? How should we deal with these two? Kill them. Xie Guli was referring to Brother Chen and Shorty. Only the two of them were still conscious at this moment. Everyone else had been knocked out by Su Jiang. And during the recent process, Shorty remained silent the entire time, as docile as a little chick. A wise man knows when to submit. He also knew that he had brought back 2 ruthless individuals and had kicked an iron plate. He didn't care what happened to Brother Chen. He only wanted to save his own life. Now, hearing Xie Guli's intention to kill, Shorty couldn't hold back and quickly said, No, please don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything. He knelt on the ground, hands clasped together, constantly pleading. Yes, we're willing to do anything, money or whatever. We can give it all. Please don't kill us. Brother Chen also chimed in. The two of them were genuinely scared and filled with regret. They were just ordinary small-time thugs. Even their guns were toy guns, and they usually only dared to bully weak students. They had never seen such a scene, talking about killing people so casually, as if it were an everyday thing. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Tisk, are you that aggressive? Always talking about killing people? We are cultured people, and I still need to be evaluated as a progressive individual this semester. How can I do such a thing? Old Xie, your thinking has a very serious problem. Su Jiang frowned and gave comrade Xie Guli a strict criticism and education. Xie Guli pouted. How dare you say that about me? Who the hell killed 4 people in that abandoned building the night before last? And you can still be evaluated as a progressive individual like that? Your Jiangdu University really has an excellent school spirit. Then what do you suggest? Xie Guli said grumpily. It's likely that the students who just escaped have already called the police. Su Jiang said calmly. Tie them all up, and when the police come, they can just pick them up, but… He leaned in slightly, closer to Shorty's face, and smiled. I don't need to teach you how to explain it to the police, do I? Don't worry, big brother. Shorty's lips trembled as he said, I definitely won't tell them about you too. Slap. Su Jiang slapped Shorty across the face, leaving him stunned. What now? Why wouldn't you tell them? Su Jiang said discontentedly. If you don't tell them about us, how will Officer Uncle praise us? Uh-huh. Shorty was dumbfounded. Praise? He thought Su Jiang meant that he didn't want anyone to know about their involvement, so he asked him to keep it a secret. But it turned out, you wanted praise? Remember this. Su Jiang pointed to himself and said, Me, Su Jiang, from Jiangdu University. Then he pointed to Xie Guli. Him, Xie Guli, from Shizhou University. The two of us, acting bravely for a just cause, with both wisdom and courage, broke down evil forces and rescued trapped university students. You need to emphasize this point to Officer Uncle later, understand? After saying that, Su Jiang even left their contact information with Shorty, telling him to give it to the police, to prevent the police from not being able to find them later. These were all heroic deeds of university students, good deeds that could be recorded in their files and lead to commendations and awards. How could Su Jiang miss such a great opportunity? Shorty had a blank look on his face as he took the slip of paper with Su Jiang's phone number on it, his mind completely blank. Who am I? Where am I? Did I become a war achievement? Brother Chin was also dumbfounded. Were these two really university students? He had just thought that these two might be some big bosses from a gang he didn't know about. But it turned out they were really students? Tisk, you're still the quick-witted one. Xie Guli couldn't help but praise. If we do it this way, then my awards and commendations for this semester are also secured. Upon hearing this, Brother Chin felt a pang of sadness. So, you put a knife to my neck just for a few flimsy awards from school? Is it really worth it? Although they were extremely unwilling, their bodies were still very honest. The two of them found ropes themselves and tied themselves up tightly. Don't worry, big brothers, I will definitely make sure you are rated as outstanding students. Shorty, though hog-tied, still didn't forget to guarantee to the two of them. As for the others, Su Jiang didn't bother with them. His blows were not light, and they wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Let's go. Old Xie, we still have important things to do. Huh? What else is there? Xie Guli put away his knife and followed Su Jiang out of the room. They couldn't wait for the police to arrive. Otherwise, they would have to be taken back for questioning and asked all sorts of things. It would delay matters. As they walked on the road, Su Jiang said solemnly, Old Xie, I feel that person might not be simple, and perhaps tonight, he will bring people to Arrow Park to ambush me. Nonsense, otherwise would he really give you $1 million? Speaking of which, Xie Guli got angry. What the hell were you thinking? Asking for $1 million right off the bat. Do you know what $1 million means? You don't know jack shit. Su Jiang's 4 words sprayed Xie Guli's face with saliva. Let me tell you, what I lack most right now is money. Before Chinese New Year this year, I need to earn enough money to marry my wife. This sentence instantly stumped Xie Guli. What did he mean? You're not thinking of getting married, are you? Why can't I? I'll propose as soon as I get back. Why the rush? Our school gives extra credits for marriage certificates. Xie Guli was silent. After a long while, he asked, Really? He was tempted. Those were credits. If it really could add credits, then he and Shangwan Lu might as well get one first. Anyway, it only cost 9 yuan, provided Shangwan Lu wouldn't beat him to death. He had no idea that Su Jiang was using credits as an excuse. The real purpose was to openly do some happy things with An Rou, the kind that lasted from morning till night. So, how much do you have in savings now? Xie Guli teased. I heard the bride price in Jiangdu isn't cheap. What's more, she's the family's little princess. If you want to marry her, it's not a matter of a few tens of thousands of yuan. Xie Guli's question struck Su Jiang's heart. Su Jiang was silent for a moment before saying, I have a car. This car was extorted from Mingjia. The atmosphere immediately quieted down. Xie Guli waited for a long time, but didn't hear anything else. That's it. Xie Guli widened his eyes and said, You have nothing else besides the car? What kind of talk is that? Su Jiang defended. At my age, having a car is already pretty good, okay? And I also have a job with a monthly salary of 15,000, and I have over 10,000 yuan in my bank card. My future is bright. 160. Shangwan Lu is happy to work overtime. Your future is bright, but I see Jiangdu's future as completely dark. Xie Guli grumbled to himself. However, he was also envious, as Su Jiang was already at the stage of discussing marriage. He and Shangwan Lu hadn't even gone public yet. But fortunately, he had money and could afford the bride price. The bad news was that his father-in-law was Shangwan Pingi. Thinking of this, Xie Guli wanted to cry. Why was his romantic path so difficult, while Su Jiang's was so smooth? Was this the price of being rich? Suddenly, Xie Guli had a flash of inspiration. Su Jiang, I have a bold idea, Xie Guli said excitedly. Do you want to hear it? Su Jiang heard this and gave Xie Guli a strange look. You also have a bold idea? You go first. Look, you're short on money now, right? Xie Guli pointed to himself. And I, coincidentally, am not short on money. So let's make a deal. I'll help you with the bride price, and you help me with my father-in-law. How about that? Your father-in-law? Shangwan Lu's father. Su Jiang didn't agree immediately, but cautiously asked, is he difficult to deal with? What's his background? It seems you don't know about this yet. Xie Guli scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Actually, Lu's father is the director of the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau. What? Su Jiang's eyes widened, interrupting. You're dating the daughter of the director of the Supervisory Bureau? At this moment, he also understood why Shangwan Lu, at such a young age, could become a first-class chief inspector. So, the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau was practically her own family's. I'm not doing it. Su Jiang said without hesitation. No matter how much money you give me, I'm not doing this. Are you kidding? You want me to help you deal with the director of the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau? Who do you think I am? How many people who can become a director of the Supervisory Bureau are easy to deal with? I'm still working for Zhang. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, glaring at Xie Guli. Are you trying to screw your brother over, kid? No, let's discuss it again. Xie Guli still held a glimmer of hope. Su Jiang's eyes darted around, and he suddenly smiled. I can help you, but you'll have to help me with one more thing. What is it, tell me? I was tricked by the director of the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau and signed a slave contract. You just need to pay the breach of contract fee for me. How much is the breach of contract fee? Xie Guli's eyes held a hint of caution, and like Su Jiang, he didn't agree immediately. Not much. Su Jiang smiled, extending a finger. Just 10 million. Excuse me. Xie Guli bowed his head and turned to leave. Hey, no, let's discuss it again. Su Jiang tried to keep him. Discuss what? What do you take me for? Xie Guli spat on Su Jiang's face. Do you really think my family owns a mine? That's 10 million. If it were a few 100,000, I'd grit my teeth and give it to you. 10 million. How dare you shamelessly ask me for it? Su Jiang was spat on, but still didn't give up. No, but your father-in-law's side. I'd rather be beaten to death by my father-in-law than give you 10 million. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang sighed. Xie Guli had said it to this extent. What else could he say? At this moment, he realized that neither of them had it easy. All right, let's talk about serious matters. Xie Guli just opened his mouth, then suddenly paused. Where were we? Just now. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang felt a moment of trance. Right, they were clearly talking about serious matters just now. How did they get sidetracked? Men are like this. They always end up talking about inexplicable topics. I forgot too. But anyway, that person will probably try to harm me tonight. Then what should we do? Xie Guli said. Just the two of us. It's not very safe, is it? Who said it's just the two of us? Su Jiang grinned mischievously. Have you forgotten how I handled fights in high school? Xie Guli fell silent. 2.5 hours later, in a restaurant in West Continent, Shangwan Lu looked at Su Jiang with a cold face. She pinched her brow and let out a deep sigh. So, you mean for me to bring people from the Supervisory Bureau tonight to help you arrest that person? Exactly, Su Jiang smiled. I've thought about it, and I still think that for this matter, our Lu inspector needs to step in to make it legitimate. Xie Guli stood by, head bowed, not daring to speak. Shangwan Lu glared at him fiercely. If Su Jiang weren't present, she would have climbed on his Xie Guli and beaten him severely. I've worked so hard for so many days. Wasn't it just to go on a date with you? What happened? Not only did the date not happen, but her workload also increased for nothing. How is this different from the first day of vacation when your boss suddenly tells you to come back for overtime? The key is, she absolutely had to work this overtime. Because according to Su Jiang's description, the person tonight must be an important figure. And it also involved Ding Qiming. Recalling her father's instructions, Shangwan Lu bit her lip lightly, knowing that no matter what, she couldn't let that person go tonight. Sigh. Shangwan Lu sighed and said, "All right, I'll bring people from the supervisory bureau to help you tonight." That's great. Seeing Shangwan Lu agree, Su Jiang was overjoyed and flattered. I knew it. When you have difficulties, finding your Shizhou supervisory bureau is absolutely the right choice. Thanks to you, West Continent can be so warm and harmonious. You are simply a role model for other supervisory bureaus. After speaking, Su Jiang also kicked Xie Guli. What are you standing there for? Quickly pour Lu Jie some water. Huh? Xie Guli looked up blankly, meeting Shangwan Lu's gaze, and shivered. It was clear that Shangwan Lu was in a very bad mood right now. So, it was up to him, her boyfriend, to coax her. Lu, you must be thirsty, have some water. Xie Guli chuckled, getting up to pour water for Shangwan Lu, and took the opportunity to whisper in her ear, I swear, this was really an accident. It's all Su Jiang's fault for constantly giving me things to do. Otherwise, I would have been out with you this morning. Shangwan Lu heard this, glanced at him lightly, and snorted. They had agreed to have a happy day out today. But from the morning onwards, she kept receiving messages from Xie Guli, first saying to wait until noon, then to wait until the afternoon. Now, he directly called her over to make her work overtime. Any girlfriend would be angry, right? At the same time, she also glared at Su Jiang. Ever since Su Jiang arrived, Xie Guli had spent more time with Su Jiang than with her. If it weren't for Xie Guli's normal sexual orientation and the fact that Su Jiang had a girlfriend, Shangwan Lu would have suspected if there was some strange relationship between the two of them. 161. Feng Zhe is on his way to a trap. Inside the restaurant, the three were eating. The agreed time was 8 p.m., but it was only 6 p.m., still early. Shangwan Lu had already called the supervisory bureau and arranged everything. She was just waiting for that person to walk into the trap. Xie Guli and Shangwan Lu sat side by side, feeling a bit uncomfortable while eating. This was because Su Jiang was sitting across from them, devouring his food. With such a big third wheel present, Shangwan Lu could only fantasize about intimate gestures. Xie Guli glared at Su Jiang, wishing he could just get rid of him. He had no situational awareness whatsoever. Couldn't he just sit at his own table? Xie Guli decided that after this matter was concluded, he would make Su Jiang get as far away as possible. Don't get involved. Just seeing him was annoying. While the three were eating at West Continent High-Speed Rail Station, people came and went, and Wei Tian, dressed in black, blended into the crowd, exiting the station with them. Despite this, the unique aura he exuded still made many people glance at him. Among the crowd, there were also many Wei family members. Wei Tian had come all the way from the capital this time, bringing many Wei family warriors. They were scattered among the crowd, like ordinary travelers, unnoticed. Their steps seemed casual, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that they subtly revolved around Wei Tian, with him as their center. Should any unexpected situation arise, they would be able to act immediately to protect Wei Tian's safety. Stepping out of the high-speed rail station, Wei Tian surveyed his surroundings, then fixed his gaze on a black sedan. Wei Tian slightly turned to the side and whispered to one of the people beside him. You all disperse first. Be careful to conceal your tracks. Don't let that old fellow Shangwan Pingy notice. Yes, young Master Wei. Then, Wei Tian strode towards the black sedan. The black sedan's door opened, and a person got out from the driver's seat. It was Feng Zhe. Young Master Wei, let me take it. Feng Zhe took Wei Tian's luggage and put it into the trunk, then the two got into the car. Young Master Wei, I didn't expect you to come in person this time, Feng Zhe said, looking at Wei Tian through the rearview mirror. The old man values Ding Qiming very much, so there absolutely cannot be any accidents this time. Wei Tian sat in the back, leaning against the seat, closing his eyes, and said, How is the search for Ding Qiming's location going? As per your instructions, We have arranged people in various places in West Continent to search for Ding Qiming's whereabouts. And we finally found that there's a high probability Ding Qiming is hiding in Shizhou University, Fengze said while driving. Moreover, the bait I cast has yielded some news, but he wants to negotiate terms with me for the information. I'll use some methods to interrogate him tonight, and I should be able to get precise information about Ding Qiming. Negotiate terms. Wei Tian chuckled lightly, saying, "What terms is he negotiating with you?" Thinking about it makes me laugh. Fengze grinned and said, "That guy immediately asked me for 1 million. He's truly typical of someone who values money over his life." 1 million? Wei Tian also found it amusing when he heard that. After a while, Wei Tian spoke again, his tone calm. "After you get the information, dispose of the person, leave no trace." "Don't worry, young Master Wei. I understand this kind of thing." Fengze paused, then said, "The intersection is ahead. Should we go to the hotel first?" "No." Wei Tian opened his eyes and said, "Go to the Mei family first. I want to see Mei Zimin." Fengze nodded, turned the steering wheel, and entered the lane leading to the Mei family. "Are Black Warehouse and Lan Wu both here?" "They arrived last night." They almost scared Mei Zimin to death last night. Remembering Mei Zimin's expression when he saw those two last night, Fengze couldn't help but laugh. However, it wasn't just Mei Zimin. Even Fengze was startled. He hadn't expected Wei Tian to send those two out as well. The combination of Black Warehouse and Lan Wu made Fengze's scalp tingle just thinking about it. One possessed superb marksmanship, with sniping skills far superior to Rose's. The other was proficient in various cold weapons, and close-quarters combat was always unexpected, a single strike ensuring a kill. One for close combat, one for long range. And both were among the top tier in their respective fields. Anyway, Fengze couldn't think of a stronger combination than this. "Young Master Wei, did you send these two over to deal with the Supervisory Bureau?" "No," Wei Tian slowly said, "to deal with Su Jiang." "Su Jiang?" Fengze was startled. Wasn't that overkill? Wei Tian saw through Fengze's thoughts and said indifferently, "Don't underestimate that person. It's because of him that my plans in Jiangdu were completely ruined. Moreover, Su Jiang exudes an indescribable strangeness. If I don't get rid of this person, I'll always have a subtle sense of unease." "That's strange." Fengze frowned. In his opinion, Su Jiang's strength was, at most, only slightly stronger than Rose's. And with just him alone, what kind of waves could he stir up? However, since Wei Tian said so, he couldn't refute anything. After all, he was just an employee. Wei Tian paid, and he risked his life. It was that simple. "Young Master Wei, we've arrived." From a distance, Fengze saw a figure standing outside the Mei family's main gate. It was Lan Wu. Knowing that Wei Tian was coming, Lan Wu had come out early to wait and greet him. After the car came to a stop, Wei Tian opened the door and stepped out. At this moment, Fengze turned his head and said to Wei Tian, "Young Master Wei, I won't go in with you. I'll go find that person to get the information." Wei Tian heard this and nodded lightly. "Be careful, and tell me the information about Ding Qiming as soon as you get it." Clang. The car door closed. After Lan Wu helped Wei Tian retrieve his luggage, Fengze floored the accelerator and drove towards Era Park. He was alone, not bringing anyone else. In his opinion, the person he was about to deal with was just a street punk. Even if 10 more such people came, they wouldn't be enough for him to handle alone. His status as the 10th-ranked assassin wasn't for nothing. Phew. It's been a long time since I've had a fight. Tonight is a good chance to stretch my muscles with that kid. That kid better bring more people tonight. If he's alone, it'll be hard to satisfy me. Fengze stretched his neck, a cruel smile on his lips, and sped all the way. He was already a little impatient. However, what Fengze didn't know was that he wouldn't be facing just one person later. At this moment, the Supervisory Bureau's people had already surrounded Era Park. They were just waiting for Fengze to walk into the trap. Su Jiang sat alone on a reclining chair in the center of the park. Waiting for Fengze was too boring. So he directly started a game of shovel. The result was another 8th-place finish. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, staring intently at his phone screen. "TSK, I can't stand this S11 season for another day. Looking forward to S12. 162. Is this a bit weird?" All units, pay attention. Report to me immediately if you find any suspicious individuals. In the shadows, Shangwan Lu gave instructions to the Supervisory Bureau personnel via walkie-talkie. Currently, Aero Park was mostly filled with their plainclothes officers. Especially around Jiang, many more people had been added. They were just waiting for the other party to walk into the trap. Siak Guli was also hiding in the shadows. His identity was sensitive, and if the other party recognized him, they might very well flee. At this moment, under the night sky, Jiang sat on a chair, growing more and more bored. Why aren't they here yet? Aero Park was originally an abandoned park, and at night, there were basically very few people. This was also why Fengze specifically chose this place for the transaction. Report: a black sedan has been spotted 300 meters away, and its destination appears to be here. At these words, everyone immediately perked up. As expected, the next second, the black sedan stopped at the park entrance, and Fengze stepped out of the car. Everyone, attention! Suspected target has appeared. Immediately, the Supervisory Bureau personnel in the shadows all fixed their gaze on Fengze. Fengze stood at the park entrance, not rushing in, but instead took out his phone and made a call. At the same time, Brother Chen's phone rang in Su Jiang's pocket. Oh, they're here. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, took out his phone, and, mimicking Brother Chen's voice, answered the call. Hello, you're here? I'm at the entrance. Where are you? Fengze asked in a low voice. Did you bring the money? Fengze looked at his empty hands and said without changing his expression, I brought it, 1 million cash. You brought a banana peel. Su Jiang cursed under his breath. The Supervisory Bureau personnel had just told him through the earpiece that the other party came empty-handed and brought nothing. He was truly shameless. Lies just flowed out of his mouth. However, Su Jiang still said, then walk towards the central square of the park. I'm sitting here on the chair. Just you alone? Fengze chuckled sinisterly. There's a bit too much cash. I'm afraid you can't carry it all by yourself. Don't worry about that. Su Jiang also chuckled sinisterly. I brought people, a lot of people. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Fengze's heart immediately filled with excitement. This was exactly how it should be. If only one person came, how could it be enough for him to kill? The more people, the better. Fengze hung up the phone, glanced around, and then walked inside. He now only wanted to know about Ding Qiming. Was Ding Qiming at Shizhou University after all? If so, was there an exact location? Fengze suppressed his curiosity and walked step by step towards the central square. Everyone, don't get close to him, lest he notice you. Wait until he enters the encirclement before acting. Then, act according to Su Jiang's gesture. If the other party makes any unusual moves, shoot directly. Everything is for Su Jiang's safety. Try to capture him alive. Shangwan Lu issued commands in an orderly manner. Su Jiang also put away his phone, held his breath, and watched a small path not far away. At the same time, he took out a black mask and covered his face, also putting on a baseball cap. This was requested by Shangwan Lu, the purpose being to prevent the other party from suspecting Su Jiang's identity. If the other party was timid and cautious, seeing that it wasn't the familiar Brother Chun, but Su Jiang, they might turn and run. It had to be said that Shangwan Lu was much better at handling details than those rough men. No wonder she could become a chief inspector at such a young age. She truly had something special. Soon, at the corner of the path, Fengze's figure appeared. Seeing Su Jiang, whose face was completely covered, Fengze paused, frowning slightly. The next second, Su Jiang, casually pinching his throat with his hand, shouted, Come over, there's no one else around here. Hearing that it was indeed Brother Chen's voice, Fengze's vigilance, which had just risen, instantly relaxed. He secretly mocked himself, truly getting more and more timid. The other party had just covered his face, and he actually became suspicious. On second thought, in this situation, it was normal for the other party to cover their face. After all, they were the ones extorting money, so it was understandable if they didn't want to show their face. Thinking this, Fengze took another step and walked towards Su Jiang. In the shadows, Shangwan Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Fengze stopped, she almost thought they were exposed. Fortunately, Su Jiang could imitate Brother Chen's voice, dispelling Fengze's doubts. Su Jiang looked at Fengze and asked knowingly, Where's my money? What's the rush? Fengze approached Su Jiang and said playfully, The money is in the car. You tell me the information first, and then I'll give you the money. With that, he looked around and asked strangely, didn't you say you brought people? Where are they? In the vast square, there were only the two of them. Haha, they're all in the shadows. After all, I'm also afraid you'll try to double-cross me. Su Jiang chuckled. Before I tell you the information, you have to tell me first. Why are you looking for Ding Qiming? Why do you care so much? Feng Zhe frowned. Also, why is your hand always covering your neck? Seeing that Feng Zhe had noticed, Su Jiang stopped pretending. Anyway, it would be the same to ask him after catching him. Su Jiang reached out and slowly snapped his fingers. Snap! Da-da-da! Dozens of supervisory bureau personnel immediately surrounded them from all directions. Without exception, they all held guns, and their muzzles were all pointed at Feng Zhe. What? Feng Zhe looked around in surprise and uncertainty, his eyes wide, his face filled with disbelief. What was going on? Who could tell him why the supervisory bureau personnel were here? At this moment, Feng Zhe's heart sank to the bottom, as if falling into an ice cellar. Although he didn't know why he was exposed, but he knew that he couldn't escape now. It was true that he was ranked 10th on the assassin list, but in this situation, even if the first-ranked assassin came, it would be impossible to escape, right? Had the entire supervisory bureau been mobilized? Whoosh! Su Jiang also let out a long breath at this moment, recovering his original voice. I originally wanted to be gentle with you, but you didn't know how to appreciate it, so I can only be tough with you. As he spoke, he removed his disguise from his face. The moment his true face was revealed, Feng Zhe's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, Su Jiang, how could it be you? At this time, Wei Tian's words from earlier in the car echoed in Feng Zhe's mind. Su Jiang, that person is a bit strange. Feng Zhe took a deep breath. Originally, he had dismissed that sentence, but now, he deeply understood why Wei Tian would evaluate Su Jiang that way. Looking at the dozens of people around him and the smile on Su Jiang's face, Feng Zhe truly felt a little regretful. How was this just a bit strange? It was like strangeness opened the door for strangeness's mother. It was utterly strange. 163. Sister Lu, lend me a gun. Su Jiang, why is it you? Oh, you know me? Hearing the other party call his name, Su Jiang was a little surprised. Fortunately, he listened to Shangwan Lu and covered his face. Otherwise, if the other party saw him, they might really run away. This is interesting. In West Continent, not many people know me. Su Jiang sized up Feng Zhe with interest. Let me guess. Are you from the Mei family? Feng Zhe was unmoved. Then it's the Wei family? Feng Zhe's eyebrows twitched inadvertently. Su Jiang immediately judged that he had guessed correctly. It really is the Wei family. Did Wei Tian send you? Feng Zhe's eyes flickered again, and Su Jiang knew he had guessed correctly once more. Su Jiang, are you all right? In the distance, Shangwan Lu and Xie Guli walked over, calling out. Seeing this, Feng Zhe suddenly had an idea. At this moment, he was only one body length away from Su Jiang. And looking at Shangwan Lu's expression, it seemed Su Jiang was very important to them. If he acted now, taking Su Jiang hostage, would there be a chance to escape? At this distance, in Feng Zhe's opinion, with his strength as the 10th-ranked assassin, taking down Su Jiang would be easy. No sooner said than done. Feng Zhe didn't hesitate at all. The moment this thought was born, he acted. He suddenly produced a black dagger in his hand, and with a step, he closed the distance with Su Jiang. Oh no. Su Jiang, be careful. Shangwan Lu frowned. She instantly saw through Feng Zhe's intention. Damn it, Su Jiang was too careless. If he were taken hostage, it would be troublesome. She cursed Su Jiang inwardly, wondering why he hadn't immediately moved away from the other party. At this distance, if she fired a gun, she couldn't guarantee Su Jiang's safety. Just as Shangwan Lu's mind was racing for a solution, in the next second, the scene before her made her eyes widen, and she froze in place. What happened? She had only blinked, and how had Su Jiang subdued the other party? Not far away, Su Jiang was tightly restraining Feng Zhe's hands, pinning him to the ground. And the dagger in Feng Zhe's hand was now in Su Jiang's grip, currently pressed against Feng Zhe's neck. Not only was Shangwan Lu bewildered, but Feng Zhe was also bewildered. What happened? Why did my dagger suddenly appear in Su Jiang's hand in that instant? TSK, my luck isn't bad. Su Jiang chuckled. The moment Feng Zhe made a move, he activated Gun Shadow Flowing Wind. He originally thought it would take some effort, but when he came into contact with Feng Zhe, Su Jiang suddenly had the idea to use the dirty pickpocket skill. He stole Feng Zhe's dagger. Then, taking advantage of Feng Zhe's bewilderment, Su Jiang directly subdued him. Take him down. Shangguan Lu gave the order, and several people from the supervisory bureau stepped forward and rewarded Feng Zhe with a pair of silver handcuffs. Even now, Feng Zhe's head was still buzzing. He, the dignified 10th-ranked assassin, was taken down by the other party just like that? The other party didn't even suffer any injuries. Doesn't he have any pride? Su Jiang, if you've got the guts, let me go, and we'll have a one-on-one fight. He was unconvinced. He couldn't believe he had been defeated by Su Jiang just like that. Rose could still exchange a few moves with Su Jiang, but he was knocked down in a single encounter. Doesn't this mean he's even worse than Rose? Feng Zhe couldn't tolerate it. Su Jiang, if you're a man, let's have a real fight. Take him back and interrogate him overnight. Shangguan Lu interrupted directly. Feng Zhe was taken away. At this moment, an agent walked over and said, Lu Inspector, we checked the route of this car through surveillance, and we have a major discovery. 2 hours ago, he picked someone up at the high-speed rail station, dropped them off at the Mei family, and then drove all the way here. After our verification, we found that the person he picked up at the high-speed rail station was Wei Tian from the Wei family in the capital. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang perked up his ears, his eyes shining. Wei Tian came to West Continent? Xie Guli saw Su Jiang's expression and had an ominous premonition. So Wei Tian is at the Mei family now? Su Jiang asked excitedly. If he hasn't left, he should still be there now, the agent replied. Seeing this, Xie Guli quickly pulled Su Jiang to a secluded corner and whispered, What do you want to do? Su Jiang replied, I want to. Xie Guli, ? Is there something wrong with your brain? That's the Mei family, and without a legitimate reason, the supervisory bureau can't go in through official channels to arrest someone. Then don't go through official channels, simple as that. Su Jiang said as a matter of course, Let's both sneak into the Mei family and take care of Wei Tian. Su Jiang made a throat-slitting gesture. Xie Guli gasped. He just felt that Su Jiang's guts were unusually large. With just you, can you do it? Don't I still have you? Su Jiang chuckled, saying, With the two of us working together, who can beat us? Xie Guli felt a headache coming on. He knew that Su Jiang's mouth wouldn't utter anything good. Don't worry, old Xie. With me here, even if things go bad, we can still escape. Must kill. Must kill. Su Jiang's eyes were extremely serious. He had been harassed by the Wei family for too long. If he didn't completely eradicate them, not only he, but even An Rou and the others would be in danger. And now the opportunity was right in front of him. Su Jiang would not let it go no matter what. Seeing Su Jiang's eyes, Xie Guli sighed deeply. I must have owed you in my past life. At these words, Su Jiang knew that Xie Guli had agreed. However, Lu can't know about this. Xie Guli said seriously. If she knew, she would absolutely not let the two of us go. She might even arrest us on the spot. Su Jiang nodded slightly at the words. Seeing that Shangguan Lu and the others had finished tidying up and were preparing to go back for interrogation. Lu Jia, wait a moment. Su Jiang called out to Shangguan Lu, glanced at Xie Guli, and then walked over. What's wrong? Shangguan Lu asked, puzzled. Hee. Well, I want a gun from you. Su Jiang scratched his head, a little embarrassed. If he went to the Mei family, having a gun would give him more confidence. After all, in Gun Shadow Flowing Wind state, without a gun, the effect would be greatly reduced. What do you need a gun for? Shangguan Lu frowned. It's just to carry for self-defense. Su Jiang smiled. You saw just now, I was almost taken hostage. Besides, with my identity in the supervisory bureau, asking for a gun isn't too much, is it? Shangguan Lu looked at Su Jiang suspiciously at his words. What he said did make some sense, but why did it feel off? All right, but I warn you, don't cause trouble. Shangguan Lu cautioned him, then asked a subordinate for a pistol and some bullets, which she handed to Su Jiang. What are you talking about? Am I, Su Jiang, someone who often causes trouble? Su Jiang took the gun with a grin and promised, Lu Jia, don't worry, I will definitely use this gun where it's needed and won't waste a single bullet. Shangwan Lu looked at him expressionlessly and said flatly, "You better be." 164. The second-year flying knife is online. As Shangwan Lu was leaving, she asked Su Jiang and Xie Guli, "I have to go back to the supervisory bureau for interrogation. Where are you two planning to go next?" "Home," Su Jiang and Xie Guli said in unison. Shangwan Lu frowned, looking at the two suspiciously. She felt like something wasn't right, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. "Do you need me to send someone to escort you back?" Shangwan Lu asked again. "No need," the two continued to say in unison. They lied without batting an eye. Xie Guli felt a little guilty inside. After all, this was considered deceiving Shangwan Lu. But there was nothing they could do. If Shangwan Lu knew their plan, she would definitely arrest and take them away on the spot. Watching Shangwan Lu's retreating back, Xie Guli lowered his head and sighed deeply. "If this gets discovered, Lu will definitely kill me." "Tisk, look at your lack of ambition," Su Jiang said disdainfully. "Do you have such little family status? If my An Rou was here, if she dared to say one no, she'd be in for it when we got back. Old Xie, compared to me, you're still lacking by more than a little." Xie Guli ignored Su Jiang, turning a deaf ear. Su Jiang could only say such things when An Rou wasn't around, just to deceive himself. Xie Guli was certain that if An Rou were here, Su Jiang wouldn't dare utter a single peep. "Let's go, time is of the essence." "Wait, I'll buy a mask first." Xie Guli had to cover himself completely. His identity absolutely could not be discovered, because he was afraid this matter would reach Shangwan Lu's ears. At that point, he wouldn't have enough lives. So, the two went to a convenience store and bought a brand new black mask. After leaving the convenience store, Su Jiang looked around and asked, "How are we getting there? Your car or my car?" "Your grandpa's car." "Are you afraid they won't be able to find out our identities, huh?" "Then what should we do? We can't just walk, can we? It's still early. There should be a last bus." Soon, the two sat on a bench at the bus stop, waiting for the bus heading to the May family. Xie Guli felt he had never been so speechless in his life. Two people who were about to do something big at the May family were actually waiting miserably for a bus here. And his plan for today was originally just a simple date. The source of all this? Xie Guli looked at Su Jiang expressionlessly. Ever since this guy came to West Continent, he hadn't lived a normal life for a single day. He was either fighting or on his way to a fight. Now he even had to go to the May family to carry out an assassination. Thinking of this, Xie Guli clutched his head in pain. How did things even develop into this? "Let's go, old Xie, the bus is here." Su Jiang put on his mask and patted Xie Guli's shoulder. Xie Guli took a deep breath and, resigned, followed Su Jiang onto the bus. It was too late to turn back now. After getting on the bus, Xie Guli became even more annoyed. Because there were no seats, the two could only stand. Bus in motion. An hour later, the two arrived near the May family. "Su Jiang, should we give up?" Xie Guli still chickened out. After all, that was the May family, a family with the same strength as his Xie family. How could just him and Su Jiang fight them? "TSK, what are you afraid of? We're not going to confront the May family head-on." Su Jiang checked his gun as he said, "Our goal is assassination. Sneak in, kill a wave, and run. It'll be quick. Besides, we're already here. Running back now would be idiotic, wouldn't it?" "Don't worry, I have experience with this. Just follow me later." Xie Guli's mouth twitched. He wasn't comforted by Su Jiang's words at all. Instead, he became even more worried. "And why do you have experience with this kind of thing, huh?" While the two were making preparations outside, inside the May family, Wei Tian sat on the sofa, staring at his phone, frowning. Why is it taking so long? He was waiting for Feng Zhe's message. Logically, Feng Zhe should have gotten the message by now, right? Could it be that something unexpected happened? Or that person didn't have any information at all and was just deceiving Feng Zhe? Wei Tian leaned towards the first possibility, because even if there was no news, Feng Zhe would never be completely out of contact. Mei Zimin sat opposite Wei Tian, his expression strange. He felt that Wei Tian's current appearance was similar to his own previously. After he entrusted those 7 people to assassinate Su Jiang, he was also like Wei Tian now, staring at his phone, worried. Then the next day, people from the supervisory bureau came knocking. Thinking of this, Mei Zimin cautiously said, "Young Master Wei, could something have happened to Feng Zhe?" Wei Tian gently shook his head, Hard to say. Feng Zhe is 10th on the assassin rankings. With his ability, no matter what unexpected situation arises, it's absolutely impossible for him not to even have time to send a message. So I'm very surprised. What exactly happened to make him completely out of contact? Then could it be that the Supervisory Bureau took action? Mei Ziming guessed. If it was the Supervisory Bureau, they might be able to do that. Supervisory Bureau? Wei Tian's brows furrowed even deeper upon hearing this. If it's them, they could do it, but it doesn't make sense, does it? How did they know Feng Zhe was going there? Unless they had people ambushed in advance, it's impossible for Feng Zhe to not even be able to send a message. This matter, no matter how you look at it, revealed a hint of something sinister. Wei Tian's eyes flickered. Sinister? The person who could be associated with that word. He could only think of one. Su Jiang. Could it be him again? How many times have I told you? Call me king of roasted cold noodles. At this moment, Su Jiang and Xie Guli had already snuck in, and Su Jiang was looking at Xie Guli with dissatisfaction, saying, "You call me by my name. Then what's the point of us wearing these masks? How many times have I told you? Use code names during the operation. Did you hear me? Chinibu Flying Dagger Boy? Chinibu Flying Dagger Boy?" Xie Guli was a bit confused when he heard this code name. Are your names always this useless? Listen, I'll tell you the specific action plan for later. Su Jiang pulled Xie Guli to a hidden corner and whispered, "Later, you wait outside. I'll climb in first and check the situation. After I take care of Wei Tian, I'll run out, and then you'll meet me, understand?" Xie Guli nodded, then looked at Su Jiang, waiting for him to continue. After a long silence, seeing that Su Jiang had no intention of speaking, Xie Guli asked confusedly, "That's it? That's your plan? What else?" Su Jiang also said confusedly, "Aren't plans always this concise and clear?" Xie Guli massaged his forehead, sighing inwardly. Is it still not too late to leave now? 165. When in doubt, flip a coin. You just wait here for my good news. In the corner, Su Jiang finished speaking, then turned and left alone. Xie Guli sighed, leaning against the wall, watching Su Jiang's receding figure with a hint of worry. His current position was quite close to the Mei family's exit. If anything happened, Xie Guli could escape the Mei family at the first possible moment. This was also why Su Jiang had him stay here. If something truly went wrong, Su Jiang only needed to shout from a distance, and Xie Guli could turn and leave. After all, he was the one who called Xie Guli over, and Su Jiang didn't want Xie Guli to get hurt because of his personal grudges. Mainly, he was afraid of Shangwan Lu retaliating afterward. Su Jiang cautiously walked to that familiar spot and looked up. Sure enough, Mei Lingling's window was still open. "TSK, it still has to be our Lingling." Su Jiang said this in a somewhat sarcastic tone, then skillfully began his actions. Climbing the wall and flipping through the window were done in one smooth motion. However, just as Su Jiang completed these actions, on the rooftop, An Rou, who had been resting with his eyes closed in a lounge chair, slowly opened his eyes. A movement, although Su Jiang had been very careful with his every move, only making a very small sound. An Rou still caught a hint of something amiss. An Rou got up and looked down from above, but found nothing. Illusion. He frowned slightly, carefully looked around, and finding nothing unusual, An Rou returned to the lounge chair and closed his eyes again. Meanwhile, inside Mei Lingling's room, Mei Lingling's eyes were wide, glaring at Su Jiang with indignation, as if she wanted to kill him. Because her mouth was once again covered by Su Jiang. Su Jiang took off his mask, exhaled softly, and looked up with a hint of lingering fear. He had also discovered An Ru's presence. Under the gun shadow flowing wind state, his perception ability had greatly improved. So, as soon as An Rou got up, Su Jiang held his breath and lowered his presence to the absolute minimum. Indeed, since Wei Tian dared to come to West Continent, it's impossible for him not to bring a master with him. Su Jiang frowned. This meant the difficulty of him assassinating Wei Tian had increased even further. Whoa! After taking off the mask, Mei Lingling recognized Su Jiang and tried to speak. "Shoo!" Su Jiang put a finger to his lips, shushing Mei Lingling and signaling her not to speak yet. Mei Lingling slowly nodded. Seeing this, Su Jiang let go of her, walked to the window, and gently closed it. "TSK, we meet again, Miss Mei Lingling." Su Jiang smiled as he looked at Mei Lingling, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the table. There, a delicate lantern flower was placed. When he first entered, Mei Lingling was staring blankly at the lantern flower, not even noticing Su Jiang at first. "You, what are you doing here again?" Mei Lingling looked at Su Jiang warily. She hadn't forgotten that Su Jiang had previously threatened her with explosives and tricked a lot of information out of her. "Don't be so nervous," Su Jiang said indifferently. "The purpose of my visit this time is not your Mei family." Mei Lingling looked at Su Jiang, her face full of disbelief. Currently, Su Jiang's credibility score with her was in the negative. Su Jiang saw through her thoughts at a glance, so he sighed and said, "Wei Tian is at your house right now, isn't he? Are you going to kill him?" Mei Lingling, hearing Wei Tian's name, said without hesitation, "I can help you." Su Jiang, "Something's not right with you, little sister. I just asked if Wei Tian was at your house. Why do you look like you can't wait for him to die? Do you also have a personal grudge with him?" Su Jiang asked curiously. "Isn't he your Mei family's backer?" Mei Lingling bit her lip, remaining silent. In her opinion, the Mei family reaching this point and herself standing against Xie Guli, everything was because of the Wei family, because of Wei Tian. So, if Wei Tian died, would they not have to go to war with the Xie family? Su Jiang lowered his eyes, looking at Mei Lingling, his thoughts tangled. If Mei Lingling could truly help him, perhaps it could save a lot of trouble. But if he failed, then Mei Lingling would definitely not have a good outcome. Thinking of this, Su Jiang sighed inwardly. Forget it, it's better not to let this girl get involved, lest he have trouble explaining to Xie Guli later. Just tell me where Wei Tian is, a location will suffice. Su Jiang paused, then added, "Don't worry about the rest. If anyone asks, just say I forced you, understand?" Mei Lingling immediately grew anxious upon hearing this, saying, "I can still help you with many things." "No need," Su Jiang interrupted. "Tell me the location, then continue with your business. Act as if I was never here." Mei Lingling lowered her head, clutching the corner of her clothes tightly. After a long while, she spoke. "Wei Tian, he's in the study right now. My father is there too. Just the two of them, no one else. There's one more person. I heard his name is Black Warehouse, responsible for protecting Wei Tian's safety." "Where is the study?" "First floor, go downstairs from here, turn left in the main hall." Mei Lingling told Su Jiang the detailed location of the study, and also informed him of several frequent locations of the household servants. Su Jiang listened, secretly committing this information to memory, finding it very useful. "That's all I can tell you." "Okay, I understand. Just stay in this room. No matter what happens, don't come out." After speaking, Su Jiang stood up, and just as he was about to act, Mei Lingling called out to him again. Xie Guli, has he mentioned me these past 2 days?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiang felt a headache, wishing he could scold Mei Lingling right now. "No, sister, can you stop thinking about that guy? What's so good about that Xie Guli anyway? He's already made it so clear to you, and you're still thinking about him. Are you a boiling goat?" Su Jiang took a deep breath, his back to Mei Lingling, and softly uttered 2 words, "No." Then, he left Mei Lingling's room without looking back. "Old Xie, this is the last thing I can do for you." Leaving the room silently, Su Jiang secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he didn't have a little sister or anything. If he were in Xie Guli's shoes, Su Jiang would be depressed to death. "No." Mei Lingling's eyes visibly filled with disappointment. She turned back again, looking at the lantern flower on the table. She just quietly watched it, not knowing what she was thinking. Several times she picked up the lantern flower, wanting to throw it away, but in the end, she couldn't bear to. Finally, Mei Lingling put down the lantern flower and took out a coin from the drawer. Staring intently at the coin in front of her, Mei Lingling recalled Xie Guli's words to her. "When you're indecisive, just flip a coin. If one flip doesn't work, then flip it a few more times, and maybe you'll make up your mind. Once you've decided, don't hesitate. Don't look back. Just keep going." Xie Guli's smile, when he said those words, seemed to appear before Mei Lingling's eyes at that moment. The young girl took a deep breath and murmured, "Xie Guli, I'm going to flip the coin. No matter what the outcome, I won't hesitate, and I won't look back as I go forward." With that, Mei Lingling gently tossed the coin, and it spun in the air. No one knew what heads and tails represented in her heart. But the moment the coin landed, Mei Lingling's heart was no longer hesitant or confused. 166. The idea is difficult. Retreat. Inside the Mei family house, Jiang was moving stealthily. As he passed the kitchen, he even grabbed a chicken leg to taste. His evaluation was that it was not as good as the Xie family's chef. That should be the study, right? Jiang quietly walked to the study door, following the route Mei Lingling described. The study door was tightly shut at this moment, but with Jiang's hearing, he could still hear the conversation inside. Jiang listened carefully, trying to identify Wei Tian's position based on the sound. Listening to the sound to pinpoint the location. Only then could he achieve a one-hit kill. The moment he opened the door. Young Master Wei, now Feng Zhe is completely out of contact, and Ding Qiming's information. That's not an issue. Feng Zhe isn't the only one investigating Ding Qiming. Inside the study, Wei Tian sat on the sofa and said indifferently, "My subordinates have basically confirmed that Ding Qiming is at Shizhou University. What I want is Ding Qiming's exact location and what he has been researching all these years. That old fellow, if we're not careful, he might destroy everything he's researched. He'd rather destroy it all than let us get it. That's the kind of person he is. So, when dealing with Ding Qiming, we absolutely cannot take strong measures until the very last moment." Outside the door, Jiang frowned slightly upon hearing these words. Ding Qiming being at Shizhou University has already been discovered? Does old Jiang and his group know? Or was this information released by old Jiang and his group? Jiang was momentarily at a loss. Jiang Yi had clearly stated that he should not interfere with matters concerning Ding Qiming. This indicated that old Jiang must have made arrangements regarding Ding Qiming. Could it be that they want to use Ding Qiming as bait to catch the Wei family, that big fish? Jiang secretly wondered. Just then, inside the room, Mei Zimin spoke. Then, young Master Wei, when will our Mei family act? Tomorrow, Wei Tian said decisively. The sooner the better. We must catch the Xie family off guard. I have a bad feeling. The longer we drag this on, the more disadvantageous it might be for us. Tomorrow, Mei Zimin was startled and quickly said, "But that's too rushed for our Mei family as well. Young Master Wei, with all due respect, if we act tomorrow, I really don't have the confidence to take down the Xie family. Our preparations are too insufficient." "No matter," Wei Tian said indifferently. "At that time, people from my Wei family will help you, and Lan Wu will also go. If you still can't take down the Xie family like that, then you know the consequences." Mei Zimin trembled upon hearing this. He knew that if they really failed, the Mei family would be finished. So, Mei Zimin nodded heavily. "All right, since young Master Wei has provided such great assistance, I will definitely be able to take down the Xie family tomorrow. With the Wei family's help and a ruthless person like Lan Wu. If they caught the Xie family off guard tomorrow, Mei Zimin was confident he could defeat that old man Xie Kongxing. Tomorrow, a lightning strike on the Xie family. Outside the door, Jiang swallowed with difficulty. Oh my goodness. It seems he heard something incredible. Is this something I can listen to without paying? If he went back now and told Xie Kongxing this news, then the Mei family would be in for a treat tomorrow. However, Jiang had no intention of just going back like this. He hadn't done the main thing yet. His purpose for coming today was only one, to take out Wei Tian. As he thought of this, Jiang's eyes instantly turned cold, and his demeanor changed accordingly. He was an assassin. He had no emotions. At this moment, Jiang had already determined Wei Tian's approximate location. Next, it was his turn to act. Jiang's hand went to his waist, slowly pulling out the pistol Shangguan Lu had given him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang's eyes hardened, and with all his might, he kicked the door. Bang! The door was instantly kicked open, and the three people inside were stunned. "Who?" Mei Zimin shouted. Wei Tian stood up, looking at the doorway with surprise and uncertainty. He saw a person wearing a black mask, now pointing a dark gun barrel at him. Black Warehouse reacted first, also at an extremely fast speed, aiming his gun at Jiang. At the same time, he knew it was too late to tell Wei Tian to duck. So, before Jiang pulled the trigger, Black Warehouse kicked Wei Tian away with a powerful blow. Bang! Jiang fired, and because of Black Warehouse's kick, Wei Tian's position shifted. This caused the bullet, which was originally aimed at the heart, to hit Wei Tian's shoulder. Ugh! His shoulder hit by the bullet. Wei Tian immediately screamed in pain. Bang! 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 Black Warehouse didn't hesitate, firing 3 consecutive shots at Su Jiang, but they all narrowly missed him. The moment Su Jiang saw Black Warehouse's actions, he knew the opponent must be a master. So after firing, Su Jiang didn't even check if his shot hit, but turned and ran. Damn it! He's cheating. Su Jiang was speechless. Those 3 shots just now made him realize. This person named Black Warehouse's strength was definitely not below his own. Definitely cheating. He was currently using gun shadow flowing wind. Even if Rose came, she would only be beaten by him. But Black Warehouse was able to contend with Su Jiang. What else could this be if not cheating? Su Jiang was already regretting it at this moment. Damn it, that was rash. Ding. Host triggered a mission. Mission content. Survive within the next 24 hours. Completing the mission will grant a random skill reward. Ding your mom. Thank you very much for reminding me to survive at a time like this. Although Su Jiang complained, he also knew that he might have gotten into big trouble this time. Otherwise, the system wouldn't issue such a mission. Su Jiang kicked open the Mei family's front door and fled frantically. Black Warehouse, catch him. Wei Tian clutched his shoulder, staring intently at Su Jiang's fleeing back. No matter what, you must catch him for me. In fact, without him saying it, Black Warehouse had already started moving. At the same time, Mei Zimin also recovered, quickly ran to his desk, and pulled the alarm button. The entire Mei family house blared with alarms, and everyone in the Mei family knew that an enemy had invaded. For a time, the Mei family members and Black Warehouse were all chasing Su Jiang. Damn it! How come there's an alarm too? Su Jiang's eyes widened. This was troublesome now. Bang! Bang! Behind him, Black Warehouse was still firing continuously, and each shot was fired by predicting Su Jiang's movements. This made Su Jiang very uncomfortable, because he had to constantly adjust his body at every moment. Otherwise, he would have been shot into a sieve by Black Warehouse long ago. In the distance, Xie Guli, hearing the alarm, looked bewildered. What happened? Did Su Jiang expose himself? Soon, he found out the answer. Because in the distance, Su Jiang was running towards him, grimacing. Behind him was a massive, surging group of pursuers and flying bullets. Su Jiang ran desperately while dodging bullets. Fortunately, apart from Black Warehouse, the Mei family members couldn't keep up with his speed, otherwise he would have really been shot into a sieve. Seeing Xie Guli from afar, Su Jiang quickly shouted, "The target is tough, retreat quickly." Su Jiang had only half-shouted his words when Xie Guli didn't even look at Su Jiang, turned around, and ran. 167. The whole city is searching for Su Jiang. As Xie Guli ran, he cursed Su Jiang's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. I told you to stop, but you just had to do it. Now look what happened. Xie Guli looked back at the dense pursuit squad and gasped. He swore that if he ever acted with Su Jiang again, he was a dog. Whose heart could take this? Damn, what an idiot. Xie Guli could see that the person following Su Jiang was very strong. He kept entangling Su Jiang, preventing him from escaping. If this continued, Xie Guli might escape, but Su Jiang would surely be surrounded by the Mei family's people. Xie Guli frowned, stopped, reached into his clothes, and gripped his throwing knives. Get down, he roared at Su Jiang. Immediately, Xie Guli spun around, and 4 throwing knives flew out. The black blades seemed to vanish into the night, cutting through the air, aimed directly at Black Warehouse. The moment Su Jiang heard Xie Guli's voice, he had already dropped to the ground. Black Warehouse's attention was entirely on Su Jiang. When he heard Xie Guli shout, he thought the other party was going to shoot. After being on high alert for a long time, Black Warehouse heard no gunshot and was wondering why when a flash of a blade suddenly crossed his eyes. Not good. Black Warehouse's eyes widened instantly, and he cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected the other party to use throwing knives instead of a gun. They struck silently. At this moment, the throwing knives were already right in front of him. Black Warehouse was drenched in sweat, rapidly retreating while bending backward, falling onto his back. For throwing knives flew past, grazing his body and leaving 4 wounds. Black Warehouse let out a long breath, quickly stood up, and was about to counterattack when his eyes suddenly widened. In the distance, Sieg Guli saw this. A slight smile touched his lips, and he murmured, I have a total of 5 knives. The 5th knife, hidden behind the 4 throwing knives, had already reached Black Warehouse's glabella as he stood up. I can't dodge it. Black Warehouse knew in his heart that he couldn't dodge this throwing knife. For a moment, his mind went blank. Could it be that he was going to die here today? He, the 5th-ranked assassin, was going to die today at the hands of this unknown throwing knife kid? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the throwing knife in front of Black Warehouse was struck down by a bullet. Black Warehouse gasped for air, looking at the throwing knife lying on the ground not far away, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Then, he turned around and looked up in the direction the bullet had come from. An Rou. On the rooftop, An Rou held a sniper rifle and waved at Black Warehouse with a smile. It was a shot that had just saved Black Warehouse's life. Then, An Rou's smile faded as he aimed at the two through his sniper scope. Not bad, old Xie. Jiang had already run to Sieg Guli's side, and the two were now fleeing towards the exit. Your throwing knives are amazing, holy crap. Give him a few more, and he'll die here today. Shut up, Sieg Guli yelled at Jiang, saying, I only have 5 throwing knives on me, and I threw them all just now. Where am I supposed to get a few more for you? Jiang was immediately dumbfounded upon hearing this. You mean, they're disposable? Yes. Then why didn't you prepare more? Who the hell knew I'd need them? Sieg Guli complained. Ever since I learned throwing knives, I've never used them outside. That was the first time just now. If I had known you were going to cause such a big scene, I would have brought a whole box of throwing knives. Jiang immediately shut up upon hearing this. What else was there to say? Just run with your head down. You won't escape. On the rooftop, An Rou had already aimed at Jiang. Now he just needed to pull the trigger to stop Jiang. Black Warehouse also understood An Rou's strength. With a sniper's help, there was no need for him to chase so closely. The moment An Rou appeared, Jiang and Sieg Guli's fate was sealed. An Rou looked at Jiang's figure through the scope, a slight smile on his lips. It's time for this to end. His index finger slowly applied pressure, pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but Jiang did not fall to the ground. Instead, he continued running as if nothing had happened. Black Warehouse was stunned. What was going on? What was An Rou doing? On the rooftop, An Rou stared blankly at the bullet hole in front of him, swallowing hard. Someone had just shot at him. Who was it? An Rou frantically looked around, realizing that he didn't even know which direction the bullet had come from. An Rou, what are you doing? In the distance, Black Warehouse roared, They're getting away. An Rou heard this and quickly re-shouldered his sniper rifle. However, before his eyes could even reach the scope, another bullet came flying. This time, the bullet grazed his hair. An Rou froze in place, and a few seconds later, he decisively put down his sniper rifle. Even if he was an idiot, he understood what those 2 bullets meant. The person in the shadows was warning him. If he dared to shoot at Jiang, he would surely die first. Who was it? Who exactly was it? An Rou knelt motionless on the rooftop, frantically racking his brain, trying to remember who could possess such strength. A bullet whose direction cannot be determined, and just from the shadows, it can cause this level of psychological pressure on me. In my memory, only one person can do this. The number 1 assassin, Ghost. At the thought of this, cold sweat broke out on An Rou's forehead. How could it be him? How could it possibly be him? He should have died long ago. But besides Ghost, An Rou couldn't think of anyone else who could bring him such immense pressure. Damn it! An Rou, what the hell are you doing? Black Warehouse gritted his teeth. If An Rou didn't shoot soon, Jiang would escape. He had no idea that An Rou was now as obedient as a chick, not daring to move an inch. Move, and you die? He even wanted to tell Black Warehouse, you do it if you can. It's easy for you to talk, standing there. I'm being watched by Ghost right now, do I dare to shoot? An Rou completely ignored Black Warehouse's words, only able to watch helplessly as Jiang and his companion escaped the Mei family. Just after Jiang and his companion escaped, An Rou felt the pressure on him ease, and the oppressive feeling that had made him sweat profusely disappeared. Did he leave? An Rou cautiously looked around, and after finding no more bullets coming, he let out a long breath. And Wei Tian and Mei Zimin also chased them out. Seeing Su Jiang escape, Wei Tian did not blame Black Warehouse, but instead said to Mei Zimin, "Mei family head, I suspect that person just now was Su Jiang. Have the Mei family's people search the entire city for Su Jiang. He must be captured." 168. Su Jiang, please be a human being. Su Jiang, are you really going to run with me? Don't make a fuss. You don't even have a weapon on you. If we split up, I'm afraid you'll die. The probability of dying is higher if I'm with you. What are you saying? Be careful. I'll sue you for defamation. Outside the Mei family, in a dark corner, Su Jiang and Xie Guli were bickering. They had just escaped from the Mei family and were about to return to the Xie family when the Mei family's people had already driven out, surrounding an area of several kilometers. They were searching for the two of them. Su Jiang and Xie Guli secretly poked their heads out, looking at the Mei family members searching for their whereabouts on the street. Be thorough, don't miss any clue. Young Master Wei and the family head have spoken. Su Jiang definitely hasn't run far. He's in this vicinity. Anyone who looks suspicious, apprehend them directly. Don't worry about anything else. The moment you find the target, send the coordinates in the group, and everyone rush to help immediately. Hearing these words, Su Jiang and Xie Guli both silently retracted their heads. Su Jiang was distraught. How did the other party know it was him? He had clearly been masked. But judging by what that person just said, it was obvious that Wei Tian and Mei Zimin already knew his identity. His mask was useless. Where was he exposed? Su Jiang couldn't figure it out. Old Xie? Old Xie. Su Jiang frowned, looking at the pensive Xie Guli, and said, "What are you thinking about?" Xie Guli reacted, looking at Su Jiang. Then he looked at the people outside just now. "I'm thinking, what if they only want to catch you?" Xie Guli raised an eyebrow, standing up as he said, "That means they don't know my identity, and they don't seem very interested in me. So, if we split up and run, the probability of me escaping alive is very high. Let go of me." Su Jiang tightly grabbed Xie Guli's clothes, saying in disbelief, "At a time like this, you're actually going to abandon your teammate? You're going to abandon your best brother? You're going to abandon the partner who just went through life and death with you?" Xie Guli heard this and nodded heavily without the slightest hesitation. "Xie Guli, you have no heart." Seeing this, Su Jiang cursed. "You ungrateful bastard. Have you forgotten how good I was to you in high school? Who treated you to ice cream when they only had 2 yuan on them? Who helped you solve problems when you were harassed by a girl confessing to you? Who begged the teacher for you when you forgot your homework? Have you forgotten all of this?" Xie Guli heard this, quietly looking at Su Jiang, his fists clenched. How could he forget these things? He would never forget them in his life. "You really have the nerve to bring these up?" Xie Guli looked at Su Jiang with an unfriendly expression and said, "That ice cream back then, you insisted on buying a 4 yuan Kailizi, owed the boss 2 yuan, and it was even in my name. I only had 1 bite of that ice cream. And about that girl confessing, I didn't even know about it at first. Later, they told me that the breakfast that girl brought for me was all secretly eaten by you. You bastard. Is that how you helped me solve the problem? You even have the nerve to mention homework? At that time, you copied my homework, and in the end, you only brought your own to school, leaving mine at home. And you still had the nerve to beg the teacher to forgive me." The more Xie Guli spoke, the angrier he got, his face turning red, pointing at Su Jiang and saying word by word, "Su Jiang, I'm begging you to be a human being." Su Jiang blinked, just looking at Xie Guli, without a hint of embarrassment on his face. As long as he didn't admit it, those things weren't done by him. "I don't care. I'm leaving first. You're on your own." Xie Guli turned to leave, but his arm was instantly pulled by Su Jiang. "Don't go that way. There are people there." Su Jiang looked in that direction with a serious expression, then calmly said, "Follow me. I'll get you out." Xie Guli looked unconvinced. Su Jiang's credibility score with him was currently negative. But Su Jiang was strong, so Xie Guli was still pulled along by Su Jiang. The two entered stealth mode, dodging the Mei family's search in the city. But this couldn't go on. The Mei family search radius was shrinking, and Black Warehouse hadn't appeared yet. "Su Jiang, do you have a plan?" Xie Guli asked. "Yes." After Su Jiang finished speaking, he decisively pulled out his phone. Xie Guli was alert. "What are you trying to do?" Su Jiang said as a matter of course. At this point, We can only call Uncle Xie to come and pick us up. No. Xie Guli quickly stopped him. If my dad finds out, he might send the entire Xie family out. By then, Lu won't be able to be kept in the dark either, and I'll die. Su Jiang glanced at him and said, So what does that have to do with me? If your family status isn't high enough, that's your problem. Anyway, An Rou, I definitely can't let her know about this. Even if she knows, I'll insist that it was you, Xie Guli, who insisted on bringing me here. I am innocent. Su Jiang had made up his mind. He pressed the screen with his small hand, calling Li Kai. At the same time, inside the Xie family, when Li Kai saw the incoming call on the screen, showing the caller as Su Jiang, he felt unwell all over. He tremblingly answered the phone, and before Li Kai could speak, Su Jiang's voice came through. Loudly, something happened. Damn it. Li Kai cursed out loud. Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? Something happened again. Every time Su Jiang called, the first words were always these few. Li Kai was truly exhausted. He really wanted to block Su Jiang. What the hell happened again? It's like this. I'll make a long story short. Su Jiang said, Old Xie and I are currently being hunted by the Mei family and Wei Tian. Tell Uncle Xie to quickly bring people to rescue us. Li Kai. Bro? Your long story short, it cut out a lot of information. Didn't you say you were just going to stroll around Shizhou University? How did you end up being hunted by the Mei family and Wei Tian? Li Kai couldn't hold back and fiercely swung his fist in the air several times. He really wanted to hang Su Jiang up and beat him. However, he also knew the situation was urgent and it wasn't the time to delay. Send me the approximate location. I'm going to find Xie Kangxing now. All right. And Laoli, there's something you need to help me with. What else is there? Well, don't tell An Rou about this. I'm afraid she'll worry. You're afraid she'll beat you, right? Li Kai thought to himself, then said, Got it. He hung up the phone, opened the door, and was about to go find Xie Kangxing for help. Li Kai suddenly paused, swallowing with difficulty. He secretly apologized to Su Jiang in his heart. Su Jiang, it's not that I'm not helping you. This beating, you probably can't escape it. 169. Uncle Xie, something happened. Li Kai stood stunned, seeing An Rou standing in front of his room door, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing Li Kai emerge, An Rou's eyes darted to the phone in his hand. Su Jiang called you. Let me guess. He's in trouble again? Hearing Li Kai's answer, An Rou sighed softly. She knew that since Su Jiang hadn't returned so late, he had most likely gone to cause trouble again. He could never stay out of trouble. Is it dangerous? An Rou asked again. According to his description, it should be quite dangerous. Then what are we waiting for? An Rou chided. Let's quickly go find Uncle Xie for help. With that, An Rou pulled Li Kai and went to find Xie Kangxing. Even though she wanted to beat Su Jiang up, for now, it was more important to rescue Su Jiang first. There would be plenty of opportunities to beat him up later. At this moment, in the Xie family study, Xie Kangxing stretched, put down the documents in his hand, and was about to rest. An Rou and Li Kai rushed in hurriedly, without even knocking on the door. What's wrong? Xie Kangxing was a bit confused. Looking at the two of them, he had an ominous premonition. Uncle Xie, something happened. Li Kai quickly said, Su Jiang and Xie Guli are currently being hunted down by people from the Mei family and Wei Tian, and are being searched for throughout the city. Xie Kangxing. Xie Kangxing froze for a moment, blinked, looked at An Rou, then at Li Kai. After a long pause, he finally reacted, slowly uttering a single word. At the Mei family, medical staff were extracting a bullet from Wei Tian. Wei Tian bit down hard on a towel, his brows tightly furrowed. Young Master Wei, I'm going to remove the bullet now, the doctor said. Wei Tian's forehead was covered in sweat, and he nodded slightly to the doctor. After finishing the disinfection, the doctor took the forceps and slowly probed deeper into the wound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The excruciating pain made Wei Tian let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, the doctor's skill was very high. He quickly and accurately clamped the bullet, swiftly and decisively pulling it out with the forceps. Wei Tian released the towel from his mouth, allowing the doctor to bandage his shoulder. Have they been found? He asked Mei Zimin. Still looking, young Master Wei. Rest assured, they can't escape, Mei Zimin said. Wei Tian slowly nodded, his eyes filled with a hint of hatred. Su Jiang. Looking at his shoulder, Wei Tian made up his mind. This person absolutely cannot be allowed to live. No matter the cost, he must be completely erased from this world. In that moment of being attacked, Wei Tian had never felt death so close to him. If it weren't for Black Warehouse's kick, he would likely be a cold corpse by now. What's wrong with you? Wei Tian looked at Lan Wu, who was standing beside him, and frowned. Why didn't you shoot then? Lan Wu was sweating profusely and quickly recounted the situation on the rooftop without missing a single detail. The ghost? Wei Tian's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist upon hearing that word, saying, shouldn't he have died long ago? During the Kyoto incident, wasn't it said that his body was found? Now it seems he might have faked his death to escape, Lan Wu said, lowering his head. Wei Tian exhaled heavily, leaned back against the sofa, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Things were slowly starting to spiral out of his control. Both tonight's assassination attempt and the appearance of the ghost caught him off guard. Mei Zimin sat to the side, silent. He didn't care about the ghost, or Su Jiang. He only wanted the Mei family to survive this maelstrom. After a long while, Wei Tian slowly opened his eyes. Lan Wu. Young Master Wei, I'm here. Notify Kyoto to send all available personnel over tomorrow. Wei Tian repeated. Remember, all of them. Lan Wu hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. But young Master Wei, if everyone is sent over, what if someone takes advantage of the situation? They wouldn't dare. Wei Tian interrupted Lan Wu, his eyes dark, leaving Lin Jianbai and his group to hold the fort is enough. If someone really tries to take advantage, at worst, Lin Jianbai can take them down with him. The families in Kyoto don't have the right to try and bite off a piece of my Wei family. Hearing Wei Tian's words, Lan Wu said nothing more. After all, he was just an employee. So he nodded slightly, took out his phone, and began making arrangements. After a while, Wei Tian felt his shoulder was better, so he stood up. Mei family head, I'll be leaving now. Wei Tian said. If you catch them, notify me immediately. Mei Zimin quickly stood up and said, young Master Wei, why don't you stay here? It's always safer at my Mei family. Wei Tian waved his hand, ignoring Mei Zimin, and left the Mei family accompanied by Lan Wu. As he got into the car, Wei Tian looked back at the vast Mei family estate. Mei Zimin. Wei Tian clenched his fist and murmured, this assassination, it better just be an accident. With that, Wei Tian got into the car and closed the door. Stay at the Mei family? He didn't dare anymore. He was afraid that before Su Jiang was caught, he would be secretly killed by Mei Zimin. Although it was just a suspicion, Wei Tian had already sensed that Mei Zimin might not be as loyal as he appeared. Lan Wu, what do you think of Mei Zimin? In the front seat, Lan Wu, who was driving, paused for a moment upon hearing this, then said, he's a very honest person. Ever since you arrived, he's entrusted everything concerning the Mei family to your arrangements. And he rarely speaks, and he carries out your orders immediately. I don't think there's any problem. Hearing Lan Wu's evaluation of Mei Zimin, Wei Tian's brows furrowed even deeper. He looked out the window at the night scenery. After a long while, Wei Tian murmured, a biting dog doesn't bark. Mei Zimin, he feared, was not as loyal as he appeared on the surface. After Wei Tian left, in the Mei family study. Family head, this is bad. The butler rushed in anxiously, looking at Mei Zimin and saying, Miss Lingling, she's gone. She probably took advantage of the chaos just now and secretly ran off. Family head, should we quickly send people to find her? However, Mei Zimin's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this news. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling Mei Lingling's figure as she escaped amidst the chaos. He said indifferently, a grown daughter cannot be kept at home. Let her be. With that, without waiting for the butler to speak, Mei Zimin took a step and left the Mei family by car. 170. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do but. Under the night sky, Su Jiang and Xie Guli continuously weaved through the alley, evading their pursuers. After a long period of exertion, both of their physical strengths were gradually nearing their limits. Especially Su Jiang. At the Mei family, he had activated Gun Shadow Flowing Wind for too long, causing his physical strength to have already been depleted. If not for the recovery ability brought by his extraordinary body, he would have long since been unable to run. Now, if he were to encounter Black Warehouse again, the time he could unleash his full power to contend with him would be at most 3 minutes. Therefore, Jiang did not want to take risks until the last moment. The best situation now was to wait for the Xie family's rescue. Jiang, this isn't working. Their encirclement is getting smaller and smaller. Xie Guli panted slightly. Why don't you surrender? That way, perhaps I can still escape. What you're saying is really human. All right. Jiang glared at him fiercely. Then, he poked his head out and looked around. Outside, there were still many Mei family members, slowly searching their way over. Suddenly, Jiang had a flash of inspiration, pulled his head back, and looked at Xie Guli with burning eyes, saying, Old Xie, I have a bold idea. You shut your damn mouth. Xie Guli grabbed Jiang's collar and cursed in a low voice. You can only think about how to escape right now. Nothing else, understand? No, I really think this idea could work. Jiang quickly said. Look, all the Mei family members are outside, right? So, as the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Jiang said with firm eyes. Let's turn the tables and take out the Mei family's stronghold. I'll kill you first. Xie Guli spat all over Jiang's face. If you really want to die, don't drag me into it. Turn the tables? Are you so sure there are no masters left in the Mei family now? I admit there's an element of gambling. I beg you, Go. Xie Guli clasped his hands together and pleaded, Can't we just stay here and wait for rescue? He didn't understand why Jiang's fighting style was so aggressive. Just fight if things don't go well. Even when being chased, even when it came to fleeing. The only solution he could think of was still to fight. In Jiang's eyes, there were only 4 words. Just do it. Seeing that Xie Guli was even calling him Go, Jiang felt he should give him some face. He would let the Mei family off the hook this time. Sighing, Jiang looked outside. The Mei family members were already getting close. All right, time to move. Since they weren't turning the tables, they could only flee while waiting for rescue. As the two were fleeing, neither Jiang nor the Mei family members noticed. An animal that should not have appeared in the West Continent quietly slipped into the Mei family's encirclement. Mr. Black Warehouse, have they still not been caught? On the street, Mei Zimin stepped out of the car and looked at Black Warehouse, saying, If those two escape, none of us will be able to explain it to young Master Wei. Black Warehouse heard this, gave Mei Zimin a faint glance, and snorted coldly. Don't worry about that. They can hide for at most another hour. When I make my move, they won't be able to escape even if they had wings. An hour, huh? Mei Zimin narrowed his eyes, looking at the empty street, wondering what he was thinking. In that case, I will wait here for Mr. Black Warehouse's good news. Black Warehouse nodded lightly, said nothing more, and left on his own. Mei Zimin gazed deeply at Black Warehouse's retreating figure, leaned against the car door, and slowly lit a cigarette for himself. If it's an hour, that fellow named Jiang better run faster. If he really gets caught by Wei Tian, then I'll be in trouble. Mei Zimin muttered to himself, then stopped talking, silently playing with his lighter, quietly waiting for the result. Black Warehouse, on the other hand, directly asked the Mei family members for a motorcycle. Walking would be too slow for searching. Moreover, he was an assassin, and he clearly knew that in the current situation, there weren't many places suitable for Jiang and his companion to hide. As long as he searched those few places one by one, he would definitely find them. For a moment, the roar of the motorcycle engine was particularly jarring on the quiet street. In the shadows, Jiang heard the faint engine sound from a long distance away. A motorcycle? Jiang frowned, his expression uncertain. Black Warehouse was getting impatient and wanted to quickly flush him out. However, there were so many places to hide. It couldn't be that he just happened to pick the right one on the first try, could it? Xie Guli, seeing this, quickly asked, What's wrong with a motorcycle? Jiang, with a serious expression, said, I suddenly thought, maybe I can get a motorcycle license. That's right. Jiang clapped his hands, excitedly saying, I can't get a car license, but I can get a motorcycle license. It's just 2 fewer wheels, right? Other than that, there's no difference, and riding a motorcycle is cooler. Xie Guli's mouth twitched. So that's all you thought of? I thought something serious had happened. Huh. No, wait. Xie Guli frowned. The engine sound was getting closer and closer to them. No way. Old Xie. Su Jiang stood up, his eyes becoming solemn. Get ready to fight for your life. That guy is here. In the distance, Black Warehouse was riding a motorcycle, swaggering towards where Su Jiang and his companion were hiding. Su Jiang hadn't expected that the other party would just pick a random spot and coincidentally choose the right one. He really jinxed himself. I'll hold him off later. You run northeast. Uncle Xie is coming from that direction. Don't pull that. Can you stop him by yourself? Then what good are you? Su Jiang glanced at him sideways and said, You threw your knife away. Now you don't even have a weapon. Are you going to stay here and be a hostage? Xie Guli's mouth twitched. Su Jiang's words made so much sense, he couldn't refute them. Indeed, in this situation, staying would only be a hindrance. Damn it. He should have asked Shang Wanlu for a gun too. All right, you hold on. I'll bring the Xie family members to save you in a bit. After saying that, Xie Guli turned and ran without looking back. Su Jiang's eyes twitched at the sight. Dude, really? You're actually running? Not even a little bit of hesitation? At least be a little sentimental. Sigh, I'm really speechless. Su Jiang sighed, took out his pistol, looked at Black Warehouse in the distance, and took a deep breath. It had come to this. He could only fight. Without hesitation, Su Jiang activated Gun Shadow Flowing Wind and charged out. Bang, bang, bang. In the instant of high-speed movement, he fired 3 shots at Black Warehouse. Black Warehouse reacted in time, used force with his palm, lifted the motorcycle's front wheel, and blocked the 3 bullets. At the same time, he looked at Su Jiang, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Found you. 171. Can An Rou drive as well as I do? Bang, bang, bang. Under the night sky, Su Jiang and Black Warehouse continuously fired their guns. Black Warehouse rode his motorcycle, firing at Su Jiang while rapidly approaching him. Damn it, isn't this cheating? Under the effect of Gun Shadow Flowing Wind, Su Jiang moved backward at high speed, dodging Black Warehouse's bullets. At the same time, Su Jiang frowned and looked around. The gunshots had already attracted the attention of many Mei family members, and many were rushing towards his direction. If this dragged on, he would be completely surrounded. Moreover, Black Warehouse also brought him a lot of pressure. Black Warehouse was completely on a different level from that woman, Rose. Damn it. How many more people like him does the Wei family have? While thinking, Su Jiang's hands didn't stop, firing with precise accuracy, hitting Black Warehouse's motorcycle tire. Bang! The tire was shot through by a bullet. Black Warehouse tightly squeezed the handbrake and leaped off. Screech. The motorcycle screeched as it scraped against the ground. Black Warehouse used the inertia to leap off the motorcycle, firing 2 shots at Su Jiang in midair. Su Jiang narrowly avoided both. Big oaf. Is that all your marksmanship is good for? I knew how to use a gun better than you when I was born. With your marksmanship, you'd only be allowed to sit at the kids' table in our village. Su Jiang ran with his head down, not forgetting to taunt Black Warehouse. He couldn't lose in terms of momentum, and his goal was just to stall Black Warehouse, waiting for Xie Guli to bring the Xie family people to rescue him. So after taking out the opponent's motorcycle, Su Jiang's main objective became escaping. Quick, Su Jiang is over there, catch him. Target sighted. Everyone gather. Huh, strange. Why is there only one person? I remember there were 2, weren't there? It doesn't matter. The family head said our main target is Su Jiang. Su Jiang had already taken off his mask earlier because his identity had been exposed. The Mei family members had all seen Su Jiang's photo before setting out. They even sent the photo directly into the group chat. So now, as soon as they saw that face, they knew he was Su Jiang. In an instant, not only Black Warehouse, but all the Mei family members moved, chasing Su Jiang with all their might. Damn it! Why are you only chasing me? Xie Guli ran northeast. Go chase him. That's the Xie family's young master. If you catch him, your Mei family will dominate everything. Hey, did you hear me? Xie Guli, the Xie family's young master, ran northeast. At this moment, Su Jiang unhesitatingly chose to betray his teammate. There were simply too many people. He really couldn't hold on anymore. And the time for Gun Shadow Flowing Wind was almost up. Who knew? The Mei family members turned a deaf ear to his words. They only wanted to catch Su Jiang. Xie Guli? Who's that? They didn't know him. Old Xia, hurry the hell up. Su Jiang inwardly groaned. Behind him, the Mei family members had already caught up in cars. His two legs couldn't possibly outrun four wheels. With a ruthless resolve, Su Jiang unhesitatingly turned back and fired. Bang! The person in the driver's seat was directly hit in the forehead by this bullet, dying on the spot. Screech! The vehicle braked, producing a harsh screeching sound as it rubbed against the ground. At the same time, Su Jiang suddenly made a counterattack. He instantly rushed to the side of the car, pulled open the door, dragged the person out, and got in. It was all done in one smooth motion. He had hijacked this car. However, Su Jiang was bewildered when he got into the car. Damn it! I forgot I don't have a driver's license. What now? Through the rearview mirror, Su Jiang saw Black Warehouse and the Mei family members about to catch up. Can't worry about that much, just drive. Su Jiang gripped the steering wheel, stomped on the accelerator, and instantly felt a strong push against his back. The car instantly let out a huge roar, then suddenly accelerated. In an instant, he left the pursuit team far behind. Behind him, the people in the pursuit team were stunned. Who taught him to drive like that? Why did he make a sedan feel like a sports car? Stop chatting. The person's almost gone. Chase. On the street, a black sedan sped at an extremely fast pace. Strangely, even though it wasn't raining, the windshield wipers were on. Even though it was night, the headlights weren't on. The sedan sped past like lightning, leaving only Su Jiang's shouts of surprise in the wind. Why the hell is this a manual transmission car? Su Jiang was on the verge of collapse. Of the three pedals, he only knew to press the accelerator, having no idea what the other two were for. He just wanted to stop now and then go back to driving school to practice manual transmission properly. Seeing that there were no more signs of the pursuit team behind him, Su Jiang gritted his teeth and directly pulled the handbrake. But his foot still didn't leave the accelerator. Because in Su Jiang's understanding, how could you brake without stepping on the accelerator? Fortunately, even so, the car stopped smoothly. It's just that this car probably couldn't be driven anymore after this. Su Jiang opened the car door and slowly got out. He looked back and saw that the car was already slowly smoking. But Su Jiang was excited in his heart. He felt incredibly powerful right now. I can drive. Not only that, I even drove away from those people. I knew I had a talent for driving. So what if An Rou has a natural driving physique? Can she understand driving as well as I do? He even drove a manual transmission, while An Rou only learned automatic transmission. However, now was not the time to congratulate himself. Black Warehouse and the others would soon catch up. He had to get away quickly. Su Jiang turned and walked into an alley, planning to go find Xie Gully. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide, looking ahead with an expression of disbelief. Why the hell are you here? On the street, Mei Zimin leaned against the car door, his gaze fixed on his phone. He had been watching the messages in the group, knowing that Su Jiang had not yet been caught. As expected of someone Wei Tian cares about, to not be caught even in such a situation. It seems the 7 people I sent out did not die in vain. However, just then, a call came through to his phone. Mei Zimin frowned and answered the call. Bad news, family head. People from the Xie family have appeared in the northeast direction, and Xie Kangsheng is among them. They have mobilized many people. It's very likely they are here to meet Su Jiang. Xie Kangsheng? Mei Zimin raised an eyebrow. That old fellow came really fast. But with him here, things would be much easier for their side. Tell everyone to gather in the northeast direction. I'll be there immediately, Mei Zimin said calmly as he got into the car. But family head, Su Jiang sighed. I said everyone. Yes. 172. The Mei family is bullying us. In the northeast direction, Xie Gully looked at the dense crowd of Xie family members in front of him, and he was completely stunned. Was this to rescue someone, or to start a war? How did he feel that his old man's trip here had a hint of ill intent? Why are you the only one? Where is Su Jiang? An Rou looked around, didn't see Su Jiang's figure, and quickly asked, where is he? He stayed behind to cover our retreat, and told me to come find you all first. Xie Gully said anxiously. We need to go support him quickly. He might not be able to hold out much longer. An Rou immediately became anxious when she heard that Su Jiang hadn't escaped yet. After all, that was the Mei family, which was not on the same level as the Feng family in Jiangdu. Not to mention that Wei Tian's people were also pursuing him. It was likely that he was in grave danger. Uncle Xie, then we need to go rescue Su Jiang quickly. An Rou turned her head to look at Xie Kangsheng. Xie Kangsheng did not answer her words, but looked at the front with a grave expression. Not far ahead, Mei family members were continuously pouring in from all directions. Apparently, the news of their appearance here had already spread. Xie family head, please wait here for a moment. Our family head will arrive shortly. I'm very sorry, but you cannot pass through here until our family head arrives. Xie Kangsheng showed no surprise upon hearing this. He had known all along that the Mei family would not simply let him pass with such a large group of people. But this was enough for now. At least it would prevent the Mei family from having the spare capacity to capture Su Jiang. Seeing this, An Rou's anxiety deepened. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and a message came through. Su Jiang is fine, don't worry. The moment she saw the contact name, An Rou's anxious heart instantly settled down. Since he said he was fine, then Su Jiang must be fine. Xie Guli was drenched in sweat at this moment, running wildly all the way. He felt like he had never run so much in his life as he did today. His phone step count must be in the tens of thousands. Dad, if it really doesn't work, should we just fight directly? Xie Guli leaned into Xie Kangsheng's ear and whispered, we don't stir up trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. The Mei family is bullying us. Can you really tolerate this? Su Jiang's life or death is still uncertain. Upon hearing this, Xie Kangsheng glared at him through gritted teeth. On the way here, he had already investigated the whole story. These two audacious fellows actually dared to run to the Mei family to assassinate Wei Tian. Now they even looked innocent, as if the Mei family had assassinated them. Shut up. Su Jiang will be fine, Xie Kangsheng said with certainty. We have more important things to do right now. What things? Xie Guli asked curiously. Also, how do you know Su Jiang is fine? Because I am your father. Xie Kangsheng glared at him, annoyed. Shut up and go back and stay there. Every single day, you only cause me trouble. Xie Guli was scolded into submission and scurried to the back, secretly cursing his old man. With so many people watching, he didn't even bother to save him some face. If this got out, how could he, young Master Xie, continue to be one? Soon, after a brief standoff, Mei Zimin arrived at the scene by car. Mei Zimin got out of the car, his gaze calmly sweeping over the Xie family members, and he smiled. Xie family head, what is the meaning of this? Our two families have cooperated for so many years. Being so confrontational isn't very appropriate, is it? Upon hearing this, Xie Guli immediately became furious. It was already an open secret that the Mei family wanted to backstab them. Even now, they were still feigning innocence, making it sound as if the Xie family was in the wrong. Mei Zimin, why are you pretending to be so innocent? Xie Kangsheng smiled faintly. I'm too lazy to talk to you right now. You're not worthy of listening. Have Wei Tian come over. I have something to say to him. Mei Zimin's pupils constricted upon hearing this. It seemed Xie Kangsheng knew more than he had imagined. Since that was the case, Mei Zimin no longer bothered to pretend and said directly, young Master Wei has already left the Mei family. Tell me what you want to say, and I'll relay it to him. It's useless to tell you, call Wei Tian. Xie Kangsheng said calmly. Otherwise, our two families will go to war today. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere between the two sides instantly became tense. Xie Guli looked at Xie Kangsheng's back in a daze. No, Dad. I asked you to come rescue someone, and you actually came to start a war? Is it that sudden? Mei Zimin's brows furrowed deeply as he looked at Xie Kangsheng with surprise. He couldn't figure out what was going on with Xie Kangsheng now. This guy wasn't like this before, was he? Why is he so unyielding today? Xie Kangsheng, you're joking, right? What do you think? Xie Kangsheng held up 3 fingers and said, I'll count to 3. Either you make the call, or you fight my Xie family. 3. Move. You damn it. Where are 1 and 2? Mei Zimin looked at Xie Kangsheng in disbelief. Only now did he realize how shameless this old man was. Who cares about those 2 numbers? A real man only needs to remember 3 to survive in this society. Wait, I'll make the call, Mei Zimin said through gritted teeth. Can't I just make the call? He wanted to cry now. He had never been so aggrieved in his life. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier. There was no reasoning with him. Xie Kangsheng's hand, halfway raised, stopped in midair. He looked at Mei Zimin, annoyed. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd just done that earlier? Mei Zimin glared fiercely at Xie Kongsheng, took out his phone, and called Wei Tian. Hello? Have they been caught? It's like this, young Master Wei. Mei Zimin briefly summarized the current situation. Xie Kongsheng has something to say to me? Wei Tian frowned, then said, give him the phone. I'd like to hear what he has to say to me. Mei Zimin handed the phone to Xie Kongsheng. Hello, is this Wei Tian? It's me. What do you want to say? It's nothing important. Someone just asked me to relay a message to you. Xie Kongsheng grinned and said, that person told me to tell you that tomorrow night at 8 p.m., Ding Qiming will leave Shizhou University with his research results. On the other end of the phone, Wei Tian's pupils constricted. Who asked you to relay this message to me? Well, that's not convenient for me to disclose to you. Besides that, what else did he say? Let me think. Xie Kongsheng tilted his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a long moment, as if suddenly remembering something, he said to Wei Tian, oh right, that person specifically instructed me to express his gratitude to you. Gratitude? Wei Tian had a bad premonition. Yes, he said that everything you all have done to Xiang Qingtian over the years, he has kept in his heart, and he will definitely visit the Wei family to express his thanks in the future. Xie Kongsheng smiled. That's it, nothing else. Wait, beep. Wei Tian hadn't finished speaking when Xie Kongsheng hung up the phone. In the hotel, Wei Tian's hand holding the phone unconsciously tightened, his face filled with uncertainty. Xiang Qingtian. He didn't need to think to know that the gratitude Xie Kongsheng spoke of would definitely not be a good thing. Damn it, who is it? Wei Tian suddenly looked up. At this moment, he belatedly realized. Perhaps, from the moment he arrived in West Continent, he had already fallen into someone's trap. Now, if he wanted to leave, it would probably be difficult. 173. Mei's house exploded. A bunch of good-for-nothings. On a certain street, Black Warehouse was alone, searching for Su Jiang's whereabouts. As for the Mei family members, they had all been called away by Mei Zimin. He wanted to stay, but he couldn't. After all, they had a legitimate reason to leave. The Xie family had brought people to cause trouble, and there weren't enough hands. That was the reason. This made Black Warehouse wish he could just shoot them one by one. Su Jiang's sudden acceleration had already caused them to lose his exact location. Now that everyone was gone, and he was the only one left, what was there to even look for? He had originally wanted to call Wei Tian to report the situation and ask what to do next. But Wei Tian's phone was busy. This left Black Warehouse at a loss for what to do. Search? With Su Jiang's ability to hide, he probably wouldn't be found. Don't search? Then if Wei Tian blamed him afterward, he wouldn't have an easy time of it. So, Black Warehouse decided to wander the streets, casually looking around, openly slacking off. Meanwhile, in a certain corner, Su Jiang was running with an excited expression. Behind him followed a small raccoon, carrying a black backpack, trailing him. Target, the Mei family. I really didn't expect that in Mingjie would send you too. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I've been looking for you for a long time. Tisk, you've worked hard. Was it tiring running all this way? Squeak, squeak, squeak. I want to eat fish. All right. Later you can go to An Rou and ask her for dried fish snacks. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I want fish, not dried fish snacks. TSK. I forgot. I treated you like a silly cat. Dried fish snacks probably aren't even enough to get stuck in your teeth. Su Jiang reached out, patted Lai Fu's head, and continued running. Unlike before, he now had more than just a pistol on him. Not only was Lai Fu's backpack filled with a large amount of explosives, he also carried Li Kai's. Oh no, Su Jiang's own sniper rifle on his back. How could Li Kai have a sniper rifle? No one knew when, but Li Kai's sniper rifle had long since become Su Jiang's. It was likely no one even remembered that Li Kai was once the family's top sniper. Sigh, it's all my fault. I'm too dazzling, obscuring old Li's brilliance. I'm to blame for this. Su Jiang's tone was self-reproaching, but his face was beaming with an unprecedented smile. He couldn't wait to blow up the Mei family. You've been chasing me for so long. If I don't give you some payback, do I, Su Jiang, still deserve to be called a model student? Reciprocity is a traditional virtue engraved in our bones. How could I forget? I must give the Mei family a big gift. At the same time, the Mei family and the Xie family were still in a standoff. Xie Kangxing hung up the phone and handed it back to Mei Zimin. Mei Zimin put the phone in his pocket, scanned the Xie family members, and finally fixed his gaze on Xie Kangxing. Patriarch Xie, you've finished speaking. Can you leave now? What's the rush? It's rare for us to meet. Why don't we chat? Mei Zimin's mouth twitched. Who was it just now who shamelessly said he wasn't worthy of speaking to him? Now he wants to chat? Mei Zimin, considering our years of cooperation, let me secretly tell you something. What news? Mei Zimin looked at Xie Kangxing with a suspicious and somewhat wary expression. Xie Kangxing smiled and said loudly, don't blindly meddle in Wei Tian's affairs. You have no chance of winning. If you stand with Wei Tian, no one will be able to protect you then. While there's still time, pull back from the brink, join us, and get rid of Wei Tian. How about it? Upon hearing this, Mei Zimin's eyes widened. Was Xie Kangxing sick? Was he trying to incite him to rebel? And even if you're trying to incite me, at least do it discreetly. The area was surrounded by people from both families. If you try to incite me in front of them, can I agree? And you're speaking so loudly. Are you afraid they won't hear you? Mei Zimin's pupils constricted. He looked around and suddenly understood. Xie Kangxing, that old fox, said it on purpose. With so many people present, his words would surely reach Wei Tian's ears. Then, even if he had no intention of rebelling, Wei Tian would still be wary of him. Xie Kangxing, you bastard. Mei Zimin cursed under his breath. Then, he loudly declared, Xie Kangxing, give up. If my Mei family hadn't had young Master Wei's support, we wouldn't be where we are today. It can be said that without young Master Wei, there would be no Mei family as it is now. You want me to betray young Master Wei? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Even if I, Mei Zimin, were to die, I would never harbor any ill will towards young Master Wei. Give up. Mei Zimin spoke with righteous indignation and impassioned tone. He showed resistance to Xie Kangxing's attempt to persuade him. At least the attitude was there. Upon hearing this, Xie Kangxing's mouth twitched. He knew Mei Zimin's current act was feigned. But wasn't the acting a bit too exaggerated? Anyone who didn't know would think Wei Tian had saved his entire family. Sigh. Since that's the case, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Xie Kangxing shook his head regretfully and said, our two families' cooperation ends here. From now on, we are no longer on the same path. Humph, you are so disrespectful to young Master Wei. I also don't wish to associate with you. Mei Zimin said, can you stop sucking up? Xie Kangxing was speechless. He hadn't noticed before, but Mei Zimin was actually so shameless. Did his conscience not hurt when he said those words? Then, let us go our separate ways. After Mei Zimin finished speaking, he just quietly watched Xie Kangxing. Xie Kangxing also quietly watched him. After a long while, Mei Zimin couldn't hold back. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you really want to start a war? Who wants to start a war? Xie Kangxing said, can't we just stroll around here? You have such a large group of people, and you're telling me you're strolling? Traveling together, our Xie family is united. What's wrong with that? Xie Kangxing said this without batting an eye. How could he leave now? He was still waiting for Su Jiang to appear. If Su Jiang wasn't safely taken away, An Rou and the others probably wouldn't be at ease. Mei Zimin thought for a moment and also guessed Xie Kangxing's intention, which was likely to wait for Su Jiang to appear. How is it? Any news on Su Jiang? Behind them, Xie Guli asked An Rou. Since just now, An Rou had been trying to contact Su Jiang on her phone, but there had been no response and still no news. Seeing An Rou shake her head, Xie Guli couldn't help but frown and worry. Could something really have happened to Su Jiang? No, we can't wait any longer. We must have Dad send people in to look for him. Xie Guli made up his mind and was about to go forward to talk to Xie Kangxing about it. Suddenly, a loud bang came from afar. Boom! Everyone froze, looking in that direction, and fell into silence. They only saw a blaze. Patriarch, that seems to be our home, a Mei family member said with trembling lips. Mei Zimin stood stunned, only reacting after a long moment. His own home was blown up? Seeing this, An Rou and Li Kai, who had been worried about Su Jiang, rushed forward simultaneously and grabbed Xie Kangxing's hand. Uncle Xie, retreat. Xie Kangxing. Not waiting for Su Jiang. Wait for what? Li Kai cursed in a low voice. That explosion, it's 100% Su Jiang's doing. Right. An Rou also quickly nodded and said, Uncle Xia, let's retreat quickly now. When Su Jiang arrived, Mei Zimin might get so angry that he would really start a war. 174. I can swear on my son. Xia Kongsheng, you despicable bastard. Mei Zimin trembled with rage, pointing at Xia Kongsheng and gritting his teeth. I knew there was a reason you were lingering here, but I never imagined a prestigious family like the Xia family would resort to such underhanded tactics. What a brilliant feint. You brought your people to lure all of my Mei family members out, while secretly sending others to circle around and attack our home. What a move, truly what a move. Xia Kongsheng looked utterly bewildered. No, I didn't mean that. I really didn't send anyone to blow up your house. I was truly just waiting for Su Jiang here. For a moment, Xia Kongsheng also felt lost. What should he do? He quickly explained. Mei Zimin, don't misunderstand. Calm down first. Your house really wasn't blown up by me. You're still trying to argue. Mei Zimin was so angry he laughed. If it wasn't blown up by you, then who could it be? Could it be the Supervisory Bureau? Would those righteous guys do something so underhanded? Or are you planning to pin the blame on the Wei family? Do you want to say Wei Tian blew it up, making me rebel? If it's not the two forces above, tell me, besides your Xia family, who else in the entire West continent has the capability to do such a thing? Could it be that I blew it up myself? Xia Kongsheng opened his mouth, finding himself unable to refute. After all, Mei Zimin had a point. There were only a few notable forces in the West continent capable of such an act. Putting himself in Mei Zimin's shoes, he would also be suspicious, no problem there. But the key was, it really had nothing to do with him. He was wronged. Mei Zimin, I can swear to you. Xia Kongsheng raised his hand and said solemnly, if this matter was truly done by someone from my Xia family, then may my son not have a good end in this life. Xia Guli. No, old man. You're swearing on me? If this was really done by our family, then how am I supposed to live the rest of my life? Little did he know, Xia Kongsheng was also worried about this. If this matter wasn't done by Su Jiang and truly had something to do with the Xia family, he could also use his son as a shield. This was a simple risk transfer. He had raised a son for so many years. Wasn't it precisely to take the blame at critical moments? Xia Kongsheng, you shameless old thing. When Mei Zimin heard Xia Kongsheng actually swear on his own son, he couldn't help but curse out loud what Xia Guli was thinking. Just as he was about to continue cursing, the Mei family members couldn't hold back. Patriarch, why don't we go back and put out the fire first? Yes, Patriarch, if it keeps burning, there'll be nothing left when we go back. It's not too late to get revenge later. Let's go back first, Patriarch. Seeing the surrounding Mei family members trying to persuade him, Mei Zimin forcibly swallowed his curses. He glared fiercely at Xia Kongsheng. Xia Kongsheng, you just wait. We're not done. With that, Mei Zimin quickly led the Mei family members back to put out the fire. Xia Kongsheng stood there, looking innocent. He really wanted to keep Mei Zimin there and tell him it really had nothing to do with the Xia family. But after thinking about it carefully, he decided against it. If he really kept Mei Zimin, they might actually have to fight, especially since Mei Zimin looked like he was about to explode with rage. Then, he looked at An Rou and stammered. So, should we retreat? An Rou nodded firmly. Retreat. As for Su Jiang, don't be ridiculous. If that explosion wasn't caused by Su Jiang, Li Kai would take off his head and kick it like a ball on the spot. Li Kai gazed at the flames from afar, shaking his head repeatedly, sighing inwardly. Familiar, too familiar. It was still the familiar night, still the familiar explosion, still the familiar flames. He truly lives up to being a born explosive saint body. That was all he could say about Su Jiang. Lai Fu, you damn well run faster. This is the last spot. After we blow up this building, we'll slip away, hurry. We won't blow up the cafeteria. We must show respect for food. That's our bottom line, understand? Inside the Mei family compound, Su Jiang ran through the sea of fire with Lai Fu. His goal was simple, to use up all the explosives in Lai Fu's backpack. Su Jiang didn't even wait to blow them up all at once. He blew them up one by one, detonating a blast point as soon as he passed it. Without the slightest hesitation. Boom! With another loud bang, Su Jiang finally finished blowing up the last spot. Now, apart from the cafeteria, There was almost no place in the Mei family compound that was still intact. All right, let's go. Su Jiang, with Lai Fu, was ready to make a getaway. The Mei family members would be back soon, and blowing up their home like this wasn't something that could be solved with a simple apology. Before the demolition, Su Jiang had intentionally left a escape route for himself to slip away easily. Shit. Quick, put out the fire. Damn it, who was it? Utterly heartless, simply heartless. First, salvage the supplies, save the important things first. The voices of the Mei family members came from behind, surprising Su Jiang. The Mei family members returned much faster than he had anticipated. Surround the area, that bastard can't have gone far. Yes, we must catch him. If we don't kill him, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart. Whoa, all my savings are gone in the fire. No way, they're going to surround me again. Su Jiang frowned, picking up his pace. Seeing that Lai Fu couldn't keep up, Su Jiang reached out, grabbed the raccoon, and ran while carrying it. After leaving the Mei family compound, Su Jiang hesitated about which direction to run. The northeast direction was definitely out of the question. The main force of the Mei family was all there. However, the other directions were gradually being surrounded by the Mei family members, and at his speed, he wouldn't be able to escape before the encirclement was complete. Young Master Su, over here. Hearing the shout, Su Jiang looked in that direction. He saw a black car parked by the roadside, and the person inside was frantically waving at him. It was Hua Qing. Why are you here too? Young Master Su, time is short, get in the car first. Su Jiang nodded, ran over with Lai Fu, and quickly slipped into the car. Hua Qing floored the accelerator, and the car roared, accelerating sharply. At this speed, they could completely escape before being surrounded by the Mei family. Phew! Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Hua Qing and saying, Why are you here? Did you send Lai Fu? Hua Qing nodded while driving, saying, Young Master and specifically asked me to come and meet you. After we arrived, Lai Fu went to find you by scent. I was afraid of being discovered, so I didn't follow Lai Fu. Then how did you know I was at the Mei family compound, and managed to pick me up so coincidentally? Young Master and said you're very easy to find. Wherever there's an explosion, that's where you are. Hua Qing smiled and said, So as soon as I saw an explosion here, I immediately rushed over. I didn't expect young Master Su to actually be here. Young Master and truly predicts things like a god. In the back seat, Su Jiang was silent. He felt that he had been misunderstood again. 175, and Mingjia arrived in Shizhou. An hour later, Xie Kangsheng returned to the Xie family with his men. Walking into the living room, An Rou and Li Kai froze. On the sofa, a man was drinking tea. Seeing them enter, he smiled and waved a greeting. Brother? Olden. An Rou blinked and asked, Why are you here? And Mingjie stood up and said with a wry smile, The situation here is so complicated. How could I sit still in Jiangdu? After Li Kai called him for explosives, and Mingjie pondered and decided to personally come to West Continent. After all, with Su Jiang around, these guys were too rough in their work. Besides being impulsive, they didn't use their brains at all, which made him very uneasy. Moreover, Zheng Yi was still worried after talking to Su Jiang on the phone, fearing that Su Jiang would ruin important matters. So he specifically asked An Mingjie to come over, watch Su Jiang, and control the situation. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived in West Continent, he was informed of Su Jiang's assassination attempt on Wei Tian. Although the car ride was tiring, An Mingjie had no choice but to urgently contact Xie Kangsheng and make arrangements based on the current situation. Hua Qing and Lai Fu were the first ones he sent over. He knew best what Su Jiang needed most. Lai Fu was responsible for delivering explosives and guns to Su Jiang, ensuring Su Jiang had sufficient ammunition support. And Hua Qing's purpose was to rendezvous with Su Jiang. In An Mingjie's opinion, Su Jiang would definitely take action after getting the explosives. So he specifically instructed Hua Qing that wherever there was an explosion, Su Jiang would be there. It was also because of An Mingjie that Xie Kangsheng did not directly fight the Mei family, but instead had his men contain Mei Ziming. After all this, An Mingjie, dragging his tired body, slowly arrived at the Xie family. As soon as he sat down and took a sip of tea, An Rou and the others returned. So, when you sent me that message, you were already in West Continent? An Rou held up her phone, which displayed the message telling her Su Jiang was fine. Yes, although I wasn't on site, I entrusted someone from the Xie family to synchronize the situation on site to my phone in real time. Seeing that you were a bit anxious, I sent you that message. Just now, Huaqing told me that he has already picked up Su Jiang and is on his way here. You should be able to see him soon. After saying all this, and Mingjie let out a long breath and stretched his neck. Tonight had been quite exhausting for him. He just wanted a good night's sleep now. And Mingjie turned his head and said to Xie Kongsheng, "Family head Xie, I might have to stay at the Xie family for the next 2 days." "Ha ha ha, no need to be so polite. I'll have the butler prepare a room for you. Since you are in Xingchang's son, just call me Uncle Xie, like An Rou." Xie Kongsheng responded with a laugh, sizing up An Mingjie with full admiration in his eyes. At the same time, there was some jealousy. Why could that scoundrel in Xingchang have such an excellent son, and even an extremely beautiful daughter? "Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Xie. Also, Director Jiang asked me to say hello to you." "Jiang Yi? That guy actually says hello to me now." Xie Kongsheng smiled, nodded, and said, "I understand. You go rest first. You've really worked hard tonight." And Mingjie nodded slightly, drained his tea, picked up his suitcase from the side, and walked to An Rou. He reached out and habitually ruffled An Rou's hair, saying, "When Su Jiang comes back later, have him come to my room. I have something to tell him." "Oh." An Rou pouted, a little displeased with An Mingjie publicly ruffling her hair. How old was she? Yet he still ruffled her hair every day. Didn't he know she'd been losing some hair recently? Sure enough, the next second, An Mingjie withdrew his hand, looked at the few strands of hair in his hand, and grumbled, "Tisk, you've been losing quite a bit of hair recently. None of your business? All college students lose hair, okay?" And Rou got agitated. "Who said? I didn't lose hair when I was in college. You're so annoying. Go to your room and stay there." And Rou shoved in Mingjie. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have loved to punch him a couple of times. Didn't she have any dignity? She was a girl. How could An Mingjie discuss her hair loss in front of so many people? Besides, she wasn't losing that much, okay? Just a few strands. All right, I'll walk myself." And Mingjie was pushed out by An Rou, his expression a bit helpless. At the doorway, the two who were bickering ran into Xie Guli. An Rou quickly withdrew her pushing hand and introduced An Mingjie. This is Su Jiang's friend, Xie Guli." And Mingjie heard this, extended his hand to Xie Guli, and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm An Rou's older brother. My name is An Mingjie. My sister and her friends must have caused you a lot of trouble these past 2 days, right? You've worked hard." No, you're welcome." Xie Guli quickly reached out and shook An Mingjie's hand, while curiously sizing him up. He had heard Su Jiang mention An Mingjie before, but he really didn't expect An Mingjie to be so young. He couldn't imagine that the amiable person in front of him would be the leader of a prominent family. He looked only a few years older than himself, yet he had developed the An family to its current state through his own efforts. Xie Guli truly admired An Mingjie from the bottom of his heart. Olden. At this moment, Li Kai chased after him and said to An Mingjie, "Didn't you say you brought all the firearms? Where's my sniper rifle?" He had been feeling quite miserable these past 2 days, constantly regretting why he didn't bring his sniper rifle when he came to West Continent. He had already fallen to the point of holding Su Jiang back, and Li Kai couldn't stand that. He wanted to rise up. He wanted Su Jiang to know that he, Li Kai, also had combat power. "Your sniper rifle?" And Mingjie asked in confusion, "When did you get a sniper rifle?" Li Kai's mouth twitched. "Olden, don't mess around." "Haha, just kidding. Your gun is with Su Jiang. You can ask him for it later." With that, An Mingjie dragged his suitcase and followed the butler to his room, leaving Li Kai alone, in a daze. The gun is with Su Jiang? Can he even get it back? Su Jiang wouldn't give it to him, that's for sure. Li Kai was a bit depressed. Such a large family couldn't even scrounge up 2 sniper rifles. This couldn't be blamed on An Mingjie. After all, not every family had snipers. Before Su Jiang appeared, the An family only had Li Kai as a sniper, so they hadn't specifically acquired more sniper rifles. Li Kai sighed. It seemed he could only figure out a way to get another sniper rifle later, if an opportunity arose, or ask the supervisory bureau for one. Anyway, he was now Su Jiang's subordinate and a member of the Special Operations Organization, so he was considered half a member of the supervisory bureau. Just asking for a sniper rifle. The supervisory bureau should give it, right? Li Kai pondered in his heart. 176. He used the drainage ditch to turn the corner. An hour later, Hua Qing returned to the Xie family with Su Jiang. Screech. Hua Qing executed a stylish drift into the parking spot, leaving Su Jiang wide-eyed with astonishment. Huazi, you're amazing. Where did you learn those driving skills? Su Jiang's eyes sparkled. He wanted to learn that too. The driving instructor never taught him how to drift. Bad review. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Hua Qing's heart swelled with joy, and he chuckled. Young Master Su. To be honest, before I joined the An family, I was a race car driver. Then why did you stop? Upon hearing this, Hua Qing's expression dimmed slightly, revealing a hint of reminiscence, his voice tinged with a touch of weariness. Because that day I lost. Years ago, when I was at the pinnacle of racing, full of ambition, I was challenged by an unknown nobody. That day, he challenged me to a race on Mount Akina that night. I still remember his style, driving a Wuling van and utilizing the gutter to corner. That night, I lost miserably. From then on, I stopped being a race car driver and instead joined the An family, becoming a part of them. That amazing. Su Jiang looked at Hua Qing with a hint of admiration. I really didn't expect you to have such a past. Young Master Su, if you truly want to learn how to drive, perhaps you can try to find the person who defeated me. His driving skills are far superior to mine. Listening to you, that person indeed seems like a hidden master. What's his name? After he defeated me that year, he told me his name was Zhang Qi, the king of Bayanbuluk. Hua Qing said with a sigh. Young Master Su, if you can find him and have him personally teach you how to drive, I believe you will definitely pass your driving test. If someone can't get a driver's license under his tutelage, I can't imagine how bad they must be. Young Master Su, why aren't you speaking? Young Master Su, are you all right? You don't look so good. I'm fine. Su Jiang's excitement vanished, replaced by a look of dejection. He silently opened the car door and got out, ignoring Lai Fu's calls. Hua Qing's words kept echoing in his mind. Su Jiang bit his lip tightly, holding back tears. At this moment, he completely gave up on the idea of getting a driver's license. Hua Qing's words shattered his last shred of fantasy. Sighing, Su Jiang walked into the Xie family dejectedly. Humph. As soon as he entered, Su Jiang heard An Rou let out a cold snort. You finally decided to come back. An Rou glared at Su Jiang through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Su Jiang secretly thought, this is bad. It's over. Li Kai, that big mouth, didn't he promise not to let An Rou know? Now isn't this a disaster? Cough cough. An Rou, you're still awake. Su Jiang said with an awkward smile. I'll deal with you later. An Rou glared at him fiercely and said, my brother is in the room upstairs. He wants you to go see him when you get back. He says he has something to talk to you about. And Mingjie? He came to West Continent too. Su Jiang was a little surprised. Hua Qing hadn't mentioned this to him. He had originally thought that An Mingjie had only sent Hua Qing and Lai Fu to deliver a package to him. He didn't expect An Mingjie himself to come to West Continent. All right, I'll go find him now. Su Jiang quickly went upstairs. Staying with An Rou for even one more second, he felt his life was in danger. Come find me after you're done talking, An Rou told Su Jiang. Su Jiang paused, turned his head, and said awkwardly, it's late at night. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? When you used to sneak into my room late at night, I never heard you say it was inappropriate, did I? The past is the past, and now is now. Anyway, if I don't see you later, you're dead meat. With that, An Rou returned to her room alone. Clearly, An Rou was still a bit angry about Su Jiang's actions tonight. Having worried for Su Jiang all night, An Rou wouldn't feel relieved until she gave him a good beating. Sigh. Su Jiang sighed, figuring he couldn't escape a beating tonight. It was all Li Kai's big mouth's fault. Was it really that hard for Uncle Xie to bring people quietly? No, I can't suffer this alone. I wasn't the only one who did it. So why does Xie Guli get off scot-free? So, Su Jiang took out his phone and sent a message to Shangwan Lu. Everything that happened tonight was Xie Guli's doing. I'm innocent. After reading it once, Su Jiang thought for a moment, then added a parenthesis at the end, writing, this information involves top-secret supervisory bureau matters. Delete after reading. This way, Xie Guli probably wouldn't know that he was the one who betrayed him. As for what happened tonight, Shangwan Lu would likely receive intelligence about it. He believed Xie Guli would understand his actions. They were buddies. It was only right to share the burden. After sending the message, Su Jiang put his phone in his pocket, feeling much more at ease. He went upstairs and knocked on Mingjia's door. "Come in." Su Jiang pushed the door open and immediately saw Mingjia reading documents at the desk. "You're back." Seeing that it was Su Jiang, Mingjia put down the documents and said with a chuckle, "You sure know how to cause trouble for me. You've only been in West Continent for a few days, and you've already stirred things up like this. That has nothing to do with me. Trouble just actively seeks me out." Su Jiang casually pulled over a chair and sat down, then said, "Did old Jiang send you?" "Yes, he was worried about you, so he asked me to come and keep an eye on you." "Is that all?" "Of course not." And Mingjia smiled. "The Wang family in Jiangdu City has made a move. They secretly infiltrated West Continent, probably as a backup plan for the Wei family. So, Director Jiang asked me to bring your people over to help." "My people?" Su Jiang asked, pointing to himself. "Yes, the people from the Special Operations Organization." And Mingjia said, "They haven't been exposed yet. Like the Wang family, I've had them lie low in West Continent. If the Wang family doesn't move, then they won't move. Conversely, they are the means to deal with the Wang family." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang frowned. He really hadn't expected that the situation in West Continent would even involve the Wang family. "So Wang Xuelin also came?" "No, he didn't," and Mingjia said. "According to my investigation, when the Wang family moved to Jiangdu, he broke off contact with them. Now he's just an ordinary barbecue restaurant owner." "That's good then." Su Jiang nodded. After all, Wang Xuelin was Wang Xiang's maternal uncle. If he really stood on the opposing side, Su Jiang wouldn't know how to deal with him. "All right, let me tell you about Director Jiang and their plan first." And Mingjia picked up the documents on the table and handed them to Su Jiang, saying, "Lest you know nothing and then act recklessly, disrupting their plan." "Tisk, old Jiang doesn't trust me." Su Jiang took the documents, looking at them while listening to Mingjia explain the upcoming arrangements. 177. 10 million for a betrothal gift? Half an hour later, inside Mingjia's room, Mingjia recounted the plan, and Su Jiang roughly understood Director Zhang's intentions. So, old Jiang conspired with Director Shangwan here to use Ding Qiming as bait to kill Wei Tian. Su Jiang paused, then, still somewhat confused, asked, "Then, since Wei Tian is already here, why not just use a human wave tactic to surround and kill him? Why make it so complicated? This is West Continent, their home turf. Are they afraid of Wei Tian or something?" And Mingjia shook his head slightly upon hearing this. "In my opinion, their objective is probably not as simple as just killing Wei Tian. Although Director Jiang told me the plan, he must have hidden some details. I can roughly guess that they want to maximize the depletion of the Wei family's strength. Your assassination attempt tonight likely put Wei Tian on alert. He should now be mobilizing more of the Wei family's forces to West Continent for reinforcement." And Mingjia chuckled and added, "Moreover, even though we told him Ding Qiming would leave Shizhou University at 8 p.m. tomorrow night, Wei Tian is a smart man and won't foolishly wait until 8 o'clock. He will gather his people even faster, at the first opportunity, hoping to catch us off guard. So tonight, all the students of Shizhou University have been evacuated. Now, the entire Shizhou University only has people from the Supervisory Bureau. Tomorrow's main battlefield will be Shizhou University. At that time, you will proceed according to the plan. If there are any changes, you will adapt accordingly." Su Jiang listened to these words and nodded slightly. And Mingjia had already explained the detailed plan to him very clearly. When the battle starts, he just needs to lead the Special Operations Organization, which means Yang Ming and his people, to guard the periphery. As long as the Wang family's people don't move, they won't move. Even if the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau's people fall into a disadvantage, as long as the Wang family's people haven't moved, they absolutely cannot move. "All right, that's all I needed to tell you. If you have nothing else, you can go back and rest." And Mingjia finished speaking, but saw Su Jiang standing still. "What, something else?" Well, I want to ask you something." Su Jiang rubbed his hands, looking at Mingjia with an awkward smile. "It's just, well, if I were to propose to the An family, how much betrothal gift would you ask for?" Betrothal gift? And Mingjie raised an eyebrow when he heard the term. Then he asked in confusion, Su Jiang, you're not planning to marry my sister right now, are you? No, I'm just asking. I'll have to marry her eventually anyway, so I'm just preparing in advance, Su Jiang said with a scratch of his head and a laugh. Is that so? And Mingjie's eyes flickered. He saw through Su Jiang's little scheme at a glance and cursed inwardly. What a beast. His sister had just started her freshman year of college, although she was indeed approaching the legal age for marriage. But his sister had just started her freshman year. And Mingjie smiled and held out one finger to Su Jiang. As for the betrothal gift, our family doesn't ask for much. After all, I've seen your and An Rou's relationship, and these things are just a formality. So I won't ask for much. Just give me 10 million. 10 million. Su Jiang's mouth twitched when he heard the number. He thought he had misheard. However, when he saw the mischievous smile on An Mingjie's face, Su Jiang knew that An Mingjie was targeting him. That's too much. Where was he going to find 10 million? Why was An Mingjie acting just like old Jiang now? Always talking about 10 million, 10 million. He was still just a student. His monthly salary was only 15,000, and it was paid by old Jiang. When would he ever be able to get 10 million? Su Jiang was silent for a long time, then suddenly looked up at An Mingjie and said, Well, how about I become a live-in son-in-law for your family? Our family doesn't accept live-in sons-in-law. Family rules don't allow it, and Mingjie said indifferently. When did your family have this family rule? Why don't I know about it? Just now, I just added it. And Mingjie, you're deliberately targeting me. I've shed blood for your family. You can't be ungrateful. Oh, and Mingjie's expression was somewhat surprised. If you want to be so clear about it, then I'll have to have a good talk with you. You blew up the Feng family's factory in Jiangdu, and then the supervisory bureau later. All the post-incident repair and cleanup costs were paid by us. It probably adds up to 1 or 2 million. And all the firearms and ammunition you used, I won't even mention the guns. You used up basically half of the family's stored explosives. Those things are quite expensive. I won't charge you for the bullets. Consider them a gift. Let's just say 5 million for everything. Also, when you traveled in Jiangdu, you hitched rides in the family's cars several times. You should at least pay for the fare, right? And you fostered that raccoon at my house. You've kept it for so long. You should settle the expenses, shouldn't you? And Mingjie counted on his fingers, item by item. After counting, he gasped, looking at Su Jiang. Hiss, counting it all up. You now owe our family more than 10 million. Su Jiang's eyes widened, looking at An Mingjie in disbelief. No, buddy. You just casually said a few words, and I owe your family over 10 million? What kind of repair and cleanup could cost 1 or 2 million? Are those broken down explosives worth 5 million? And that raccoon, how much could it possibly eat at your house? And Mingjie, this is pure extortion. I'm going to report you to the supervisory bureau. Su Jiang trembled with anger, pointing a finger at An Mingjie, furious. Tisk, extortion? And Mingjie looked at Su Jiang somewhat amused. Have you forgotten how you got your new car? You report it to the supervisory bureau. And do you think the supervisory bureau will arrest you first or me first? I still have that An Rou expense sheet from when you blackmailed me. It can serve as evidence. Su Jiang was speechless, rebutted by An Mingjie. After 2.5 seconds of deep thought, Su Jiang decided to give in. A wise man knows when to yield. He well and gee. Su Jiang said fawningly. Just pretend I didn't say that. Let's just pretend nothing happened tonight, okay? What betrothal gifts, what live-in son-in-laws, let's put those things aside for now. Important matters first. We're family sooner or later. Talking about money hurts feelings. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered An Rou is waiting for me. I'm leaving now, okay? She'll get angry if I'm late. You rest well, and gee, good night. With that, Su Jiang walked out the door without hesitation, not dragging his feet at all. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to run away. And Mingjie was a bit too strong tonight. He would fight another day. Humph. And Mingjie watched Su Jiang's retreating back and let out a cold snort. Let you cause trouble for me every day. Fortunately, he had received guidance from Director Jiang. Money could control this kid. Want to marry his sister? You can slowly earn that 10 million. 178. An Rou beats up Su Jiang. Leaving in Mingjie's room, Su Jiang went downstairs, turned his head, and glared fiercely at An Mingjie's door, clenching his fists. Damn and Mingjia, you just wait. 10 million, you're forcing my hand. At that time, I'll just make it a fait accompli with An Rou. The kind that's beyond ripe. I'd like to see if you still want that 10 million. Calming himself down, Jiang walked to An Rou's bedroom door. Taking a deep breath, Jiang put on a wronged expression, trying hard to squeeze out 2 tears. Then, he pushed open An Rou's door. Wah, An Rou, you don't know? Your brother just bullied me. As soon as Jiang entered, he started with a preemptive strike. He threw himself into An Rou's arms like a child. Burying his face in An Rou's chest, he rubbed it hard. Wah, he bullied me. He extorted me. He just demanded 10 million from me. He's simply not human. Wah? An Rou sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Jiang, who was hugging her tightly, her mind a bit muddled. What's going on? Why is he crying like this? My brother extorted you? An Rou looked at Jiang suspiciously, full of disbelief. It's more likely you extorted my brother, isn't it? Soon, An Rou understood that Jiang was trying to clown around and distract her. Get up, An Rou said with a stern face. I won't get up. Jiang buried his head tightly in An Rou's arms, acting like a rogue. Seeing this, An Rou sighed softly. Get up. I forgive you for tonight's incident. Really? Jiang looked up. Poof. An Rou immediately picked up a pillow and hit Jiang with it. Fake. Jiang hurriedly hugged his head, enduring An Rou's repeated pillow attacks, and thought to himself, damn it, An Rou has learned bad habits. Now she's even starting to lie. And when she lies, her face doesn't turn red, and her heart doesn't skip a beat. I wonder who she learned it from. I told you to commit assassination. Poof. I told you to feign grievance. Poof. I told you to call Jiang. Poof. An Rou beat Jiang while listing his various misdeeds. It's just a shame Li Kai wasn't there. Otherwise, this precious video would definitely be circulated forever in the An family. Second only to the video of An Rou beating and Mingjia. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Jiang quickly begged for mercy. I don't believe you for a second. An Rou said angrily. Your credibility score with me has long since returned to 0. I'd rather believe that Fugui can do a backflip than believe you can settle down. Hearing this, Jiang said weakly, don't say that. Fugui really might be able to do a backflip. He felt that as long as the dried fish were provided, Brother Biao could make anything happen for you, let alone a simple backflip. That's Brother Biao of the Cat Society, not someone to trifle with. Who's talking about backflips with you? An Rou hit Jiang harder with the pillow again. Jiang was on the verge of tears. Didn't you bring up backflips first? Why are you so unreasonable? Who? An Rou seemed tired from hitting, breathing slightly. Then, she threw the pillow aside and looked at Jiang with burning eyes. Take off your clothes. An Rou said. Jiang, huh? I said, take off your clothes. An Rou repeated. This isn't quite appropriate, is it? Jiang said awkwardly. Your brother is still upstairs. Hey, what are you doing? An Rou directly reached out, and in a few swift movements, stripped Jiang's clothes off. Jiang was a bit stunned. Was An Rou this proactive today? So, should he comply or not? Soon, Jiang realized he had overthought it. An Rou just walked around him, carefully examining his body. Humph, you're lucky you weren't hurt. An Rou muttered. If I found out you were hurt, you'd be dead. Seeing her like this, Jiang inexplicably found it amusing. After all that, she was just worried I'd get hurt? TSK, even at this point, she's still so tsundere. As expected of An Rou. How could I get hurt? If I got hurt, my lovely girlfriend would be sad and upset. I wouldn't be sad or upset. An Rou said indifferently. You cause trouble every day, so getting hurt is what you deserve. All right, you can go out. I'm going to sleep. No way. You called me to your room in the middle of the night, stripped off my clothes, and then you're going to kick me out. Jiang showed an incredulous expression. I don't care. You took off all my clothes. You have to take responsibility for me. Jiang started acting like a rogue. After speaking, regardless of whether An Rou agreed or not, Jiang directly lay on the bed and covered himself with the blanket. Get up. An Rou said displeased. Jiang had messed up her bed. I'm not getting up. I'm hurt. I want you to take responsibility for me. Then what do you want? An Rou was a bit helpless. I want to sleep in your room tonight. Fine, then I'll go sleep in your room. An Rou turned, intending to leave. Suddenly, Jiang reached out a hand from under the covers, grabbed An Rou, and pulled hard. An Rou was pulled into the covers by Jiang. Jiang, what are you doing? MMPH. An Rou's words were cut short as Jiang's mouth covered hers. An Rou gently patted Jiang with her hand. Jiang was unmoved. After a long while, the two finally ended the kiss. Huh. An Rou lay in Jiang's arms, breathing slightly. My brother is still here. She frowned. It's fine, as long as we don't say anything, he won't know. Jiang paused, then added, besides, we're already living together. Isn't it normal to sleep in the same bed? Moreover, he still wanted to make it a fait accompli. If they didn't sleep in the same bed, how could that happen? An Rou heard this, gave Jiang a gentle glare, and did not refuse further. After all, in the past 2 days, she had also started to get used to sleeping while hugging Jiang. Otherwise, she always felt something was missing when she slept at night. All right, but I warn you, don't move around. An Rou agreed, but still threatened. If I find your hand being dishonest, I'll kick you off. This sentence made Jiang recall the strange incident this morning when his hand inexplicably appeared inside An Rou's clothes. Okay, I promise not to move. Jiang earnestly assured An Rou. Don't you know my character? I'm the most upright gentleman. You better be. An Rou said faintly, then kicked Jiang's butt hard. Go take a shower first, you messed up my bed. Jiang got out of bed, covering his butt, and ran off to take a shower, feeling wronged. An Rou took this opportunity to tidy up the messed up sheets. 179. I planned to give her a surprise. The next morning, Jiang groggily opened his eyes. As expected, his hand had inexplicably made its way into An Rou's clothes again. This strange incident had occurred once more. Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. Then, he continued to skillfully knead. If he were at his own home, Jiang might have just started cooking rice with An Rou. Ever since An Mingjia mentioned that 10 million yuan to him last night, Jiang's mind had been filled with cooking rice. Thus, the movements of his hand also became much bolder, unconsciously. Lost in the wonderful sensation, he completely failed to notice that An Rou had already woken up. The moment she woke up, An Rou felt Jiang's hand acting wantonly inside her clothes. Her sleepiness vanished instantly, and a blush spread across An Rou's cheeks. Jiang, slap. After gritting her teeth and calling Jiang's name, a bright red handprint appeared on Jiang's face. You stinky pervert, you said your hand wouldn't move around. What did you promise me last night? How can you still claim to be a gentleman? What kind of gentleman does something like this? An Rou sat on the bed, arms crossed, sternly reprimanding Jiang for his perverted behavior. Jiang knelt before her, head down, not daring to utter a single word. Caught in the act, he became honest. He didn't dare to cook rice anymore, even before the rice was in the pot. After being lectured and educated by An Rou, Jiang slinked out of An Rou's room. To be precise, he was kicked out by An Rou. Jiang looked around, and after finding no one, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, An Mingjia and Li Kai were still sleeping at this hour and hadn't woken up. Otherwise, if they saw him coming out of An Rou's room with a handprint on his face, he didn't know what they would think. An Mingjia would probably grab a knife and fight him on the spot. He went to the bathroom and washed his face. The handprint on his face had gradually faded. Having prepared his gear, Jiang quietly left the house. He had important business to attend to today. Oh, old Xia, what are you doing? Just as he stepped out, Jiang encountered Xia Guli, who was holding a box. What's in there? Let me see. Jiang walked forward curiously, opened the box, and was immediately startled. Inside the box, there was a pile of black throwing knives. Whoa, what are you planning to do? Jiang couldn't help but say, You're not planning to carry such a big box to fight people, are you? What the hell do you know? Xia Guli looked at Jiang with disdain, then put down the box and opened his trench coat to Jiang. See? This coat of mine is custom-made. Xia Guli proudly shook his trench coat and said, The inner pockets of this coat are all designed. They can hold 81 throwing knives. I'm telling you, yesterday I just didn't bring enough throwing knives. If I had worn this coat yesterday and brought enough 81 throwing knives, why would we have been chased? I alone could have cut through them all. Oh, please. If a sniper had fired at you, you would have been quiet. Su Jiang secretly complained. He pretended not to hear Xie Guli's boastful remarks. So, where are you planning to go? Su Jiang asked. West Continent University, of course, Xie Guli said as if it were obvious. Lu is there with people from the supervisory bureau, and as her boyfriend, I naturally have to go help her. Moreover, this was a great opportunity for him to gain favor with those people from the supervisory bureau. Once he gained their approval, he would then publicly announce his relationship with Shangwan Lu, and his mission would be completely accomplished. He would then be able to date openly and honorably. Does Shangwan Lu know about your decision? Su Jiang asked. She doesn't know. And today is the Lantern Festival, so I plan to give her a surprise and suddenly appear before her. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang fell into deep silence. After a long while, he finally said, Then it's nothing. I wish you good luck. Surprise? I think it'll be a shock, right? Su Jiang would bet that if Shangwan Lu didn't hang Xie Guli up and beat him afterward, he wouldn't be named Su. TSK, he must be there to take pictures and commemorate the event. What about you? What are you doing out so early? Xie Guli asked. Going to find my silly cat, and also to find my subordinates to see if they're still alive. Su Jiang yawned, waved at Xie Guli, and then left on his own. According to what An Mingjie said last night, he had to contact Yang Ming and others first thing this morning and have them ambush outside West Continent University. As for the raccoon, it was currently eating fish in the Xie family's back kitchen. Leaving the Xie family, Su Jiang casually hailed a taxi and told the driver the meeting point he had arranged with Yang Ming. As they drove, several fire trucks approached from the opposite direction. These firefighters are truly not easy. The driver sighed as he drove. I heard that a large family had a gas tank explosion last night. The fire was so big, they reportedly worked all night to put it out. I don't know if there were any casualties. From the looks of it, quite a lot of things must have been burned. Money and such are secondary. The most important thing is that people are safe. Don't you think, young man? Su Jiang sat in the back, his expression calm, and echoed, Yes, it's good as long as people are safe. That rich family really needs to be more careful with dangerous things like gas tanks, don't they? Exactly. I'm telling you, these rich people just lack common sense about household safety. The driver was clearly a talkative person, and seeing Su Jiang engage him in conversation, he started chatting away. Soon, Su Jiang arrived at his destination. Perhaps because they had a good chat, the driver even gave Su Jiang a few yuan off the fare. The meeting point Su Jiang had arranged with Yang Ming was Era Park, where Feng Zhe had been apprehended. Walking into the park, Su Jiang saw Yang Ming sitting on a chair from afar. At this moment, Yang Ming sat on the chair, looking utterly despondent. I knew I shouldn't have made that bet. When Director Jiang told him that Su Jiang had found Ding Qiming, Yang Ming felt his whole world collapse. He remembered betting with Director Jiang that if Su Jiang could find Ding Qiming, he would honestly become Su Jiang's subordinate. But he didn't expect to lose just a few days after making the bet. Upholding the excellent virtue of accepting defeat, Yang Ming followed Director Zheng's arrangements, took a night train, and came to West Continent to find Su Jiang. 180. Grilled cold noodles are loyal. Yang Ming sat on a chair and saw Su Jiang from a distance. Cautiously looking around, Yang Ming got up and walked towards Su Jiang. Su Jiang, you're finally here. Stop. Su Jiang stretched out his hand, signaling Yang Ming to stay put. Yang Ming was startled, wondering what new trick he was up to now. Su Jiang said in a low voice, Passcode. Yang Ming's mouth twitched as he recalled the passcode Su Jiang had mentioned last night. No, there's no need, right? Yang Ming said reluctantly. I'm already standing in front of you. Do we still need a passcode? Of course we do, Su Jiang said as a matter of course. We're on a mission now, and we need to pay attention to every detail. In your opinion, this passcode might be insignificant, but it could play a huge role at a critical moment. Yang Ming, it's not me saying this, but you're considered a veteran. Why can't you understand something so simple? Also, how many times have I told you? Use code names during operations. All right, can't I just say it? Yang Ming quickly interrupted Su Jiang. How could they get to business if this continued? Yang Ming bit his lip tightly, speaking with a look of shame and indignation, stammering. Grilled grilled cold noodles, loyalty. Passcode correct. Su Jiang beamed with joy. Yang Ming was so embarrassed he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. It was too humiliating. Are you alone? Su Jiang looked around. There's also Lu Zhang. We're operating together, but he said he didn't want to see you, so I had him stay at the hotel. Yang Ming paused, then added, besides that, everyone else from the Special Operations Organization is spread throughout West Continent and hasn't been discovered yet. Su Jiang nodded slightly upon hearing this. With Yang Ming in charge, he, the leader of the Special Operations Organization, was practically a hands-off boss. Even now, Su Jiang didn't know how many people he had under him. He only knew that there were people from the An family and the Supervisory Bureau, and Hua Qing seemed to be there too. Tisk, why is Lu Zhang avoiding me? Su Jiang said discontentedly. If everyone was like Lu Zhang, how would I lead this team in the future? Yang Ming remained silent, just looking at Su Jiang. You're leading a team now? You even know you have a team? Do you not have any idea why Lu Zhang is avoiding you? Yang Ming sighed, too lazy to argue with Su Jiang about these things. After such a long time together, Yang Ming understood one truth. That was, when with Su Jiang, try to speak as little as possible. Talking to Su Jiang was the biggest mental drain on himself. Let's talk business. How should we arrange our people? Yang Ming said. According to An Mingjia, Wei Tian's people could act at any time, so we must be quick. After speaking, Su Jiang pondered for a moment, then said, You'll gather everyone later and ambush them near Shizhou University, waiting for my signal. Yang Ming frowned slightly upon hearing this. This will take some time, because our actions cannot be discovered, so we need to move cautiously. That's your problem, I don't care. Su Jiang said nonchalantly. Anyway, I'm the boss. I'm only responsible for giving orders. If the mission isn't done well, it's because you're not capable. These words made Yang Ming clench his fists, wishing he could beat Su Jiang up. Now he somewhat envied Lu Zhang, who didn't have to face Su Jiang. Yang Ming suddenly realized that, by rank, he was also Lu Zhang's superior. He made up his mind that next time he had something to discuss with Su Jiang, he would have Lu Zhang relay the message. Better a dead friend than a dead priest. Calming himself down, Yang Ming took a deep breath, gritting his teeth and saying, All right, I guarantee to complete the mission. Is that good enough? That's more like it. Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Su Jiang felt that having a team under him indeed made many things easier to handle. How did that saying go? If you don't know how to lead a team, you'll just work yourself to death alone. Now Su Jiang was no longer alone. Learn to lead a team, and you can make them work themselves to death for you. Oh, right, Director Jiang asked me to give you this. Yang Ming pulled a red badge from his pocket and handed it to Su Jiang. This is the badge of our Special Operations Organization. Everyone has one, but yours is specially made. Everyone else's badges are ordinary gray. Only your badge as the person in charge is red, which also represents your highest authority. You must keep this badge safe, because from now on, we only recognize the badge, not the person. Su Jiang took the badge and examined it carefully in his hand. The front of the red badge, unlike the ordinary Supervisory Bureau logo, featured a crossed gun and knife design. It looked pretty awesome. Su Jiang could only describe it that way. And on the back, 2 large black characters were printed. Su Jiang, TSK, only recognize the badge, not the person? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, mischievously saying, Then if I put this badge on my silly cat, wouldn't you guys have to become the Meow Meow team? If you actually do that, Director Jiang might kill you. Yang Ming earnestly warned. This badge is extremely important. You must keep it safe. Don't let anyone steal it, understand? Don't worry, no one can take anything from me. Su Jiang patted his chest, assuring him. If anyone dared to steal his things, they'd better be prepared for their family to be destroyed. Destroyed as in blown up. Oh, right, where's the stuff I asked for? Su Jiang asked again. That was the main reason he came this time. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming turned around, bent down, and pulled a handbag from under the chair. These are the explosives you wanted. There aren't many of these in the Supervisory Bureau, so I could only find this much for you. It's fine, this is enough. Su Jiang reached for the handbag, opened it, and indeed, it was full of explosives. He had used up all the explosives and Mingjia brought him in one night yesterday. And Mingjia said that was the last of their stock, and the An family now had no explosives at all. Fortunately, this time, Yang Ming and his team brought some explosives when they came out for the mission, so Su Jiang just had him bring them today. Yang Ming had no objections either. In fact, these explosives were originally prepared for Su Jiang, which was why he brought them. This stuff only worked at 200% effectiveness in Su Jiang's hands. All right, that's it for now. Contact me if anything comes up. Su Jiang waved his hand and turned to leave. No, where are you going? Yang Ming couldn't help but say, you're the boss. Aren't you coming with us? Why would I go with you? Su Jiang turned his head, puzzled. I always act alone, focusing on improvisation. This time the opponent is the Wei family. They are elites, not comparable to the Feng family. Yang Ming said dejectedly. Can't we have some organizational discipline? Elites. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. I fight elites. With that, he walked away without looking back, carrying the handbag filled with explosives, leaving Yang Ming alone, bewildered in the wind. 181. Do they have a conspiracy? Young Master Wei, the people will arrive this afternoon. Inside the hotel, Lan Wu was reporting the situation to Wei Tian. Wei Tian listened while rubbing his shoulder. Although the gunshot wound from yesterday was treated promptly, even with the best medicine, it would still take several days to recover. And all of this was because of Su Jiang. After Lan Wu finished speaking, Wei Tian nodded slightly, then looked at Black Warehouse, who was standing beside him. Black Warehouse, what's the situation with the Mei family now? Wei Tian asked. Yesterday's explosion caused heavy losses for the Mei family, but it should be mostly handled by now. Was it found out who caused that explosion? No, but I feel it was Su Jiang. Oh, Wei Tian raised an eyebrow. Why do you think it was him? Black Warehouse shook his head and said, I can't put my finger on it, but I just feel like it was him. Black Warehouse, have you been scared silly by that kid? Lan Wu mocked. You led so many people from the Mei family, and not only did you fail to catch him, now you're telling me that guy, while being hunted by you, actually turned back and blew up the Mei family? Is that possible? Black Warehouse remained silent. He knew it did sound a bit outlandish, because the other party was just one person. However, he still insisted that Su Jiang was the one who bombed the Mei family. Discussing these things is meaningless now. In any case, the Mei family being bombed is already a fact. Wei Tian stood up, took a deep breath, and said, Lan Wu, go to the Mei family now and wait for my news. Once all our people have arrived, we'll immediately begin our operation. We can't really wait until 8 p.m. At this moment, Black Warehouse couldn't help but say, Young Master Wei, since they told you that Ding Qiming is leaving Shizhou University tonight, it means they have ill intentions. In my opinion, there must be an ambush at Shizhou University. Nonsense, don't you think I know that? Wei Tian glared at him. This is their overt scheme, openly telling me that Ding Qiming is there, to see if I dare to go. Young Master Wei, who exactly would set such a trap for you? Lan Wu asked. Who else could it be? Wei Tian's eyes were gloomy, and he said in a low voice, since the other party knows that Xiang Qingtian is with the Wei family, it can only be those old guys from the former Capital Supervisory Bureau. A bunch of old, undying ones. I didn't expect that the Capital Supervisory Bureau would be defunct, yet they still haven't given up. After being silent for so many years, they're now starting to jump around again. Wei Tian stopped speaking there. The most urgent matter was to capture Ding Qiming first. That was the top priority. As for those old guys, there would be plenty of time to deal with them later. Wei Tian pondered for a moment, then said, Lan Wu, when the time comes, you take the Mei family and first take down the Xie family. If Mei Zimin is suspected of betrayal or makes any strange moves, don't hesitate, directly kill Mei Zimin, then escape, understand? Lan Wu was stunned upon hearing this. What did this mean? Young Master Wei, do you mean? Mei Zimin might betray us. It's not impossible. Although Mei Zimin appears very loyal, he's also an old fox, so we must be cautious. If that's the case, why not control him now to avoid trouble later? No, he hasn't shown any rebellious intentions yet. If we act against him first, the other families under us will have ideas. Wei Tian said indifferently. You just need to remember what I said and do as instructed when the time comes. Lan Wu nodded slightly, then walked out of the room and headed to the Mei family. Without him, it would be difficult for the Mei family to take down the Xie family. They might even be counterattacked by the Xie family. A core combat force was especially important. After Lan Wu left, only Wei Tian and Black Warehouse remained in the room. Black Warehouse, when the time comes, you'll bring a few people and act with me. With the Mei family and Lan Wu holding down the Xie family, our target is Ding Qiming. The Supervisory Bureau's people have most likely already set up an ambush at Shizhou University, just waiting for us to jump in. Black Warehouse listened to these words and said in a low voice, "Young Master Wei, why don't I go to Shizhou University now and scout the situation?" Haha, if you go now, you're just looking for death. Wei Tian looked at Black Warehouse speechlessly. He didn't even need to think. If Black Warehouse went, it would definitely be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, a one-way trip. They already knew there was a trap there, yet he insisted on seeking death to scout the situation. Isn't it good to be alive? Have Wang Boyan and the people from the Wang family arrived? Wei Tian asked. They arrived an hour ago. Has the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau made any moves? Apparently not. Black Warehouse said. According to the information, the director of the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau and most of the agents are staying in Jiangdu, with no unusual movements. Not even a single strange thing. If there is, I don't know if it counts. What? I don't know why, but recently, the sales of playing cards at the convenience stores near the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau have been exceptionally good. Almost every day, people from the Supervisory Bureau go to buy them. Black Warehouse asked, somewhat puzzled. Young Master Wei, what do you think the people from their Supervisory Bureau buy so many playing cards for? Could there be some conspiracy? Have you ever seen anyone plot a conspiracy with playing cards? Wei Tian covered his face speechlessly. He had indeed heard that the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau had a rampant culture of slacking off. But hadn't he heard that it had been rectified later? Why had it started again? Wei Tian didn't know that the slacking culture had indeed been rectified. But ever since the isolated island battlefield, Jiangdu had surprisingly become peaceful, and the crime rate had plummeted. They barely had any work to do. Furthermore, Su Jiang, the king of slacking, set an example for them, clocking in every day without working, becoming the source of slacking in the Supervisory Bureau. Yang Ming tried several times to eradicate this source, but he couldn't even find Su Jiang. Because sometimes Su Jiang could successfully clock in even when he wasn't at the Supervisory Bureau, and no one knew how he did it. Since that's the case, then the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau should not interfere. Wei Tian breathed a slight sigh of relief. If even Jiangdu were to get involved, he really felt he might not be able to win. Although the odds were good, Wei Tian didn't want to take risks. Once the situation turned unfavorable, Wei Tian would immediately run away without any hesitation. Although Ding Qiming was important, he was not as important as his own life. Next, we just wait for the main forces from the family to arrive, and then we can act. Wei Tian leaned back on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes, and waited quietly. 182. As long as the fish is caught well, it doesn't matter whether it's a human or a ghost. Meanwhile, Su Jiang, with a pack of explosives in his left hand and a bag of freshly bought dried fish in his right, returned to the abandoned building where he fought those 7 people that night. Humming a tune, he walked up the stairs without making a sound. As expected, he's here. As soon as Su Jiang went upstairs, he saw a scene that left him speechless. The silly cat was standing on a high platform, and below it, a group of stray cats were sitting around. Brother Biao's cat face was unusually serious as he looked around at the cats, then opened his mouth. Meow. What is our goal? The stray cats below meowed in unison, responding to Brother Biao. Meow. Dried fish. Meow. What is our dream? Meow. Dried fish. Meow. What is our slogan? Meow. Meow. As long as dried fish are in place, we'll take down anyone, human or ghost. Hearing this slogan, Su Jiang dug at his ears, thinking he had misheard. Are these cats really that wild? They'd even risk their lives for dried fish? Fortunately, he had bought some in advance, otherwise it would have been difficult. Cough, cough. Su Jiang coughed softly, immediately attracting the attention of all the cats. The stray cats all straightened up, looking at Su Jiang warily. Meow. Don't be nervous, everyone. Seeing that the newcomer was Su Jiang, Brother Biao quickly spoke up. Meow. This human is my best friend. Everyone don't need to be nervous. After Brother Biao finished speaking, all the cats immediately stopped being hostile towards Su Jiang and even meowed to greet him. This shows that Brother Biao has a high status in the hearts of these cats. He's practically become their boss. No, he can't let his silly cat lose face. Brother Biao, look what I brought you. Su Jiang smiled and held up the dried fish in his hand. Instantly, all the cats became excited, especially Brother Biao, whose tail was practically wagging to the sky when he heard Su Jiang call him Brother Biao. He looked at Su Jiang with eyes full of appreciation, thinking, sensible. Soon, Su Jiang distributed all the dried fish to the stray cats. The cats thanked Su Jiang one after another and were quite polite. Su Jiang even saw the tabby cat that Brother Biao had pinned to the ground and beaten that day. It looked like it had been subdued and was now well-behaved. And Brother Biao, in order to solidify his boss status, didn't even eat his own dried fish, selflessly dedicating his share to the other cats. This truly showed his broad-mindedness, and Su Jiang even gave him a thumbs up. Brother Biao, come here, let's discuss something. Su Jiang smiled and pulled Brother Biao aside, whispering, Silly cat, I've given you such a big show of support. Helping me out isn't too much, is it? Meow. What kind of help? It's like this. Su Jiang began to tell Brother Biao his plan. After he finished, Brother Biao nodded slightly and gave Su Jiang a look. It's all good, brother. Leave this to me. Meow. But you have to give me dried fish. Meow. Lots of dried fish. Meow. Because my little brothers also need to eat. No problem. Su Jiang said grandly. After it's done, I'll let you eat dried fish until you're full. I'll get you a dried fish buffet. When Brother Biao heard this, his eyes lit up. He quickly ran back to tell the other cats about this matter. Thus, Su Jiang witnessed a scene of cats cheering. Brother Biao, I'll leave it to you then. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he threw the explosives on the ground, then waved his hand and said goodbye to the cats. With Brother Biao arranging things here, it was enough. He trusted Brother Biao's ability. A few stray cats were nothing. He could command them with ease. Moreover, with the huge temptation of dried fish, Su Jiang wasn't worried that they wouldn't get the job done. After doing all this, Su Jiang planned to go around Shizhou University to survey the terrain. At the same time, in a corner of Shizhou University, Xie Guli was bowing his head, his ears drooped, as he was being lectured. What are you doing running over here? Do you know how dangerous it is? I haven't even settled accounts with you for what happened last night, and you dare to come looking for me now? Shangwan Lu stood in front of him, her face red with anger. Who knew what she felt when Xie Guli suddenly appeared in front of her? Xie Guli lowered his head and said weakly, I wanted to give you a surprise. Thank you very much, Shangwan Lu said irritably. And your clothes, aren't they heavy with so many throwing knives hidden inside? My throwing knives are made of a special material. They're very light. Xie Guli explained, then added, and about last night, Su Jiang really took me to do it. I'm innocent. Then why did Su Jiang say you took him to do it? Shangwan Lu directly shoved the message Su Jiang sent last night into Xie Guli's face. As for the Supervisory Bureau's top secret needing to be deleted or whatever, Shangwan Lu pretended not to see it. What kind of Supervisory Bureau would consider such a thing top secret? You two were bragging to me yesterday that you were going home, but you were actually going to the Mei family, right? Xie Guli, you've learned to lie to me now, haven't you? And when Xie Guli saw the message content on the phone, his eyes immediately widened, and he saw that it was sent last night. Su Jiang, you bastard. Even a dog wouldn't do such a doggish thing. Xie Guli didn't expect that Su Jiang would be the first to complain, and he complained to Shangwan Lu of all people. He really regretted not having killed Su Jiang with one strike when he chatted with him this morning. But now he knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he might never see Su Jiang again in his life. He might not even see the moon tonight. Lu, listen to me. You absolutely must not believe what that guy Su Jiang says. Xie Guli looked at Lu with a sincere expression. Really, I can swear. I can swear on my character. Humph. Shangwan Lu snorted coldly and took her phone back. Given her understanding of Xie Guli, she naturally knew that it couldn't have been Xie Guli's idea. Shangwan Lu was just worried that Xie Guli would go down the wrong path with Su Jiang. He was a perfectly good person, but what kind of things had he been doing since Su Jiang arrived? Assassinations, explosions. Shangguan Lu was truly afraid that one day, she would have to personally arrest Xie Guli and take him to the station. I'll deal with you later, but for now, you go back. I'm not joking. Shangguan Lu said seriously. It's very dangerous here. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I have to come. Xie Guli also said seriously. If I'm not by your side at a time like this, then how can I have the nerve to marry you in the future? Shangguan Lu wanted to say something more, but she saw the persistence on Xie Guli's face and knew that whatever she said, he wouldn't go back. Sighing, Shangguan Lu compromised. All right, but you must listen to me and not act on your own. When I tell you to run, you run, understand? Don't worry. Xie Guli patted his chest and laughed. I definitely won't drag you down. Shangguan Lu rolled her eyes at him and nodded slightly. Afterwards, she began to worry again. How would she explain her relationship with Xie Guli to her colleagues later? 183. Build a beautiful Shizhou home together. Half an hour later, Shangguan Lu brought Xie Guli back to where the supervisory bureau members were. Since Xie Guli was to stay, dealing with these people was inevitable. Shangguan Lu casually glanced at everyone, then gently coughed, and spoke the words she had just thought of. Ahem. Everyone, this is Xie Guli from the Xie family. He has come specifically to help us. Currently, our supervisory bureau and the Xie family are temporarily in a cooperative relationship. During this special period, I hope that when we fight, everyone can treat Xie Guli as one of our own. After Shangguan Lu finished speaking, everyone fell into a brief silence. They, of course, knew who Xie Guli was, as the supervisory bureau had been targeting the Xie family and Mei family for more than just a day or two. When Xie Guli suddenly appeared and was anxiously pulled away by Shangguan Lu, they began to sense that something was off. No matter how they looked at these two, something seemed amiss. Xie Guli stood beside Shangguan Lu, blinking. Seeing everyone's silence, he stepped forward and said to them seriously, Seniors of the Supervisory Bureau, I believe you all have already figured it out, so I won't hide anything. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lu quickly turned her head, looking at Xie Guli in shock. You big idiot, what are you doing? Our relationship cannot be exposed yet. Before Shangguan Lu could speak to stop Xie Guli, she heard his next sentence blurt out. Xie Guli, you. To be honest, our Xie family has actually reformed a long time ago. Shangguan Lu was stunned, only to see Xie Guli continue with a serious expression. Recently, I believe you can all see that our Xie family is no longer the same as before. I, Xie Guli, as the future heir of the Xie family, can assure you all here. Our Xie family will definitely be a law-abiding and good family in the future. We will cooperate with the Supervisory Bureau in all aspects and contribute our Xie family's strength to the beautiful development of West Continent. In the near future, I believe we will certainly work hand in hand to create a new future and build a beautiful home in West Continent together. Xie Guli's tone was impassioned, full of emotion, and carried an incredibly strong infectiousness. Towards the end, his eyes even turned red, as if he was moved by his own fervent heart. It was like a pyramid scheme presentation. Clap, clap, clap. After he finished speaking, Xie Guli didn't care what the Supervisory Bureau members thought and started applauding on his own. Then, some people in the Supervisory Bureau began to applaud along with him. The applause gradually grew warmer. In the end, the Supervisory Bureau members all applauded, showing their approval for Xie Guli's speech. I knew it for a long time. The Xie family is different from other families. I was wondering why there haven't been any negative news about the Xie family recently. So that's why. Lu Inspector said that we have already cooperated with the Xie family, so the director must have approved of the Xie family too. Xie Guli is a good person. For a time, the Supervisory Bureau members looked at Xie Guli with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Actually, in private, their evaluation of Xie Guli wasn't bad at all. Ever since Xie Guli started dating Shangguan Lu, he had been leading the Xie family to cooperate with the Supervisory Bureau's work in all aspects, easing the relationship between the two sides. Therefore, everyone didn't have much aversion to Xie Guli. Thank you, everyone. I will definitely work hard. Xie Guli listened to their applause, his eyes filled with tears. At this moment, the situation had reversed. The one who was silent was Shangwan Lu. She stood aside, eyes wide, looking at Xie Guli in disbelief. Could that speech just now have actually come from Xie Guli, that blockhead? He even knew how to add drama to himself, with those red eyes and tears that came on cue. If it weren't for her knowing Xie Guli's character, she probably would have been swayed by those words just now. Suddenly, Shangwan Lu was stunned. She felt that Xie Guli's current appearance had a strange sense of familiarity. After a moment's thought, this appearance, this tone. Isn't this how Su Jiang cried with snot and tears after killing those 4 people in the abandoned building that night? Damn Su Jiang. Shangwan Lu gritted her teeth. He had completely led Xie Guli astray. Before Su Jiang came to West Continent, Xie Guli was not like this at all. This whole act of lying and acting was performed with incredible skill, even surpassing the original. After all, Su Jiang couldn't squeeze out tears, but Xie Guli's tears came on cue. Thank you, everyone. I will definitely be here, living and dying with you all, fighting alongside my brothers until the very last moment. Xie Guli clenched his fist, raised his hand high above his head, and shouted, "For West Continent! For West Continent!" Everyone echoed. Underneath, Xie Guli quietly gave Shangwan Lu an okay gesture. Done. Shangwan Lu rubbed her forehead and sighed deeply. Although the process was a bit absurd, at least the outcome was good. The Supervisory Bureau members had already stopped rejecting Xie Guli, which was undoubtedly a good thing for the two of them. But Shangwan Lu was not optimistic. She knew that the biggest problem with this relationship was still her father, the director of the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau, Shangwan Pingyi. If he didn't relent, no matter how much goodwill the Supervisory Bureau members had towards Xie Guli, it would be in vain. All right, let's confirm the plan we just discussed one more time. Shangwan Lu clapped her hands and began to talk about serious matters. Team 1 is responsible for patrolling the surrounding area to prevent enemies from sneaking in. Team 2 will be stationed at the various locations we've deployed. Once an enemy is spotted, attack directly. Others who hear the attack don't need to worry. Just hold your ground. Finally, Team 3, led by me, will quickly move to support and, together with Team 2, eliminate the enemy in the shortest possible time once an enemy is discovered. If any other special circumstances are found, contact me immediately. Besides that, are there any other questions? The Supervisory Bureau members shook their heads. These arrangements had just been explained once already. I have a small question. Xie Guli raised his hand and chuckled. Which team am I in? Shangwan Lu heard this, glared at him, and said unhappily, "You'll be with me." Got it. Xie Guli had no more questions. Just as everyone was dispersing, Shangwan Lu seemed to remember something else and quickly said, "Oh, and one more thing. During the battle, if you encounter someone named Su Jiang, do not attack him. He is one of us. However, do not approach him and do not act with him. Whatever he does, pretend you didn't see it, understood?" Upon hearing this, everyone was confused, not knowing what Shangwan Lu meant by these words. Seeing their confusion, Shangwan Lu didn't know how to explain for a moment and just said, "In short, just do as I say. Don't get involved with that guy." As she said this, she subtly glanced at Xie Guli, not knowing who she was hinting at. Understood, Lu Inspector. Everyone nodded. Although they didn't know why, listening to advice was always right. 184. Can your big family just frame people at will? Thank you, Master. You're welcome. Be careful with your luggage and have a good trip. Near Shizhou University, Su Jiang opened the car door and stepped out. Su Jiang had no intention of entering Shizhou University. His trip there was merely to scout the surrounding terrain. Inside Shizhou University, it was the Supervisory Bureau's home turf, and unless there was something special, he wouldn't go in. After all, he had always been law-abiding. Su Jiang's mission was to lead the Special Operations Group to ambush the perimeter to prevent the Wang family from launching a sudden attack. After walking several streets, Su Jiang didn't see many people. The Supervisory Bureau had already blocked off the nearby roads, publicly claiming they were under construction. The taxi Su Jiang had just taken couldn't drive in for this very reason. Tisk, isn't this clearly telling Wei Tian that this whole place is an ambush? If Wei Tian's brain isn't broken, he shouldn't come, right? Su Jiang clicked his tongue, hands in his pockets, pulled out a lollipop, put it in his mouth, and walked with an arrogant swagger. He looked exactly like a street loafer. After a tour, Jiang found that there weren't many suitable places for an ambush. However, he did discover a good sniping location. From that position, he could look down from a height and see everything clearly. The layout of all the streets and alleys was perfectly visible. The only drawback was that it was too high and too far, and coupled with the wind speed, almost no sniper could accurately target an enemy from this position. But for Jiang, that was no problem. He had a cheat. When he was almost done with his reconnaissance and was about to head back, Jiang suddenly saw a figure standing at the alley entrance opposite Shizhou University. Huh? Why is she here? Jiang frowned slightly, took a step, and quietly walked over. At the alley entrance, Mei Lingling, wearing a baseball cap, stared intently ahead, completely unaware that Jiang had already arrived behind her. What are you looking at? Jiang suddenly asked. Mei Lingling jumped in fright. Turning her head and seeing Jiang's face, Mei Lingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're still alive? Mei Lingling said in surprise. How can you talk like that? Is that polite? Jiang, with a lollipop in his mouth, looked at Mei Lingling disapprovingly and said, So, in your eyes, I shouldn't be alive, huh? No, that's not what I meant. Mei Lingling waved her hands repeatedly and said, I mean, after what you did yesterday, you actually managed to escape the pursuit and survive. What did I do last night? Jiang asked strangely. Last night, besides staying home and watching a movie with my girlfriend, I didn't do anything else. Huh? Mei Lingling's eyes widened upon hearing this. You were assassinating and blowing things up yesterday, and you have the nerve to say you didn't do anything? Hey, I warn you not to slander me like that. Jiang took the lollipop out of his mouth, pointed at Mei Lingling, and said, What assassination and explosions? I don't understand what you're talking about. Didn't your Mei family's gas tank explode yesterday? You're blaming that on me too. Is there still justice in West Continent? Can big families just accuse people randomly? Jiang's tone was incredibly natural, as if he had truly just been watching a movie at home last night. Mei Lingling felt that the person in front of her was utterly shameless after hearing these words. If Mei Lingling hadn't seen Jiang in her room last night, she might have believed his nonsense. How could Xie Guli be friends with someone like this? In her opinion, Xie Guli was a kind and upright person, completely unlike Jiang. What? You said Xie Guli isn't a good person either? You don't understand anything. You don't know Xie Guli at all. So how can you judge him like that? So what are you doing here? Jiang looked at Mei Lingling in confusion and asked, Didn't your family put you under house arrest? Did they let you out? No. I secretly ran out during the chaos last night, Mei Lingling whispered. Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, giving Mei Lingling a meaningful look. She secretly ran out? Then Mei Zimin was truly careless. Such a large family, so many people, they even surrounded Jiang and almost didn't let him escape. Yet, a little girl like her managed to secretly run out unharmed? Jiang could only smile and say nothing. So what are you doing here? Jiang asked. Mei Lingling lowered her head, looking at her palm. Only then did Jiang notice that Mei Lingling was clutching a lantern flower in her hand. Today is the Lantern Festival. I want to give this to Xie Guli, but he won't see me. So, can you help me give it to him? Mei Lingling handed the lantern flower to Jiang, her bright eyes under the baseball cap showing a hint of stubbornness. Jiang looked at the lantern flower in her hand, didn't take it, but sighed. Little sister, why go to such lengths? What's so good about that Xie Guli? It's come to this, and you still haven't given up? No, Mei Lingling gently shook her head and said, I've already figured it out and made up my mind. From now on, I won't bother him anymore. All I want to do now is one thing. That is to put this flower into his hands. From then on, Xie Guli and I will have no more ties. Upon hearing this, Jiang narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a long time, then suddenly asked mischievously, How about you call me Su Gu, and I'll help you deliver it? How's that? Mei Lingling didn't speak, just quietly looked at him. Jiang's smile froze on his face. After a long moment, he lowered his head and sighed deeply. I'm really impressed with you all. With that, he reached out and took the lantern flower. Considering your family's gas tank explosion, which is quite pitiful, I'll reluctantly agree to your request. Thank you. After Mei Lingling thanked him, she turned and left without hesitation. Where are you going? Su Jiang asked. Mei Lingling, with her back to Su Jiang, softly said, Home. You're going home now? Su Jiang frowned upon hearing this and said, Don't you know why your father deliberately let you run out? I know, Mei Lingling whispered. It's precisely because I know that I have to go back. Her expression dimmed, and she continued, My surname is Mei, and I am Mei Lingling of the Mei family. This is a fact that no one can change. Everyone in the Mei family has accompanied me in my growth. They have cherished me, spoiled me, and always cared for me. Although I'm not very sensible, I also know that the family is currently facing a life-and-death situation. At this time, asking me to be a deserter is something I cannot do. If we live, I will be with the Mei family. If we die, I will perish with the Mei family. Su Jiang was slightly stunned upon hearing this. He looked at Mei Lingling's back, feeling a little emotional. This little girl had grown up a lot overnight. 185. My loyalty to Master Wei is evident to all. Mei Lingling left. Su Jiang looked down at the lamp flower in his hand, sighing. It was quite beautiful. Should he just pretend he made it himself and give it to An Rou? Of course, Su Jiang was only joking with that thought. He clearly knew how much emotion Mei Lingling had poured into this lamp flower in his hand. He imagined that what Mei Lingling truly wished for in her heart was to personally hand this flower to Xie Guli. How much emotion, how much effort, how many sleepless nights had gone into creating this single lamp flower. Yet, she couldn't even see that person with her own eyes. She could only entrust it to someone she had barely met. Thinking of this, Su Jiang felt a pang of sadness, even wanting to scold Xie Guli. Pure scumbag. Unlike himself, who was always devoted to An Rou and never flirted. He was simply a model example of an excellent boyfriend. Sighing softly, Su Jiang looked at Shizhou University before him, lost in thought. It's better to keep this flower for now and give it to old Xie later. What if old Xie died then? Then he wouldn't have to bother with the transfer, avoiding another wave of sadness. Moreover, Shangwan Lu and Xie Guli were together right now. If he were to run in and hand the flower to Xie Guli in front of Shangwan Lu, and then say, This is a lamp flower from your little sister Lingling. Su Jiang dared to guarantee that Xie Guli would fight him to the death. Shangwan Lu would also fight Xie Guli to the death. That would be a living tragedy. For the sake of his and Xie Guli's safety, Su Jiang decided it was better to find a suitable time later to give this thing to Xie Guli. TSK, it should be lunchtime. Su Jiang walked out of the blocked street, hailed a taxi, and returned to the Xie family. The chef had already prepared the giant grilled cold noodles, just waiting for him to return. The heavens are vast, the earth is great, but eating is the greatest. He couldn't go hungry, could he? Half an hour later, Su Jiang returned to the Xie family, where everyone was already eating in the dining room. An Rou saw Su Jiang, snorted coldly, and ignored him. Clearly, she was still angry about what happened that morning. After kicking Su Jiang out, An Rou had originally wanted to go back to sleep. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she couldn't fall asleep at all. Her mind was filled with the image of Su Jiang touching her. If she hadn't woken up, would Su Jiang have? As soon as she thought of this, An Rou's face began to turn red again. You're back. And Mingjie, however, didn't notice An Rou's abnormality. In his opinion, Su Jiang didn't have the guts. I want to meet with Yang Ming. Su Jiang nodded, then sat down next to An Rou, subtly glancing at her to see if she was still angry. Why was her face red? Was she that angry? Su Jiang thought An Rou's face was red because she was angry. Little did he know, An Rou's mind was completely elsewhere now. Her mind was full of thoughts about what would happen with Su Jiang in bed. She was even eating distractedly. Su Jiang thought An Rou was still angry and didn't dare to provoke her. So he ate his grilled cold noodles while chatting with Xie Kongxing. Uncle Xie, I met Xie Guli this morning. He seemed to have gone to Shizhou University. I know. Xie Kongxing nodded, saying helplessly, Sons grow up and can't be kept at home. Let him be. Anyway, he doesn't have much strength. He just throws small flying knives. The Xie family is the same with or without him. Our combat power isn't greatly affected, Xie Kongxing said carelessly. Tisk, Uncle Xie, Shizhou University is much more dangerous than your side, Su Jiang said. If nothing unexpected happens, Wei Tian will likely have the Mei family deal with you, and the main combat power will be placed at Shizhou University. Aren't you worried about Xie Guli at all? Worried about what? Xie Kongxing wiped his mouth with a tissue and said indifferently, sons and grandsons have their own blessings. If I don't have sons and grandsons, I'll enjoy my own blessings. Upon hearing this, everyone gave Xie Kongxing a thumbs up. Look, this is what you call carefree. No wonder he could hang out with An Xingchang. Birds of a feather flock together indeed. Everyone continued to enjoy their meal cheerfully, completely devoid of the urgency of an impending major battle. And Mingjie even wanted to take a nap. Anyway, Wei Tian hadn't made a move yet, and being idle was still idle. Su Jiang cautiously poked An Rou in the dark. An Rou turned her head and glared at him. What? Su Jiang's eye showed a hint of pitifulness. I was wrong. An Rou, where were you wrong? Su Jiang, everywhere. An Rou, humph. She lowered her head to eat, no longer making eye contact with Su Jiang. She decided she wouldn't talk to Su Jiang all day today. Su Jiang pursed his lips, eating his grilled cold noodles with a wronged expression. It was clearly his hand's fault, why blame him? He also didn't know why his hand would go inside An Rou's clothes. He merely went with the flow, just a tiny little movement of his palm. That's all. Why should he be called a pervert? The more Su Jiang thought about it, the more righteous he felt. Yes, I'm not wrong. It's his hand's fault. What does it have to do with Su Jiang? An Rou clearly misunderstood him. Su Jiang decided that if An Rou didn't apologize, he wouldn't talk to her all day today. So, after lunch, the two returned to their respective rooms without saying a word to each other. Both were waiting for the other to apologize. Meanwhile, inside the Mei family, due to last night's explosion, the Mei family was now in a state of disarray. Aside from the cafeteria, there was hardly a single intact building to be found. But they were also grateful that they still had the cafeteria. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to eat. An Rou arrived at the Mei family and went directly to Mei Zimin, asking, Family head Mei, are your people ready? Mr. An Rou, you can see the current situation of the Mei family. Mei Zimin's face was filled with sorrow. Last night's explosion caused heavy losses to my Mei family. Although there were no casualties, almost all of our combat supplies were destroyed. Now, our Mei family can't even gather many firearms. We truly don't have the ability to contend with the Xie family. An Rou frowned upon hearing this. Are you planning to defy young Master Wei's orders? No. I absolutely have no such intention. Mei Zimin quickly said. It's just that our Mei family is powerless. If we go to fight the Xie family in our current state, the chances of winning are too low. Then, Mei Zimin changed the subject and said, but if young Master Wei can provide us with combat supplies, then we still have a fighting chance. An Rou looked deeply at Mei Zimin. After a while, he said in a low voice, how many guns and ammunition do you need? The more, the better, of course. Mei Zimin chuckled awkwardly. An Rou turned around and made a phone call. Soon, he hung up the phone, turned back, and looked at Mei Zimin, saying, young Master Wei will send people to deliver the supplies shortly. That's truly wonderful. Please thank young Master Wei for me. Mei Zimin beamed with joy. Mei Zimin, you'd better be honest and not play any tricks. An Rou said with a serious expression, if you dare to betray young Master Wei, you know the consequences. Mei Zimin's face turned pale with shock upon hearing this. How could I possibly dare to have such a thought? My loyalty to young Master Wei is witnessed by heaven and earth. How could I betray young Master Wei? An Rou looked at Mei Zimin, and after a moment, he said indifferently, you'd better be. After speaking, An Rou turned and left to receive the supplies sent by Wei Tian. Mei Zimin stared at An Ru's retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually fading. 186. Ruru must love me to death? 2.5 hours later, at the Xie family, Su Jiang and An Rou were in their respective rooms. Separated by a wall, both of them were sitting on their beds, staring blankly at their phones, their postures identical. TSK, still not apologizing to me. Quite stubborn, huh? Su Jiang muttered to himself, looking at the phone in front of him. He was waiting for An Rou to apologize to him. They hadn't spoken to each other for several hours. An Rou was angry because Su Jiang hadn't come to apologize to her. Su Jiang, on the other hand, felt he was not at fault. It was his hand's fault, and An Rou should apologize to him. The two of them had been in this stalemate for a full 2 hours. Stinky hooligan, pervert, big straight man, big pig trotters. An Rou was muttering continuously in her room. She could now curse Jiang for a long time without repeating herself. After cursing for a while, An Rou felt a bit parched. She picked up the water glass beside her, drank it all in one gulp, then lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Is it that hard to apologize to me? An Rou pouted and softly said, It's not like I won't forgive you. Just coax me a little, isn't that enough? He can't even do that. Jiang, you big idiot. Little did An Rou know that Jiang was not only not thinking of admitting his mistake, but was also trying to make her apologize. It was truly a reversal of roles. If An Rou knew Jiang's thoughts, she would probably immediately run to Jiang's room next door, mount him, and start hitting him. If she didn't beat Jiang to death, she would take An Mingjia's surname. Ding dong. A message notification sound came from his phone, and Jiang jolted, picking up his phone at lightning speed to check. Could it be that An Rou had finally admitted her mistake? Clearly not. The message was from An Mingjia, with only 3 short words. Time to move. Seeing this message, Jiang knew that the king of roasted cold noodles should set off. Sighing softly, Jiang got up, picked up the sniper rifle leaning against the wall, pushed open the door, and walked out. Creak. At the same time, An Rou's door also opened. You be careful. An Rou stood by the door, watching Jiang, and quietly said, If you can't win, run, understand? Clearly, she had heard Jiang opening the door and knew he was leaving. That's why she couldn't help but come out. Hearing this, Jiang turned back and quietly looked at An Rou. A few seconds later, Jiang smiled slightly. He decided to forgive An Rou. Since An Rou spoke first, it meant she already knew her mistake. Jiang, being magnanimous, decided to let An Rou off the hook this time. Don't let it happen again. Jiang walked back, stretched out a hand to pull An Rou into his arms, and with the other hand, he stroked An Rou's head. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed An Rou's lips. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. An Rou's face flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. Forget it. I'll forgive this big pig trotter this time, An Rou thought. However, as soon as this thought emerged, it was dispelled by Jiang's words. Jiang looked at the hand that had just ruffled An Rou's head, raised an eyebrow slightly, and said, Your hair loss is quite severe. Huh? An Rou blinked, stunned for a while. After a long moment, An Rou bit her lip and broke free from Jiang's embrace. Then she kicked towards Jiang. Jiang dodged agilely. You dare to dodge? An Rou became even more enraged at the sight. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang quickly ran away. An Rou, I'm leaving now, see you. He disappeared like the wind in front of An Rou. An Rou stomped her feet in anger, but she was helpless. An Rou swore that if she forgave Jiang again, she would be a puppy. Then, she reached out and touched her hair. It clearly didn't fall out. An Rou felt a bit wronged. Why did everyone say she had hair loss? Slander, it's pure slander. An Rou snorted coldly and turned to walk back into her room. She made up her mind that if Jiang dared to come back, she would definitely beat Jiang so badly that he couldn't get out of bed, the kind that couldn't get out for 3 days and 3 nights. Phew, good thing I ran fast. Jiang, who had slipped away, patted his chest with some relief. He was wrong, he reflected. As a boyfriend, he shouldn't have told his girlfriend that she had hair loss in front of her. A truly considerate boyfriend would only quietly prepare a bottle of anti-hair loss shampoo for her to care for her beautiful hair. Then he would leave, his good deeds hidden. Jiang deeply realized his mistake, so he decided to buy a bottle of shampoo later to appease An Rou. Tisk, with such a thoughtful boyfriend like me, An Rou must love me to death, right? Jiang smiled confidently. Then cooking and everything else would be a piece of cake, right? After the rice was cooked, wouldn't the bride price be rendered meaningless? Once the bride price was settled, wouldn't the marriage certificate be as good as in hand? With the marriage certificate, he would not only get credits, but also be able to live a shameless life with An Rou every day. Jiang felt that at this moment, his thoughts were incredibly clear. In other words, buying shampoo for An Rou was equivalent to marrying An Rou and living a shameless life. Proof complete. Graduation. TSK, it still has to be me. Su Jiang smiled modestly and muttered, "If it were Xie Guli, that guy would definitely be at a loss in this situation. How could he have such a genius idea like me?" Su Jiang walked with confident strides, carrying the box containing the sniper rifle, and walked out of the Xie family. He was already thinking about which shampoo to buy when he returned. "TSK, this is a big deal. I can't be careless. I'll check online later to see which shampoo has the best effect on treating hair loss." Behind Su Jiang, upstairs in the Xie family, and Mingjie and Xie Kongxing stood in front of the French windows, quietly watching Su Jiang's back. "Why do I feel like this kid is so happy?" Xie Kongxing wondered. "Isn't he going out to fight? Is there any need to be so happy, even skipping? Anyone who didn't know would think you were going shopping." "Heh. It's normal. After all, he's Su Jiang." And Mingjie stood to one side and laughed. "I wouldn't be surprised by anything he does." "Is it really okay?" Xie Kongxing said with some concern. "That kid is not a peaceful person. He acts on impulse. What if something unexpected happens then?" Hearing this, and Mingjie smiled and shook his head. "Uncle Xie, you still don't understand Su Jiang." "What do you mean?" "If Su Jiang goes, there will be no what if." And Mingjie narrowed his eyes and said, "It's a certainty. Something unexpected will definitely happen." Hearing this, Xie Kongxing turned his head mechanically and looked at Mingjie. Several large question marks appeared above his head. 187. And Mingjie wants to retire. Then you still let him go? Xie Kongxing asked, puzzled. Since he's so unstable, wouldn't it be better to keep him under our noses? "It's no use, Uncle Xie." And Mingjie said with a bitter smile, "Back on the isolated island battlefield, wasn't Su Jiang also within my sight? What was the result? That guy didn't follow my plan at all. Instead, he did everything based on his unique thought process. But even so, my original plan to take down the Feng family in half a month, due to the various unexpected events caused by Su Jiang, resulted in the Feng family being defeated in just a few days. So, let Su Jiang have free rein. Maybe there will be unexpected results." Listening to you, it does seem to make some sense. Xie Kongxing nodded in agreement after hearing this explanation. Su Jiang's existence, whether for teammates or enemies, was a huge psychological pressure. Teammates panicked because they didn't know what Su Jiang was planning to do. Enemies panicked because they didn't know what Su Jiang was planning to do to them. Looking at it this way, it was clear that the enemies felt more psychological pressure. And Mingjie suddenly looked at Xie Kongxing and said, "Moreover, Director Jiang and the others are still hiding things from me, aren't they? Perhaps they mean well, or maybe they're afraid I'll disrupt their plans, but that's not important. After all, we've already stepped into such a large vortex. We can't get out, can we?" Upon hearing this, Xie Kongxing's expression gradually became serious. He carefully observed Mingjie, and at this moment, he realized that he might have truly underestimated this young man. "How much do you know?" Xie Kongxing asked in a low voice. "Probably, more than you imagine." And Mingjie smiled indifferently and said, "After cooperating with the Supervisory Bureau, I obtained a lot of information. Those documents were very interesting. They were discarded by the Supervisory Bureau, and nothing could be seen on the surface. But after I pieced them together, I found many clues, and based on these clues and the recent actions of you people, I could deduce some things. I think Director Jiang might have also noticed this, which is why he sent me to West Continent. Because I, and the family behind me, have already entered the game from the moment we found those things." Xie Kongxing fell into a long silence upon hearing this. If Mingjie wasn't lying to him, then Xie Kongxing was truly envious and jealous. This son of Xingqiang was truly a bit outrageous. Xie Kongxing naturally knew what kind of person Jiang Yi was. The information he left behind that Mingjie could access must have been all those irrelevant, discarded documents. Yet Mingjie was able to find clues from that pile of trash and deduce things about them. Terrifying. "Then tell me, what have you deduced?" Xie Kongxing was clearly a bit skeptical. What if Mingjie was just talking nonsense and hadn't actually deduced anything?